When the practical experience of GT Wukong collided with the ultimate power of Super Saiyan 3 Wukong, the two Saiyans swiftly reached a consensus. The crisis that once eluded resolution now served as a forewarning. As the physical breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4 combined with the essence of energy from Super Saiyan 3 would jointly seal the source of evil, rewriting the tragedies instigated by the negative forces of Dragon Ball from dual perspectives. Subsequently, they also allied with Frieza and Broly to confront the experiences of the Demon Realm. Chapter 1. GT Wukong arrives in the time and space of Super Saiyan 3 Wukong. GT Wukong is gathering a Genkidama, and gradually his consciousness begins to blur. Wukong muses, is there truly no hope? The perfect form of Yixing Long is too formidable. Am I really unable to protect Earth this time? I refuse to end it like this. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light envelopes him, rendering his eyes unable to open, slowly consuming him. After a burst of intense light, Wukong gradually opens his eyes and discovers that he is on Beiji Wangsing, lying on the ground, with Beiji Wang beside him calling out to him. Confusion washes over him as he wonders, where am I? Am I not dead? Wasn't I fighting Yixing Long just now? What is happening? Just as he is about to inquire of Beiji Wang, a surge of memories floods in. It turns out this is the main timeline of Super Saiyan 3 Wukong. Just after defeating Majin Buu 15 years ago, he had come to Beiji Wang to ask if there was a way to eliminate the side effects of the Kaioken technique. Having practiced only halfway, he suddenly falls into a deep sleep, startling Beiji Wang considerably. Beiji Wang exclaims, Wukong, why did you suddenly fall asleep while training so diligently? Could the side effects of the Kaioken be becoming more severe? GT Wukong chuckles, rubbing his head. I'm fine, I've just been trying to get stronger without proper rest. Beiji Wang sighs in relief. Thank goodness. You scared me. I thought the frequent usage of the Kaioken had caused you to collapse. GT Suin Wukong takes a deep breath, feeling the vitality of this youthful body that has regained its vigor over the years. It is indeed the body he had long lost during the peak of his youth. He feels no limitation in strength for being transformed into a child, nor the heavy burden he faced when confronting the evil dragons later on. Lord Kai, GT Wukong speaks, his voice tinged with a complex emotion he himself is unaware of, a sense of dazed hope after experiencing ultimate despair. I think I just had a very long dream. He swiftly decides to temporarily conceal the truth. After all, traveling through time and hailing from another future is an astonishing revelation that would be cumbersome to explain and likely provoke unnecessary complications. He has inherited the memories and emotions of this world's Suin Wukong, and his trust and affection towards Beiji Wang are genuine. Yet he needs time to digest all of this on his own. A dream? What kind of dream could possibly leave such a powerful being like you fainted? Beiji Wang leans in curiously, his tentacles quivering. Could it be that you dreamt of an enemy more terrifying than Majin Buu? Upon hearing this, the terrifying visage of Super Yixing Long and the destructive negative energy sphere flash through GT Wukong's mind, and that sense of despair and helplessness surges anew. His gaze sharpens, and for a fleeting moment, his aura fluctuates uncontrollably. Merely the release of this slight aura causes Beiji Wang to stiffen abruptly, his corpulent body instinctively retreating a step, his face reflecting extreme astonishment. Wu Wukong, your aura, just now. Beiji Wang stutters in shock. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an ineffable depth and power emanating from Wukong, an aura that was both concentrated and immense, imbued with a sense of weariness and oppression he had never felt from Wukong before. Though it was but a momentary glimpse, it was undeniably distinct from the usual Wukong. This Wukong seems exceptionally formidable. Chapter 2. Baozi Mountain GT Goku immediately gathered his thoughts, scratching his head and displaying that iconic, slightly goofy smile characteristic of Sun Wukong in this era. Haha, it's nothing. Lord Kai, perhaps it was just a rather frightening nightmare. I'm still a bit disoriented. It seems today's training will have to be postponed, as my mind feels rather muddled. He effortlessly adopted the habitual tone and mannerisms of his current identity. The North Kai regarded him with a mix of skepticism and concern, pushing his sunglasses slightly up his nose with his chubby fingers. Really? You seem a bit off, but never mind. The most important thing is that you're unharmed. You should head back and rest properly. If there really is an issue with your health, it could lead to complications. Despite his lingering doubts, his primary concern remained the well-being of his disciple. The recent incident with Goku's heart stopping and then reviving, followed by his peculiar breath, suggested there might indeed be some unknown condition that warranted careful observation and rest. Thank you, Lord Kai. I'll take my leave now. GT Goku smiled, and waved the North Kai before expertly pressing 2 fingers to his forehead. With a whoosh, he activated his instant transmission, vanishing from a North Kai's planet in an instant, leaving the North Kai alone to furrow his brow and mutter to himself, "Strange, very strange." Not only his aura, but even his gaze seems somewhat altered. Is it merely my illusion? Well, I shall inquire further the next time he visits. On Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, a flash of golden light heralded GT Goku's arrival before his quaint little home. The familiar scenery and essence enveloped him. It also invoked a profound sense of nostalgia. Clothes were hung out to dry, and the distant sound of Chi-Chi urging Goten to study filled the air, creating a serene atmosphere brimming with the essence of everyday life. This was the normalcy he had once cherished, but had become increasingly rare amidst his subsequent tumultuous battles. "Daddy, you're back," a youthful voice called out. GT Goku looked down to see a small boy with dark hair rushing out from the house. It was his young son, Goten. At this moment, Goten appeared far younger than the boy he remembered, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan to combat Majin Buu, embodying innocence and purity. Seeing his living son, GT Goku's heart skipped a beat. In his world, Goten had grown up, while he himself had reverted to a childlike form, ultimately departing from everyone he loved. To reunite with his young son now evoked a potent blend of bittersweet longing and warmth within him. He crouched down, enveloping Goten in a tight embrace, his voice thick with emotion. "Goten, I'm back." Little Goten, momentarily bewildered by the embrace, nonetheless returned it joyfully. "Daddy, what's wrong? You finished your training so early today." "Ah, yes, I was a bit tired today, so I returned early." GT Goku released his son, ruffling his hair, a smile of uncontainable excitement spreading across his face. At that moment, Chi-Chi also emerged from the house, her apron tied around her waist. "Goku, why are you back so soon? Did you slack off again?" Gazing at his youthful, vibrant wife, GT Goku was overwhelmed with a flood of emotions. He chuckled softly. "I haven't been slacking off, Chi-Chi. I'm just feeling a bit unwell. Lord KO has advised me to return and rest." "Unwell?" Chi-Chi's expression immediately turned anxious as she hurried over, placing the back of her hand against his forehead. "What do you feel unwell? Is it serious? Honestly, I've told you not to overexert yourself during training. Come inside and lie down. I'll make you some porridge." This long-lost, nagging concern enveloped GT Goku in warmth. He obediently allowed Chi-Chi to lead him indoors, as the coldness and solitude born from the final battle and a prolonged dark drift were rapidly dispelled by the warmth of home. Lying on the familiar bed, GT Goku gazed at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts. Chapter 3: The Quest for Greater Strength. Here lies another world, one from 20 years ago. He clenched his fists, feeling within him a power far greater than what the current era's son Goku should possess. This strength was forged through the trials endured in the GT timeline, battling formidable foes like Baby and the Super One-Star Dragon, and it seemed to accompany his consciousness. Though his body was youthful, his soul and combat instincts belonged to his son Goku, who had faced far more trials. The evil dragon and the negative energy, his gaze sharpened. "Even if I transform into Super Saiyan 4 at full power, I cannot contend with that guy, that malevolent force." Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning, propelling him upright in bed, his expression turning grave. The Dragon Balls. The excessive use of the Dragon Balls is the root of the evil dragon's birth. In this world, the Dragon Balls are still in use. He recalled the origins of the disaster that nearly led to the world's destruction. Now, he had the chance to prevent it. "No, I must find a way to inform everyone of the dangers posed by the Dragon Balls." But then he furrowed his brow. "How can I explain this? Should I say I come from the future? Will they believe me? Moreover, this world seems to differ from the one I originally knew. Subtle distinctions remain. Would directly mentioning the future lead to worse consequences?" A profound sense of responsibility and confusion weighed heavily on his heart. Yet soon, the uncertainty in his eyes was replaced by a resolute gleam. "No matter what, since I have arrived here, I cannot stand idly by and witness the same catastrophe unfold again." He tightened his fists, the Saiyan warrior's fervor surging within him. "First, I must familiarize myself with everything in this era. I cannot reveal any flaws. Then I must grow stronger. Enemies like the Super One-Star Dragon must be confronted with power surpassing even Super Saiyan 4. Finally, I must find a way to prevent the emergence of the evil dragon." His gaze seemed to pierce through the roof, staring toward the distant horizon. Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks, thinking of reuniting with these comrades, especially the opportunity to warn them of impending crises, filled GT Goku's heart with determination. This time, I shall protect everyone and safeguard this world. The battle belonging to GT's son, Wukong, has quietly unfurled a new chapter in this seemingly peaceful era. Little does he know that his arrival has already caused an unexpected deviation in the trajectory of this world's destiny. The North Kai's puzzlement is merely the beginning. In the distance, within the underground gravity chamber of the West City Capsule Corporation, Vegeta, immersed in fervent training, suddenly halts, his brow furrowing as he gazes in the direction of Bowsy Mountain. Kakarot, was that energy just now real or merely an illusion? He shakes his head and resumes his rigorous training. The gears of fate have begun to accelerate. GT Wukong has spent several relatively tranquil days on Bowsy Mountain. He strives to adapt to the rhythm of life in this era, mimicking the behaviors of his past self from this time, accompanying Goten and coping with Chi-Chi's affectionate nagging. Each time he utilizes this young and powerful body, he becomes increasingly convinced that he has brought with him not only memories, but also the realms and deeper understanding forged through arduous battles. Chapter 4. The Gathering. He senses that even maintaining a mere ordinary state, the quality of his energy and control far surpass that of his counterpart in this era. Transforming into a Super Saiyan is an endeavor he dares not undertake lightly, fearing that such overwhelming power would attract unwarranted attention, particularly from that energy-sensitive Saiyan prince. However, beneath the calm surface, currents of unrest stir. A few days later, Bulma calls. "Hello, Wukong. Are you all right?" Bulma's voice is as vibrant as ever, laced with concern. "Lord Kai contacted me earlier and mentioned that you suddenly fainted. Honestly, you should take better care of yourself at your age." GT Wukong picks up the receiver, warmed by Bulma's youthful voice. Bulma, I'm fine, just a bit tired, but I'm all better now." "Really? Don't push yourself too hard," she replies, pausing before her tone shifts to excitement. "By the way, perfect timing. We're having a small gathering at my place this weekend to celebrate Gohan's successful exam and to catch up with everyone we haven't seen in a while. Chi-Chi and Goten will be there, and you absolutely must come. That guy Vegeta has been cooped up in the gravity chamber for too long. He needs to get some fresh air." A gathering? GT Wukong's heart skips a beat. This means he will face all his familiar companions at once. Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and others. This is both an opportunity and a tremendous challenge. He must flawlessly embody the son Wukong of this era, leaving no room for suspicion. Yet, a thought begins to sprout in his mind. Could this also be a chance to subtly guide everyone to contemplate the potential risks of the Dragon Balls without revealing the truth? All right, I will definitely be there. GT Wukong suppresses the turmoil within him and responds cheerfully. Come the weekend, at Bulma's vast courtyard in West City, the sun shines brightly. Umbrellas and long tables are set up on the grass, laden with a variety of delectable dishes. The children, Goten and Trunks, were already frolicking together, playfully chasing one another in the air with their clumsy flight techniques. Krillin, Tien, Kairatsu, and Yamcha arrived in succession, filling the atmosphere with warmth and cheer. Meanwhile, Piccolo stood aloof, arms crossed, beneath the shade of a tree, yet his gaze softened as he observed the merry children. GT Goku, along with Chi-Chi and Goten, made their entrance. Upon seeing these familiar faces, each appeared younger than he remembered, exuding a rare sense of peace and ease following their victory over Bu. A wave of nostalgia washed over GT Goku. Notably, witnessing Krillin and Yamcha, his comrades who had once battled alongside him against the evil dragons and had faced despair, now carefree and joyful, solidified his resolve to alter the future. He endeavored to relax, mimicking the greeting from his memories. "Hey, everyone, long time no see. Oh, Goku, it seems you're really all right, looking quite energetic." Krillin approached with a smile, patting his arm. "I heard you fainted. That's quite rare," Yamcha teased. GT Goku laughed it off, yet his gaze inevitably drifted into the distance. He sensed that the greatest trial was imminent. Chapter 5. Dragon Balls. At that moment, a familiar and formidable energy swiftly approached. Everyone felt it and turned their heads in unison. There stood Vegeta, clad in a standard Saiyan battle attire, his expression stoic as he approached. Clearly, he had been forcibly dragged from the gravity chamber by Bulma, a hint of impatience lingering on his face. His eyes scanned the group before settling on Goku, his brow slightly furrowing in a barely perceptible manner. GT Goku's heart raced. He could feel Vegeta's gaze linger on him for a fraction longer than usual. Kakarot, I hear you were weak enough to pass out?" Vegeta's voice dripped with his signature sarcasm, seemingly unchanged. GT Goku secretly sighed in relief, mimicking the expected response. scratching his head with a chuckle. Huh, it was unexpected. Vegeta huffed dismissively, saying nothing more as he moved to the table to grab a drink. Yet his peripheral vision remained fixated on Goku. The gathering proceeded smoothly, everyone indulging in delicious food and sharing updates, creating a harmonious atmosphere. GT Goku navigated the interactions cautiously, spending most of his time devouring food to minimize conversation, which was quite in line with Goku's character. However, the topic inevitably shifted to the Dragon Balls. Bulma lamented that the jewelry she wished for last time was already out of style, while Krillin chuckled, reminiscing about how the Dragon Balls had healed an elderly man with a broken leg. GT Goku's eating slowed as he sensed an opportunity. He set down the bone in his hand and casually interjected, "Speaking of which, the Dragon Balls are incredibly convenient, seemingly able to grant any wish." He paused, striving to make his tone sound innocently curious. Yet he couldn't help but question, but is it truly all right to keep making wishes like that? Surely there must be a price? The atmosphere shifted slightly, the notion of a price hanging in the air. Bulma blinked, pondering the cost involved. Was it merely a matter of gathering some trouble? Moreover, each time they were used, the Dragon Balls scattered into stone fragments across the globe, only to be utilized again after a year. How fair that seemed. Goku, are you referring to the impact on the natural balance? Piccolo's voice emerged from the shade of the trees, his keen perception detecting the underlying meaning in Goku's words, his green eyes fixated on him. As a former deity, he understood the mechanics of the Dragon Balls better than anyone else. GT Goku felt a spark of realization and responded, "Ah, yes, somewhat along those lines. I can't help but wonder if such a remarkable artifact, capable of granting countless wishes, might inadvertently create something undesirable." He endeavored to articulate his thoughts using somewhat clumsy yet familiar terms. Undesirable? Krillin chuckled. Goku, you're overthinking this. The Dragon Balls are creations of the divine. How could they possibly yield anything negative? Kakarot, Vegeta's voice suddenly cut through the air, drawing everyone's attention. His piercing gaze locked onto Goku. Today you've been quite talkative. And rather strangely so. He set down his cup and approached Goku, closing the distance between them. Since earlier, I've sensed something amiss about you. Your energy, though faint, feels different from before. Vegeta's perception was far sharper than the rest. GT Goku's internal alarm bells rang. Chapter 6, A Contest with Vegeta. Is that so? Perhaps you've misjudged, Vegeta? Haha. GT Goku continued to feign ignorance. Whether it's a mere illusion or not can be determined through a test. A competitive smirk curled at Vegeta's lips. It had been a while since he had engaged in any physical activity. Kakarot, let us have a match. Upon hearing this declaration, those around them were momentarily stunned, then excitement erupted. Wow, are they going to fight? Is Daddy going to battle Uncle Vegeta? Goten and Trunks ceased their play, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wait, Vegeta. Bulma attempted to intervene. However, Vegeta paid her no heed, his focus solely on Goku. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Or perhaps there is something truly wrong, robbing you of your fighting spirit? GT Goku met Vegeta's gaze, aware that this confrontation was inevitable. To refuse would only raise further suspicions. Deep within, the soul of GT Goku, seasoned by countless battles, felt the stirrings of combativeness. His silly grin gradually faded, and his expression turned serious. All right then, let us stretch our limbs a bit. In an instant, both erupted with energy, transforming into streaks of gold and blue, soaring into the sky, away from the city towards a desolate mountain range. Honestly, these two battle maniacs. Bulma stomped her foot in frustration, but immediately retrieved the energy detector and tablet. Wait for me. I want to see too. Others quickly ascended to follow. Even Piccolo levitated, his demeanor grave as he tracked the two figures. They all sensed that this unexpected contest was not to be taken lightly. Above the mountains, GT, Goku, and Vegeta hovered, locked in a tense standoff. Show me what you're really up to, Kakarot. Vegeta let out a low growl, his aura erupting around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The powerful energy gust caused the trees below to sway violently. GT Goku took a deep breath, realizing that relying solely on his current power would likely be insufficient to contend with a serious Vegeta. He needed to draw upon a portion of his experiences and wisdom from the future, yet he had to remain within reasonable bounds. A golden aura ignited around him. His hair turned golden, and his eyes became a striking emerald green. He too had become a Super Saiyan. However, at the moment of transformation, Vegeta's pupils narrowed sharply. Something was amiss. Although both were Super Saiyans, Kakarot's energy was remarkably steady and refined, almost devoid of waste or fluctuation. It exhibited a near-perfect control. This was not the usual Kakarot, who, despite his immense strength, often displayed a wild demeanor. There was indeed something unusual at play. Without further hesitation, Vegeta launched his attack, moving with lightning speed to deliver a punch aimed directly at GT Goku's face. GT Goku sidestepped, his movements fluid and efficient, almost as if he had anticipated Vegeta's next strike, effortlessly deflecting the subsequent elbow attack. The air was filled with the sound of explosive energy and the muted thuds of their clash. The two golden figures collided at a speed too swift for the naked eye to track, separating and re-engaging in rapid succession. On the ground, Bulma, observing through the energy detector, exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible! Their energy levels are nearly equal." However, Goku's energy fluctuations are remarkably stable, resembling a straight line. How is this possible? Krillin and the others watched in wide-eyed disbelief. Goku seems to have become even more formidable. His movements are sharper than before. Piccolo furrowed his brow, his concerns deepening. It's not just his movements. His fighting style carries a level of sophistication and simplicity that one would only acquire after enduring countless life-and-death battles. This is not the Goku we know. In the skies, Vegeta grew increasingly alarmed. Each of Kakarot's blocks, dodges, and counterattacks were executed with terrifying efficiency, as if he could foresee all of Vegeta's offensive intentions. This sensation of pressure and helplessness was something he had only felt when facing foes far beyond his capabilities. "Damn it, who are you really?" Vegeta roared, his power surging once more, his golden aura intensifying. "You are not Kakarot." GT Goku deflected Vegeta's heavy punch, using the momentum to leap back and hover in the air. He understood that he could no longer conceal the truth. Gazing at the shocked and furious Vegeta, as well as at his concerned yet puzzled companions on the ground, he made a decision. Slowly he spoke, his voice calm, yet infused with a depth absent from the current era's Goku. "Vegeta, I truly am Son Goku." However, he paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "I have undergone experiences that you cannot begin to fathom, regarding the Dragon Balls, regarding the future." His words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves in the hearts of all present. The truth was on the verge of being unveiled. GT Goku hovered in the air, his golden aura burning steadily. His emerald eyes scanned every familiar yet youthful face below, finally settling on the astonished Vegeta before him. The atmosphere felt as if it had frozen, with only the sound of the wind howling through the silence. "Vegeta, I am indeed Son Goku." His voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears, imbued with an undeniable certainty, yet laced with an ineffable weight. "However, I'm not the Son Goku, you know, the one who just defeated Buu 2 years ago." Vegeta's brow furrowed even tighter. He refrained from attacking immediately, but his aura surged, maintaining utmost vigilance. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who are you if not him?" Below, Piccolo moved closer, his green visage etched with seriousness. "Goku, clarify your words. You just mentioned the Dragon Balls and the future." GT Goku took a deep breath, knowing he could no longer conceal the truth, at least not entirely. He chose to reveal a portion of the truth, both to gain their trust and to sound the alarm. "I come from a distant future." He spoke slowly, each word resonating with gravity. "A future plagued by unimaginable calamities due to the overuse of the Dragon Balls." "Overuse of the Dragon Balls?" Krillin echoed in confusion. "What kind of disaster could the Dragon Balls bring? Aren't they a wonderful tool for granting wishes?" "Precisely because they're so wonderful, so easily used." GT Goku's tone suddenly grew fervent, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes as if he were witnessing apocalyptic visions. Reviving the dead, curing diseases, recovering lost items, even fulfilling selfish desires, time and again, year after year. Have you ever considered where the immense energy required for these twisted wishes and the powers that reverse life and death originates? What about the tragedies and regrets overshadowed by those wishes? Where do the negative emotions and energies generated from them go? A series of probing questions left everyone momentarily speechless. They had never contemplated this aspect. To them, the Dragon Balls were merely a somewhat troublesome tool, as Bulma had described. Chapter 8. The Super One-Star Dragon. Piccolo's expression shifted to one of grave concern first. As a former deity, he understood better than anyone that the Dragon Balls were not omnipotent and certainly came at a cost. Yet he had never associated that cost with disaster. "Continue," he urged in a low voice. "In my future," GT Goku's voice grew somber, heavy with years of accumulated despair. The vast negative energy eventually gave rise to terrifying monsters, the evil dragons. They are manifestations of the negative energy of the Dragon Balls, each possessing dreadful power corresponding to the 7 Dragon Balls. And the ultimate among them, the Super One-Star Dragon, possesses strength far surpassing any adversary we have ever faced, including Majin Buu. Evil dragons, Super One-Star Dragon. Vegeta mulled over these unfamiliar names, his gaze sharp as a blade. You claim to hail from the future? Where's your proof? Did you arrive in Bulma's time machine? He recalled that Bulma's father had once theorized about the possibility of time travel. No, it is not a time machine. GT Goku shook his head. I was engulfed by the negative energy blast of the Super One-Star Dragon during the final battle, and my consciousness drifted through a void of darkness. Somehow, I ended up in this era and within this body. He gestured towards himself. When I awoke, I found myself on King Kai's planet. Consciousness crossing over, Bulma displayed a look of astonishment. This is theoretically even more challenging to achieve than time travel. It necessitates unimaginable energy and precise coordinates. You claim you fought until the very end? Vegeta was more intrigued by the battle aspect. How formidable was that Super One-Star Dragon? GT Goku turned to Vegeta, his gaze incredibly serious. So powerful that even in my fully unleashed Super Saiyan 4 form, and with your assistance, we had almost no chance of victory. That sense of despair is still vivid in my memory. Super Saiyan 4? Another unfamiliar term. Moreover, he claims that even joining forces with Kakarot leaves them with almost no chance. Vegeta's pupils constricted again, his face a canvas of shock infused with a hint of uncontrollable excitement and battle spirit. A foe far exceeding you. What about your current state? Vegeta pressed. Now that you possess that memory and experience, what is your power level? GT Goku clenched his fist, his golden aura flickering slightly. This body is still quite young and cannot fully harness the strength of my peak form. However, my realm, my battle instinct, and my mastery over Ki are all derived from that desperate war. So, Vegeta, he looked at the prince before him, the difference you sense is indeed real. I am not the opponent you once knew. I have faced more profound battles and emerged stronger. He gazed at everyone again, his tone earnest. I share this with you not to incite panic, but to issue a warning. The Dragon Balls in this world are still being frequently utilized, and negative energy continues to accumulate. If we wish to avoid repeating the fate of my future, we must remain vigilant. We must contemplate the manner in which we employ the Dragon Balls. A hush fell over the gathering. The enormity of the information was too overwhelming, leaving everyone with the need for time to process it. A Goku from the future? A calamity born from the Dragon Balls? The malevolent dragon? An enemy surpassing Buu? The Super One-Star Dragon? Super Saiyan 4? All of this sounded like utter fantasy, yet the aura of this Goku before them, the unsettling yet formidable power, and the weariness and pain that occasionally flickered in his gaze made it difficult for them to dismiss his words easily. Wait, Liu Ping suddenly interjected, pointing at GT Goku. You say you're Goku from the future, but what about our Goku in this era? Where has his consciousness gone? This was the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. The Goku before them possessed a future consciousness, but what had become of the original Goku? Chapter 9. Replacement? GT Goku's expression darkened momentarily, and he shook his head. I do not know. When I awoke, I was in this body. I cannot sense the presence of another consciousness. Perhaps my arrival has replaced him, or maybe his consciousness has dissipated for some reason, or perhaps we have merged. I am uncertain. The answer to this question is much like a thorn in his heart. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Particularly, Chi-Chi's complexion turned pale in an instant, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at her husband suspended in the air. Replace? Replace? Krillin's voice quivered slightly. Silence. Vegeta abruptly interjected with a fierce tone, his gaze becoming terrifyingly intense, filled with fury and a sense of violated rage. I do not care where you hail from. Kakarot's body is not something you can freely occupy. Return him. Otherwise, I shall personally expel you. The golden aura erupted once more with fervent intensity. Vegeta was evidently enraged. To him, Kakarot could only be defeated by himself, and this body could solely be governed by Kakarot. The presence of a consciousness from the future occupying the body of his recognized rival and comrade was utterly intolerable. Vegeta, calm down. Piccolo intervened. But his gaze towards GT Goku was equally filled with scrutiny and vigilance. If the original Goku's consciousness had indeed been replaced or dissipated, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. GT Goku felt a pang in his heart as he observed the rising suspicion, fear, and hostility in the eyes of his companions below. He understood that this was an inevitable reaction. I cannot prove where the original me has gone. He faced Vegeta's wrath with tranquility, his voice steady yet sincere, but I swear by the honor of the Saiyans that I harbor no malice. My greatest desire in this era is to avert that catastrophe and protect everyone. I shall cherish this body, this life, and wield it to fight until the very last moment. Perhaps this is what the original me desired as well. Who would listen to your flowery words? Vegeta roared, gathering brilliant golden light in his palm, the ultimate flash. He did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate technique, a colossal beam of energy, imbued with a sense of destruction, hurtled toward GT Goku. Stop, Vegeta! Bulma screamed in alarm. GT Goku's expression hardened. He realized that he could no longer hold back and must demonstrate sufficient power and sincerity. As the ultimate flash surged toward him, he chose not to confront it head-on, but instead traced a circular trajectory with both hands before his chest, instantly condensing a vibrant blue light. Kamehameha! Boom! The immense blue Kamehameha roared forth, precisely colliding with the golden ultimate flash. The two forces, capable of annihilating the world, clashed violently in the air, erupting in blinding light and deafening thunder. A powerful shockwave instantly spread, nearly toppling everyone on the ground. The energies were locked in a stalemate. Yet, all could see that the Kamehameha unleashed by GT Goku possessed a level of energy refinement and stability that far surpassed Vegeta's ultimate flash. He appeared to wield it with effortless grace. Damn it! Vegeta felt the unfathomable strength and control emanating from his opponent. His pride and rage ignited to an apex, driving him to frantically amplify his energy output. Chapter 10. The Malevolent Aura. GT Goku gazed at the exhausted Vegeta, then at their anxious companions below, and sighed deeply. With a sudden surge of energy, he unleashed a tremendous force. Boom! The Azure Kamehameha instantly overwhelmed the golden ultimate flash, racing toward Vegeta with an insatiable hunger. Yet at the last moment, GT Goku raised his hands sharply, allowing the colossal blue energy wave to graze Vegeta's body and shoot off into the distant sky, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the universe. He had shown mercy. Vegeta stood frozen in place, panting heavily, his face a canvas of shock, fury, and a tinge of defeat. He had lost utterly, to the extent that his opponent had the strength to redirect the attack without causing him harm. GT Goku dissipated the energy, reverting to his ordinary state as he gently descended to the ground. He looked at the astonished crowd, his gaze finally resting on the pale faces of Chi-Chi and the bewildered Goten. I'm sorry for frightening you. He spoke with genuine regret and sincerity. I am still Son Goku, still Chi-Chi's husband, Goten and Gohan's father, and I remain your friend. I bear memories of a grim future. Yet my resolve to protect you has never wavered. Please, trust me once more to avert that dreadful destiny. He extended his hand, where a soft glow began to coalesce, revealing a menacing dragon-shaped silhouette that exuded a chilling aura of malevolence. This was a trace of the evil dragon he had conjured through his formidable memories and mental fortitude. Although faint, the pure essence of evil, cold and despairing, sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, particularly the perceptive Piccolo and Vegeta, whose expressions morphed dramatically. It was a sensation they had never encountered before, a deep-seated revulsion and fear emanating from the very core of their souls. This aura served as irrefutable evidence. GT Goku observed the drastic changes in their expressions and spoke solemnly. This is the essence of the evil dragon. Do you wish for it to manifest in this world? The truth, coupled with the corroboration of that sinister aura, plunged everyone into a profound silence and turmoil. Trust or rejection? Hope or despair? The shadow of the future had already cast its pall over the present. The glowing sphere enveloping the dragon-shaped shadow radiated pure evil and despair, akin to a frigid black hole, devouring all warmth and hope in its vicinity. The chilling presence bore an utter malevolence towards life, leaving every individual present with a tingling scalp and a shiver down their spine. What a terrifying aura is this? Krillin's voice trembled as he instinctively took a step back. Even in the face of Cell or Bu, he had never encountered such unadulterated evil, seemingly existing solely for destruction. Piccolo's expression darkened considerably, his green skin appearing even more somber. As a Namekian, he was particularly attuned to this energy, one that, while originating from the Dragon Balls, was its absolute antithesis, twisted and corrupted to the extreme. It was as if it represented the absolute opposite of light. He struggled to speak, affirming the veracity of GT Goku's words. Vegeta clenched his jaw, the veins on his forehead bulging. He loathed this ominous aura, and even more so the future it represented, along with the possibility of a defeated version of himself within that future. Yet, the pride of the Saiyan prince compelled him to confront the undeniable truth before him. The future being who inhabited Kakarot's body possessed a power and evidence far beyond his comprehension. He dissipated the energy surrounding him, but his gaze remained sharp as that of a hawk, fixed intently on GT Goku, though now tinged with a heavier contemplation amidst his fury. Chapter 11. Enhanced Training. The most impacted was Chi-Chi. She gazed at the disquieting shadow in the sky, then turned her attention to her husband on the ground, whose sincere yet pained expression betrayed his pallor and slight trembling. As a mother and a wife, her primary concern had never been the strength of power, but rather the safety of her family. This malevolent presence invoked an instinctive fear within her, and the potential calamities of the future sent a chill down her spine. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately, she could only weakly embrace her startled son, Goten. Bulma took a deep breath, and, as a scientist, she forced herself to remain calm and analyze the situation. If this truly was the consequence of excessive Dragon Ball usage, then we must indeed reassess our employment of the Dragon Balls. This is perilous. She looked towards GT Goku, questioning you. You just said that you and Vegeta together could not defeat that final monster? GT Goku nodded solemnly, dissipating the sinister dragon's illusion in his hands, allowing the suffocating aura to gradually fade. He turned to Bulma and the others, stating, the power of the Super One-Star Dragon cannot be measured by conventional standards. In that battle, we lost so much. Hope was nearly extinguished. His voice bore the weight of profound fatigue. Silence enveloped the scene once more, but this time, it was imbued with a sense of conviction and heavy contemplation. Doubts still lingered, particularly regarding the essence of consciousness itself. Yet GT Goku's displayed strength and the ironclad evidence of malevolence compelled them to confront the imminent warning of the evil dragon. Thus, Piccolo broke the silence, descending before GT Goku, his gaze piercing. Your purpose is to warn us and attempt to alter this future? Indeed, GT Goku replied resolutely. I must prevent the birth of the evil dragon. This necessitates everyone's understanding and assistance. First and foremost, we must significantly reduce, if not temporarily halt, the use of the Dragon Balls to prevent the accumulation of negative energy. Cease using the Dragon Balls? Lepin frowned. However, in many instances, the Dragon Balls are the only hope for salvation. I understand this is challenging. GT Goku nodded in comprehension. Thus, it is not an absolute prohibition, but rather a call for a more cautious evaluation of a necessity for each use. For trivial wishes, we must desist. We need to establish regulations. Regulations? Vegeta snorted, though his tone lacked the earlier hostility, now more contemplative. Pray, elaborate. For instance, GT Goku has evidently contemplated this matter, limiting resurrection solely to warriors who have perished for non-natural reasons, particularly those who sacrifice themselves in the defense of Earth, or to heal catastrophic injuries that modern medicine cannot remedy. Desires such as locating lost items or acquiring wealth must be utterly prohibited. He cast a glance at Bulma, who shyly turned her head away. This proposition received a slight nod of approval from Piccolo. Krillin and Lepin also fell into deep thought, realizing that this indeed served a long-term purpose. Furthermore, GT Goku continued, his gaze sweeping over Vegeta and Piccolo. We must grow stronger. The malevolence of the evil dragons is unfathomable. Even for mere precaution, we must possess the strength to confront the worst possible scenarios. I need to train and become stronger than I was in the future. I also require your assistance, Vegeta, Piccolo. Vegeta crossed his arms, a hint of challenge curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph. No need for you to say that. Knowing such adversaries exist, how could I possibly remain stagnant? Kakarot. Regardless of which Kakarot you are, I will surpass you. Then I shall personally defeat that so-called Super One-Star Dragon. His fighting spirit was ignited completely. Chapter 12. This time, the future shall not be altered. Piccolo also nodded. Protecting the Earth is my responsibility. If a threat indeed exists, enhancing our training is imperative. Observing that the two most crucial warriors had accepted the current situation and its challenges, GT Goku felt a slight relief in his heart. He understood that the most significant hurdle had temporarily passed. He then turned to Chi-Chi, his gaze filled with guilt and tenderness. Chi-Chi, I am sorry. I know this is difficult to accept, but I assure you, I will protect you and the children, safeguard our home with this life. I remain your Goku. Chi-Chi looked into his eyes, which held the clarity and sincerity she knew so well, yet bore an inexplicable weight and weariness. She remained silent for a long while, and ultimately, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she nodded. Her voice choked. I do not know what to do, but if what you say is true, if you can prevent such terrifying event from occurring, I believe you. As a mother, the instinct to protect her children and home ultimately overpowered her inner turmoil and fear. Little Goten, though not fully grasping the situation, sensed the heavy atmosphere and ran over to hug GT Goku's leg. Dad is still dad. GT Goku felt warmth in his heart as he bent down to embrace his son. In that moment, he felt his bond with this era deepen further. All right. Bulma clapped her hands, attempting to lighten the mood. Since things are somewhat clarified for now, let's proceed this way. The future can be discussed in due time. The current focus is that the gathering has not yet concluded. Moreover, it seems we need to convene a more serious Dragon Ball management meeting. Her words eased the tension in the atmosphere somewhat. Although doubts and unease lingered in their hearts, everyone began to slowly descend back to the ground. The feast remained, yet everyone's spirits had shifted from before. GT Goku understood that this was merely the first step. Upon establishing preliminary trust, a myriad of challenges still looms ahead. How to genuinely become stronger, how to monitor negative energy, and the most pressing question of all, where has the original Sun Wukong of this era vanished to? He harbored an inkling that this inquiry might indeed hold the key. Yet at the very least, the seeds of hope have been sown. He gazed upward at the sky, as if he could perceive the shadows accumulating beneath the facade of tranquility. This time he vowed, the future must not repeat itself. He silently reaffirmed his oath within. Meanwhile, in the distance, the North Kai was frantically attempting to reach out to higher beings, the Kaioshin. The anomalies surrounding Wukong and the foreboding prophecy regarding the Dragon Balls made him feel that the situation might be far beyond his control. The gears of fate, after a brief pause, were now spinning at an accelerated pace towards an unknown destination. The atmosphere of the gathering could never fully revert to its previous ease. Although everyone had returned to the dining table, with the same sumptuous food spread before them, it felt as though an immense weight pressed upon each heart. The conversations dwindled, replaced by an overwhelming silence and contemplative chewing. GT Wukong quietly consumed his meal, acutely aware of the curious, scrutinizing, and even fearful glances cast in his direction. He comprehended it all, enduring in silence. Vegeta refrained from provocation, yet he did not engage in idle chatter either. With his arms crossed, he leaned against a great tree, eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, evidently absorbed in his own thoughts and the fervent desire to grow stronger. Occasionally, he would open his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over Wukong, a complex mixture of resentment, combativeness, and an indescribable curiosity flickering within. Chapter 13, Super Saiyan 4. Piccolo directly approached and sat beside Wukong. We require more information, he stated bluntly, his voice low to avoid alarming the children. Regarding the evil dragons, do you know their respective abilities? Order of their appearance? Are there any weaknesses? As the most composed strategist, Piccolo had already begun contemplating countermeasures. Wukong set down his food and responded earnestly. Their powers and characteristics are intrinsically linked to their corresponding Dragon Balls and the type of accumulated negative energy. For instance, the 4-star dragon is associated with my grandfather's legacy. He was relatively rational and even aided us at one point. However, most of them are exceedingly malevolent and powerful. I am not entirely certain about the order of their emergence, but the 1-star dragon, the ultimate super 1-star dragon, is undoubtedly the strongest. As for weaknesses, he added with a wry smile, at least in my time, we could not identify any apparent vulnerabilities. We could only rely on sheer strength to combat them. Piccolo's expression grew more somber. No weaknesses? That complicates matters. You mentioned Super Saiyan 4. What form is that? How can one attain it? That is a transformation that transcends Super Saiyan 3. Wukong elucidated, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Vegeta achieved it by utilizing the Blutz wave to reawaken the power of the Saiyan Great Ape, compressing and controlling it while retaining his sanity. This requires an immense amount of energy and extraordinary control. He refrained from elaborating further. Transcending Super Saiyan 3, Piccolo pondered deeply. He understood the immense toll that the Super Saiyan 3 transformation exacted on the body, and the prospect of an even more advanced form, with its unimaginable power and physical demands, was daunting. He gazed at Goku, recognizing that the experiences carried by this consciousness might hold the key to the future survival of their world. Meanwhile, Bulma was quietly discussing with Krillin and Liu Ping, captivated by the notion of consciousness traversing realms, an inconceivable phenomenon. Rubbing her temples, Bulma contemplated the theoretical need for unfathomable energy coordinates and soul stability. Could it be that the negative energy sphere of the Super One-Star Dragon, due to its excessively high energy levels, combined with Goku being in a critical state at that moment, inadvertently opened a portal? More pressing was Krillin's anxious whisper. What had become of the original Goku? If the future consciousness could arrive, would the original consciousness be pushed out? He hesitated, glancing at Chi-Chi, who was tenderly comforting Goten, Lupin Sigid, stating that it was futile to dwell on such matters at present. What mattered was that the current Goku genuinely seemed inclined to assist them, and the warning he brought felt all too real. The aura he exuded sent a chill down his spine. It was terrifying. Bulma nodded, her gaze firming. Indeed, the immediate task is to unravel the mystery of the Dragon Balls. I will swiftly analyze the energy data of the Dragon Balls to ascertain whether there is any accumulation of negative energy. If such a phenomenon exists, we must find a way to address it. The gathering concluded hastily, with each participant burdened by unspoken thoughts, their farewells lacking the usual levity. Goku, preparing to instantaneously return home with Chi-Chi and Goten, cast a glance at Vegeta and Piccolo. Regarding their training, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, interrupting, "Tomorrow morning, the usual place. Don't be late, Kakarot." With that, he snorted disdainfully and launched himself into the air, clearly heading towards the gravity chamber. Piccolo also nodded to Goku. "I will seek ways to grow stronger. Let's keep in touch." He then vanished like a streak of light. Goku felt a sense of certainty. With these two companions by his side, hope blossomed even further. He turned to Bulma. "I entrust the matter of the Dragon Balls to you. It's in your capable hands." Bulma made an okay gesture, though her expression remained serious. Chapter 14, The Power Within. With the activation of instant transmission, Goku's family returned to Mount Payos. That night, after settling Goten, Chi-Chi sat alone in the living room, her demeanor still somewhat dazed. Goku approached and sat beside her. "Chi-Chi, please don't speak," she gently interrupted, not meeting his gaze but staring at her hands. "I need time to adjust. I know you are still you, yet it feels as though you are not entirely the same." Goku felt a pang in his heart as he softly grasped her hand. "I understand. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes." Chi-Chi's body trembled slightly, yet she did not pull away. This night, for many, was destined to be sleepless. At the break of dawn the following day, Wukong appeared punctually in the familiar expanse, their usual training ground. Vegeta had long awaited his arrival, exuding an imposing aura. "Too slow, Kakarot." Vegeta barked impatiently. "Apologies." Chi-Chi prepared an abundance of breakfast. Wukong replied with a sheepish grin, his demeanor reminiscent of his usual naivety, yet the steadiness in his gaze betrayed deeper resolve. Without further ado, the battle erupted. The two figures clashed once more, the sound of their energy reverberating ceaselessly. This time, Vegeta unleashed his full might, transforming yesterday's humiliation and shock into raw power, striving to extract Wukong's utmost potential. Wukong, however, maintained his composure, no longer concealing his strength entirely. Instead, he utilized his exceptional battle experience and mastery over energy, controlling his power to slightly surpass Vegeta, yet avoiding an overwhelming advantage, guiding the confrontation to resemble a high-level sparring session and a profound lesson. With each strike, Vegeta's astonishment grew alongside his excitement. He could distinctly perceive that with every clash and energy exchange, he was learning from Wukong's efficient and precise movements. This intangible tutelage ignited a fire within him, yet he could not deny the benefits it bestowed. Unbeknownst to him, his combat style was evolving into something more refined. In the distance, Piccolo hovered silently, intently observing the duel, particularly scrutinizing every detail of Wukong's technique. He too was analyzing and learning, striving to grasp the combat realm that transcended time. Meanwhile, in West City, Bulma had spent the night without rest, delving into the vast repository left by her father, while simultaneously mobilizing global energy monitoring satellites, seeking traces of the Dragon Ball's negative energy from both micro and macro perspectives. She had also contacted the Supreme Kai, requesting assistance in sensing the real-time status of the Earth's Dragon Balls. On King Kai's planet, North Kai was in a state of frantic perspiration, desperately attempting to establish contact with the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, Supreme Kai, please respond. There's a grave matter at hand, concerning the Dragon Balls, concerning Sun Wukong. This is serious. He had an ominous premonition that the news Wukong brought might pertain to cosmic laws far grander than those governing Earth, or even the Milky Way. The wheels of fate were not only accelerating on Earth, but were also extending their influence into the divine realm. While Wukong battled Vegeta, he absorbed the essence of this era, the vigor of youth, the thrill of clashing with a formidable opponent, the resolve to protect his family, and the hope of altering the future, all intertwined within him. He could feel the dormant power within, belonging to the Super Saiyan 4 and perhaps even higher realms, slowly awakening and adapting within his youthful form. Not enough, he silently vowed. He must grow stronger and swiftly. His gaze sharpened with newfound intensity, and his offensive surged, compelling Vegeta to respond with all his fury. A new storm was brewing amidst the clash of their training. Deeper mysteries and challenges await their unraveling. Chapter 15. The continuation of sparring. Above the desolate plains, golden auras clashed violently, the thunderous sounds echoing like relentless thunder. Vegeta's onslaught resembled a tempest, each strike infused with the pride and defiance of the Saiyan Prince, striving to tear apart his opponent's defenses. In contrast, Goku stood as a steadfast rock amidst the turbulent currents, executing movements that were both succinct and efficient, invariably neutralizing the fiercest attacks with minimal effort. His battle instincts, honed through ultimate conflicts, were on full display. Damn it, your movements! Vegeta, in a swift motion, circled behind Goku and unleashed a powerful punch, only to be met with Goku's elbow strike, deftly deflecting the blow as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. The force dissipated, shattering a distant rock formation to smithereens. So skilled, it's as if you can foresee the future. Goku, leveraging the momentum, executed a sweeping kick aimed at Vegeta's waist, compelling the latter to retreat hastily. It's not foresight, Vegeta, he replied calmly, his gaze sharply attuned to every subtle fluctuation of Vegeta's energy and muscle contractions. It's experience. I have endured far more brutal battles than you can imagine. I have encountered variations of your every move, even more complex ones. His words pierced Vegeta's pride like a thorn, for he was not merely battling Kakarot. He was confronting an ancient entity possessing Kakarot's physique and decades of combat experience far beyond his own. This sense of helplessness ignited a fury within him, almost driving him to madness. Don't get too cocky, Vegeta roared, his aura surging once more, the golden radiance blinding. He forcibly elevated his power to a new threshold. Even if you possess great experience, this body has its limits. Full power of Super Saiyan 2. Let us see how you withstand this might. Speed and strength surged dramatically. Vegeta's form transformed into a golden flash, his attack frequency and potency exponentially increasing. Goku's expression sharpened, finally feeling the weight of pressure. Just as Vegeta had asserted, this body had not undergone the rigorous refinement of subsequent years. Its foundational strength and energy reserves indeed had a ceiling. Relying solely on the state and techniques of Super Saiyan 1 was becoming increasingly constraining. Bang! A heavy fist broke through Goku's defenses, striking his cheek with force, sending him hurtling and carving a deep trench into the ground. Oof! It seems you are not invincible after all, Vegeta panted, a savage grin emerging on his face, the recent strike rekindling a flicker of confidence within him. In the distance, Piccolo furrowed his brow. He discerned that Goku had not been unable to evade. Rather, he was testing the limits of his body's endurance. Amidst the rising dust, Goku gradually rose, wiping the corner of his mouth. There was no blood, only a few bruises that were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Well, this body, though youthful, has remarkable recovery capabilities, he mused to himself, as if the one who had just taken a beating was not he. However, you're correct, Vegeta. Relying solely on my current strength does feel somewhat inadequate. He cracked his neck with a soft pop. Then, let us engage with a bit more seriousness. A distinctly different aura began to slowly rise from within him. No longer was it the frenzied and blazing golden flame of a Super Saiyan, but rather a more restrained and profound presence, as if it harbored an infinite explosive power, serene in its nature. His hair remained golden, yet its form appeared to have become more rigid and sharp, the tips faintly shimmering with a deeper hue of gold. Surrounding him was no longer a jetting flame, but rather a crackling flow of energy akin to static electricity, clinging closely to his body. In his emerald eyes, the pupils seemed to transform into deeper vertical slits. Chapter 16, Unilateral Domination. A Super Saiyan 2? No, it felt entirely different. A profound tremor coursed through Piccolo's mind. This was not merely an elevation of form. It was a qualitative transformation. Vegeta's smile froze upon his face. He could not perceive a significant increase in his opponent's power, yet he could distinctly sense a chilling aura of danger. It felt akin to facing a star compressed to its utmost, on the brink of explosion. What form is this? Vegeta exclaimed, bewildered. He had never witnessed such a transformation. This is an optimization I achieved based on the full power of Super Saiyan. Combined with my subsequent understanding, Goku stated calmly. This was neither Super Saiyan 3 nor 4, but rather an extreme optimization and compression of the earlier stages of Super Saiyan 2, maximizing the potential of his current body while minimizing energy expenditure. His combat prowess far surpassed that of a typical Super Saiyan at full power, even brushing against the threshold of Super Saiyan 2, yet traversing a more efficient and energy-conserving pathway. Stop with your tricks. Vegeta, though shaken, could not allow his pride to falter. He roared once more and charged forward, unleashing the full might of Super Saiyan 2 without reservation. However, this time, Goku merely raised his hand, fingers splayed wide. Boom! Vegeta's determined punch was effortlessly caught in Goku's palm. The violent shockwave from their clash radiated outward, tousling Goku's hair and the edges of his clothing, yet he remained steadfast. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at his fist, which had been so easily captured. Energy is not wielded in this manner, Vegeta. Goku's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. You are too dispersed, too focused on superficial bursts. Watch closely. With a slight tremor of the hand that grasped Vegeta's fist, an exquisitely condensed shockwave was instantly transmitted. Ugh! Vegeta felt an overwhelming soreness and tingling in his entire arm. As if pierced by countless fine needles, the amassed energy effortlessly dissipating from this single strike. He grunted softly, staggering backward. Before he could regain his footing, Goku's figure approached him like a specter, his movements appearing unhurried, yet perfectly timed to exploit every moment of Vegeta's disarray and unsteady balance. Smack! A casual chop landed on the vulnerable point of Vegeta's arm, breaking through his defenses. Thud! A precise knee strike struck his abdomen, leaving him breathless in an instant. Immediately following what appeared to be a gentle turn and elbow strike, an explosive force struck Vegeta's chest with tremendous impact. Bang! Vegeta was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, nearly retching from the surge of bile as the tumult of blood and energy within him threatened to erupt. He was utterly overwhelmed. It was not merely a matter of strength. Rather, it was the mastery of technique, the utilization of energy, and the grasp of combat opportunities that left him utterly crushed. His opponent resembled a master craftsman, wielding the same materials, yet forging a weapon of far greater potency than his own. But how infuriating! Vegeta forcibly steadied himself in midair, as humiliation and rage threatened to engulf his reason. He clasped his hands together with fervor, an unprecedented surge of energy beginning to coalesce wildly, invoking a transformation in the very fabric of nature itself, as dark clouds gathered and lightning flickered within his palms. At last, the brilliance erupted. He drained every ounce of his strength, unleashing the most powerful strike he had ever executed. A colossal golden beam of light obliterated everything in its path, hurtling towards Goku. This strike even surpassed the might he had wielded during his battle against Majin Buu. Chapter 17, Vegeta's Request. Confronted with this world-shattering blow, Goku's gaze remained unperturbed. Rather than retaliate, he slowly raised his right index finger, a point of exquisite brilliance, compressed to an indescribable blue radiance, coalesced at his fingertip. That light, though minuscule in comparison to the vast golden beam, akin to a firefly against the full moon, emanated an energy density that made Piccolo, watching from afar, feel a tingling sensation upon his scalp. Dodge, Vegeta, Goku remarked calmly, before gently prodding forward with his fingertip. Whoosh! A thread-thin, yet blindingly radiant blue beam shot forth from his fingertip in an instant. It was not a ki blast, but rather a highly concentrated energy ray, possessing formidable penetrating power. Sizzle! That slender blue ray effortlessly pierced through the immense golden beam, as if it were mere butter. The internal structure of the energy column was instantaneously compromised, becoming exceedingly unstable, and erupted in a series of violent explosions, yet could not halt the trajectory of that fatal blue thread in the slightest. The blue ray maintained its velocity, aiming directly for Vegeta's forehead, in the depths of Vegeta's pupils. Only that ever-expanding point of deathly blue remained, his entire being turned cold, leaving him utterly incapable of evading. His very thoughts froze in place. In the final fraction of a second, the blue ray slightly veered, grazing Vegeta's temple and severing a few strands of hair, before soaring into the distant sky, vanishing from sight. Boom! The pierced golden beam finally spiraled into chaos, triggering a cataclysmic explosion in midair as torrents of golden energy surged and writhed uncontrollably. The brilliance of the explosion illuminated Vegeta's dazed, pale visage. He stood frozen in place, cold sweat soaking through his battlesuit. In that fleeting moment, he had truly sensed the breath of death, so vividly, so intimately. Goku dissipated the light from his fingertip and the aura surrounding him, returning to a state of normalcy as he gently descended to the ground. He said nothing, merely gazing at Vegeta. As the echoes of the explosion gradually subsided, only the whispers of the wind and the labored breaths of Vegeta remained on the desolate plain. Piccolo descended from the distance, standing beside Goku, his gaze fixed upon the disoriented Vegeta, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He had witnessed it clearly. It was not merely a disparity in power levels, but a chasm in technique and understanding akin to different dimensions. After a long moment, Vegeta slowly lifted his head, his expression a complex tapestry of anger, humiliation, shock, disbelief, and a hint of bewilderment. What was that technique? His voice was hoarse. It is merely an application of ki. Goku replied calmly, condensing his power into a singular point, pursuing ultimate penetration and efficiency rather than widespread destruction. This method proved more effective against larger or heavily defended opponents, while also conserving energy. Vegeta fell silent. For the first time, he recognized the vast gulf that separated him from his Kakarot before him. It was not solely a matter of strength. It was a distinction in the path toward higher realms. The proud Saiyan prince experienced for the first time in the battlefield a flicker of self-doubt and an unprecedented thirst for knowledge. He fixed his gaze upon Goku, almost forcing out the words, "Teach me." Those two words, uttered from the proud Saiyan prince Vegeta, landed like a heavy stone upon the silent wasteland. The air seemed to thicken, leaving only his labored and reluctant breaths. Coupled with eyes that fixated on Goku, a mixture of humiliation and fervent desire swirling within them. Piccolo stood to the side, his green visage betraying no emotion. Yet the slight constriction of his pupils revealed the tumult within. He had never imagined that Vegeta, who always held his head high and viewed Kakarot as his sole rival and target, would utter such words. Goku regarded Vegeta. The facade of easygoingness and foolishness long vanished, replaced by a profound calm and understanding. He discerned in Vegeta's eyes, beyond the agony of shattered pride, a more fundamental essence, a pure yearning for strength and an aspiration for higher realms. This desire transcended personal dignity. After a moment of silence, Goku slowly nodded. Very well. There was no mockery, no arrogance, only a simple affirmation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He stepped forward, approaching Vegeta, who remained tense, still in a defensive posture, his eyes wary, as if fearing yet another humiliation. Relax, Vegeta. Goku's voice was calm. If you remain rigid in your defenses, you will be unable to sense the flow and change of ki. He extended his finger, once again gathering a faint blue glow at its tip, but this time devoid of aggression, merely a gentle orb of light dancing at his fingertip. First, forget about form, Goku began to explain, his tone that of a patient mentor. Super Saiyan forms 1, 2, and even 3 are merely different stages of power manifestation. They are results, not the essence. Pursuing form excessively may lead one to overlook the essence of energy. The luminous sphere at his fingertips began to transform, its colors subtly oscillating between gold and blue, its shape alternating between stability and agitation. Observe, this is the steady flow of energy in its ordinary state. In the Super Saiyan state, the energy is forcibly ignited, activated yet slightly frenzied. Just moments ago, I employed a technique where the luminous sphere abruptly contracted, becoming minuscule, yet emanating a palpable density that quickened the heart. This technique restrains and compresses the activated energy with a stronger will and mental fortitude, returning to or even surpassing the stability and efficiency of its ordinary state, while still retaining its formidable vitality. Vegeta fixated intently on that point of light, his perception fully engaged, striving to comprehend the distinctly different sensation of energy. Piccolo also observed with concentration, silently committing the experience to memory. This demanded immense mental focus and unparalleled mastery over one's own aura. Goku continued, stating that energy should not be driven by anger, but commanded by will. Every particle of energy should be under your precise control, not allowed to erupt chaotically and wastefully. He dissipated the luminous sphere. Attempt to feel the energy within you. Do not think of transforming, nor of augmenting your power. Merely sense their existence, their flow, as naturally as you would perceive your own blood circulation and breath. Vegeta closed his eyes, attempting to comply with Goku's guidance. Yet, accustomed to explosive surges of power from the past, he found it awkward and challenging to suddenly still his mind and perceive the subtle currents of energy. His brow furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as the golden aura surrounding him flickered erratically, almost failing to maintain the Super Saiyan 2 state. TSK. He clicked his tongue in irritation, feeling like a novice. There is no rush. Goku's voice resonated once more. This requires practice. You can begin by maintaining the most minimal Super Saiyan state, attempting to finally control a specific part of your energy, such as a single finger. Goku demonstratively raised his right index finger, the tip radiating the golden aura of a Super Saiyan, yet that aura flickered gently like a candle flame. Without a hint of waste, attempt to temporarily disregard the energy throughout your entire body, focusing solely on making the energy at your fingertips shift in form according to your will, even if it is merely to brighten or dim slightly. Following Goku's instruction, Vegeta lifted his hand, watching as his fingertip vibrated violently, the unruly energy resistant to his command, akin to a wild stallion. Chapter 19. The sudden emergence of malevolent energy. Beside him, Piccolo silently raised his hand, green energy coalescing at his fingertip. Initially, that energy also exhibited fluctuations, but soon, under the influence of the Namekian's innate formidable mental prowess and his more composed demeanor, it gradually stabilized, albeit far less refined than Goku's, beginning to take shape. Vegeta caught sight of Piccolo's progress, his expression darkening further, his pride once again wounded, causing his own aura to become increasingly chaotic. Vegeta, Goku's voice turned serious. Your pride is presently your greatest obstacle. Set aside, on the path to power, acknowledging one's shortcomings and embracing learning is not a source of shame. Rather, it is the obstinacy of clinging to one's own views and remaining stagnant, that is. This notion struck Vegeta like a cold splash of water, jolting him into awareness. He inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the calm Goku and then at the silently training Piccolo. With a firm clench of his jaw, he forced himself to suppress all irritation and resentment, redirecting his entire focus onto the feeble yet fervent energy at his fingertips. As time progressed, the scene in the wasteland grew increasingly peculiar. A future Goku was guiding the Vegeta and Piccolo of this era through energy control training that far surpassed their current understanding. Vegeta faced countless failures, his energy spiraling out of control multiple times, nearly injuring himself in the process. Yet, each time, he wore a grim expression and silently began anew. His stubborn pride transformed into an unwavering determination to persist until his goals were achieved. Gradually, the restless golden glow at his fingertips began to show signs of stability. Although still far from Goku's mastery, it was no longer entirely chaotic. Piccolo, on the other hand, exhibited even swifter progress, with his green energy beginning to take shape and even attempting slight compression. Goku observed them, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. He understood that this was merely the first step, albeit a critically important one. Only by learning to harness their existing power more efficiently could they lay the most solid foundation for future endeavors. Whether it be attaining Super Saiyan 3 or Super Saiyan 4. Just as their training reached a promising stage, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo simultaneously lifted their heads, gazing towards the direction of West City. A potent and malevolent energy erupted suddenly. While not the most formidable, the essence and nature of this energy were unmistakable. It's a mix of chaos and desire, Piccolo remarked, his expression shifting slightly. It resembles that wicked energy you simulated yesterday, but in a weaker form. Vegeta interjected, his gaze sharpening instantly. Goku's heart sank. Negative energy. Something is being birthed so swiftly. Or has my arrival accelerated the disruption of some balance? Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Piccolo, stay here and continue training. Protect everyone as well. Vegeta, we're leaving." Goku made his decision in an instant. I don't need your orders." Vegeta retorted defiantly, yet his actions betrayed him as he erupted into the air. Goku pressed his finger to his forehead, immediately locking onto the source of that sinister energy. In the next moment, both he and Vegeta vanished from the wasteland. Piccolo, watching the direction they had disappeared, furrowed his brow and then refocused on his fingertips, dedicating himself more intently to his training. He understood that a crisis had silently arrived, and they must hasten their ascent in strength. In the industrial district at the edge of West City, an unexpected chaos was unfolding. A grotesque humanoid creature, fashioned from discarded industrial waste and sludge, rampages through the factory, exuding a nauseating aura of malevolence. It emits unintelligible roars as it pursues the panicked workers. It appears to have only just come into existence, its strength continuously augmenting. In Chapter 20, Vegeta takes a shot. The air above the West City industrial zone distorts slightly, heralding the sudden arrival of Goku and Vegeta. Below, the cacophony of blaring alarms, terrified screams, and the thunderous crash of collapsing structures coalesces, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. The creature, towering approximately 3 meters high, is a twisted amalgamation of rusted metal pipes, shattered concrete chunks, viscous black oil, and sludge. It swings its robust arms, forged from rebar, mercilessly toward a fleeing worker. Its visage is indistinct, marked only by a perpetually dripping hollow, from which emanates a cacophony of chaotic and greedy howls. Although the malevolent aura it radiates is significantly weaker than the evil dragon's essence simulated by Goku, the uncomfortable filthiness and loathing for life it embodies are strikingly similar. Pathetic. Vegeta scoffs, too disinterested to transform. He plunges downward with astonishing speed. In midair, he raises his hand, palm directed at the creature's descending arm, unleashing a concentrated energy blast in an instant. Boom! The energy blast accurately severs the creature's arm, sending debris of metal and sludge flying. A piercing howl escapes the creature as it stumbles backward, its severed limb writhing as more sludge and fragments of iron are drawn in, attempting to reconstitute itself. Vegeta lands on the ground, his brow furrowing. He senses that a portion of the energy expended in his recent strike seems to have been absorbed by the creature. Although the amount is negligible, the sensation is unsettling. "Be careful, Vegeta!" Goku's voice calls from above, having transformed into an optimized Super Saiyan state, his aura calm and profound. This entity's energy response is peculiar. It absorbs surrounding negative emotions and dissipated energy. As if to validate Goku's assertion, the creature's severed arm swiftly reconstitutes, even more robust than before, and its malevolent aura noticeably intensifies. It appears enraged by Vegeta's attack, the hollow of its face turning toward him, unleashing an invisible mental assault. Vegeta experiences a fleeting wave of dizziness and nausea, as if countless malicious whispers are echoing in his mind, attempting to disturb his focus. He grunts, the formidable will of a Saiyan forcibly dispelling the discomfort, though his expression grows increasingly grim. Psychic assault? What a troublesome creature. Vegeta resolves to cease his bravado, unleashing his full energy as he transforms into Super Saiyan 2. The golden aura dispels the surrounding filth. Its core lies within that thickest sludge. Goku's sharp gaze instantly locks onto a roiling mass of black, viscous substance at the creature's chest, radiating the most potent aura of malevolence. Ordinary physical strikes and energy blasts may prove ineffective, potentially being exploited by the creature instead. In a fleeting moment, the need for an intensely concentrated surge of energy to obliterate the core arose, leaving no opportunity for absorption or regeneration. Just the perfect occasion to test this morning's training. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he forcefully suppressed the tumultuous energy within him, recalling the control techniques imparted by Goku. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, as golden energy began to wildly coalesce in his palm. Yet this time, he endeavored to restrain and compress it through sheer will, rather than allowing it to erupt uncontrollably. However, accustomed to achieving miracles through brute force, Vegeta struggled with the finesse of control. The energy sphere in his palm fluctuated erratically, expanding and contracting violently, emanating a perilous aura, clearly far from the desired state of high concentration. Damn it! The veins on Vegeta's forehead throbbed. he felt more fatigued than during a thousand-fold gravity training. At that moment, the creature seemed to sense the instability and potency of the energy in Vegeta's grasp, instinctively perceiving it as the greatest threat. With a deafening roar, its massive form lunged at Vegeta, one intact arm crashing down with a fierce gale, while an invisible mental shockwave erupted, targeting Vegeta with brutal force. Chapter 21, Crisis. Vegeta was fully engaged in controlling the energy when the disturbance caused his focus to waver, nearly resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the energy sphere. He was compelled to divert his attention to evade the creature's onslaught, his movements becoming somewhat frantic. Its assault was disrupting his energy control. Vegeta shouted in anger, executing a sideways roll to avoid the strike, as the ground was left cratered by the creature's blow. "I know," Goku's voice suddenly resonated from above. Having stealthily maneuvered behind the creature, the tip of his right hand glowed with an exquisitely compressed blue light, akin to a blue star in the dark of night. "So, we need to be swift." With a whoosh, the blue ray shot forth silently, moving at an unparalleled speed and striking with pinpoint accuracy at the creature's roiling black core. The monster seemed to sense the impending lethal threat, emitting a sharp, fearful shriek as it desperately attempted to evade and summon its sludge defense. But it was too late. The blue ray penetrated the layers of sludge and debris without hindrance, directly impacting the black core. Time appeared to freeze for an instant. In the next moment, there was no earth-shattering explosion, merely a faint hissing sound, as if something had been entirely purified. The black core, upon being struck by the blue ray, dissolved rapidly as if an ice block had been thrown into the blazing sun, evaporating instantly. Along with it, the surrounding sludge and debris, coalesced from negative energy, swiftly lost their vitality, reverting to mere refuse, cascading down in heaps. The creature's colossal form suddenly stiffened, collapsing completely as if it had lost all support, transforming into a pile of genuine industrial waste devoid of any energy fluctuations. The nauseating aura of malevolence dissipated in an instant. The entire industrial zone fell into an eerie silence, with only the futile blaring of alarms and the distant gasps of startled onlookers remaining. Vegeta dissipated the unstable energy sphere in his hand, casting a glance at the heap of debris before him, then at Goku, who was gradually descending and reverting to his ordinary state. His expression was ominously dark. Not only had he lagged behind, but he also appeared somewhat ineffectual in the face of such trivial adversaries, his lack of control rendering him somewhat constrained. This sense of impotence was far more suffocating than yesterday's complete defeat. Goku approached the pile of wreckage, crouched down, and scrutinized it carefully, his brow furrowed. Indeed, although faint, it was unmistakably a product of negative energy. It was a concoction born from the long-standing pollution of this industrial area, the workers' negative emotions, and perhaps the residual, minuscule energy fluctuations from a recent use of the Dragon Balls. Rising to his feet, he spoke gravely. "Its rate of emergence is even swifter than I imagined. This is merely the beginning." Vegeta strode over, kicked the heap of scrap iron, and remarked coldly, "So, does this mean such trash will be ubiquitous in the future? If negative energy continues to accumulate, it is highly probable." Goku looked at Vegeta, his gaze earnest, and will only grow stronger. It may even give rise to terrifying entities with intelligence. He recalled the malevolent dragons. Vegeta fell silent, staring at his hands. The feeling of awkwardness and control failure from the morning's training surged back to him. For the first time, he clearly recognized that in the face of these new, bizarre foes, the past approach of pure power pursuit might no longer suffice. "Let us go," Goku said, his mood far from light, as they needed to inform Bulma and Piccolo of this discovery urgently. "Moreover, our training must accelerate." Vegeta made no retort, merely wore a sullen expression, took one last look at the heap of debris, and then erupted with energy, soaring into the sky. Not towards home, but to the desolate training grounds they had previously occupied. He required more practice, immediately. Goku observed Vegeta's retreating figure, understanding that this proud prince had transformed all his humiliation and dissatisfaction into the most direct form of motivation. He too vanished in a flash, heading towards Bulma's laboratory. The crisis had become apparent, and time was growing increasingly urgent. Chapter 22, Another Monster. In Bulma's laboratory, the air was thick with the scent of machine oil, circuit boards, and a peculiar aroma of high-energy reactions. A massive screen displayed a cascade of data, flowing like a waterfall, alongside a three-dimensional model of Earth, marked with several faint yet anomalous energy fluctuation points, one of which was the recently subdued industrial area. Bulma's hair was disheveled, dark circles under her eyes. Yet her gaze was intensely focused as her fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. Dandy, the celestial being, floated nearby, eyes closed, brow furrowed. Hands pressed against a crystal ball linked to a complex network of circuits, the artifact that directly connected to the Dragon Balls of Earth. The laboratory door slid open silently, and Goku's figure appeared. Bulma, Dandy. Goku's voice was laced with urgency. Goku, you arrived just in time. Bulma, without turning her head, pointed at the data on the screen. We have detected something. Although exceedingly faint, it has been detected that, simultaneous to the incident in the industrial zone, an unprecedented energy fluctuation emanating from within the Dragon Balls has indeed been registered. A vast accumulation of negative energy, inert yet immensely substantial, clinging like limescale around the energy core of the Dragon Balls. Dandy opened her eyes, her youthful visage etched with concern. Indeed, Mr. Goku, I can sense that the Dragon Balls have become heavier than before. While this does not currently impede their wish-granting capabilities, the accumulation of this negativity is undeniably on the rise. Miss Bulma's instruments corroborate my findings. Goku's heart sank. His worst fears had been confirmed. They had just vanquished a creature birthed from that very negative energy, a grotesque amalgamation of industrial pollution and human malaise. Goku succinctly recounted the battle, particularly the creature's ability to absorb energy, regenerate, and execute psychic assaults. Absorb energy? Psychic attacks? Bulma's complexion paled. The implications were terrifying. Should such creatures proliferate, or even evolve into more formidable forms, ordinary military forces would be utterly helpless. Moreover, according to your assertions, they would only grow stronger. We must urgently discover a method to purify the Dragon Balls, Dandy urged, or else the continued accumulation of negative energy will jeopardize the Earth. Purification, Bulma massaged her temples. That is easier said than done. The energy levels of the Dragon Balls are far too elevated. They are divine creations, given Earth's current technological capabilities. We cannot even fully comprehend their energy composition, let alone purify them. She turned to Dandy. Has there been any response from Lord Kaioshin? Dandy shook her head. There has been no response from the Kaioshin realm. Lord North Kaioshin is also quite anxious. At that moment, the laboratory communicator suddenly blared with an urgent voice. Miss Bulma, this is bad. We have just received an emergency distress signal from the Southern Forest Reserve. They report that enormous plants are wildly attacking both humans and animals. The situation described bears a striking resemblance to that of the creature in the industrial zone. Another one. Goku and Bulma exchanged glances, the shock evident in their eyes. The rate of this proliferation is alarmingly swift. Send me the location. Goku commanded immediately. Wait, Goku. Bulma called out, quickly tapping a few commands on the console before tossing him a small earbud communicator. Put this on. I can monitor battle data in real time, and perhaps glean more about the characteristics of these negative energy beings. Furthermore, if multiple incidents arise simultaneously, I can coordinate effectively. Goku accepted the communicator and donned it. All right. He instantly locked onto the energy signature of the Southern Forest, and his figure vanished. Chapter 23, New Skill, Purification Light. Above the primordial Southern Forest, Goku's silhouette materialized. The scene below was even more harrowing than that of the industrial zone. Once a lush forest, vast areas had transformed into something eerie and terrifying. Countless vines and trees twisted grotesquely, thrashing about like living entities, attacking all moving creatures. These plants were enshrouded in a dark purple, sinister sheen, exuding an evil aura akin to that of the industrial zone monster, yet even more insidious and chilling. They are not as ferocious as the monsters in the industrial zone. Rather, they resemble lurking hunters, silently entwining and consuming. More troublesome is the fact that the negative energy within this forest seems to be more dispersed, lacking a discernible core. Bulma, can you detect the core? Goku whispered. Through the earpiece, Bulma's urgent voice responded. The energy readings are highly dispersed. The entire contaminated forest area appears to form a vast network of energy somewhat akin to a neural network. Localized destruction is ineffective. We must locate the convergence points of the energy or undertake a massive purification in one fell swoop. A massive purification in one fell swoop? Goku gazed down at the sprawling forest, his brow furrowed. While a large ki blast could indeed obliterate this forest, it would also annihilate the innocent creatures within, and might even cause the negative energy to further spread during the explosion or be absorbed by other entities. Just as he pondered his strategy, a golden figure descended from the heavens like a meteor, crashing violently into the heart of the forest, the resulting shockwave instantly clearing a swath of distorted flora. It was Vegeta. He had evidently sensed the anomaly and rushed over directly from his training ground. Maintaining his Super Saiyan 2 form, his expression had darkened further, yet his eyes burned with an almost frenzied determination. Kakarot, stay out of this. Vegeta shouted at Goku in midair. This is my battle. He abandoned any attempts at meticulous energy control and opted for the most straightforward method, one that matched his current state, pure speed and power. He transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, darting through the twisted forest at breakneck speed, his fists and feet striking like a storm, shattering those animated plants and vines into fragments. His attacks were both ferocious and effective, as vast swathes of polluted vegetation were eradicated. However, both Goku and Bulma, through their devices, could perceive that the faint negative energy emanating from the shattered plants did not dissipate. Instead, it slowly sank into the earth like mist or was absorbed by other contaminated flora in the distance. Vegeta, this won't work. Goku called out from the sky. The energy isn't dissipating. It will be absorbed elsewhere. It needs purification. Shut up. I know. Vegeta roared, his movements unwavering. Did he not understand? Yet, at this moment, he was utterly incapable of employing the highly concentrated purifying energy with the precision that Goku could. He could only resort to this crude method, at least to halt the immediate assaults of these plants. However, the negative energy in this forest seemed to possess a primitive intelligence. They sensed Vegeta's threat and began to alter their strategy. Countless vines ceased their direct attacks and instead slithered underground like venomous serpents, suddenly emerging from beneath Vegeta's feet in an attempt to ensnare him. Simultaneously, enormous, foul-smelling carnivorous flowers unfurled their massive mouths, releasing a cloud of purple, paralyzing spores. Vegeta's speed was severely hampered, and he narrowly avoided being ensnared by the vines on several occasions. The paralyzing spores caused his muscles to stiffen slightly, and the flow of his energy became somewhat sluggish. This only intensified his irritation, leading to even more frenzied attacks and greater energy wastage. Damn it, these pesky creatures. Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch that obliterated a massive carnivorous flower, splattering himself with repulsive slime, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. He felt as though he were battling the entire forest, his strength depleting without delivering a fatal blow. In the air, Goku observed Vegeta gradually succumbing to a war of attrition and realized that he could no longer afford to wait. Drawing a deep breath, he clasped his hands before his chest. Vegeta, cover me. Give me 10 seconds, Goku shouted, commencing to gather his energy. However, this time, he was not channeling the Kamehameha wave, nor a piercing beam, but rather a gentler, broader energy. Although Vegeta was displeased, he grasped the gravity of the situation. With a furious roar, he heightened his speed to its utmost, transforming into a golden whirlwind, forcibly attracting all nearby flora attempting to disrupt Goku, thus creating space for him. Goku suddenly opened his eyes, which glimmered with a brilliant azure light. A new energy sphere. No, it was the light of purification. He thrust his palms forward. A vast yet gentle torrent of golden energy surged forth, spreading outward like a warm tide. This was not a true energy sphere, but rather an innovative manifestation of the purification principle. Mimicking the energy sphere while integrating his supreme control over energy and comprehension of negative forces, resulting in an expansive, purifying energy. As the golden light passed, the twisted plants melted away like snow under sunlight, the dark purple malevolent energy clinging to them evaporating with a faint hissing sound, being purified. The forest's original verdant hue gradually returned, and the corrupted animals ceased their attacks, their eyes regaining clarity. Chapter 24. Special Training. The range was immense, and the effects were profound. Yet, this exertion took a significant toll on Goku as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Vegeta observed the rapidly purified forest, sensing the retreat of the malevolent aura, casting a complex glance at Goku, who was pouring forth all his strength. Clenching his teeth, he said nothing but redoubled his efforts to eliminate the remaining scattered monsters. Minutes later, the entire forest was thoroughly cleansed of corruption. Goku gently descended, reverting to his ordinary state, panting lightly. This extensive purification was more mentally taxing than engaging in a fierce battle. Vegeta also dispelled his transformation and approached Goku, his body smeared with filth, appearing somewhat disheveled. He fixed his gaze on Goku and, after a moment, hoarsely spoke, teach me that energy control everything. This time, his tone was no longer a humiliating plea, but imbued with an undeniable determination. He had come to realize that in the face of a global, inscrutable threat, the brute force of individual combat was insufficient. He must master this higher method of wielding power at any cost. Goku met Vegeta's eyes, which burned with a fervent intensity, and nodded. Let us return to our training. This time, we shall enter seclusion. The global crisis compelled these fated rivals and comrades to embark on an unprecedented path of closely knit special training. In a laboratory, Bulma and Dandy race against time, seeking fundamental solutions to their challenges. Shadows loom, yet the ember of hope continues to burn fiercely. Deep within the wasteland, time seems to lose its significance. The rise and fall of the sun and moon serves merely as a backdrop of shifting light for the two immersed in their rigorous training. Communication is sparse. Only the shrill whistle of the air, the muffled sounds of energy colliding, and Vegeta's occasional low growls or roars of frustration or breakthrough punctuate the silence. Goku's teaching method is simple and straightforward. He eschews complex theories, opting instead for direct combat pressure and energy guidance, compelling Vegeta to feel and imitate under extreme conditions. Scene 1. Energy compression. Vegeta once again gathers an unstable sphere of energy in his palm, sweat pouring down. Opposite him, Goku stands, the tip of his finger emanating a diamond-like blue light, suspended in stability. Feel its density. Goku's voice is calm and unwavering. It's not about quantity, but quality. Imagine hammering your will into every strand of energy, akin to forging steel. Vegeta grits his teeth, his mind intensely focused, attempting to replicate that internal stable structure. Time and again he falters, the energy sphere teetering on the brink of explosion, only to be forcibly restrained and redirected by Goku's more intricate energy field, urging him to try again. This sensation of teetering on the edge of explosion tightens Vegeta's nerves to their utmost, yet simultaneously accelerates his microscopic perception of energy at an unprecedented pace. Scene 2. Form transition and energy efficiency. The two engage in a high-speed battle, with Goku seamlessly shifting between different forms: ordinary state, optimized Super Saiyan state, and occasionally revealing a breath that sends shivers through Vegeta, transcending current boundaries. He does not unleash his full power, but rather continually adjusts his energy output, demonstrating how to maintain the highest energy efficiency across varying levels of strength. Form is a tool, not a shackle. Goku's voice cuts through the chaos as he evades Vegeta's onslaught. True strength lies in the ability to deliver the most effective attack with the most appropriate force at any given moment. Wasting even a fraction of energy is fatal when facing creatures that can absorb it. Vegeta's attacks begin to evolve. No longer a mindless torrent of power, they adopt a rhythm and purpose, seeking the most economical means to defeat his opponent. Though still rough around the edges, the direction has undeniably shifted. Scene 3. Mental defense and purification application. Goku even simulates a faint version of psychic shock and negative energy erosion, persistently disrupting Vegeta's concentration. Initially, Vegeta is fraught with irritation, making repeated mistakes. However, under Goku's relentless reminders to maintain his composure and that willpower acts as a barrier, the formidable will of the Saiyan Prince is fully awakened. He gradually learns to maintain stability and energy control amid the distractions. Simultaneously, Goku deconstructs the principle of purification light, teaching Vegeta how to transform his ki into energy with purifying properties. Although Vegeta can currently only condense a small, feeble flame of purification at his fingertips, far from the expansive purification Goku can achieve, it undoubtedly marks a crucial step forward. Chapter 25. The True Crisis. The arduous training endured for an indeterminate number of days. Vegeta's body bore many new scars, and his spirit was utterly exhausted, yet his gaze grew increasingly luminous, embodying a fervor and focus as if he had penetrated the fog to glimpse a new realm. Finally, after an entire day and night of a grueling tug-of-war over energy control, the golden energy sphere pulsating intensely in Vegeta's palm suddenly contracted inward. Its size diminished by a third, its hue deepened, and the surface fluctuations notably steadied. Although it still lacked the exquisite refinement of Goku's, it had undergone a qualitative leap, transforming from instability to basic stability. Vegeta beheld this unprecedentedly solid energy sphere in his palm, sensing within it a latent destructive potential far surpassing previous energy outputs. His chest rose and fell violently, not from fatigue, but from exhilaration. He abruptly hurled the energy sphere toward a distant boulder. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The energy sphere, akin to a red-hot iron ball melting into butter, silently penetrated the center of the boulder. In the next moment, the entire rock silently disintegrated from within, turning to dust and dissipating in the wind. The extreme compression of energy had generated a terrifying internal destructive effect. "I did it," Vegeta murmured, reveling in this novel experience of power. Goku stood nearby, a look of fatigue mingled with satisfaction on his face. "Well done, Vegeta. You've made your entrance." Just then, the communicators they wore simultaneously erupted with urgency, Bulma's voice laced with panic and fear. "Goku, Vegeta, come back quickly. Something's gone terribly wrong. The Dragon Balls, they're glowing on their own. Moreover, a massive, black tornado has appeared above the sacred temple." Dandy said the negative energy of the Dragon Balls is being actively activated and extracted by some force. Something is about to emerge. Goku and Vegeta's expressions shifted drastically. Active activation of negative energy. This far exceeded their expectations. Could it be that the emergence of the evil dragons was not a natural accumulation, but rather orchestrated by a hidden hand? "Let's go." Without a moment's hesitation, they erupted with energy, transforming into streaks of gold and blue light, racing toward the sacred temple at breakneck speed. The true crisis seemed to have arrived ahead of schedule, in a manner far beyond their anticipation. The sacred temple, suspended amidst the clouds and meant to be a tranquil sanctuary, was now shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere that was nearly suffocating. The once clear sky had been replaced by a massive, swirling vortex of pitch-black clouds, with serpentine bolts of energy crackling at its center. Not natural lightning, but a flow of energy radiating an ominous purple-black glow. The deep, resonating hum did not emanate from the wind, but rather from some colossal force being forcibly extracted, producing a disconcerting tremor as it converged. In the temple square, Mr. Popo supported the pale-faced Dandy. The young deity clutched his chest tightly, his body trembling slightly, as his connection with the Earth-S Dragon Balls bore the brunt of immense pain and turmoil. In the realm of Dragon Balls, a mournful wail echoed, with Dandy's voice tinged with sorrow. The negative energy was forcibly extracted, and something was emerging, harnessing the power of the Dragon Balls. Bulma transmitted the visuals and data analysis to the communicators of Goku and Vegeta, who had just arrived, via remote monitoring devices. The energy readings skyrocketed. This was undoubtedly not a natural phenomenon. External interference was occurring. Someone was actively catalyzing the negative energy. Bulma's voice, sharp with terror, urged urgency. It must be stopped before it fully formed. Goku and Vegeta hovered at the edge of the heavenly temple, their expressions grave as they gazed at the massive black vortex. They could distinctly sense a vast, frigid, malevolent energy mass coalescing at the vortex's center, far exceeding any negative energy monstrosity they had previously encountered. Indeed, it was not a natural occurrence, Goku stated solemnly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. His worst fears had materialized. The emergence of the evil dragon might not merely be a simple accumulation of energy, but rather a premeditated act. Whatever it is, we must shatter it before it emerges. Vegeta roared, his spirit ignited by his newfound power, his aura exploding around him as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, hands clasping forcefully. In that moment, he recalled the insights gained during his intense training, striving to compress the energy to its utmost degree. A golden radiance converged in his palm, denser than ever before, yet still exhibiting some instability. With a brilliant flash, Chapter 26, negative energy unfolded. A golden beam, more concentrated and potent than ever, surged towards the heart of the black vortex. However, a disquieting scene unfolded. Upon contact with the edge of the vortex, the golden beam's speed abruptly diminished, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, its energy visibly absorbed and devoured by the inky cloud. The beam not only failed to disrupt the vortex, but instead accelerated its rotation, the center's purplish-black glow becoming increasingly blinding. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted in disbelief. This was no ordinary phenomenon. It had transformed into a colossal negative energy conglomerate. A typical energy attack would merely serve as sustenance for it. Goku immediately called out that only purifying attacks or extreme physical destruction could tear it apart before contact. At that moment, the center of the black vortex abruptly contracted inward, as if completing its final gestation. Then a sharp, twisted, inhuman roar erupted from the depths of the vortex. Boom! The vortex exploded, A gigantic figure slowly emerged from within. It was not reminiscent of any evil dragon Goku had encountered before, but rather a more distorted, unstable existence. It resembled a colossal serpent composed of viscous shadows and shattered lightning, devoid of distinct facial features, with only two hollow voids continuously oozing foul energy serving as eyes. Its form twisted and morphed, occasionally extending claws forged from negative energy, and at times opening a massive maw filled with jagged teeth, exuding a nauseating wave of psychic pollution. This was merely a preliminary conglomerate of negative energy, not yet fully shaped into a specific evil dragon. Wukong swiftly discerned the situation, recognizing the formidable energy absorption and mental assault characteristics of the creature. Vegeta, be cautious. The shadowy serpent emitted a silent shriek, unleashing a powerful psychic wave that surged outward like a tsunami. Dandy, caught in the initial blast, let out a muffled groan, nearly losing consciousness, while Mr. Popo clutched his head in agony. Even Bulma, far away in the West City laboratory, felt a wave of intense nausea and dizziness through the surveillance equipment. Both Goku and Vegeta experienced sharp, needle-like pains in their heads, as malicious whispers attempted to erode their resolve. Maintain your composure, Goku shouted, his optimized Super Saiyan aura radiating a stabilizing, purifying field that repelled the mental onslaught. Vegeta, fueled by rage, roared, his Saiyan spirit forcibly dispelling the discomfort, though it caused a slight disruption in his energy control, nearly leading to a loss of mastery. This only fueled his fury further. The shadowy serpent seemed to target the stronger, more threatening Vegeta, its massive form lunging forward with an insatiable hunger. Its gaping maw resembled a black hole, exuding a powerful suction, intent not only on devouring Vegeta, but also on absorbing his surging energy. Damn it! Do you take me for food? Vegeta seethed, aware that he could no longer rely on energy blasts. He instantly maximized his energy, attempting to evade with his speed, yet the serpent's pull was overwhelmingly strong, slowing his movements. Just as he appeared on the brink of being consumed, Goku's voice thundered in his ear, "Vegeta, use that," with a fierce glint in his eyes. Vegeta comprehended Goku's intent. He abandoned his evasion, charging directly towards the serpent's maw, channeling all his strength and newfound control into his right fist. His fist did not radiate a brilliant aura. Instead, it amassed a layer of intensely compressed, dark golden energy. This was a technique that transformed energy into a devastating physical force through extreme inward refinement. "Give me the power to break," Vegeta roared, infusing his entire being into this one punch, striking the serpent's upper jaw with ferocity. Instead of an explosion, a sound akin to the tearing of thick leather reverberated through the air as Vegeta's concentrated blow pierced through the serpent's body, composed of negative energy. The dark golden energy erupted within the serpent, creating countless intricate energy fissures. The shadowy serpent emitted a piercing, anguished screech, its colossal body writhing violently. The punctured area exuding black mist, temporarily unable to absorb energy for healing. "Now, Kakarot!" Vegeta seized the opportunity to retreat, calling out loudly. Chapter 27. The Ancient Power. Goku, fully prepared, brought his palms together, an energy sphere forming rapidly between them, emanating a warm, serene glow yet harboring immense purifying power. This was an enhanced version of the purification light, even more concentrated and targeted. Purify! Goku propelled the energy sphere towards the serpent's grievously wounded spot. Buzz! The purifying light, akin to droplets falling into boiling oil, instantaneously incited a violent reaction within the colossal serpent. The pristine, purifying energy clashed wildly with the tainted negative energy, counteracting each other and emitting a blinding white light accompanied by a hissing sound. The serpent's body began to collapse rapidly from the center of its wound, evaporating into nothingness. It struggled frantically, roaring in an attempt to summon more negative energy for resistance, but Vegeta's fist, imbued with an implosive effect, shattered its energy structure, while Goku's purifying light acted like a lethal poison, relentlessly spreading. Ultimately, with a mournful cry filled with resentment, the massive shadow of the serpent completely dissipated, vanishing into the void. The dark vortex in the sky gradually dispersed, restoring clarity to the heavens. The temple of the gods momentarily regained its tranquility. Yet the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Dandy sat exhausted on the ground, while Mr. Bobo hurried to attend to him. Vegeta, panting heavily, gazed at his somewhat charred fist, then looked at Goku. Although their recent collaboration had succeeded, it left him with lingering apprehension. This was merely an incomplete amalgamation, yet it had proven to be so troublesome. Goku descended, his expression equally grave. It was summoned forth. He stared at the restored sky, his tone somber. The accumulation of negative energy served as the foundation, but the force that activated and extracted it stemmed from a higher existence. Something was watching the Dragon Balls of Earth, or rather, fixating on this negative energy. Vegeta wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, a remnant of the recent mental shock, his gaze icy. Whatever it is, if it dares to come, it shall be obliterated. Yet both of them understood that the true battle might only just be commencing, and their adversary could be far more formidable than they had imagined. Bulma's voice trembled through the communicator. The energy source is undetectable, seemingly originating from the depths of the universe, or even from other dimensions. An unknown shadow, a previously unseen formidable foe, had already revealed a terrifying glimpse. Though they had successfully vanquished the formless negative energy amalgamation in the battle at the Temple of the Gods, the joy of victory swiftly faded, replaced by a deeper sense of foreboding. The calling force from an unknown source pierced each heart like a cold, venomous thorn. The atmosphere in the laboratory had nearly solidified. Bulma's eyes were bloodshot as her gaze flitted over the myriad of floating screens, displaying a dizzying array of data streams, energy spectrum analyses, and spatial fluctuation models. Undetectable. Completely undetectable. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair. The source of the energy signal seemed to seep through from a higher dimensional space, rendering their three-dimensional cosmic coordinate system utterly incapable of precise localization. It was as absurd as attempting to depict the internal structure of a cube on paper. Dandy sat weakly beside her, his hands still resting on the crystal ball, his complexion pale. I can sense that this power is extremely ancient, profoundly dark. It appears to be intimately familiar with the energy structure of the Dragon Balls, as precisely as a key fitting into a lock, prying open the sediment of negative energy. This is no coincidence. Ancient? Dark? Bulma abruptly turned around. Where is the Kaioshin? Has there been no response yet? This has evidently encroached upon the realm of cosmic laws. They cannot remain idle. Dandy shook his head in resignation. The North Kai Lord is still attempting, but it seems as though the Kaioshin realm is shrouded by an invisible barrier, rendering even prayers incapable of penetrating it. Bulma struck the control panel with her fist. Damn it! Are we destined to passively endure attacks, waiting for some unknown force to repeatedly catalyze monsters? She took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain composed. No, they could not simply sit back and wait. If tracing the source was impossible, then they must bolster their defenses. Dandy, can we impose a firewall upon the Dragon Balls? Or temporarily sever their energy connection with the outside world? Dandy's expression darkened. The Dragon Balls are divine creations. Their energy levels, with my current abilities, are challenging to modify permanently. Perhaps it requires a more potent divine power, or the discovery of the principles behind the Dragon Ball's creation. Chapter 28. The North Kai's Speculation. Principles of Creation. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she hurried to a dusty filing cabinet and began rummaging through it. My father seemed to have left behind some speculative papers regarding the energy of Namekian Dragon Balls. Although the Earth Dragon Balls differ, there may be commonalities. Technology and theology. The sharpest minds of Earth and the youthful deity began to collaborate in a desperate search for a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the intensity of training on the wasteland escalated to a nearly self-destructive level. After Vegeta's pride was utterly shattered, it transformed into an almost obsessive fervor for training. He no longer required Goku's supervision. He had become his own stringent instructor. By day, he fervently practiced energy compression and inward-focused attacks, using massive boulders as targets. Pursuing the pinnacle of power concentration, striving to ensure that he would no longer need Goku to deliver the finishing blow, but could instead obliterate the core of the negative energy monsters in a single strike. Failure, adjustment, further failure, further adjustment. His control over energy was solidifying and enhancing at an astonishing pace. By night, he sat cross-legged, not merely honing his physical form, but also, for the first time, concentrating intensely on the cultivation of his spirit. He resisted the increasingly potent mental assaults simulated by Goku, tempering the resilient heart that belonged to a warrior. He even began to actively attempt to expand his perception, seeking to capture the subtle, unusual energy fluctuations in the space around him, endeavoring to provide early warnings of potential attacks. Goku, meanwhile, silently watched over him while also engaging in his own training. He sought to guide his youthful body to touch upon a deeper power, one that belonged to Super Saiyan 4's wildness and strength. Yet, each time he approached that critical threshold, he felt a profound repulsion and helplessness, as if this body still lacked some crucial key or medium. Perhaps Blue's force, or an even greater external pressure. Goku pondered. He sensed vaguely that to recreate or even surpass Super Saiyan 4 in this era, a catalyst different from that of the GT era might be necessary. Occasionally, amidst extreme silence, Goku would feel, in a fleeting moment, a faint oscillation deep within his consciousness, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. The fleeting sensation, elusive and intangible, stirred something within him. Was it a clue to the original consciousness of Sun Wukong in this era, or merely an illusion? At the same time, as the situation on Earth grew increasingly dire, the plump king of the North was nearly driven to madness. He had exhausted every known means of communication, even resorting to several ancient, taboo methods requiring immense life energy. Yet he remained unable to penetrate the invisible barrier isolating the king's realm from the divine realm. It was disastrous. Even the king of the gods could not be reached. Could calamity have befallen them as well? It was inconceivable. Who could pose a threat to the king of the gods? The North King paced frantically across his planet, clutching his head in despair. Suddenly, he halted, recalling an ancient legend long forgotten, a tale of void, sealed by the united efforts of the God Kings at the dawn of cosmic order, which thrived on negative emotions and destruction. The legend spoke of a force within that realm capable of distorting reality and severing the connection to the divine domain. Could it be? The North King paled at his own conjecture, his tendrils stiffening in fear. If that were the case, it would not merely be a crisis for Earth, but a catastrophe threatening the entire universe, even the very structure of the divine hierarchy. He could not afford to delay. Igniting more of his life energy, he desperately transmitted this hypothesis along with the anomalies occurring on Earth through the most primitive and energy-intensive cosmic broadcasting method, reaching out to all higher beings capable of receiving his message, including the destroyer gods and even the Supreme Kai. After sending the message, the North King collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, silently praying that some deity might notice this faint distress signal. Chapter 29, Breakthrough and New Challenges. Meanwhile, in the undetectable rifts of dimension, a pair of malevolent eyes, seemingly wrought from pure darkness, coldly surveyed Earth. Although the first attempt at catalysis was thwarted, it had succeeded in gathering valuable data. The Saiyans, an intriguing force of resistance, particularly the individual infused with the essence of different times, caught its attention. A chilling, emotionless voice echoed through the void, noting that the accumulation of negative energy was still too sluggish. More sustenance was required. It began to sow faint strands of power, like seeds, across Earth and several other planets teeming with life energy, yet rife with internal conflict and negative emotions. These forces would not directly catalyze monsters, but would subtly amplify the darker facets of living beings: greed, envy, anger, despair, accelerating the generation of negative energy. An unseen campaign of sowing had quietly commenced. The conflicts, wars, and even the intense negative emotions among individuals on Earth could serve as the spark for a more extensive assault to come. Wukong and Vegeta felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding during their training, as if something ominous were unfolding. They gazed up at the sky, though it was clear and bright. An oppressive atmosphere loomed like a storm on the horizon. Vegeta, I have a premonition. Greater troubles are on the way. Wukong spoke solemnly. Let them come. We shall eradicate them all. Vegeta clenched his fists, the tips of his fingers dancing with a more stable golden aura, his gaze sharp as a blade. This time, I shall not allow it to take shape. A storm is brewing in the unseen corners of existence. Meanwhile, the Z-Warriors find their time dwindling. They must grow stronger and uncover the methods to counter the shadowy puppeteer before the next wave of assault descends upon them. In the distant depths of the cosmos, can the faint signal emitted by King Kai reach some supreme being? All remains uncertain. Days passed, and the surface of Earth seemed to revert to its former tranquility. Yet this was merely an illusion before the tempest. An invisible pressure tightened like a noose around the hearts of those in the know. In the laboratory, breakthroughs and new challenges. Bulma's lab had been transformed into a war command center. She and Dandy toiled ceaselessly, merging the vague theories left by Dr. Brief with Dandy's perception of Dragon Ball energy, finally achieving a crucial breakthrough. Look here, Bulma exclaimed, pointing to a complex three-dimensional energy model. At the center of the model lay the energy simulation of the 7 Dragon Balls, though the negative energy adhered to the core of the Dragon Balls. Its activity required a specific high-frequency energy wave to activate, just as a radio needs a particular frequency to receive signals. Dandy nodded, his face still weary but now alight with enthusiasm. Indeed, Miss Bulma. If we could generate a sustained interference wave to cover the area where the Dragon Balls reside, perhaps we could shield against that external catalytic signal, keeping the negative energy in a dormant state. Theoretically feasible. Bulma swiftly manipulated the controls, pulling up design schematics. Yet the challenge lay in the energy levels. To interfere with a signal capable of penetrating dimensions, an immensely powerful and exceptionally stable energy source was required. One that would not harm the Dragon Balls themselves. She furrowed her brow. Even nuclear fusion, the most potent energy available on Earth, fell woefully short. Perhaps no technological energy was needed. Dandy pondered, if only they could channel the pure, vast life energy found in nature, such as the vitality of Earth itself, or some extraordinarily potent key. The two exchanged a glance, both contemplating the same possibility, the principle of the spirit bomb. However, condensing the life force of the entire planet into a spirit bomb was evidently impractical, requiring Goku's prolonged guidance and lacking permanence. Perhaps they could devise a mechanism to convert Goku or Vegeta's ki into this special interference wave. Bulma sank into a new technological reverie. Yet this also meant the Z warriors would need to shoulder the continuous responsibility of powering the firewall. Chapter 30. The Seed of Initiation. On the desolate plains, Vegeta's progress was nothing short of remarkable. He had learned to unleash highly compressed energy attacks with stability, each punch and kick imbued with terrifying penetrating power, significantly enhancing his effectiveness against negative energy beings. He had even begun to master the purifying flame. Although its range was limited, he could independently manage small-scale negative energy contamination. Yet, he encountered a bottleneck. No matter how he pushed himself, the quality of his energy seemed to have reached a limit, unable to ascend as swiftly as before. He felt as though he had touched an invisible barrier, a limitation inherent to life forms themselves. How infuriating! It was still insufficient. Vegeta, in a fit of irritation, pulverized a small hill with a single punch, growling in frustration. He sensed that if he were to confront a conglomerate on the scale of the Heavenly Temple once more, he might be able to hold his own, but to achieve a swift victory or to contend with potentially stronger foes was still far beyond his reach. Goku's situation was even more delicate. He had attempted various methods to harness the power of Super Saiyan 4, even daring to simulate the aura of the great ape. But he always fell just short of success. This body seemed to lack some essential sediment or imprint. He vaguely perceived that perhaps a truly life-and-death battle, one that transcended limits under immense pressure, was required to shatter his shackles. Simultaneously, the faint fluctuations of consciousness deep within him seemed to increase in frequency, yet remained elusive, akin to a subconscious resonance. This further convinced Goku that the consciousness of Sun Wukong in this era had not entirely vanished but existed in some unknown state. On that day, as Vegeta once again erupted in fury over his inability to break through, Goku suddenly spoke. Vegeta, perhaps we need to adopt a different approach. What approach? Vegeta retorted, his tone sharp. Fusion. Goku calmly uttered those two words. Vegeta's body stiffened abruptly, his face contorting with extreme disdain and resistance. What did you say? You want me to fuse with you, that guy? Absolutely not. He would rather perish in battle than accept such a method of losing oneself to merge with another. It's not a permanent fusion, nor is it like the Metamor dance, Goku clarified. I mean a deeper resonance and collaboration of our energies, like what happened at the Heavenly Temple, but more intimate, temporarily merging our energies to unleash a power that transcends individuality, to confront formidable enemies that we cannot face alone. Vegeta fell silent. He recalled their previous cooperation. Though reluctant to admit it, the effect of their combined power had indeed been significant. While he could not accept pure fusion, this temporary and controllable resonance of energy could perhaps be considered as a last resort. Easier said than done. The nature of our energies is entirely different. Force fusion would only lead to conflict and explosion, Vegeta remarked coldly, though his tone lacked the absolute rejection he had previously expressed. That is why we must practice. Goku looked at him. This is also an ultimate test of control. Vegeta snorted, neither agreeing nor refuting. This notion, like a seed, was planted deep within his heart. Meanwhile, as the North Kai struggled to hold on, nearly depleted of life, energy, and on the brink of collapse, he finally received a faint response. It did not originate from the Kaioshin realm, nor from Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, but rather from an ancient and ethereal fragment of consciousness. As if an echo had traversed through endless time and space, void, erosion, sealing, loosening. Searching the primordial sea, Dragon Ball's the source. Time is running short. The information arrived in fragmented, indistinct whispers, yet several keywords sent a chill down the spine of King of the North. The words void corruption, waning seals, and seed of origin echoed ominously, seemingly affirming his worst fears. The fabled realm of the void indeed existed, its seals weakening. And could the seed of origin refer to the source of the Dragon Balls? The planet Namek, or perhaps something even more ancient? Before he could delve deeper into this revelation, the fragment of consciousness dissipated completely. The King of the North was oblivious to the divine origin of the information. Yet it at least confirmed that higher beings in the universe were aware of the impending crisis and had provided a vague directive. Struggling, he transmitted this shattered information along with his interpretations towards Earth with his last ounce of strength. After accomplishing this, the King of the North succumbed into unconsciousness, and the light of King Kai's planet dimmed slightly. In the darkness between dimensions, a malevolent entity coldly assessed the effectiveness of its sowing. The negative emotions on Earth and several other planets indeed intensified significantly under its influence, accelerating the accumulation of negative energy manifold. Almost there, this time, a different approach was in order. It no longer aimed to concentrate its efforts on a single powerful individual, but rather to disperse its power and simultaneously target multiple points of negative energy accumulation on Earth, an ancient battlefield steeped in resentment from war, a modern metropolis rife with greed and desire, and even a region recently afflicted by catastrophic disaster, heavy with sorrow and despair. It sought to ignite multiple powder kegs, wearing the Saiyans thin, depleting their strength, while looking for opportunities amidst the chaos, or perhaps coaxing out their hidden potential for better observation and data collection. Subtle waves of darkness, akin to invisible arrows, silently shot towards different corners of Earth. Goku and Vegeta, as communicators, buzzed in unison once more, and this time, Bulma's voice trembled with unprecedented alarm. Goku, Vegeta, this is bad. 7 high-intensity negative energy responses have simultaneously appeared worldwide. Their intensity is rapidly escalating. They seem poised to erupt at once. Goku and Vegeta snapped to attention, sensing the overwhelming, malevolent aura spreading across Earth like a plague from various directions. 7. Goku's expression grew grave. Has the time finally come? Vegeta licked his lips, a fervent battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Perfect. Let us use them to test our training results. Kakarot will split up. No, Vegeta. Goku shook his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at him. This time, we cannot divide our forces. Why? Vegeta frowned. Because that is precisely what the enemy desires, Goku replied solemnly. They aim to scatter our strength, picking us off one by one or forcing us to be distracted. We must concentrate our strength to swiftly eliminate the most significant threat and disrupt its rhythm. Then, we shall utilize instantaneous movement to support other fronts. Vegeta paused momentarily, then comprehended Goku's tactical intent. With a cold snort, he declared, "Then let us identify the strongest one. Let us go." The two instantly fixed their gaze upon a direction pulsating with the most intense energy reaction. Imbued with a frenzied battle spirit and the aura of death, the ancient battlefield ruins. In the next instant, their figures vanished from the wasteland. A global crisis erupted in full force, confronting the Z warriors with an unprecedented challenge. Their choices and battles would determine not only the fate of Earth, but that of the entire universe. Chapter 32. The Negative Energy Entity. Above the ancient battlefield ruins, the fabric of space twisted as Goku and Vegeta's figures abruptly materialized. The scene below was hair-raising. The once desolate land of the battlefield was now shrouded in an impenetrable dark red mist, the air thick with the scent of rust, decayed earth, and an overwhelming sense of hatred. Countless, translucent, distorted humanoid shadows wailed and struggled within the fog. They were malevolent spirits born from the resentment of the fallen, mingled with negative energy over centuries. At the heart of these malevolent entities, a towering knight, several dozen meters tall, was slowly taking form, constructed from shattered armor, rusted weapons, and an accumulation of white bones. It rode a warhorse equally composed of skeletons and resentment, its hollow eye sockets ablaze with 2 blood-red flames. Wielding a massive energy spear entwined with dark energy, already taking shape. Its aura surpassed that of the formless conglomerate in the divine temple, brimming with a savage battle spirit, the chill of death, and an endless hatred for the living. This creature has absorbed the resentment of the entire battlefield. Vegeta felt this suffocating pressure, his expression grave. Yet the fire of battle in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Its core lies within the chest, protected by armor and bones. Goku's keen gaze instantly pierced through the illusion, cautioning against its attacks, which carried a potent mental shock and the stench of death. As if to affirm Goku's words, the skeletal knight emitted a silent roar. A powerful mental shock intertwined with the wails of the battlefield's souls surged forth like tangible sound waves. Simultaneously, it raised its energy spear, the tip coalescing a disquieting dark luminescence, and hurled it violently towards the two in the sky. Where the spear passed, the very fabric of space rippled, its speed horrifying. "Dodge!" Goku shouted, instantly entering an optimized Super Saiyan state, evading to the side. Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan 2, but instead of fully dodging, he roared, channeling his newly mastered energy control to the utmost, crossing his arms to block in front of him, a layer of highly compressed golden energy shield forming instantaneously. Boom! The dark spear collided forcefully with the energy shield, erupting in a blinding display of black and gold light. The energy shield vibrated violently, producing a sound of imminent shattering under the immense strain, yet it held firm. Vegeta was propelled back several hundred meters by the tremendous force, his arms numb, blood surging. But he had successfully deflected the attack. Oomph, is that all? Vegeta steadfastly stabilized his stance, shaking off the fatigue in his arms. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, his confidence surged. Such a degree of assault, in the past, would have forced him to either endure or dodge in desperation. Yet now he could mount a direct defense. "Do not let your guard down," Goku's voice echoed, as he maneuvered to the side of the skeletal knight. With both hands in motion, he unleashed a flurry of highly compressed blue energy blades, slicing towards the joints and the points where the knight's armor connected. The blades struck true, producing a cascade of sparks and dark smoke. The skeletal knight staggered, emitting a low, furious growl as visible damage appeared on the impacted areas. But soon, more malevolent energy surged forth to mend the wounds. The repair was rapid. Goku furrowed his brow. "Then let us strike harder than it can heal." Vegeta roared as he charged forward, his energy coiled tightly within him, his fists resembling two dark golden drill bits as he unleashed a tempest of close-range assaults. Each punch bore terrifying penetrating power, targeting the very spots that Goku had damaged. With resounding thuds, the knight's massive form was forced back, bones shattering and armor flying off. The speed of its repairs clearly lagging behind the pace of destruction. In a fit of rage, it swung its reconstructed energy lance. But Vegeta skillfully evaded or blocked the blows with his agile movements and energy shield. Goku remained active, flitting around the edges of the battlefield, continually disrupting the knight's energy absorption and repair with purifying energy while delivering precise ki blasts to its vital points, diverting its attention. Their teamwork grew increasingly in sync. One focused on close-range destruction, while the other provided support and distraction, driving the skeletal knight into a frenzy of roars, yet unable to retaliate effectively. However, this skeletal knight had absorbed the malevolence of an entire ancient battlefield, and its energy reserves were vast. Frustrated by the prolonged struggle, it suddenly altered its tactics. No longer attempting to assault the agile duo, it plunged its energy lance into the ground with force. With a thunderous boom, a colossal dark red magic circle unfurled around the lance, enveloping the entirety of the ancient battlefield. Within the circle, the howls of countless vengeful spirits solidified, forming black chains that surged from the ground and the void, ensnaring Goku and Vegeta. These chains not only hindered their movements, but also directly eroded their spirits and energy. "This is bad, a domain-type skill," Goku realized, feeling his movements slow, his ki circulation becoming sluggish as the whispers of countless grievances battered against his mental defenses. Vegeta's situation was even more dire. As the primary attacker, he found himself ensnared by an increasing number of chains. Though the fury of the Saiyan spirit could temporarily resist, it significantly disrupted his rhythm and energy control. He attempted to unleash a burst of energy to shatter the chains, but they came in an unending tide. For each batch he destroyed, more swiftly took their place. "Kakarot, think of something," Vegeta bellowed, swinging his energy blade to cleave the chains. but it felt as though he were mired in quicksand, unable to progress. Seizing the opportunity, the skeletal knight gathered an even more potent dark energy, preparing to deliver a fatal strike. At this critical moment, a glint of determination flashed in Goku's eyes. He felt an intense yearning for breakthrough within, as a faint resonance deep in his consciousness suddenly became clear for a fleeting moment. Vegeta, trust me just this once. Goku abruptly relinquished his struggle against the chains, instead immersing his entire focus within, striving to connect with that thread of resonance, while simultaneously vibrating his own energy at a peculiar frequency. Relax your resistance. Attempt to synchronize your energy with my frequency. Are you mad? Vegeta exclaimed in anger. Yet upon witnessing Goku's earnest gaze and the overwhelming pressure of their dire predicament, he gritted his teeth in determination. Damn it, if we fail, I swear I'll haunt you as a ghost. He forcefully suppressed his instinct to resist, striving to perceive the unique energy frequency emanating from Goku, tried to adjust his own turbulent energy to align with it. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Two fundamentally different energies resonating forcefully could easily result in a catastrophic energy clash or even backlash. Buzzing the energies surrounding them began to produce a strange resonance. The corrosion of the chains seemed to slow somewhat, yet it was precariously unstable, fluctuating between intensification and diminishment, as if it could collapse at any moment. The Bone Knight appeared to sense the burgeoning threat, hastening the accumulation of dark energy as a colossal dark sword materialized above its head, radiating an aura of annihilation. Slowly locking onto the two. Faster. Synchronize more. Goku's forehead throbbed with veins, pouring all his strength into guiding the energy. Vegeta's face reddened, sweat soaking his battle attire, as he fought to control his unruly energy, just as the dark sword was about to descend with catastrophic force. Buzz! A resonance wave, far more stable and powerful than before, erupted between the two. The golden flames of energy intertwined with the blue luminescence, forming a brief yet potent synergy. Despite not fully merging, the chains of resentment encircling them shattered and dissipated like ice in the sunlight under the force of this collaborative tremor. Now, Goku and Vegeta roared in unison. No words were exchanged, yet their intentions were perfectly aligned. Vegeta compressed all his strength into his right fist, the dark golden light coalescing to its zenith, warping the surrounding space slightly. Meanwhile, Goku thrust both hands forward, unleashing a wave of purifying light, larger and more refined than any before, acting as a vanguard, striking precisely at the core defense of the Bone Knight's chest. The purifying light clashed violently with the dark energy, temporarily neutralizing part of the core's defenses. Immediately following, Vegeta's punch, imbued with their shared synergy, was an extreme concentration of power that traversed space like teleportation, crashing forcefully against the weakened core point. Chapter 34. The Evil Dragon's Prototype. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Crack. Boom. There was no deafening explosion, only a muffled sound, as if something had shattered completely from within. The core of the Bone Knight's chest, along with its heavy surrounding defenses, was directly penetrated and obliterated by Vegeta's fist. The massive figure stood frozen in place, the crimson flames in its eyes extinguished in an instant. In the next moment, the colossal skeletal knight, along with the steed beneath it, began to crumble and disintegrate like sand sculptures, transforming into a swirling cloud of black ash. The dark red mist and the wails of vengeful spirits on the ancient battlefield swiftly dissipated as sunlight once again graced the land. The resonant state was broken, and both Goku and Vegeta descended to the ground, slightly gasping for breath. The recent collaboration had taken a considerable toll on their energy, yet it granted them a glimpse into an entirely new echelon of power. Vegeta gazed at his fist, still tinged with remnants of the cooperative energy, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. He despised fusion, but this temporary, self-aware collaborative combat seemed, paradoxically, not so undesirable. On to the next location, Goku exclaimed without hesitation, instantly sensing the status of the other 6 points of negative energy. His expression shifted. A sense of urgency washed over him. The reaction from West City has intensified significantly. Piccolo and Gohan may not be able to withstand it. Let us go, Vegeta replied curtly. The two figures vanished once more, racing towards the next battlefield. Following the skirmish on the ancient field, a novel mode of combat had quietly emerged, and the secrets hidden within Goku's being appeared to be drawing closer to revelation. The true harrowing battle was only just beginning. In the southern forest, once purified by Goku, the area had now devolved into a realm of lifelessness. It was not the previous distortions of vitality, but an utter silence and void. All hues had been stripped away. The trees, soil, rocks, and even the air manifested an unsettling grayish white, as if the entire space had been bleached by some unseen force. At the center of this desolate expanse, a massive, unstable black hole spun slowly, voraciously consuming the negative energy that surged toward it like a tide of darkness from across the globe. This black hole was not a celestial body of the universe. Rather, it was a passageway composed purely of negative energy connected to an unknown dimension. Its powerful gravitational pull tore at everything nearby, rendering even light incapable of escape. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan hovered at the edge of this gray-white realm, their expressions grave. Merely standing there, they sensed their own energy and vitality being gradually stripped away, drawn inexorably toward the black hole. This entity is absorbing the planet's negative energy, even beginning to siphon off the very life force of the sphere itself. Piccolo's voice trembled slightly, his connection to Earth's life making his realization all the more profound. We must stop it before it fully materializes. Gohan clenched his fists, the aura of his mysterious state appearing somewhat dim in this realm of desolation. How we stop it? Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the black hole, acutely aware that any energy attack aimed at it would be instantaneously consumed. If they drew near, they too would be engulfed. Just then, the rotation of the black hole suddenly slowed, as if it had reached a critical juncture in its consumption. An indescribable sense of terror erupted from its center like a tsunami. The gray-white space began to convulse violently, with black fissures spreading across the air like a spider's web. It is about to emerge. With a thunderous roar, Wukong unleashed an immense surge of energy. His golden aura in its perfected Super Saiyan state valiantly resisting the overwhelming gravitational pull and oppressive force. In the astonished gaze of his companions, a colossal claw, forged from pure darkness, slowly emerged from the black hole, gripping its edge. Following this was a second claw. Then, a grotesque head, adorned with dark scales, gradually rose, featuring a singular, gigantic eye ablaze with chaotic flames, coldly surveying the entire planet. Chapter 35, Super Saiyan 4. Its form continued to claw its way out of the black hole, as if there were no end in sight. The energy radiating from merely its visible portion already surpassed that of Bu and was escalating rapidly. This was no longer a mere aggregation of negative energy, but a terrifying entity hailing from the very essence of a negative dimension. It was the true embryonic form of an evil dragon, or rather, the emissary of the malevolent force that catalyzed all evil dragons into this world. Was this the enemy of Super One-Star Dragon caliber? Gohan's voice trembled with despair. No, this is not even its complete form. Wukong fixated on the singular eye, recalling the oppressive sensation emanating from the Super One-Star Dragon. Yet this presence seemed even more primal and frenzied. It was still absorbing energy. It must be interrupted. But how? Vegeta bellowed, attempting to unleash a highly compressed energy beam, only for it to be distorted and devoured the moment it neared the black hole, failing to create even a ripple. The one-eyed monstrosity appeared to have taken notice of these four insignificant beings. Its eye turned, locking onto them. No roar, no movement, only an invisible mental shockwave, imbued with an essence of utter annihilation, descended upon the consciousness of the four like an invisible hammer. Ugh! Gohan and Piccolo simultaneously groaned, clutching their heads in agony as they staggered back, their mental defenses crumbling under the weight of this onslaught. Even Vegeta felt darkness encroach upon him, his consciousness nearly dissipating. Only Wukong remained steadfast. In that instant of mental upheaval, a faint resonance deep within him detonated with vigor. A clearer, more resolute will emerged, safeguarding his core consciousness like an unyielding rock. Guard your mind. Resist with willpower. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. It was the voice of Son Wukong from this world. Although still faint, it brimmed with undeniable strength. Simultaneously, Wukong sensed a more ancient and wild power lurking deep within this body, seemingly awakened by the external pressure and the internal resonance, stirring restlessly. Was it the might of the great ape? No, it was something deeper. Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan. Wukong suddenly opened his eyes wide, a flicker of golden feral light igniting within them. Give me your energy. All of it. Do not resist. What are you planning? Vegeta questioned, bewildered. There is no time to explain. Trust me. Wukong's tone resonated with an unprecedented resolve and authority, as if the wills of two Wukongs converged at that moment. As Vegeta gazed into Goku's unwavering eyes and confronted the seemingly hopeless situation before him, he clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn it! If we fail, we shall all perish." Piccolo, Gohan, follow his lead. Although Piccolo and Gohan were perplexed, their trust in Goku compelled them to unreservedly channel their energy towards him. Three powerful auras surged into Goku's body, which felt as though it would explode from the intensity. Yet he forcefully guided this energy, merging it with his own unleashed primal power, all directed at that insurmountable barrier. Outside, the one-eyed monster prepared for its second wave of assault. As the chaotic flames in its eye blazed fiercely, coalescing into a dark breath capable of annihilating matter. In this critical moment, Goku unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens and earth. His body erupted with an unprecedented golden aura, but this radiance was no longer merely pure gold. It was infused with a crimson glow. His hair grew wildly long, cascading down his shoulders and interspersed with streaks of scarlet. His body hair thickened, and the phantom of his tail flickered behind him. Wrapped in a tempest of crimson golden lightning, an untamed, ferocious, yet divinely majestic aura surged forth, momentarily dispelling the surrounding silence and despair. Super Saiyan 4. In this dire predicament, fueled by external energy infusion, internal consciousness resonance, and the stimulus of extreme pressure, GT Goku finally coaxed forth this ultimate form, transcending all norms, within his youthful physique. Though his state remained unstable and his aura fluctuated violently, the undeniable power that surpassed Super Saiyan 3 left Vegeta and the others in awe. Vegeta gazed at the transformed Goku, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The one-eyed monster seemed to sense the impending threat, causing its impending dark breath to falter momentarily. Goku, feeling the surging power within, fixed his gaze upon the colossal beast, his crimson eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. The fight now was just beginning. Chapter 37. The Battle. Super Saiyan 4 Goku stood tall in the desolate, gray expanse, his crimson golden aura resembling a raging inferno, rivaling the cold despair emanating from the one-eyed creature. This was no mere contest of energy strength. It was a collision of the fervent essence of life against the void of death. Is this the realm that transcends Super Saiyan 3? Piccolo murmured, his green visage reflecting deep shock. He could sense that Goku had undergone a monumental transformation in both the quality and quantity of his life energy. A return to the primal savagery of the Saiyan race, yet perfectly controlled in this supreme form. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He beheld the figure with flowing red hair, wild and dignified aura, his heart swirling with an unprecedented complexity of emotions, resentment, astonishment, and frustration. Yet deeper still was a fervent desire and fighting spirit ignited within him. Kakarot, once again, the crimson golden meteor, embodying Goku's transcendent strength and the indomitable will of his four comrades, fiercely collided with the profound darkness at the center of the chaotic singularity. In that instant, silence reigned. There was no explosion. Time and space seemed utterly distorted, compressed. The hearts of all spectators raced to their throats. In the next moment, a resonant hum erupted, an excruciatingly sharp and high-pitched rending sound, inaudible to the ears yet directly resonating at the level of the soul, burst forth from the point of impact. The one-eyed monstrosity emitted an unprecedented, anguished wail of fury. Its massive form, not yet fully emerging from the black hole, convulsed violently, twisting in agony. The darkness at the chaotic center was forcefully torn asunder by the crimson golden radiance, penetrating deep. This light was not merely an explosion of energy. It represented an existence power condensed to its utmost limit, a culmination of life, will, and the unwavering belief in protection, launching an ultimate counterattack against pure nothingness and annihilation. The crimson golden brilliance spread rapidly along the connection between the monster and the black hole, slicing through like a red-hot wire cutting ice, wherever it passed. The dark body of the creature began to collapse, disintegrating back into the void of energy. The black hole connecting dimensions also became exceedingly unstable, its edges twisting violently, its gravitational pull diminishing. Had they succeeded? Gohan exclaimed with joy. No, it is not over yet. Vegeta's gaze was sharp. He perceived that within the collapsing core of the monster, a fragment of profound darkness still struggled, attempting to reconstitute itself. Meanwhile, Goku, enveloped in the crimson golden light, seemed to have reached his limit, his breath growing unsteady. It sought to perish alongside them. Piccolo sensed the destructive energy within that fragment of darkness surging dangerously, his expression shifting dramatically. Goku's eyes swept over his comrades before returning to the expanding monstrosity, a frenzied thought forming in his mind. He felt the overwhelming yet still somewhat unstable power of Super Saiyan 4 within him, alongside a resonance deep in his consciousness growing ever clearer. At this critical juncture, Super Saiyan 4 Goku sensed the core's agitation and the rapid depletion of his own power. He understood that if the strike did not purify the core completely, all prior efforts would be in vain, potentially triggering an even more horrifying energy detonation. Their wills instantaneously aligned. Goku abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of resolve flashing in his crimson eyes. He no longer sought to suppress or obliterate that fragment of the dark core. Instead, he performed an astonishing act, extending his arms wide and drawing in the impending explosion of pure darkness, along with the surrounding dissipating negative energy, forcefully into his own being. "You've lost your mind, Kakarot," Vegeta exclaimed in horror. To absorb such pure negative energy and destructive intent into oneself is tantamount to self-destruction. Yet Goku was not mindlessly consuming. As he absorbed the energy, the crimson golden flames surrounding him transformed dramatically. No longer a ferocious attacking energy, it transmuted into a warm, vast, and vibrant golden light. Within this radiance, the ethereal image of Earth emerged, filled with countless prayers of life and the steadfast faces of his comrades. Chapter 37. The End of the Great Battle. This is the essence of the Spirit Bomb, yet it has transformed into a realm of protection and purification, grounded in the power of Super Saiyan 4. That dark core was forcibly drawn into this golden purification domain, akin to a droplet falling into a boiling pot of oil, emitting its most fervent and final resistance. Darkness and golden light clashed violently within Goku's being, counterbalancing each other. Goku emitted a pained low roar as countless dark fissures manifested upon his Super Saiyan 4 form, seemingly on the verge of disintegration. Yet he held steadfast, pouring all his will and strength into this ultimate purification. Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan felt their hearts tighten. They could sense the immense pain and peril Goku was enduring. He must not bear this alone. With a furious roar, Vegeta disregarded his own exhaustion and transformed the dwindling energy he had left into a faint purifying flame, directing it toward the golden domain surrounding Goku. Piccolo and Gohan immediately followed suit, channeling their final strength as a form of support. This bit of external assistance was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back, a glimmer of light in the midst of darkness. The intense conflict within Goku reached its zenith, and then bang, a sound not loud, yet resonating deeply within the souls of all present. That ultimate darkness, along with all surrounding negative energy, finally dissipated into nothingness under the combined force of their ultimate purification. The remains of the one-eyed monster completely crumbled, and the unstable black hole emitted a lament of unwillingness before abruptly contracting and vanishing. The gray-white realm of death that enveloped the southern forest began to swiftly recede, colors returning and a faint vitality flowing anew. Sunlight penetrated the gradually thinning clouds of negative energy, cascading upon the earth. The golden light enveloping Super Saiyan 4 Goku slowly receded as he fell wearily. His Super Saiyan form automatically dissipated, reverting to his ordinary black-haired state. His complexion pale as paper, breath faint. Vegeta rushed forward, catching the descending Goku. "Hey, Kakarot, you're still alive, right?" Vegeta's voice bore an urgency he himself was unaware of. Goku slowly opened his eyes, filled with exhaustion yet tinged with a hint of relieved amusement. Not dead yet. He gazed at the approaching Piccolo and Gohan, then toward the seemingly tranquil sky in the distance, softly stating, "For now, it's over." Yet everyone knew this was far from the end. The mastermind behind it all still lingered, and the issue of the Dragon Ball's negative energy had not been eradicated. Furthermore, after this fierce battle, the boundaries between the two consciousnesses within Goku appear to have grown even more indistinct. New challenges and mysteries had already been seeded. The Z Fighters, having transcended their limits through this harrowing battle, would also embark on a path of new growth and transformation. The smoke from the southern forest skirmish gradually dissipated. Yet the aftermath of the conflict was far from concluded. Though weakened, the light in Goku's gaze was clearer and more resolute than ever before. With Vegeta practically half supporting him, the group made their way back to Bulma's laboratory. Gandhi sensed the aura of Wukong, surprise and confusion etched upon his youthful visage. Wukong, your aura feels different, more complete? Wukong smiled gently, refraining from elaborating on the intricate process of consciousness merging, simply stating, "Yes, I have come to understand certain things." His gaze fell upon the intricate Dragon Ball energy model at the center of the laboratory. "Bulma, Gandhi, I have an idea regarding the negative energy of the Dragon Balls." All eyes turned toward him. "We've been contemplating how to purify or shield against negative energy." Wukong spoke slowly, his eyes shimmering with the wisdom of two worlds. "But that is merely a superficial remedy. As long as the Dragon Balls continue to grant wishes and negative emotions persist in the universe, negative energy will perpetually arise." "Are you suggesting we abandon the Dragon Balls?" Krillin inquired, as he and the other Z fighters, drawn by the news, gathered around. "No, the Dragon Balls are miraculous artifacts and should not be discarded due to their drawbacks." Wukong shook his head. "The key lies in balance." He pointed to the energy model. "Negative energy is the price paid for wishes that distort reality. What if we could create a mechanism that, while granting wishes, simultaneously generates corresponding positive energy to neutralize it?" "Positive energy?" Bulma pondered. "For instance, energies of hope, gratitude, and joy that arise from the fulfillment of wishes?" "Precisely," Wukong affirmed, "just like the spirit bomb, which gathers the hopes and intentions of all living beings. If we could channel the positive effects of wishes and transform them into a stable energy to counteract the negative energy, theoretically, it is possible." Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a scientist, she immediately recognized the feasibility, though it would require altering the underlying energy rules of the Dragon Balls. This is akin to recreating the Dragon Balls. With Earth's technology and Dandy's divine powers, it may be challenging. Wukong's gaze drifted toward the starry sky. But what the Dragon Balls on Namek? Or perhaps, the more ancient Dragon Balls? The North Kai had previously mentioned the primordial seeds and the origins of the Dragon Balls. Perhaps the answers lie not nearby, but deep within the cosmos. Upon this revelation, everyone fell into contemplative silence. This suggested a potentially grand cosmic adventure, one that could lead to the origins of the Dragon Balls. "Wherever it may be, I shall go," Vegeta declared, crossing his arms and speaking coldly. This battle had revealed to him higher peaks, and he would not settle for stagnation. Moreover, he had developed a keen interest in the ancient Dragon Balls Wukong spoke of. "We shall go too." Gohan, along with Krillin and Liu Ping, eagerly expressed their intentions. The crisis on Earth had made them acutely aware that safeguarding their home required greater strength. "Not so fast, not so fast," Bulma interjected. "Even if we embark on a cosmic journey, we must first prepare spaceships, equipment, supplies, and we must wait for Wukong, our ailing comrade, to recuperate." The group turned to Wukong, whose pallid complexion elicited smiles, easing the previously tense atmosphere. In the ensuing days, Earth welcomed a long-awaited tranquility. The threat of the negative energy monster has been temporarily eradicated, and the use of Dragon Balls is now strictly confined to the most urgent situations. With the aid of the Senzu beans, Goku's body is rapidly recuperating. More astonishingly, as the two consciousnesses have fully merged, he has not only completely mastered the power of Super Saiyan 4, but his perception and control over Ki have also reached an unprecedented level, seemingly breaking through some invisible barrier. One night, Goku sat alone atop the roof of the Capsule Corporation, gazing at the myriad of stars scattered across the sky. He could sense that deep within the cosmos, the cold, dark will that lurked, eyeing the Dragon Balls, had not vanished. It had merely retreated for the time being. The information relayed by King Kai concerning the erosion of the void and the loosening of the seal weighed heavily upon his heart like a massive stone. It appeared that rest would not be afforded to him for long. A voice suddenly broke the silence beside him. Vegeta had flown up, unbeknownst to Goku, and took a seat beside him. "Vegeta, you're here," Goku responded without turning his head. "Do you feel it, Vegeta? There's still many powerful beings in the universe that we are unaware of." Chapter 39, The Energy Entity Monster. Isn't that a good thing?" Vegeta remarked, a hint of battle spirit flickering at the corners of his mouth. "It is precisely in such circumstances that we can grow stronger. Next time, I want to allow you to hog the glory alone." Goku smiled, offering no rebuttal. He extended his hand, palm upward, and a slender flame of crimson gold Ki quietly manifested. Stable yet restrained. The two ceased their conversation, simply gazing at the starry sky. In the vastness of the universe, a new adventure was slowly unfolding. Merging the experiences from both the GT and Z worlds, Son Goku would lead his companions toward a broader stage, confronting mightier foes, unveiling the ultimate secrets of the Dragon Balls, and safeguarding all that they held dear. While Earth temporarily regained its peace, and preparations for cosmic voyages were underway, Bulma's laboratory remained anything but tranquil. She was diligently conducting final sealing research on the collected negative energy samples, attempting to discern their core patterns to provide a theoretical foundation for future positive energy conversion devices. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired, perhaps stimulated by the high concentration of energy in the laboratory, or perhaps a remnant left by the escaping dark will. A small core of highly concentrated negative energy, sealed within a special force field, suddenly erupted violently. It broke free from its confinement, as if it possessed life, frantically absorbing the laboratory's energy and swiftly expanding into a distorted, howling energy entity monster. Although its scale was far smaller than the previous conglomerate, its purity and corrosiveness were even more formidable. Alarms blared. The laboratory's alloy walls were effortlessly torn apart, chaotic energy surging wildly. "This is bad." Bulma's face turned pale as she hurriedly activated the emergency defense system, but to little avail. The first to arrive were Vegeta, who had been training in the gravity chamber, and Goku, who was observing nearby. Upon witnessing the devastation of the laboratory and the energy monster exuding a nauseating aura, fury ignited in Vegeta's eyes. "Damn it, scum! How dare you wreak havoc here?" Vegeta let out a furious roar, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. His golden aura soaring skyward as he unleashed a fist imbued with ferocious energy towards the monstrous foe. However, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. His strike, instead of inflicting any tangible harm, vanished into the abyss as if it were but a drop in the ocean, swiftly absorbed and converted by the creature. The monster swelled in size once more, sprouting several dark, sinuous tendrils that darted towards Vegeta with lightning speed. "Vegeta, be cautious. This creature is unlike the previous ones. It can absorb our energy," Goku urgently warned. Yet, the monster's velocity was overwhelming. Despite Vegeta's best efforts to evade, a tendril grazed his arm. "Vegeta, your power is too unrefined." Goku attempted to communicate amid the chaos. "These beings do not respond to brute force. You must learn to control your energy as one would regulate their breath." A wave of icy, despair-laden negativity surged into Vegeta, infecting his essence and threatening to unravel his fighting spirit. "Do not preach to me, Kakarot," Vegeta retorted, his temper flaring. However, the proud Saiyan was acutely aware of the dilemma he faced. As night fell, while others rested or took their turns, he isolated himself in the gravity chamber, setting the gravity to the brink of collapse. He relentlessly pushed his potential, striving to forcibly ascend to Super Saiyan 3 or even beyond. Yet, each time he encountered an invisible barrier, not merely a lack of strength, but a dissonance within himself. His Saiyan blood boiled with a yearning for destruction and conquest. Yet his reason and will struggled to channel this raw power into a more refined state. As the negative emotions infiltrated Vegeta's being, he grunted in discomfort, the aura of Super Saiyan 2 dimming momentarily as a flash of pain crossed his face. This assault, targeting the very essence of his spirit and energy, proved far more perilous than mere physical blows. "Damn it!" Vegeta gritted his teeth, forcing his aura to repel the tendrils, but his gaze was laden with gravity. He recognized that his conventional Super Saiyan form was not only ineffective against such an adversary, but could indeed become a source of sustenance for it. Chapter 40. Eradicating the negative energy entity. At that moment, the conglomerate of negative energy amassed its full might, transforming into a torrent of pitch-black energy, charging towards Vegeta with ferocity. The destructive potential and spiritual corruption contained within this strike far surpassed anything encountered before. Yet, in this critical instant, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4. As the wave of negative energy was about to engulf Vegeta, Goku's once golden aura shifted to a dazzling pure white, contracting inward before morphing into a searing, tempestuous crimson flame, seemingly capable of incinerating anything in its path. Now, fully transformed, Goku faced the approaching torrent of negative energy and casually raised his right hand, enveloped in the scarlet flames, and clenched it forward. The dark tide that could obliterate Super Saiyan 2 was caught barehanded. The crimson flames clashed violently with the negative energy, emitting a piercing hiss, yet this time, The negative force could no longer encroach, rapidly melting away under the fierce heat of the red aura. Boom! A crimson surge of energy erupted, akin to a miniature sun, instantly evaporating the malevolent entity along with its core, thus purifying the surroundings. The chaotic energies within the laboratory gradually subsided, leaving behind only a faint scent of scorched remnants. Goku slowly lowered his hand. Since his last encounter with the one-eyed giant, he had fully mastered the power of Super Saiyan 4 through rigorous training. The violent shockwave of energy began to dissipate, filling the air with the acrid aroma of ozone and the charred essence of purified negative energy. Vegeta knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, the flickering golden aura of Super Saiyan 2 finally extinguished. What coursed through his body was not merely the exhaustion of overexertion, but a profound sense of defeat that penetrated to his very bones. Before him, the mass of negative energy now crumbled like a lifeless, disintegrating mass, stripped of its flesh and sinew. And the one responsible for this was none other than Kakarot. The figure who had just descended, enveloped in a halo of crimson flames, his tail swaying nonchalantly. Super Saiyan 4. Damn it, Vegeta seethed, his teeth clenched as his nails dug deeply into his palm, drawing blood without his notice. He lowered his gaze, unwilling for anyone, especially that guy, to witness the turmoil etched across his face. The storm within him raged far more violently than the battle that had just unfolded. A searing mix of humiliation, anger, and an overwhelming sense of injustice churned within his chest, nearly forcing its way out in a roar. Uncontrollably, his mind replayed the recent events. The Kamehameha wave he had proudly unleashed was absorbed and deflected by the creature. His lightning-fast movements became sluggish within the opponent's chaotic energy field. His cataclysmic strength seemed to vanish upon impact, only serving to bolster its confidence. Meanwhile, Kakarot, that wild, hairy brute, had effortlessly delivered a fatal blow. An intense jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He loathed this feeling of helplessness, and, even more so, the reality that he needed Kakarot's salvation. Time and again, this pattern repeated, from Namek to the Cell Games, to Majin Buu, and now, the cursed Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta, are you alright? Goku's voice broke through. Vegeta abruptly raised his head, his expression returning to its familiar coldness and arrogance, suppressing the turmoil beneath an icy facade. He stood, brushing off the dust from his battle attire, responding with a stiff tone, "Humph, such a trivial matter cannot wound me." Chapter 41. The Tale of the Saiyan. He glanced at Goku, the crimson figure now glaringly bright. A fire rekindled in Vegeta's eyes, no longer merely anger, but an amalgamation of humiliation, defiance, and an unwavering resolve for battle. He turned away from Goku, casting his gaze toward the horizon. The final confrontation awaited them. Yet, Vegeta understood that before that moment arrived, he must first grow stronger. Bulma, observing intently, rushed over to Vegeta, exclaiming, "Vegeta, such reckless behavior is futile. If Super Saiyan 4 is merely a stronger power, what distinguishes it from Super Saiyan 3? Goku has stated that it embodies a balance, a union of instinct and reason. You cannot even confront your own tail. How can you hope for unity?" The tail, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. For the Saiyans, the tail was once a symbol of pride and the root of their transformation into great apes. However, following the battle on Earth, his tail was severed by Yajirobe. Bulma's words pierced his heart like a thorn, reaching into the depths of his soul that he was reluctant to confront. Her words struck like lightning, dispelling the fog that had lingered in Vegeta's mind for years. The tail represented the unification of instinct and reason. He stood frozen, memories flooding uncontrollably into his thoughts. Under the moonlight of Planet Vegeta, the arduous and perilous training to control the great ape transformation in his youth. The humiliation of hiding his tail as an unstable element while enslaved by Frieza, and the agony and rage when Yajirobe ambushed him and severed his tail on Earth. He had always regarded this aspect of Saiyan wildness as a weakness, a disgrace, a stumbling block in his pursuit of perfect power. This subversive notion filled him with irritation and resistance. Yet Bulma's sharp words and the imposing, harmonious visage of Goku in his Super Saiyan 4 form left him with no room for rebuttal. Pride would not allow him to remain perpetually behind. Meddlesome, Vegeta retorted defiantly, but the frenzy in his eyes had calmed somewhat, replaced by a profound contemplation. He refrained from immediately charging into the gravity chamber for self-inflicted training. Instead, he fell into an unusual silence. After several skirmishes, Vegeta's sense of frustration grew daily. Days later, upon deciding to venture deep into the universe in search of the origin of the Dragon Balls, Bulma and her team astonishingly transformed a spacecraft integrated with Earth's latest technology and Namekian biotechnology, aptly named the Hope. This vessel not only possessed warp capabilities, but was also equipped with a high-intensity gravity training room. As anticipated, all negative energy coalesced in the southern region, forming an unprecedentedly terrifying entity. It was no longer a mere accumulation of matter, but a colossal vortex of half energy and half physicality, with a pulsating, malevolent core at its center. Akin to a black sun, it emanated a stifling pressure of despair, even beginning to warp the structure of the surrounding space. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo joined forces in a fierce battle, yet the situation was far from optimistic. This ultimate shadow of void not only absorbed and rebounded energy attacks, but could also directly assault the soul, amplifying inner fears and weaknesses. Gohan and Piccolo quickly suffered mental trauma, significantly diminishing their combat prowess. Goku, relying on his stable mindset as a Super Saiyan 4 and the formidable spirit acquired from their fusion, barely held on but found himself ensnared. Vegeta's situation was the most dire. His pride and urgent desire to prove himself became the perfect exploit for the enemy. Countless illusions flashed before his eyes: Frieza's derisive laughter, the disappointed gaze of his father, King Vegeta, and repeated scenes of defeat against Goku. His attacks became chaotic and disorderly, riddled with vulnerabilities. "Vegeta, maintain your composure," Goku shouted urgently, struggling against the devouring force of the core vortex. Chapter 42. The Birth of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. "Shut up, Kakarot. I do not need your instruction," Vegeta roared, unleashing his ultimate flash towards the vortex, only to have it effortlessly absorbed. Despite pushing the limits of his Super Saiyan 2 power, even brushing against the threshold of Super Saiyan 3, his attack felt futile. His energy waves were frequently consumed by the enemy, and his rapid movements were hindered by the emotional turmoil emanating from the opposing force. The sheer destructive power he prided himself on appeared somewhat clumsy in the face of such unorthodox foes. Damn it! Once again, Vegeta's ultimate flash was absorbed by the enemy. Though he remained silent, the clenched fists and bulging veins on his forehead betrayed the fury and dissatisfaction brewing within him. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo fought valiantly together, but the situation was dire. This ultimate void shadow not only absorbed energy attacks, but also reflected them, directly assaulting their very souls and amplifying their inner fears and weaknesses. Gohan and Piccolo quickly suffered mental blows, resulting in a drastic decrease in their combat power. Goku, relying on his steadfast spirit and the formidable soul forged through fusion, barely held on, yet found himself ensnared. "Vegeta, you must maintain your composure," Goku shouted anxiously while fending off the core vortex's consuming force. In the midst of the fierce battle, Goku found himself temporarily trapped. Piccolo, Gohan, and the others fought desperately, but were steadily pushed back. The embodiment of hatred conjured shadows of Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, incessantly mocking Vegeta's history of failures and pricking at his pride. "Look, Prince Vegeta, you will forever be a loser, always living in Kakarot's shadow. Your pride is worthless. Your power is feeble." Vegeta's mental defenses were on the verge of collapse. At the pinnacle of his turmoil, the ultimate Void Shadow's attack surged directly towards him. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta's mind went blank. Anger, resentment, and fear erupted within him, yet ultimately coalesced into an indescribably pure intent to protect. Not to surpass anyone, nor to prove anything, but solely to safeguard his son and his companions behind him. "Get away!" Accompanied by a roar that tore through his chest, some shackles within Vegeta shattered. He felt an ancient, primal, and far more powerful force erupting from the depths of his bloodline. His body began to undergo drastic transformations. His physique became more robust, crimson fur rapidly spreading across his form, while black hair billowed like flames down to his waist. Surrounding him was no longer the golden aura, but a deep red flame interwoven with lightning, akin to burning blood. However, unlike Goku's seamless transformation, Vegeta's metamorphosis was fraught with pain and struggle. His rationality clashed violently with his feral instincts. His gaze fluctuated between clarity and primal ferocity. "Vegeta, control it." From a distance, Goku, free from his bindings, shouted, "Remember what you are protecting. It's not a burden. It's the anchor of your power. Protecting Trunks." Everyone, Vegeta's consciousness seized a lifeline amidst the tumultuous waves. He ceased attempting to suppress that wild power and instead endeavored to understand and guide it. He centers his heart on the protection of his comrades, utilizing the primal fighting instinct of the Saiyan race as his fuel. Gradually, the frenzy in his eyes fades, replaced by a calm ferocity, a wrath imbued with wisdom. The deep crimson aura stabilizes, becoming more refined. At long last, he has successfully harnessed this power. The Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta is born. In Chapter 43, the essence of the Void Shadow, Vegeta bears a striking resemblance to Goku, yet his aura is distinctly different. His presence is sharper, more concentrated, exuding a regal sense of dominance. He slowly raises his hand, and a seemingly ordinary energy blast is unleashed. But upon striking the embodiment of hatred, it erupts not merely in destruction, but in a terrifying effect that disintegrates its vengeful essence, annihilating it. This is the true power of the prince. Vegeta's voice resonates with depth and authority as he gazes at the colossal avatar, devoid of confusion and rage, filled instead with absolute confidence and control. Exchanging a glance with Goku, no words are necessary. The two Super Saiyan 4 warriors launch their assault in unison. The intertwining streams of crimson and deep red are no longer mere coordination, but rather a wondrous resonance, their power attributes complementing one another, creating a more potent purifying effect, ultimately obliterating the embodiment of hatred. As the battle concludes, Vegeta gently descends, reverting to his normal state. He gazes at his hands, feeling the familiar yet foreign, complete and formidable power within him. It appears you have finally found your path, Goku remarks with a smile as he approaches. Vegeta huffs, yet this time, a barely perceptible smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. Do not be overly proud, Kakarot. This is merely the beginning. The path to greater strength shall be forged by me, Vegeta. No sooner had Vegeta spoken these words than, at the instant the last vestige of the embodiment of hatred was completely purified, an anomaly abruptly arose. In the heart of the southern forest, where the negative energy was most severely concentrated, the ground did not settle, but instead trembled violently. The once dissipating purplish-black clouds seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, collapsing inward at an accelerated pace. The sky did not brighten. It rapidly darkened, as if ushering in an early night, with only a profound darkness at the forest center, consuming all light. What is happening? Wasn't the energy response supposed to have vanished? Gohan exclaimed, sensing the ominous pressure ahead. Piccolo's expression turned grave. No, what we destroyed was merely a vanguard or a decoy. The true core has been lurking underground, absorbing the energy we released during our battle. Goku furrowed his brow, his perception in the Super Saiyan 4 state far exceeding that of ordinary beings. He could sense that the entity beneath the earth exuded an ancient, cold malice, alien to this universe. With a thunderous roar, the earth fractured completely, the soil at the forest center buckling upward like fragile eggshells, shattering. A colossal figure, not constructed of matter, but formed from pure void and twisted rules, slowly ascended. It possesses no fixed form, resembling an ever-flowing black rift, its edges shimmering with fragmented temporal and spatial turbulence. What it emanates is not a gas, but rather a negation of existence, wherever it traverses. The very fabric of space seems to lament and disintegrate. The essence of this shadow of void, or perhaps a tendril it has extended into this universe. Vegeta's crimson vertical pupils narrowed, and the deep red aura instinctively surged, revealing an overwhelming vigilance. He sensed a threat of an entirely different nature, not a disparity of strength, but a fundamental restraint. His annihilation energy appeared to be significantly less effective against this moving void. Chapter 44. The first collaboration of Super Saiyan 4. It seemed to be rewriting the rules of the surroundings. Goku also detected the anomaly. He attempted to unleash a Kamehameha wave. But as the energy wave approached that black rift, it inexplicably vanished without a trace, as if erased by an eraser, producing no explosion whatsoever. This creature was immune to conventional energy attacks. The black rift-like monstrosity gazed at the living beings present, particularly focusing on the strongest auras of Goku and Vegeta. An invisible wave swept through, causing both Goku and Vegeta to feel their bodies grow heavy, as if the surrounding gravity had multiplied 1,000-fold, rendering movement increasingly difficult. Even more terrifying was the alarming trend of their energy beginning to uncontrollably dissipate outward. It was absorbing their energy. Damn it! How dare it siphon the power of this prince? Vegeta roared, his deep red aura erupting as he forcefully stabilized his energy. Though it was evidently much more taxing than when battling the embodiment of hatred. Goku attempted to instantaneously teleport, only to discover that the surrounding spatial structure was exceedingly unstable, inhibiting precise location. No, the space has been disrupted by it. Conventional methods were nearly ineffective. The formidable power of Super Saiyan 4 appeared somewhat impotent before this adversary that operated on a different level of rules. Kakarot, Vegeta suddenly shouted, his gaze fixed intently on the encroaching black rift as thoughts raced through his mind. This creature does not respond to brute force. Your energy is rather unique. See if you can disrupt its internal energy structure. Goku instantly grasped Vegeta's intent. His energy leaned more towards life and harmony, while Vegeta's favored destruction and annihilation. Perhaps a more ingenious collaboration was required. All right, I will attempt to pry open a point, and you deliver the finishing blow. Goku inhaled deeply, his Super Saiyan 4 aura transforming into a gentle yet permeable essence. He formed a swirling energy sphere, imbued with strange life waves, which was not meant for attack, but for resonance and disruption. Don't miss your mark. Vegeta compressed his entire deep red aura to a pinpoint, the light so profound it seemed capable of devouring even light itself, as he sought the opportunity for a decisive strike. These two warriors, having just transcended their limits, cast aside their previous competitive mindset before an unprecedented foe, and truly began their first tactical collaboration of Super Saiyan 4, communicating through shared intent. Would the soft crimson energy and the ultimate destructive deep red energy be sufficient to combat this void from beyond the cosmos? The true test has just begun. The crimson energy sphere in Wukong's hand no longer exudes the overwhelming ferocity of the Kamehameha. Instead, it pulsates slowly, akin to a living entity, radiating warm and resilient ripples. This is the pinnacle manifestation of his understanding of the essence of energy under the Super Saiyan 4 form. Life, harmony, resonance, elevated to its utmost expression. Wukong uttered a low cry, gently propelling the energy sphere toward the continuously twisting black rift. There was no earth-shattering explosion. At the moment of contact with the rift's edge, the crimson energy sphere seeped in silently, much like a droplet merging with a sponge. In the next instant, within the previously stable abyss that devoured all, countless delicate crimson patterns illuminated, spreading like a network of veins. A sharp, unearthly shriek resonated not through the air, but directly within the souls of all present, emanating from the depths of the rift. It was the anguished and furious roar of the void shadow, feeling its stable structure disturbed and invaded by the rules of life. Its ever-shifting form exhibited clear stagnation and chaos, while the flickering temporal distortions at the edges grew wild and unstable. Now is the moment. Vegeta. Wukong exerted every ounce of energy, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly indicating that this meticulous internal disintegration demanded even greater stamina than a direct clash. Chapter 45, Annihilation of the Void Shadow. Without needing to be told, Vegeta was already primed for action. His eyes blazed with a brilliant crimson light, as his deep red aura coalesced to a singular point at the tip of his right finger, an epitome of darkness. A highly compressed annihilation energy that even generated a miniature gravitational singularity from which light could not escape. He eschewed any grandiose technique names, choosing instead to concentrate all his spirit, will, and the absolute control he had just mastered over his primal instincts into this singular point. With a swift motion, a nearly imperceptible deep red ray shot forth at a speed that surpassed thought. It did not incite an energy storm. Rather, as it traversed, even the distorted spatial rules were momentarily smoothed by the concept of termination it contained. This ray precisely struck the point marked and disturbed by Wukong's life energy. The anchoring point of the void shadow within this reality, the vulnerable aspect of its structural rules. Time seemed to freeze once again. The deep red ray penetrated the black rift, devoid of explosion or flash. Instead, a more heart-stirring sight unfolded, centered on the impact point. The black rift rapidly transformed from a fiery hue to ash gray, then dissipated into the most fundamental particles. This annihilation effect swiftly spread, replacing the void with a more absolute non-existence. The void shadow emitted its final, reluctant, silent wail, as its vast, dark form was completely erased from the reality of the universe in mere seconds, like a pencil drawing wiped away by an eraser. The darkness in the sky faded instantly, sunlight once again pouring over the southern forest. Although the earth lay in ruins, that despairing chill of malice had vanished. The spatial structure has returned to normal, and the gravitational field has stabilized. Goku and Vegeta simultaneously reverted from their Super Saiyan 4 transformations, descending to the ground, both slightly panting and exhibiting signs of exhaustion, yet their eyes sparkled with an undeniable brilliance. The recent battle was not merely a contest of strength. It was a sublime practical exercise in understanding the essence of energy and the intricacies of rules. Did we succeed? Gohan gazed incredulously at the now tranquil sky. Piccolo exhaled deeply, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Ah, we did it. The power of the two Super Saiyans had indeed achieved something remarkable. Vegeta glanced at Goku, instinctively wanting to scoff, but ultimately only the corners of his mouth twitched in silence. He looked down at his hands, feeling the profound and harmonious strength within him, accompanied by an unprecedented sense of connection to the deeper layers of this world. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Heh, this guy is truly formidable. But Vegeta, that last move was impressive. Vegeta lifted his head, regaining his customary pride. Of course, the power of this prince is beyond question. However, Kakarot, it appears that our adversaries can no longer be vanquished by sheer brute force alone. His gaze drifted back to the azure sky, as if he could penetrate the atmosphere and glimpse the myriad unknown challenges lurking within the vast cosmos. Goku, too, refrained from his laughter, his expression turning serious. It seemed that the true journey of cultivation was only just beginning. The two warriors, standing at the pinnacle of Earth, had undergone their own transformations and experienced their first flawless collaboration. They both understood clearly that Super Saiyan 4 was far from the end. It was merely a new beginning. Awaiting them were broader and more perilous horizons among the stars. Their legendary saga was destined to turn a new page. Chapter 46, The Mechanical Demon Army. The brief tranquility did not endure for long. Just as Goku and Vegeta had sensed, the vastness of the universe and its lurking dangers exceeded their imagination. While they were contemplating the application of power within the gravity chamber, Bulma's team was diligently analyzing the remnants of data from the Void Shadow. A wave of energy, distinctly different yet equally disconcerting, rippled outward from the depths of the cosmos, akin to pebbles cast into a lake. This time, it was not purely malevolent or destructive. It bore an ancient, mechanical coldness of will. King Kai of the North was wiping his cold sweat, relieved that Earth had narrowly escaped disaster. Suddenly, his antennae stiffened, and his complexion turned ashen. No, it can't be. Is that legend true? He scrambled towards the communication device, his voice sharp and frantic. Goku, Vegeta, can you hear me? This is bad news. Goku and Vegeta simultaneously looked up towards a point in the sky, their brows furrowed. King Kai, what's wrong? Goku asked, puzzled. Is another foolhardy adversary approaching? Vegeta scoffed, though his eyes betrayed a sense of caution, for he sensed an unprecedented, colossal energy source that was not of organic origin. It's them. They have awakened. The voice of the northern boundary, King, resonated with despair. The cosmic janitors, the mechanical demon legion. Legend has it that they were created by a long-extinct ancient civilization eons ago, designed to purify all star realms deemed unbalanced or tainted. They are heading your way. Their target is the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Goku exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, though the shadow of nihility was vanquished by your hands. The violent clash of negative energy with the Dragon Balls, coupled with your final strike that pierced the very fabric of reality, has generated ripples of energy far too potent. This could very well have triggered the purification protocol of the mechanical demon legion. In their ancient logic, the Dragon Balls, which produce such anomalous and perilous energy, are considered a cosmic virus that must be eradicated. As the words fell, the cosmos beyond Earth began to distort, not as a wormhole, but as a more brutal overlay of reality. A colossal metallic structure, resembling a planet, the mechanical demon mothership, slowly encroached upon the solar system, followed by tens of thousands of mechanical warriors, each distinct and emanating a cold, lethal intent. They moved in silence, exuding an oppressive aura of annihilation. These mechanical warriors were starkly different from the foot soldiers of Frieza's army. They were devoid of emotions and fear, possessed immensely high energy levels, and appeared to have formidable resistance, even an adaptive learning capability against pure ki attacks. What nonsense is this? Just defeated a monstrous entity, and now a swarm of metal clods arrives. Vegeta seethed, his crimson aura erupting as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Kakarot, enough of the chatter. We must obliterate them before they reach Earth. Wait, Vegeta. Goku interjected, his gaze fixed intently on the massive mothership. They don't seem to be living beings. Moreover, their target is the Dragon Balls. A bold idea flickered in Goku's mind. He turned to Bulma. Bulma, can you temporarily mask or shield the energy signal of the Dragon Balls? Bulma hastily operated the controls. I'll try, but their technological level may far surpass ours. We won't deceive them for long. It doesn't need to be for long. Goku's eyes sparkled with determination. Vegeta, let us directly infiltrate that behemoth. Chapter 47. Inside the Mechanical Demon Mothership. What? Are you insane? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Don't you see? Goku pointed outside. They're solely focused on the Dragon Balls and seem to harbor no direct intent to attack Earth itself. This indicates their actions follow a strict, logical protocol. Rather than endlessly exterminating their foot soldiers outside, we should penetrate directly to find their core program. Either modify it or destroy it. This approach is far more effective than a head-on clash. Vegeta paused, then grasped Goku's intent. This truly was the most efficient method to confront a foe devoid of life. A dangerous smile crept across his lips. Strike at the heart of the matter? Huh, that aligns perfectly with my princely style. Gohan, Piccolo. The foot soldiers outside are in your hands. Protect the Dragon Balls and Earth. Goku instructed before exchanging a resolute nod with Vegeta. In the next moment, the two transformed into streaks of crimson and deep red, not charging towards the vanguard of the Mechanical Legion, but rather, with astonishing speed and trajectory, circumvented the army directly and hurtled towards the Mechanical Demon Mothership, resembling a miniature planet. Meanwhile, on Earth, Dandy and Mr. Popo were anxiously attempting to gather the Dragon Balls to cast a sealing spell. Far away in the realm of the Kais, the old Kai was also stirred. He perused the ancient scriptures, his expression grave as he murmured, "The mechanical demon, a being so formidable that even the Kais find it challenging. The civilization that created them appears to have breached the taboos of the creation codes. Goku, Vegeta, your challenge this time is at the pinnacle of technology or in the domain of the divine." Inside the Mechanical Demon Mothership, the environment was not that of a traditional vessel, but rather an infinitely extending, self-reconstructing metallic labyrinth. Countless streams of energy surged through transparent conduits, while cold logical commands ebbed and flowed like tides. Ubiquitous scanning beams and defense systems launched attacks capable of vaporizing stars upon any intruder. In their Super Saiyan 4 state, Goku and Vegeta navigated the maze-like corridors with incredible speed and perception, evading lethal assaults. "Kakarot, can you locate the core?" Vegeta growled, shattering a suddenly materializing giant defense robot with a punch, his brow furrowed in concentration. The structure here is in constant flux, as if it possesses life. It is moving, and it seems there is more than one core. Goku closed his eyes to sense the mothership, realizing that the entire vessel itself was a colossal living program. We must locate its main logic terminal. Suddenly, the metallic wall ahead melted like mercury, coalescing into a massive humanoid silhouette, an entity composed of pure energy and liquid metal, exuding a pressure far surpassing that of all the mechanical warriors outside. Identification: high-energy life form intrusion. Threat level: maximum. Execution: annihilation protocol. A cold voice resonated directly within the minds of the two warriors. "It seems we have found the administrator." Vegeta sneered, his deep red aura surging once more. "Let us see how you fare against me." However, the combat prowess of this administrator was beyond imagination. Not only was it immensely powerful, but could also predict their attack trajectories and instantly generate the most effective defenses and countermeasures. Its combat style was a flawless tactic based entirely on logical computation. Its calculation speed was astonishingly rapid. Goku narrowly evaded a slicing energy attack. "Our battle data is being analyzed and learned. Then let us unleash a power it cannot comprehend." Vegeta roared, once more gathering his erasure finger. But this time, a distorted force field instantly materialized in front of the administrator, deflecting part of the annihilation energy's effects. Chapter 48. The Grand Elder of Namek. Detected unknown rule-based attack. Initiating rule-level defense module. Analysis, reconstruction. It can even adapt to rule-based attacks. Vegeta's pupils constricted. The battle had descended into a stalemate. Within the ever-changing confines of this mothership, where adversaries possessed the capacity for limitless learning and adaptation, the two super warriors appeared ensnared in a quagmire, their advantage and strength gradually eroded by the adversities of their environment and the peculiarities of their foes. Just as they were earnestly pondering strategies, the entire mothership suddenly convulsed violently. A warm and vibrant emerald light, akin to sunlight piercing through stormy clouds, forcefully penetrated the multiple layers of metallic barriers and illuminated the space around them. Simultaneously, a gentle and familiar voice, laced with mirth, resonated within the hearts of Goku and Vegeta. It seems you have encountered some difficulties. In the face of cold logic, sometimes life itself provides the most profound answers. At the sound of this voice, Goku's eyes sparkled with recognition, and a delighted smile graced his face. "Dandy, you come as well?" He was not alone in his surprise. Vegeta narrowed his crimson, slit-like pupils, sensing a life force far more expansive and primordial than that of Dandy in his capacity as Earth's deity, intertwined with both familiar yet alien energies, including those of the Namekians. Moreover, the manner in which this power was wielded was intriguing. As the two warriors contemplated this revelation, the emerald light converged before them, forming a hazy, colossal silhouette composed of light. The outline bore a striking resemblance to the Grand Elder, yet exuded an even greater aura of authority and benevolence, as though embodying the very will of Namek itself. "Goku, Vegeta," the apparition spoke in a soothing tone, echoing the initial voice. "I'm the current Grand Elder of the new Namek, utilizing the resonance of life from our entire race and our home planet. Alongside a fragment of a Dragon Ball's power, we have temporarily projected our will here. Danny has informed us of the crisis on Earth." "Grand Elder," Goku exclaimed, "your arrival is most timely." Finally, some semblance of assistance has arrived. Vegeta crossed his arms, his tone still haughty, though the tension in his body eased slightly. "The mechanical demon is recorded in the ancient texts of our Namek." The Grand Elder's apparition continued. "They adhere to absolute logic. While pure strength is undoubtedly significant in combating them, it is even more crucial to disrupt their core logic. Their purification protocol essentially rejects anomalies and disorder. Yet life, particularly life brimming with potential and creativity, embodies the greatest form of disorder within the universe's grand order." No sooner had the Grand Elder's words concluded than another flash of light illuminated the scene, revealing two familiar figures. Goku was taken aback to see the old Kaishin, accompanied by Jebit, materialize within the mechanical demon's realm. "Goku, Vegeta, we have witnessed your endeavors," the old Kaishin stated directly, his murky eyes glimmering with wisdom, yet shadowed by profound concern. "What you defeated earlier were probes of the Void Shadow. Its true form resides in the crevice between reality and nothingness, in a realm known as the Domain of Annihilation." "The Domain of Annihilation?" Both Goku and Vegeta furrowed their brows in unison. "It is a forbidden domain, one that even the Kaishins find difficult to approach," the old Kaishin elucidated. "It consumes the negative energy that drifts across various universes, the forgotten resentments, as well as the remnants of wishes born from imperfect, wish-granting mechanisms like those of the Dragon Balls on Earth. The shadow of nihility is indeed an amalgamation of these negative concepts." Chapter 49, New Revelations. Indeed, thus, the sheer force of impact proves limited. Your ability to obliterate it ultimately stems from your power, which at that moment transcended to the realm of concepts. The old Supreme Kai cast an appreciative glance at Vegeta, then turned to Goku, stating, "You, Goku, possess a life energy that resonates with any form of existence, even the distorted ones, thus granting you the potential to disrupt it." He paused, his voice deepening. "However, the trouble has only just begun. Your battle against the shadow of nihility, with its unique energy fluctuations, has drawn the attention of certain entities. It is not merely the essence of the realm of oblivion that takes notice, but also powerful beings from other universes, even the overseers who maintain the balance of the multiverse." "Other universes?" Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, the warrior blood of the Saiyans beginning to boil. "Do not rejoice too soon, Kakarot," Vegeta admonished, though fire ignited in his own gaze, indicating the stage was far grander than they had envisioned. "Indeed, there are a total of 12 universes," the old Supreme Kai affirmed. "Our 7th universe is not particularly formidable in the grand scale. Moreover, the Dragon Ball system is not unique to our universe. According to ancient records, the most primordial and perfect Dragon Balls, known as the Wish Stars or Super Dragon Balls, are as large as planets and scattered across multiple universes. Their power is said to allow direct communication with the highest deities." This revelation left everyone astounded. Dragon Balls comparable to planets, scattered across various universes? The ensuing journey to uncover the origins of the Dragon Balls will likely extend beyond the confines of the seventh universe. The old Supreme Kai finally conveyed his purpose. The Kaioshin realm cannot intervene directly, but I can offer you some guidance and warnings. Exercise caution when traversing the barriers between universes. Each universe operates under distinct physical laws and power structures. Simultaneously, the essence of the shadow of nihility may be lurking within the realm of oblivion, awaiting the moment you reveal a weakness or severely injured by a more powerful entity. After finishing his words, the old Supreme Kai turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder of Namek, the mechanical demon. The ancient texts of Namek should contain records regarding this. The Grand Elder's ethereal form spoke slowly. Indeed, I have come to inform Goku and the others. The old Supreme Kai nodded and glanced at the interior of the mechanical demon, saying, Goku, Vegeta, I have delivered the message to you. The subsequent endeavors depend on your own capabilities. With that said, I shall not impede your battle any further. Turning to Jebbet, the latter understood, and in a flash of light, the old Supreme Kai and Jebbet vanished as if they had never been there. Goku appeared bewildered. This guy. The Grand Elder then spoke, Goku, Vegeta, shortly we will temporarily disrupt the mechanical logic of this area using the life energy field, creating an opportunity for you. However, this disruption will not last, nor will it directly destroy them. Finding and rewriting their core protocols, or discovering their power source, is the only method to thoroughly resolve this crisis. As his words fell, a vibrant green life energy field rippled like water, enveloping Goku, Vegeta, and the liquid Metal Guardian. Suddenly, the surface of the administrator's body shimmered with unstable ripples, and its cold electronic eyes flashed with chaotic streams of data, clearly overwhelmed by a significant disturbance. Chapter 50, The Devourer of Chaos. High-dimensional life energy interference detected. The logical core faced unknown disruptions, resulting in a decline of computational capacity by 173. Threat reassessment initiated. Its movements became noticeably sluggish, and its predictive accuracy faltered. Now is the moment, Goku shouted, unleashing a surge of crimson energy. Vegeta, flank me on the left and right. Let's shatter its rhythm with sheer power and speed. Perfectly agreeable. Vegeta grinned, his deep red aura erupting like a volcanic explosion. The two warriors abandoned complex tactical assaults, returning to the Saiyans forte, the ultimate outburst of speed and strength. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of fists, kicks, and energy blasts erupted once more, but this time, the situation was drastically different. Devoid of its impeccable computational support, the administrator, despite its continued strength, could no longer handle the tempestuous joint assault of the two Super Saiyan warriors with the same composure as before. Its defenses began to show cracks, and its counterattacks grew sluggish. It seemed that its core logic was focused on safeguarding a certain depth within a mothership. Goku, sensing the flow of energy amidst his rapid motion, called out, "Follow me." The two shared a profound connection, channeling their energy simultaneously, delivering a devastating blow to the disordered administrator, momentarily dispersing it into liquid metal and energy particles. They transformed into two streaks of light, racing towards the direction Goku perceived. Under the protection of the life energy field, the surrounding metallic labyrinth posed significantly less obstruction as they pierced through layer upon layer of barriers like sharpened blades, ultimately arriving at an astonishing location. This was no longer a cold metallic realm, but a vast central hall, constructed of crystalline structures. At the heart of the hall, a swirling vortex of light comprised of countless zeros and ones floated, representing the main logical terminal of the mechanical demon mothership, the core of the creation code. Below the core, countless energy conduits connected, converging towards a heavily sealed chamber. Through a semi-transparent energy barrier, 7 crystals flickering with ominous light could be faintly seen, arranged in a manner strikingly identical to the Dragon Balls. Are they mimicking the structure of the Dragon Balls? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. No, those are the anti-Dragon Balls. The voice of the Elder's phantom resonated gravely. Throughout the prolonged purification process, the mechanical demon captured and analyzed certain energy characteristics of the Dragon Balls, attempting to create a fully controlled wish mechanism for executing absolute order. They intend to use these anti-Dragon Balls not to eliminate Earth-S Dragon Balls, but to overwrite and redefine the fundamental rules of the Dragon Balls, transforming all Dragon Balls into instruments for their cosmic purification. The truth is unveiled. The mechanical demon's intentions are far more terrifying than mere destruction. They seek to alter the miracles of the universe. We must not allow them to succeed. Goku's gaze hardened as he assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. Crimson energy beginning to frantically coalesce. Two individuals stood before the colossal core of the Genesis Code, alongside the dragon, orbit protected, poised to unleash a decisive strike that would determine the fate of the universe. At that moment, the core seemed to sense an ultimate threat. It began to spin with alarming rapidity, and the energy levels of the entire central hull surged exponentially. A cold, emotionless voice resonated throughout the chamber. Ultimate threat to the final order detected. Initiating final purification protocol. Logic lock disengaged. Releasing primitive code, the devourer of chaos. At the heart of the vortex of light, an unfathomable darkness emerged, capable of consuming all light and logic, rapidly expanding. The climactic battle ascended to unprecedented dimensions. Goku and Vegeta were about to confront the mechanical demon's ultimate and most terrifying trump card. Chapter 51. Confrontation with the chaotic vortex. The darkness at the center of the luminous whirlpool swelled rapidly, no longer an emptiness, but a consuming existence. It was not non-existence, but chaos, the termination of logic. The grave of order, the ultimate nemesis of all structured energy and information. The instant it manifested, the verdant glow of the Grand Elder's life energy field dimmed, as if drenched in thick ink, dissolving into oblivion. The entire crystal hall began to tremble violently, disintegrating as if unable to withstand its presence. Logic lock disengaged. The devourer of chaos will eliminate all anomalies. The chilling voice echoed. As the mass of darkness began to reshape itself, devoid of a fixed form. At times, it resembled swirling storm clouds, and at others, it extended twisted tendrils composed purely of increasing entropy. Wherever it passed, even the streams of Genesis code that formed the hall were shredded, devoured, and transformed into the most fundamental, disordered energy particles. This creature feels even more troublesome than the shadow of nothingness. Goku sensed that the energy within him was being forcibly pulled apart and decomposed. Even the stability of his Super Saiyan 4 state was being threatened. It consumed the very structure itself. Vegeta acutely perceived the essence of the threat, his deep crimson aura flickering violently. Energy, matter, even space and time. Any orderly existence was its sustenance. A chaotic tendril swept toward Goku, who barely evaded it. The space he had occupied instantly erased, not shattered, but transformed into an indescribable state of non-structure. Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy, but upon contact with the chaos, it was disassembled and devoured, seemingly empowering the darkness further. No, energy attacks will only make it stronger, Vegeta bellowed. Then let us adopt a method that does not rely on external energy. Goku's eyes sharpened as he retracted his energy, concentrating it within, his crimson form darting forth like a flash of lightning, delivering a powerful punch infused with all his strength toward the chaotic core. Boom! His fist indeed struck the entity, but what returned was a horrifying sensation of depletion. Goku felt his energy, even his life force, being swiftly siphoned away. He hastily retreated, his fist now cloaked in a pallid hue. Kakarot! Vegeta stepped forward, his deep red aura forming a barrier to temporarily fend off the pursuing tendrils. Brute force will not suffice. This being possesses no conventional weaknesses. Life, too, cannot penetrate the voice of the Great Elder's phantom, which has become intermittent. Life energy is retreating step by step before the chaos. Its essence is anti-life, anti-logic. And it is imperative to find the singularity of order. The singularity of order? As Goku evaded the attacks, he pondered rapidly. Vegeta furrowed his brow. The Saiyans' battle instinct and recently elevated realm driving him to desperately seek a means to break through. Analysis. The target attempts non-logical resistance. Ineffective. The realm of chaos is expanding. It is anticipated that in 37 standard units of time, all orderly structures in this universe will be assimilated. The cold proclamation rang like a death knell. Suddenly, a vision flashed through Vegeta's mind. That of the moment he resonated with Goku during their confrontation with the shadow of the void. Two utterly distinct, yet equally supreme forces of order. Kakarot. Vegeta turned abruptly to Goku, his crimson vertical pupils ablaze with determination. Do you remember how he vanquished that void? In an instant, Goku comprehended. You mean indeed? This fiend devours order. But what if two diametrically opposed, yet equally formidable orders collide and stir within it? Vegeta's voice brimmed with a hint of madness. It seeks to consume, does it not? then let it gorge itself. Let's use our paths to burst it asunder. Chapter 52. Crisis Averted. This is an exceedingly perilous plan. They would actively enter the interior of the Chaos Devourer, where the paths of Goku, representing life and creation, and Vegeta, embodying destruction and finality, would erupt simultaneously. This is akin to igniting two suns at the very center of a powder keg. How delightful! Goku laughed heartily, devoid of any fear, only brimming with fervent combat spirit. Let us do this, Vegeta. Oof. Now, that is more like it. A proud smirk graced Vegeta's lips. No longer hesitating, both warriors elevated their energy to the zenith of Super Saiyan 4. The crimson and deep red flames blazed like two opposing stars, burning with unprecedented brilliance. Onward, they ceased evasion and transformed into two meteors, charging directly into the ever-expanding, all-consuming chaos. Detection of high concentrations of orderly energy sources approaching. Executing, prioritize consumption. The Chaos Devourer seemed to gleefully widen its maw, instantly engulfing the two. Darkness, endless darkness. Here, there was no light, no sound, no direction, only eternal disintegration and assimilation. Goku and Vegeta felt everything about them being rapidly stripped away. Now is the moment. Vegeta, no need for you to say it. At the core of chaos, the two warriors stood back to back, unleashing all their will, all their beliefs, all their understanding of their own paths without reservation. Tenfold Kamehameha! Goku roared, the crimson light transforming from a warm life force into the creative light that defines existence. This light endeavored to forcibly establish order amidst chaos, to define the rules. Gallic Gun, the final cry. Vegeta roared, the crimson energy transforming from mere annihilation into a force of ultimate conclusion, destined to return all things to the void and guide everything toward its fated end. This power sought to lead even chaos itself toward final extinction. Creation and termination, two diametrically opposed forces of order, clashed violently in the heart of chaos. This was not an explosion, but a war of concepts. One sought to manifest existence from nothingness, while the other aimed to dissolve existence into nothingness. Buzz, the Chaos Devourer writhed and trembled violently. It could neither comprehend nor digest these two ultimate orders, which existed simultaneously yet were utterly contradictory. Its internal structure emitted a lament of unbearable strain, as the devouring process was forcibly reversed. Error, logical conflict, unable to resolve, unable to coexist, system overload. The cold alarm transformed into a piercing shriek. Boom! From within, the dark body of the Chaos Devourer erupted with countless intertwining beams of crimson and deep red. It resembled a balloon stretched to its limits, and after a brief stalemate, bang! The indescribable sound reverberated throughout the mothership, reaching even the vastness of outer space. The Chaos Devourer, along with the entire core of the creation code, collapsed and perished under the weight of that extreme internal conflict. A powerful shockwave swept through the Grand Hall, instantly reducing the 7 Dragon Balls to mere dust. As the light faded, Goku and Vegeta knelt on one knee, reverting from their transformations, gasping for breath. Their bodies marred by the scars of chaos, yet their gazes shone with remarkable brightness. They had succeeded. With the core lost, the colossal mechanical demon mothership began to disintegrate, and the external mechanical legions ceased their activities, akin to toys deprived of power. The crisis had once again been averted. Chapter 53. Successors of the Sequence. We did it! Goku exclaimed with a wide grin, though weary, his heart brimming with joy. Of course we would succeed, Vegeta replied, struggling to rise, but maintaining the pride of a prince. His gaze towards Goku now reflected a sense of equality, recognizing him as an indispensable comrade. The elder's ethereal form solidified slightly, radiating gratitude. Goku, Vegeta, you have proven that even in the face of absolute chaos, the will and choices of life can forge a miraculous future. However, just as everyone believed it was all over, a faint, pure white light suddenly ignited at the location of the former core. Within that radiance lay a trace of an ancient and sacred essence, surpassing machinery and even the Dragon Balls of Namek. A gentle, neutral voice resonated directly within the hearts of all living beings. Detection of chaos purification protocol complete. Conditions for inheritance met. Successors of the sequence, Son Goku and Vegeta. You have proven yourselves worthy and willing to wield the power of the origin. The database of the ancient stellar heritage is now open to you. The white light gradually unfolded, forming a portal of light leading to the unknown. Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, as the doorway to a new adventure seemed to open once more in a manner entirely unforeseen. This time, they were to encounter the true ancient secrets of the Dragon Ball universe. The pure white light, reminiscent of the first glimmer of starlight at the dawn of the cosmos, appeared remarkably sacred and resplendent in this void, rendered particularly ethereal by the chaos that had engulfed it. The gradually unfolding gateway of light emanated a gentle yet irresistible allure, while a torrent of information flowed within, imbued with unimaginable antiquity and vastness. What could this be? Vegeta scrutinized the light portal with vigilance, instinctively entering a state of readiness, despite being at the end of his strength. Wukong, on the other hand, wore an expression of curiosity and excitement, sensing an aura that was neither the sanctity of the Kaioshin nor the majesty of the god of destruction, but rather an all-encompassing essence, encapsulating the vicissitudes and wisdom of endless time. It whispered of the legacy of the stars. How impressive it sounded! Was it something even older than Super Dragon Balls? The ethereal visage of the Grand Elder regarded the light portal with reverence and reflection. Ancient prophecies had once alluded to a glorious civilization that touched the roots of the universe before the advent of the Dragon Balls and the demarcation of divine realms. This civilization did not rely on martial prowess or divine power, but rather on unparalleled wisdom and an understanding of the essence of life, creating miracles beyond imagination. It seemed that the mechanical demon was merely an insignificant remnant they had left behind. This, indeed, was their true inheritance. Heirs are we? Wukong pointed to himself, then glanced at Vegeta, grinning broadly. Vegeta, did you hear that? It seems we VE struck fortune again. Vegeta scoffed, yet the wariness in his eyes gradually gave way to a fervent thirst for knowledge. Humph. Anything left behind by a civilization capable of creating such troublesome machinery must hold some intrigue. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Perhaps I can uncover the key to further my own power. He never missed a chance to grow stronger, especially when it pertained to secrets involving the very roots of the universe. Wukong, Vegeta, the Grand Elder's tone grew grave. This legacy harbors immense knowledge, but it may also come with equal peril. Your will and strength have been acknowledged, yet the path ahead is uncertain. You must proceed with caution. Chapter 54, The Corridor of Stars. Fear not, Grand Elder. Wukong pounded his chest confidently. We are indeed formidable. Moreover, we have this fellow with us. He vigorously slapped Vegeta on the shoulder. Vegeta disdainfully brushed off his hand. Do not touch me, Kakarot. Let us go. After a brief moment to steady themselves, suppressing fatigue and injuries, they exchanged a resolute glance and boldly stepped through the radiant portal. But it felt as though they had passed through a warm membrane of water, and the scene before them instantaneously transformed. They were not merely in another physical space, but rather seemed to float within an infinite cosmos of information. Surrounding them were flowing streams of starlight, each beam composed of countless intricate symbols, images, sounds, and fragments of history. They can behold the resplendence of a supernova's explosion, hear the pulsations of primordial life emerging, and sense the grand epic of civilizations rising and falling. Welcome to the Corridor of Stars, Inheritor. That gentle, neutral voice resounded once more, seemingly emanating from every corner. This is the repository and legacy of knowledge belonging to the Observer civilization, what you refer to as the ancient civilization. We record, we comprehend, yet we do not interfere. The mechanical deity is one of our regulatory devices designed to prevent the universe from succumbing to premature heat death due to excessive anomalies. As the voice elaborated, the flowing information began to coalesce, presenting a clear tableau before Goku and Vegeta. The origin of the Dragon Balls. They witnessed how the primordial crystallization of wishes, not crafted by Namekians or any deities, formed in the afterglow of the Big Bang through sheer potential and will. The Namekians merely discovered ways to harness them later. The truth of negative energy. It is not merely a cost, but an increase in informational entropy arising from distorted wishes, a necessary process of order descending into chaos. Akin to the inevitable march of life towards death. The divine hierarchy, the Kai, the supreme Kai, the gods of destruction, the angels, and even the Omni King are not eternal beings. Rather, they resemble positions or programs for the self-management and maintenance of balance within this universe. their very system reflecting the shadow of the observer civilization's design. The fate of the Saiyans. They perceive the Saiyan bloodline as a conduit not solely for combat prowess, but as a potential bridge connecting the primal forces of creation and destruction. This elucidates why Goku and Vegeta can each comprehend fundamentally opposed yet intrinsically linked powers. An overwhelming tide of information inundated their consciousness. Vegeta clenched his fists, envisioning an alternate possibility for the destruction of planet Vegeta, contemplating a future for the Saiyans had they chosen a different path, a complexity stirring within him. Goku, on the other hand, marveled at the vastness of the cosmos and the wonders of life, exclaiming in awe. Then tell us, Vegeta lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as he peered into the void. Where's the observer civilization now? What is your purpose in revealing this to us? We have integrated into the cosmos itself, becoming a part of the background rules. The voice answered calmly, the legacy awakened, prompted only by the detection of variables surpassing a critical threshold. The shadow of nihility is not a natural phenomenon. It is an informational singularity from beyond the universe. An invader attempting to overwrite the laws of this realm. The mechanical deity's loss of control is also related to its influence. Chapter 55, The Power Beyond Ultra Instinct. And you, Son Goku, Vegeta, are the greatest variables. Your growth, the paths you tread, have shattered the established equilibrium. Inheriting from you is hope, as well as a trial. The flow of information shifted once more, directing towards a distant quadrant of the universe. There, the fabric of space was undergoing a peculiar distortion, a darkness, akin to the shadow of nihility, but more colossal and orderly, slowly seeping through. The true threat does not arise from within, but from without. The information devourer, Cormus, is drawing near. It aims to transform the entire universe into a component of its database, erasing all uncertainties to achieve absolute stasis. Time is not on your side. Utilize the knowledge here, comprehend the essence of power, and discover your own path that transcends the Super Saiyan 4. Otherwise, all shall revert to nothingness. The gate of light behind them gradually becomes unstable. Evidently, this encounter is nearing its conclusion. Goku and Vegeta stand amidst the endless torrent of information, acutely aware of the weighty responsibility upon their shoulders, yet their eyes blaze with an even more fervent flame. An adversary from beyond the cosmos. Goku clenches his fists, his smile unwavering, yet imbued with an unprecedented seriousness, resonating with formidable strength. Regardless of its origin. Vegeta's lips curve into a proud arc. Anything that stands in my way shall be utterly obliterated. Kakarot, cease wasting time, let us commence. In this ocean of knowledge, find a path to greater strength. Indeed, Goku nods vigorously. The two warriors sit cross-legged, their spirits delving into this boundless legacy of the stars, embarking on a new round of cultivation and exploration concerning the fate of the entire universe. Their legend shall no longer be confined to a single planet or galaxy, but shall stride toward a vast battlefield beyond the reach of even the divine. The new journey is one of understanding, transcendence, and confronting the ultimate darkness that seeks to consume all possibilities. Hope resides within these two Saiyans, who continually surpass their limits. Within the Star Corridor, time loses the significance of linear passage. Goku and Vegeta's spirits are wholly immersed in the endless ocean of knowledge left by the observer civilization. They are not passively receiving information. Rather, they actively filter, comprehend, and even question this ancient wisdom, centered on their unique will and path. Vegeta's path, absolute control and the power to transcend limits. He focuses his attention on the laws pertaining to destruction, termination, and entropy. He perceives the inevitability of all things in the universe succumbing to oblivion, realizing that destruction is not merely annihilation, but an indispensable link in the cosmic cycle, the very foundation upon which creation occurs. The absolute control he pursues is imbued with a deeper significance at this moment, not merely the power to govern oneself, but to command the end itself. He is no longer satisfied with merely mastering the primal savagery of the great ape in the Super Saiyan 4 form. Rather, he begins to trace the source of that deep crimson aura, a force connected to the very roots of destruction within the Saiyan bloodline. He perceives the limitations of annihilation. It merely returns matter to chaos, while true termination should encompass even chaos itself, reverting to pure nothingness, or rather, the primordial point that emerges after all endings. Chapter 56, Breaking the Super Saiyan 4 Limits. Within his mental realm, the deep crimson aura begins to collapse inward to its utmost extremity, no longer does it burn, but transforms into a profound, dark red energy membrane that seems capable of absorbing all light and hope, enveloping his body. This membrane no longer exhibits the flamboyance of flames, yet harbors the ultimate will to annihilate that causes the surrounding information streams to solidify and tremble. His form has not undergone a drastic transformation, yet his aura has become profoundly restrained and terrifying, resembling a walking black hole, a living embodiment of the concept of an end. The term Ultra 4 Breakthrough, also known as Boundary Breakthrough, is the designation Vegeta has bestowed upon his new realm. He has not transcended the life level of Ultra 4. Instead, he has channeled its potential to the ultimate conclusion, shattering the limits of destruction. He senses that beneath his single finger, it is no longer merely the annihilation of matter. He can even touch the end of the causal chain, bestowing absolute termination upon things. Goku's path is one of resonance with all existence and a heart of freedom. In stark contrast, Goku is deeply captivated by the notions surrounding the origins of life, the resonance of will, and the emergence of possibilities. He comprehends that ki is not merely energy. It is a bridge connecting life with the universe. His journey of life and creation should not be limited to healing and purification. It should rather ignite the seeds of infinite possibilities. He reminisces about encounters and bonds with UPA, Krillin, King Kai, and countless beings throughout the cosmos, recalling the glimmer of hope from the countless lives gathered in the spirit bomb. His power has never solely belonged to him. Building upon the unity of the wild and rational aspects of Ultra 4, he begins to attempt connecting his consciousness with a broader existence, encompassing not only life but also stars, dust, and even the flowing currents of time and space. Within his spiritual realm, the crimson flames of ki gradually become transparent, as if merging into the surrounding flow of information. His form oscillates between clarity and obscurity, as if breathing in synchrony with the entire corridor of stars. He no longer strives to control ki deliberately. Instead, he allows it to flow naturally, akin to the pulsation of the universe itself. A profound tranquility and fluidity manifest simultaneously within him. Ultra 4's freedom is akin to the ultimate state of liberation, a new realm that Goku has stepped into. He retains the form of Ultra 4, yet his aura has become ethereal and elusive. It seems he exists in a state reminiscent of ultimate freedom at all times, not reliant on divine techniques, but emanating from his innate resonance with all things. His attacks will no longer be confined to form. They can be initiated from any angle and in any manner, embodying the natural strike infused with the power of the entire environment, while his defense melds into the surroundings, rendering attacks as if striking into the void. The enlightenment of converging paths. As both awaken from their profound insights almost simultaneously, they gaze at each other, perceiving distinctly different, yet equally profound and powerful glimmers within one another's eyes. It appears you have discovered something intriguing, Kakarot. Vegeta senses that Goku's current state is exceedingly precarious. That feeling of merging with all existence makes his limit-breaking power somewhat challenging to pinpoint. You too, Vegeta. Goku responds with a smile. Sensing the dormant yet terrifying power within Vegeta, an absolute termination capable of returning all to its origin. You now feel even more dangerous than the chaotic vortex just moments ago. That is only natural, Vegeta declares with pride. Chapter 57. Silence. At that moment, the fluctuations of the corridor of stars become increasingly urgent. The gentle voice resonates once more, imbued with a hint of urgency. Heirs, your growth has surpassed all expectations. However, the precursor waves of the information devourer, Kalmos, have reached the very edge of this universe. It is in the process of deciphering and rewriting the fundamental laws of physics that govern the traverse star realms. Your trials have commenced ahead of schedule. The coordinates have been transmitted. Prove your worthiness to safeguard the possibilities. A new portal opens before them, emanating an unsettling distortion of the physical constants being forcibly altered beyond its threshold. Goku and Vegeta exchange a knowing smile, one filled with exhilaration at the prospect of confronting a formidable adversary. Let us proceed, Vegeta. Let us confront this colossal being from beyond, just as I desire. Allow me to wield this newfound power and bring it to a definitive end. The red-haired figure exudes an ethereal presence, as if merged with the cosmos, while the black-haired figure radiates a quietude, akin to the cessation of all existence. Side by side, they step through the portal, advancing towards the encroaching darkness from beyond the universe, which seeks to consume all knowledge and potential. Their powers represent opposing extremes. One embodies infinite creation and possibility, while the other signifies absolute termination and limitation. Can this dichotomy, both opposing and complementary, withstand Kalmos' pursuit of absolute stasis? A new battle is about to ignite at the frontier of the cosmos. Beyond the portal lies not a familiar starry expanse, but a realm of dying, celestial bodies. The space here manifests a morbid, grayish hue, with stars no longer twinkling, but rather suspended like faded photographs in the void. The laws of physics are being forcibly rewritten. The speed of light is diminishing, the gravitational constant has become chaotic, and even the electromagnetic forces between atoms are failing. This area is transforming from a dynamic universe into a static specimen of information, erasing all possibilities and gravitating towards absolute, eternal stasis. At the center of this star realm, an entity incomprehensible to conventional senses moves slowly. It lacks a fixed form, resembling a self-replicating phenomenon, a logical storm composed of countless cold geometric patterns and absolute voids. It is the vanguard of the information devourer, Kalmos, the stasis node. It is not a biological entity, but rather a phenomenon, a walking rule rewriter. Wherever it traverses, all things succumb to silence. Is this the thing from beyond? Goku perceives the mournful cries of the universe around him. The sensation of vitality being drained and possibilities being extinguished unsettles him profoundly. His Super Saiyan 4 state allows him to perceive the anguish of this star realm more acutely than anyone else. The nauseating silence. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 limit-breaking form instills within him a deeper disdain for termination. He yearns for a powerful conclusion, one that he commands, rather than this cold, all-consuming stasis. Let me deliver a resounding end. Vegeta strikes first. He does not even move, merely lifting his right hand, as a dark red energy membrane coalesces at his fingertips. With a gentle swipe towards the distant stasis node, he unleashes his attack. Limit break cut. There is no brilliance, no sound. An invisible severance traverses the space, directly impacting the logical storm. This is not an energy assault, but a conceptual disjunction. Vegeta's strike aimed not at the material structure of the node, but rather at its very continuity of existence and logical coherence. With a scoff, the once stable logic storm abruptly faltered, the internal geometric patterns exhibiting clear disarray and fractures, akin to a program from which code had been forcibly deleted. The absolute black domain quivered as well. For the first time, Vegeta's assault truly wounded an adversary at the level of rules. Detection of a high-dimensional termination concept attack. Logical chain, compromised 7. Initiating adaptive protocol. Chapter 58, Kalmos. A cold, emotionless stream of information reverberated through the void. The stasis node rapidly began self-repair. Its surface geometric patterns shifting as if analyzing and generating methods to counter the force of disruption. Indeed, it was far from simple. Vegeta scoffed. At that moment, Goku made his move. He did not attack. Instead, he closed his eyes, and a crimson, nearly transparent aura gently expanded, merging with the surrounding. Desolate star realm like ripples in still water. Everyone, awaken, he whispered, not through words, but with his unique essence of nature, calling forth the remnants of life and potential that had nearly been obliterated in this star domain. A miracle unfolded. A planet, once entirely gray and on the brink of disintegration, suddenly flickered with a faint glimmer at its core, as a strand of previously stagnant cosmic dust seemed to slowly begin to drift once more. Even a modified physical laws, within the minuscule range enveloped by Goku's aura, exhibited brief moments of instability and struggle. Goku's very existence was like a stone cast into still waters, reigniting minuscule yet tangible ripples of reality. He was wielding his own potential to combat Kalmos' stasis. Detection of anomalous potential fluctuations. Threat level elevated. Executing deep formatting. The stasis node immediately designated Goku as a priority target. More geometric patterns and absolute black domains surged toward Goku like a tidal wave, attempting to render him in that area entirely inert. Your opponent is me, Vegeta bellowed, his dark red figure instantly appearing before Goku. The power of Super Saiyan 4 erupted in full force as he grasped his hands, forming a dark red singularity that seemed capable of terminating even the concept of attack. The singularity of ruin. He thrust that singularity toward the encroaching tide of logic. There was no explosion, only silent annihilation. wherever the dark red singularity passed. The geometric patterns and absolute black domains were erased as if by an eraser, not destroyed, but forcibly rendered void of existence, returning to nothingness. With absolute terminating power, Vegeta staunchly blocked the stasis encroachment of Kalmos. Kakarot, how much longer will you dawdle? Vegeta, maintaining the singularity of ruin against the seemingly endless tide of logic, shouted. He understood that such resistance required immense energy. He could not last much longer. I found it. Goku suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of insight into the essence of reality shining within them. Through the resonance with the oppressed star domain, he perceived the core of this stasis node, an information singularity composed entirely of pure stillness, perpetually shifting its location. That is its heart. Vegeta, cover me. Goku's voice echoed directly into Vegeta's mind, simultaneously sharing a coordinate. I've been waiting for this. Vegeta laughed maniacally, his other hand once more wielding the technique of severance, forcibly cleaving a fleeting passage through the tide of logic. We're in. Goku's figure instantly became blurred, as if merging with the very fabric of space. Racing along the path forged by Vegeta at a velocity that transcended the constraints of physical laws, piercing straight towards that concealed point of stillness. His fist bore no dazzling energy waves, only a power condensed to its utmost, embodying the essence of infinite vitality and potential. This was not an act of destruction, but means to inject variables, to reignite the dynamic. The touch of spontaneous creation. Goku's fist tenderly grazed that frigid point of stillness. Time seemed to freeze once more. In the next moment, centered around Goku's fist, a vibrant emerald hue burst forth, like a tender sprout breaking through the earth, defiantly and astonishingly blooming within that absolute stillness. Error. Impossible. Stillness overturned? The stasis node emitted the most intense information fluctuation ever recorded. The entire logical storm spiraled into chaos. Geometric patterns shattered, and the absolute void dissipated. That emerald vitality rapidly spread, and wherever it passed, the ashen silence of the star domain began to regain its colors. Physical laws restabilized, and the repressed possibilities surged forth like a gushing spring. This stasis node was being activated from within by Goku, pulling it back from absolute stillness into the dynamic universe. Now is the moment. Vegeta, Goku shouted. End it. Vegeta channeled the last remnants of the ruined singularity's power, along with the entirety of his limit-breaking strength, transforming it into an ultimate dark red line, as if capable of delineating the boundary between existence and non-existence. The line of limit-breaking finality. The thin line sliced through the awakening core of a node. There was no resistance, no struggle. The node, already infused with possibilities, had lost its absolute stillness defense. Under Vegeta's ultimate force of conclusion, it melted away like ice and snow under sunlight, returning to the fundamental flow of cosmic background information. The first stasis node has been destroyed. Goku and Vegeta floated within the gradually revitalizing star domain, breathing heavily. The battle just fought seemed brief, yet was fraught with peril. A pinnacle clash of ideals and rules. Well done cooperating, Vegeta. Goku smiled at his partner. Cut the chatter. Vegeta turned his head away. Yet a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. This was merely the beginning. The true giants loomed in the shadows, waiting. Together, they gazed into the depths of the cosmos, where even more potent and formidable stasis ripples surged forth like the relentless tides of death, crashing in wave after wave. Their trials were far from over. However, after this battle, they were more convinced than ever that their respective paths represented the only hope against this ultimate darkness. In the very moment the first stasis node was obliterated, the stasis ripples at the edge of the universe seemed to awaken, accelerating with the fury of an enraged swarm. No longer mere scattered nodes, they converged like a tsunami, their magnitude and intensity exponentially surpassing what had come before. It appears that eliminating one has provoked the true source. Vegeta felt the overwhelming will, intent on freezing everything, crashing down upon him like a tidal wave. The dark red barrier of his limit-breaking energy quaked violently, a testament to the immense pressure he was enduring. Not just one, but many were merging into a singular force. Goku, too, found himself in a precarious state. His tranquil mind allowed him to perceive that this was not a simple accumulation of numbers, but rather an intricate amalgamation of countless stasis nodes forming an expansive and complex stasis network. like a web of death, stretching across the universe. Chapter 60. Energy Convergence. Wherever this network extended, it was not merely a stasis of matter and energy. Even the flow of time began to thicken, slow, and ultimately approach a standstill. The star field they inhabited, which had just begun to regain a semblance of life, was swiftly succumbing to a pallid grayness once more. Threat confirmed. Initiate the final purification protocol. Deploy the absolute stasis force field. A more grandiose and frigid will emanated from the core of the network. This was the direct interference of the information devourer, Cormus. It cannot be allowed to fully manifest, Goku shouted, pushing the power of his serenity to its utmost limits. His form seemed to multiply, attempting to resonate with multiple critical points within the network simultaneously, striving to delay its formation. The vibrant green light of life flickered defiantly where his duplicates resided, a candle in the storm. Though faint, it resolutely resisted the encroaching absolute stillness. Yet the pressure of the network was overwhelming. Each of Goku's duplicates felt an indescribable weight, as if the entirety of the universe bore down upon them. And his consciousness was being forcibly severed from the cosmic resonance. Kakarot, Vegeta, witnessing Goku's plight, felt a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. Though his limit-breaking power was formidable, against such an expansive and self-repairing network, his severing techniques and void singularities proved insufficient, akin to wielding a dagger to slice through an ocean. A long-forgotten sense of impending doom surged within Vegeta's heart. Yet this time, the pressure did not breed despair, but rather ignited an even more fervent determination. He glanced at Goku, who was struggling valiantly, then at the stasis network that nearly obscured his vision. A bolder, even reckless notion flashed through Vegeta's mind like a lightning bolt. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice resonated with an unprecedented resolve, tinged with a slight tremor. Trust me just this once. Do not resist. Channel your essence, your potential, entirely towards me. Goku paused, momentarily taken aback, yet instantly comprehended Vegeta's intent. He sought to infuse the creative force, representing boundless possibilities, into the body of absolute termination, a vessel of limits. This undertaking resembled the perilous union of fire and water, a venture so dangerous and unprecedented that not even the knowledge of the observer civilization had recorded its existence. A misstep could lead to the utter annihilation of both individuals by the conflicting forces. Yet, gazing into Vegeta's eyes, ablaze with awakening and trust, Goku hesitated not for an instant. All right, a single word encapsulated his unwavering trust. Goku relinquished all defenses, transforming the ultimate power of Super Saiyan 4, resonating with the universe and embodying the essence of infinite vitality, into a pure, warm stream of emerald light, actively directed towards Vegeta. Come on, Vegeta roared, opening the core of his Super Saiyan 4 limits. The dark red energy membrane, symbolizing the end of all, surged forth like a black hole, eagerly embracing the life-affirming emerald stream. Boom! An indescribable transformation erupted within Vegeta. The green of imagination and creation clashed with the dark red of conclusion and limitation. Two extreme forces, which should have been mutually exclusive, engaged in an astonishing interaction, compelled by Vegeta's transcendent will. Chapter 61. The End of Super Saiyan 4 and the Genesis of Creation. Rather than an explosion, it was a fusion and sublimation. The dark red energy membrane enveloping Vegeta's form ceased to be a void of silence. Within its depths, countless delicate lights, akin to the birth of stars, began to emerge. The emerald vitality infused by Goku no longer spread gently. It was imbued with the ultimate sharpness of limits, suffused with a resolute force of creation and definition. A wholly new aura, transcending both limits and freedom, erupted from Vegeta. His form underwent another transformation, becoming more perfectly coordinated. The crimson fur along his body shimmered with intertwining patterns of dark red and emerald energy, while his black hair danced wildly in the absence of wind, its tips adorned with glimmers reminiscent of a nascent universe. The energy field surrounding him embodied both the annihilation of all and the hope of new beginnings. The end of Super Saiyan 4 and the genesis of creation. This was the unprecedented realm Vegeta had now entered. He forcibly unified two extreme opposing essences, momentarily becoming an entity wielding both the authority of termination and creation. He raised his hand, no longer merely dark red or emerald, but a confluence of both colors. With energy that ebbed and flowed in a continuous cycle, gathering in his palm to form an energy spear that appeared to be composed of the cosmic birth and demise. Cormus, taste this. The spear of creation at dawn. Vegeta summoned all his strength, hurling the spear, imbued with the principles of contradiction and unity, towards the core of the stagnant network. Wherever the long spear traverses, the scenery is both eerie and magnificent. The terminal force of its tip forcibly dismantles the stagnant network structure, returning it to nothingness, while the creative power emanating from the spear's body instantaneously reshapes a vibrant new spatio-temporal realm, adhering to the original cosmic principles within the disbanded void. It does not merely destroy. It enforces a grand-scale formatting and rewriting of the universe. The static rules that Kalmos imposed are forcefully concluded and dynamically reconstituted. Errors. Unable to parse. The regulatory realm encounters an unknown, disruptive interference. The logical core collapses. The stagnant network emits an unprecedented, almost desperate shriek of sharp information. The entire network begins to collapse rapidly from the core points struck by the spear, igniting like a lit fuse, disintegrating into a chaotic stream of information, which is then reabsorbed into the dynamic cycle of the universe by the creative force trailing behind the spear. Kalmos' vanguard is utterly shattered by this blow that transcends comprehension. As the light dissipates, Vegeta kneels in the void, his new form instantly relinquishing to that of an ordinary Super Saiyan 4, gasping violently, his complexion pale, evidently exhausted and suffering from significant backlash. Meanwhile, Goku appears somewhat weakened, having nearly drained his strength. Yet, their gazes shine brighter than ever. Success. Goku looks upon the reawakened cosmos, filled with turmoil and vitality, and reveals a weary yet radiant smile. Vegeta remains silent, merely gazing at his hands, feeling the fleeting yet immensely powerful force from moments prior, his eyes brimming with astonishment and boundless potential. However, deep within the cosmos, the frigid will of Kalmos' essence does not react with anger or retreat at the demise of the vanguard. Instead, it emanates a deeper, more focused scrutiny. Variables exceeding expectations, worthy of complete consumption. A deeper darkness brews within the cosmic gestation. The true challenge has only just begun. Yet, Goku and Vegeta realize they have found their direction, a path towards the ultimate fusion of their respective journeys, brimming with infinite possibilities. Chapter 62, Refusion. This interdimensional battle has entered a new phase. The cold, concentrated gaze of Kalmos' essence imposes an unprecedented pressure upon Goku and Vegeta, who have just endured a grueling struggle. They are no longer facing mindless creations of rules, but confronting a truly sentient and terrifying existence from beyond the cosmos. Analysis initiated. Variables. Forced unification of creation and termination. Threat level. Supreme. Initiating the final consumption protocol. Reality reconstruction. As this chilling information stream flows forth, the entirety of the cosmic frontier begins to distort violently. No longer merely stagnant, it resembles a shattered mirror, where space, time, matter, and energy, all fundamental elements constituting reality, are deconstructed, disrupted, and then reassembled in an incomprehensible, absolutely orderly, yet wholly contradictory manner to the laws of this universe. The star domain they occupy instantly transforms into a vast, perpetually shifting geometric labyrinth. In this realm, the concepts of up and down, left and right lose their significance. The laws of causality become disordered, and energy no longer adheres to the principle of conservation. One moment, the substance of a searing star. The next, it may transform into absolute zero ice crystals, only to collapse into a miniature black hole. It is Kalmos, wielding his absolute power of order, who forcibly excises this area from the cosmos, conducting a final analysis before reformatting. What manner of place is this? Vegeta struggles to maintain his balance, yet discovers that even the notion of movement has become uncertain, his actions potentially teleported to any corner of the labyrinth. He is here, rewriting the very rules of existence. Goku's serene mindset allows him to acutely sense the discomfort caused by this fundamental alteration, akin to a fish forcibly cast out of water. If this continues, we shall be wholly analyzed and assimilated. Thus, we must locate its core before the analysis is complete. Vegeta, battling against the dizziness induced by the chaotic rules, attempts to concentrate his limit-breaking power, only to find his strength severely hindered. At that moment, at the labyrinth's center, countless distorted geometric structures begin to converge into a singular point, coalescing into an immense visage formed purely of information. This face bears no features, only a cascade of cold symbols representing the universal laws. It is the manifestation of Kalmos' will in this domain, the embodiment of rules. Surrender, merge into eternal stasis, resist, and be reduced to utter void. The visage emanates a torrent of information that directly impacts the soul, while the entire labyrinth begins to contract towards the center. Countless attacks, defying the laws of physics, surge from all directions towards the two warriors. Time fractures, probabilistic weaponry, dimensional collapse, each a conceptual assault capable of annihilating an entire galaxy in an instant. Cursed be it. Vegeta roars, a dark crimson aura erupting as he barely unleashes a severing strike, cleaving through several incoming time fractures, yet more attacks follow relentlessly, leaving him overwhelmed. Goku, with his innate agility, weaves through the chaotic interstices of the rules, seeking an opportunity to counterattack, but the labyrinth's rule changes occur too rapidly, severely disrupting his perception. Goku is consumed by urgency. Vegeta's thoughts arise once more, this time turning towards Goku. Chapter 63. The Unification of Super Saiyan 4's Origin. Their gazes meet midair, instantly comprehending each other's intentions. Kakarot, just like before, but this time together, Vegeta exclaims. Understood. Goku's eyes gleam with determination. This time, it shall not be a unilateral infusion. They charge towards each other, surrounded by a myriad of bizarre attacks. The crimson aura of tranquility and the dark red limit-breaking power collide with the ferocity of two roaring dragons, actively and madly crashing together. Boom! An even more intense energy storm erupts around the two. Yet this time, the storm does not spiral out of control. Instead, guided by their shared, transcendent will, it begins to rotate and merge. Wukong no longer merely offers possibilities. Instead, he actively integrates his innate spirit into the vortex of creation and destruction. Likewise, Vegeta is no longer just a passive recipient. He actively chisels and defines the surging creative force with his unyielding will. A more stable, harmonious, and magnificent power is born between the two. Crimson and dark red intertwine, not merely as colors, but merge into a profound hue that seems to encapsulate the cyclical essence of the universe's creation and annihilation. Their figures gradually blur within this chaotic energy, and ultimately, a brand new, more majestic and powerful silhouette slowly coalesces. This being embodies the traits of both Wukong and Vegeta. The crimson fur is adorned with flowing patterns of chaotic energy, and the form is perfect and harmonious. The left eye reflects Wukong's clarity and agility, while the right eye possesses Vegeta's sharpness and pride. The aura emanating from this entity transcends mere creation or destruction. It encompasses all possibilities and defines every outcome, representing the primal force. The Super Four's primal unity is the ultimate form briefly attained through the complete fusion of their wills and powers. Kalmos, the fusion warrior, speaks, his voice resonating with duality, echoing both Wukong and Vegeta. Your absolute order cannot comprehend the miracle of life, nor can it define the power of will. The possibilities of this universe are ours to safeguard. He raises his hand, and the chaotic energy flows smoothly within his palm, as if grasping the very authority of the cosmos. In the face of the manifest embodiment of rules unleashing various conceptual assaults capable of altering reality, the fusion warrior merely waves his hand gently. The temporal rifts are smoothed over, probabilities reset, and dimensions stabilized. All attacks, upon nearing that chaotic energy, dissolve like snow in the sun, rationalized by a more fundamental, primordial power. Impossible. Authority conflict. Incomprehensible. Unwritable. For the first time, the manifest embodiment of rules experiences violent fluctuations, and the speed of symbols swirling across its cold visage becomes frantic. Let it end, the fusion warrior calmly declares, bringing his hands together in front of his chest. The chaotic energy coalesces into an energy sphere that appears ordinary, yet causes the entire labyrinth of rules to tremble. Unity in the cycle of the universe. He propels the energy sphere forth. Though its speed is not rapid, wherever it passes, the labyrinth of rules forcibly reconstructed by Kalmos dissipates like mist under sunlight, and the distorted reality swiftly restores itself. It disregards all defenses and directly strikes the massive embodiment of rules. There is no explosion, only assimilation. Within the chaotic glow, the embodiment of rules dissolves rapidly, akin to a salt block immersed in water, breaking down and disintegrating. Its external order, derived from Kalmos, is entirely decomposed, absorbed, and transformed into a vital nutrient of this universe. The manifestation of Kalmos' will in this domain is utterly eradicated. As the fusion is undone, Wukong and Vegeta separate, returning to the space of the restored normal star domain. Both kneel, exhausted beyond any previous encounter, yet their faces bear smiles of victory and an exhilarating disbelief. However, beyond the cosmos, that frigid will, the essence of Kalmos, after a moment of silence, conveyed the final stream of information, not as a threat, but as a near-admiring affirmation. The variables have been confirmed. The possibilities are worthy of observation. The devouring protocol is indefinitely suspended. The immense pressure that loomed at the fringes of the universe receded like a tide. Kalmos has temporarily departed. The crisis has been averted. Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a knowing smile, understanding that through their mutual trust and fusion, they had successfully repelled the extraterrestrial threat, safeguarding the potential of their home universe. They also realized that the realm of the Super Four's essence unified had opened the gateway to a higher echelon of power. Chapter 64. The Emergence of the Evil Dragons. Since the last great battle, tranquility on Earth had not endured for long. Just as the Z-Warriors were deliberating on their cosmic travel plans, an anomaly occurred. The peaceful years were once again shattered by ominous omens, due to the recent frequent usage and the accumulation of vast negative energy. The Dragon Balls of Earth underwent a malignant transformation far exceeding any prior occurrences. This time, the evil dragons did not manifest simultaneously, but rather appeared one by one, as if undergoing a final judgment, each embodying an extreme negative concept, their power surpassing that of the evil dragons from the GT era. This was not a global surge of negative energy, but rather 7 extremely pure and terrifying evil auras, each imbued with specific malevolent intent, rising like 7 towering black pillars from 7 different corners of the Earth. The planet's magnetic field was instantly thrown into chaos. The sky dyed a foreboding dark purple, as if 7 invisible eyes coldly observed all living beings from above. The roars of the 7 dragons echoed throughout the Earth. In an instant, the planet was engulfed in an unprecedented crisis. Each of the 7 catalyzed and enhanced evil dragons possessed the power to annihilate the world. They have arrived. Goku, resting at Bowsy Mountain, abruptly stood up, his expression gravely serious for the first time. He had fused the memories of 2 worlds, and was intimately familiar with the essence of these 7 auras, the evil dragons. Yet, their appearance occurred far earlier than his recollections. Moreover, each evil dragon's aura was even stronger than those from his timeline. The sky was rent by the twisted 7-colored malevolent light, coalescing into an evil canopy that enveloped the globe. 7 Dragon Balls hovered at the focal points of this canopy, their inner shadows writhing, heralding the impending disaster. First to descend was the 5-star dragon, representing stagnation and ultimate coldness, serving as the vanguard of this apocalyptic judgment. The 5-star dragon, Eternal Silence, assumed a form composed entirely of the crystalline concept of absolute zero, elegant yet lethal, akin to an ice-sculpted ancient dragon of the starry sky. Its scales refracted no light, instead consuming all surrounding energy and illumination. Understanding its skill, Eternal Silence domain, it does not merely lower temperature, but rather deprives the domain of all molecular movement and energy transfer potential. Under its influence, the flow of time slows dramatically, approaching a standstill. Any form of energy within this domain rapidly freezes, losing its vitality. The connection between a living being's thoughts and body becomes exceedingly sluggish until it is completely immobilized. Causal freeze. This is not a direct attack. Rather, it freezes the causality of the attack itself. Any assault directed at it will experience a delay in its cause, a diminishment of its effect, or may even fail to materialize altogether. Absolute zero touch. When matter or energy comes into direct contact with it, the internal quantum motion will come to a complete halt, transforming into an entity of eternal stillness. Skill causal freeze. Similar to the previous concept, it does not engage in direct assault, but rather freezes the causality of the attack itself. Any attempt to strike will see its cause delayed and its effect weakened, potentially failing to manifest. Bulma. Location. Vegeta's voice crackled through the communicator, infused with a chilling battle intent. Coordinates locked. 7 points scattered across the globe. Energy readings, each one approaching or even surpassing that of the one-eyed monster previously encountered in the southern forest. Bulma's voice trembled with fear. They seem to have emerged directly from within the Dragon Balls. Chapter 65, The Five-Star Dragon. The Arctic, the coldest extremity of Earth, has now become the epicenter of absolute stillness. The space itself emits a mournful cry, as if overwhelmed, shattering like glass. The elegant yet colossal dark form of the five-star dragon slowly glides forth from the void. It does not roar, it merely exists, its domain of eternal silence rapidly expanding in a quiet, unnoticeable manner. Within the reach of its domain, the air solidifies, snowflakes hover in midair, as if time itself has been paused. Observing from several kilometers away, the Z warriors instantly feel a lethal threat. I can't move. Krillin struggles to lift his hand, only to find that even the slightest motion requires immense mental and physical exertion, akin to struggling in solidified cement. Gohan's Super Saiyan aura flickers violently, threatening to extinguish completely. Energy dissipates rapidly within this domain, and its operation becomes exceedingly arduous. Piccolo's expression grows grave. His special beam cannon coalesces in his palm, yet the energy feels ensnared in a quagmire, difficult to effectively unleash. It is not merely the low temperature. A more fundamental rule has been altered. What sorcery is this? Vegeta is the first to react, his fury propelling him into the Super Saiyan 4 limit-breaking state. A dark crimson aura surges upwards, attempting to tear apart this unsettling silence with absolute destructive power. Break for me. Limit-breaking slash. An invisible blade, potent enough to sever the ties of stars, slashes toward the five-star dragon. However, upon entering the realm of eternal silence, the motion of the strike itself is sharply delayed, and the destructive energy contained within is quickly frozen and dissipated. By the time it reaches the five-star dragon, it is as feeble as a gentle breeze. What? Vegeta's pupils constrict, his attack rendered nearly ineffective. Goku looks up and sees the five-star dragon. Its power is ice. I recall the five-star dragoness abilities involve releasing currents and generating adhesive slime to absorb the energy of all objects for its own use. It could even transform into a slime to attach to others. It had caused me considerable trouble before, but ultimately it was defeated when it grew too large, becoming conductive in the rain. Goku ponders whether the Dragon Balls in this timeline have been influenced by a different form of energy, thus altering the abilities of the five-star dragon compared to the one from his own timeline. Subsequently, Wukong ceased his contemplations and transformed into the Ultra Instinct state, his crimson aura attempting to resonate with the surrounding environment. However, he quickly discerned the formidable suppressive force of the realm, rendering even resonance exceedingly challenging. This space adamantly resisted change, making the manifestation of his instinctual freedom arduous. It seemed to possess the capability to strip away the potential for development. The five-star dragon appeared to have taken notice of the two slightly stronger insects, its devouring gaze shifting towards them as its dragon claws slightly lifted. In an instant, the space surrounding Vegeta and Wukong felt as if it had become an immensely viscous gel, billions of times thicker. Not only were their bodily movements hindered, but even the flow of energy within them had nearly come to a standstill. More alarmingly, they sensed their very existence being slowly frozen, slipping towards an eternal stasis. This was intolerable. If this continued, they would become mere ice sculptures. Vegeta gritted his teeth, the dark red aura flickering under extreme duress. Wukong's mind raced as he recalled the knowledge from the legacy of the stars and his experiences battling Kalmos. To counteract stillness, one must be in motion. To combat deathly silence, vitality is essential. Yet, any external movement or life force would be stripped away by the realm. A perilous thought emerged within Wukong's mind. Since externally induced changes would be suppressed, he would create an ultimate source of change unaffected by the realm from within. Vegeta, cover me. I need time. Wukong shouted, promptly shutting his eyes, ceasing his struggle against the realm and concentrating all his instinctual power inward, drawing it into his core. Though Vegeta was perplexed, his trust born from battle compelled him to roar, enveloping himself in the power of breaking limits, forming a solid defensive barrier to withstand the realm's suppression, thus buying precious time for Wukong. Wukong's spirit plunged deep within. In the universe of his heart, he simulated and accelerated the entire process of a microscopic universe from singularity to the birth and death of stars. He compressed infinite evolution and boundless possibilities into a minuscule space, creating within his palm a microcosmic singularity that continuously birthed and perished, exuding a vibrant life force and an ultimate state of movement that defied the realm's rules, an ephemeral moment of splendor, The emergence of this moment of splendor was, in itself, a paradox, an absolute motion forcibly defined within absolute stillness. It generated a fundamental conceptual conflict with the five-star dragon's realm of eternal silence. This was the moment. Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, his complexion pale. This maneuver demanded immense energy from him. He propelled the luminous sphere, imbued with infinite evolutionary power, towards the most unstable point generated by the conceptual conflict within the realm of eternal silence. Like a red-hot iron plunged into solid ice. A piercing sound of tearing rules resounded. The realm of eternal silence was forcibly torn open, creating a fleeting, minuscule fissure, without the need for communication. Vegeta's battle instincts seized this ephemeral opportunity, perhaps the only one. He concentrated all the power accumulated during his defense, along with the pride of a Saiyan prince and his will to destroy, into his fingertips, transforming it into a transcendent strike that defied the concept of speed and disregarded spatial barriers. The ultimate piercing blow, the instantaneous destruction strike. The dark crimson rays, propelled through the transformative passage forged by Wukong, pierced with an unfathomable velocity into the core of the five-star dragon, a heart that pulsated with the resonance of obliteration. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Suddenly, the shadowy form of the five-star dragon trembled violently, a faint yet crystalline sound of fracturing emanating from its core. For the first time, its light-devouring eyes revealed a flicker of incredulity. From the core, as the epicenter, countless fissures rapidly spread across its entire being. There was no explosion, only a silent tremor, as if the very laws of the universe had been forcibly amended. The body of the five-star dragon disintegrated like a sand sculpture scattered by the wind, transforming into myriad glimmering fragments of cold dust that gradually dissipated in the frigid Arctic breeze. The malevolent canopy of the sky, its pale, lifeless expanse representing stillness and desolation, flickered with a faint glow, akin to a cold, indifferent eye slowly opening. The first of the evil dragons had been vanquished. Yet, both Wukong and Vegeta understood that this was merely the beginning. 6 more dragons, each embodying different horrific concepts, awaited them, and their strength had already waned significantly in the battle against the five-star dragon. Chapter 67, The Two-Star Dragon. The profound silence brought forth by the five-star dragon had yet to fade from their memories when a more insidious and widespread erosion commenced. This was not a physical decay, but rather the dissolution of civilizational remnants and the collapse of existential significance. Historical records became hazy, technological creations lost their functionality, cultural symbols inverted in meaning, and even the Z warriors' recollections of techniques and combat skills began to blur, as if an invisible eraser was gradually wiping them away. In the shadows of the urban ruins, the two-star dragon, composed of oblivion, decay, and superfluous information, began to rise. It lacked a fixed, graceful form, resembling instead a distorted amalgamation of constantly swirling, viscous data sludge and conceptual debris. Within its decaying realm, all order and structure accelerated towards chaos and deconstruction. The formula for the Kamehameha wave grew indistinct. Krillin, in terror, realized that his most familiar technique could not coalesce as smoothly as before. Vegeta's brow furrowed, sensing a waning mastery over his power to transcend limits, as if some crucial knowledge was evaporating from his mind. How infuriating! What force dares to disrupt my will? Even Wukong's harmonious resonance was affected, his connection to the planetary life network becoming intermittent, rife with static. It was an assault on the informational level. It was corroding our cognition and memories. Piccolo, with his innate sensitivity to spiritual energy as a member of the demon clan, was the first to discern the essence of the threat. He attempted to erect a defense with his formidable mental strength, but it was like trying to withstand the tide with a sandcastle. Its effectiveness was limited. Gohan stepped forward, channeling the power of his mysterious state into a mental safeguard. Everyone, let us connect our mental energies. We need a stable mental anchor to resist this erosion. Under his guidance, Piccolo, Krillin, and Liu Ping converged their energy and mental fortitude, forming a temporary spiritual barrier that shimmered with the brilliance of unwavering resolve, managing to hold their ground against the decaying tide. Meanwhile, Goku endeavored to delve into the planet's life history with his natural ability, seeking to awaken the forgotten primal instincts of survival and evolutionary power inherent in life itself. An ancient and formidable vitality was gradually drawn forth from the very depths of the earth. In the midst of this crisis, where memories blurred and techniques faltered, Vegeta found himself ignited by the deepest ferocity of his Saiyan lineage. He cast aside the complexities of learned skills, returning to the most primal and pure impulse of destruction, an innate desire for annihilation inscribed deep within his genes. The primal roar of breaking limits erupted forth. A raw, domineering, and utterly unreasonable destructive energy burst from within him, momentarily disregarding the decay of informational strata. For it relied not upon intricate knowledge or order. Now, Goku bellowed, transforming the awakened primordial life force of the planet into a surging torrent of vitality. Vegeta, understanding intuitively, concentrated the destructive power of the primal roar into a singular point. Shielded by the mental anchor, the torrent of life and the roar of destruction, two seemingly opposing forces, yet both arising from the fundamental power of life, struck with the force of creation itself, forcibly penetrating the core of the two-star dragon, which was composed of chaotic information and concepts of decay. There was no violent explosion, only the piercing scream akin to countless data streams being forcibly reformatted. The murky form of the two-star dragon writhed violently under the dual impact of life and destruction, evaporating as its source of decay was utterly dispersed and purified. The sinister canopy in the sky, symbolizing decay and disorder, glowed with a murky yellow hue. Chapter 68, Shadow Hunt, Six-Star Dragon. Just as the decaying tide of the two-star dragon receded, a more unsettling transformation enveloped the earth. It was not an explosion of energy or an erosion of the spirit, but a subtle distortion of physical laws. Light began to fade, and shadows grew dense and aggressive, as if imbued with life. The city's light sources were devoured by an invisible force. Temperatures plummeted in places where they should not have, and the Z-warriors felt their energy dissipating into the surroundings at an unnatural pace. In the abyssal canyon, where light was at its weakest and shadows were at their thickest, the six-star dragon revealed its uncanny form. It lacked a fixed shape in the traditional sense, instead resembling a constantly writhing, shifting mass of living shadow, its edges blurred as if it melded with the surrounding darkness. It represented the antithesis of light and the absolute absorption of energy. Within its devouring domain, light, heat, kinetic energy, and even life energy would be incessantly consumed, absorbed, and transformed into its own power, amplifying the scope and efficacy of its domain. My energy is vanishing, Krillin realized in horror, as the energy he required to maintain his Super Saiyan state dissipated at an unprecedented rate, as if being siphoned away by the surrounding intangible darkness. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, his body enveloped in a dark red aura, attempting to forcefully dispel the encroaching darkness with his boundless power. However, as the brilliance of his aura reached the edge of the domain, it was swiftly extinguished, as if consumed by a black hole, rendering the darkness even denser. Is this a domain that could devour even light? Even Goku's state of ease was affected. He sought to resonate with the surrounding energy, only to discover that the energy flow within the domain was singular and tyrannical, an insatiable influx directed solely towards the core of the six-star dragon. It was absorbing all energy. Do not recklessly unleash wide-ranging energy attacks, Piccolo analyzed calmly, attempting to utilize the rapidly firing light of destruction for pinpoint assaults. Yet, the green energy beam vanished into the darkness as if it had plummeted into an ocean, creating not even the slightest ripple. Gohan concentrated, forming a massive energy sphere, hoping to forcibly tear through the darkness with an overwhelming surge of energy. However, the sphere diminished in size during its flight, its energy rapidly siphoned away, ultimately dissipating before reaching the six-star dragon. The six-star dragon required no active offense. It merely lurked within the shadows, continuously siphoning all energy from the domain to bolster itself while weakening its opponents. It resembled an insatiable beast, patiently awaiting the moment its prey would exhaust its strength. We cannot afford to prolong this. A glint of determination flashed in Vegeta's eyes. His pride would not allow him to be defeated in such a peculiar manner. Since energy attacks proved futile, he resolved to employ sheer physical strength to drag it from the darkness and shatter it. Before his words had fully left his lips, Vegeta's figure vanished, reappearing before the densest darkness. His fist, cloaked in dark red flames, descended with the force to shatter stars. Breaking limit star, shattering fist. Boom! His fist struck a tangible form. Yet, the sensation was exceedingly strange, as if it had collided with an incredibly resilient and elastic rubber. with most of the force dissipated and absorbed. The shadowy figure of the six-star dragon twisted, emitting a low, raspy sound akin to a cacophony of friction, before melding back into the surrounding darkness, as if Vegeta's fist had merely punctured a deeper shadow. Physical attacks also yield limited results. Its body could disperse and absorb impact. Goku perceptively sensed the alteration in energy flow, realizing it was nearly impossible to lock onto within the shadows. Chapter 69. Continuing to surpass the boundaries of Super Saiyan 4. The battle had reached a stalemate. Energy was being absorbed, physical assaults were ineffective, and the opponent remained concealed within an elusive darkness. The energy of the Z-Warriors was steadily depleting, placing them in a precarious position. Kakarot, Vegeta suddenly shouted, "Use your technique, just like against the five-star dragon. Since it devours transformations and energy, let us provide it with something it cannot consume." Goku instantly comprehended. He closed his eyes once more, internalizing his state of ease to the utmost degree. Yet this time, he did not create a microcosm. Instead, he condensed his existence and willpower to an extraordinary degree, discarding all external energy fluctuations, forming a pure and ultimate anchor of existence, a state of absolute selflessness. He stood there, seemingly out of place amidst the all-consuming environment, a foreign entity that could neither be assimilated nor absorbed. This manifestation of pure existence clashed fundamentally with the void domain of the six-star dragon, which devoured all. It was akin to defining a temperature in absolute zero or illuminating an indelible light in utter darkness. The six-star dragon emitted a sharp, anguished cry filled with fury and confusion. Goku's presence disrupted the perfect cycle of consumption within its realm, like a stone lodged in gears, causing a momentary stagnation and breach in its operation. Now, Vegeta, it has been disturbed. Goku, maintaining the state of selflessness, shouted loudly. No second reminder was needed. Vegeta unleashed the repressed fury and all his power, along with the will to transcend limits, without reservation. He transformed into a dark red meteor that tore through space. No longer a distant attack, but a blade rushing toward the briefly revealed, indistinct core of the six-star dragon, now momentarily stagnant. Limit break, in a daze. This time, there was no exchange of energy, no dispersion of power. It was a perfect union of ultimate existence and ultimate annihilation. The meteor, embodied by Vegeta, pierced through, disregarding the six-star dragon's nature of dispersed absorption, like a heated knife slicing through butter, instantly penetrating the writhing dark core. A sound akin to the rupture of an energy vacuum echoed, a painful, tearing noise. The shadowy form of the six-star dragon twisted violently, contracting as it emitted a final, unwilling shriek reminiscent of shattering glass. The vast energy it had consumed spiraled out of control, surging forth like a flood breaching its dam, resulting in a localized energy storm. Ultimately, its existence, along with the devouring dark domain, dissipated into the void. The malevolent sky, representing consumption and void, suddenly illuminated with an eerie blue hue. Goku and Vegeta descended to the ground, breathing heavily. This battle lacked the dazzling exchanges of energy, but was rife with strategies and laws in conflict, posing dangers no less severe. They gazed upward, where four distinct, radiantly glowing spots on the sinister sky continued to watch them coldly, heralding even more arduous battles ahead. In the following days, Bowsy Mountain experienced a brief tranquility. Goku sat alone by the river, reflecting on the battles of recent days, realizing that the powers of the five-star dragon, the two-star dragon, and the six-star dragon were entirely different from those of the evil dragons in the GT timeline. Perhaps it was due to the variance in timelines or the consequence of my own transference. In any case, these evil dragons were significantly stronger than their GT counterparts, making him ponder the unimaginable strength of the Super One-Star Dragon. Yet, Goku resolved to think no further, regardless of how formidable the Super One-Star Dragon might be. This timeline could not repeat past misfortunes. He must continue to grow stronger. Relying solely on the Ultra Instinct would not suffice to vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon. Only by transcending the shackles of Ultra Instinct could he safeguard the Earth, and Goku silently vowed to achieve this. Chapter 70. The Destruction God Beerus Descends. A fleeting tranquility was abruptly shattered by an overwhelming, ineffable majesty. It was not laden with hostility, yet it caused all creatures of Bowsy Mountain, and even the mightiest beings on Earth, to experience a momentary palpitation of the heart. Goku and Vegeta sprang from the rooftop almost simultaneously, instantly entering a state of readiness for battle. This aura, Vegeta's complexion changed dramatically, cold sweat beading on his brow. This presence resonated subtly with the ancient fear of annihilation that coursed through his veins. Has arrived? So soon? Goku's expression was unusually grave. He sensed that this aura surpassed any adversary he had encountered before, though he was certain it was not the malevolent dragon. This energy seemed devoid of malice. Yet, as anticipated, a purple figure and a blue figure materialized before them in the air like phantoms. It was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus, accompanied by his angelic attendant, Whis. "Oh dear, it seems we have been discovered, Lord Beerus," Whis remarked with a cheerful smile, his staff in hand. His tone as casual as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. Beerus stifled a yawn, his languid gaze sweeping over the tense Goku and Vegeta, finally resting on Goku, his feline-like pupils narrowing slightly. That moment just now, there was an intriguing fluctuation of energy, a blend of wild monkey essence and something distinctly different. "You are Son Goku, are you not? And Vegeta as well?" "Yes, that's me. You are the god of destruction, Lord Beerus," Goku replied, though anxious. He could hardly suppress his excitement in the presence of such power. You at least possess some discernment." Beerus crossed his arms, that old fool of North Kai, with the last remnants of his strength, managed to relay information regarding the disturbances of the void and the Dragon Balls to me. "I was enjoying a peaceful slumber, and now I've been awakened. What a nuisance." Whis interjected. While Lord Beerus may say this, he is, in fact, quite intrigued by the report from North Kai regarding the fusion consciousness that can stir the primordial forces. Beerus shot a glare at Whis, but refrained from contradicting him. He turned his attention back to Goku. "It seems there has been some interesting change within you, and you are discussing the balance of the Dragon Balls?" Evidently, their previous conversation had not eluded the perception of these exalted beings. Beerus continued, "Did you not eliminate several rogue dragons?" Goku took a deep breath, suppressing his boiling battle spirit, and recounted the recent events to Beerus, stating that to eradicate them completely, one must address the source of the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, there would be an incessant emergence of entities akin to the malevolent dragons. Goku then shared his plans to seek out the origins of the Dragon Balls with Beerus. However, Whis appeared contemplative. Though this notion is somewhat rudimentary, the core principle of balance it embodies resonates with the highest laws of the universe, Lord Beerus. Creation and destruction are, after all, two sides of the same coin. If the miraculous creation of the Dragon Balls can achieve a self-balancing cost, it may fundamentally resolve certain potential hazards. His gaze seemed to drift toward the boundless starry expanse, as if observing the encroaching void. Beerus fell into a momentary silence, flicking his tail dismissively. "Very well. However, with your current meager skills, do you truly believe you can uncover the origins of the Dragon Balls? You would likely perish long before even reaching the threshold, Son Goku. I find myself intrigued by your fused state. I shall offer you an opportunity to accompany me to the realm of destruction. Should you manage to exhibit even a semblance of competence under Whis' guidance, you may yet qualify to partake in this game. Otherwise, it would be wise to abandon your endeavor forthwith, lest you squander my precious time for slumber." Chapter 71. Challenging Beerus. This was not an invitation of camaraderie. It resembled more a condescending act of charity and trial. Yet, both Goku and Vegeta comprehended that this was an unparalleled shortcut to a higher realm of existence. "By all means," Goku declared without hesitation, his eyes ablaze with fervent desire. Vegeta clenched his fist so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh, ultimately managing to utter the words through gritted teeth, "I shall also go." "Excellent," Beerus replied, turning away as if he wished to linger not a moment longer. "Whis, I leave this to you. I must return to my slumber, and I hope to awaken to something intriguing." Whis bowed gracefully. "Indeed, Lord Beerus." He then addressed the warriors of Earth with a smile. "Now, allow me to elucidate the rules. The realm of destruction is distinctly different from Earth, and during training, do not expect any senza beans." No sooner had Whis finished speaking than Goku interjected eagerly. "Lord Beerus, may I engage you in battle?" The air became instantly charged with tension. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, nearly bursting into a tirade. "Kakarot, you fool." He was acutely aware of the terror embodied by the god of destruction, and to provoke him was tantamount to courting one's own demise. Even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, he would likely be no match for Beerus. Even Whis, whose smile faltered slightly, appeared somewhat taken aback. Beerus, who had been poised to depart, halted. He slowly turned, his violet feline eyes narrowing, betraying no visible emotion. Yet the aura he emanated seemed to chill the very air of the temple. Oh, Beerus's voice dripped with a dangerous amusement. A mere mortal dares to challenge me? Are you aware that with just your words, I could erase both you and this planet from existence? The overwhelming pressure bore down upon everyone present, leaving even Vegeta momentarily breathless. Yet Goku seemed oblivious to the lethal threat. His face bore no trace of fear, but rather blossomed into an even brighter smile at Beerus's pause. I know you are formidable, perhaps more so than any adversary I have ever encountered. Yet it is precisely for this reason that I cannot resist the urge to test myself. I long to understand the extent of the disparity. Please, Lord Beerus, even if it is but a single blow. Beerus studied Goku, his gaze akin to that of one examining an intriguing yet naive insect. After a brief silence, he suddenly let out a scoff. Interesting. It seems I have slumbered for too long, allowing even mortals to forget the reverence due to the divine. He did not express anger. Rather, he seemed to be stirred by a flicker of intriguing interest. Very well, let this serve as a means to stretch my limbs, while simultaneously imparting to you the true essence of despairing disparity. He stepped forward casually, halting a short distance away from Goku, his hands still clasped behind his back. Come fort, monkey. Allow me to witness what grants you the audacity to challenge a deity. Strike with your utmost strength. Beerus yawned, reminding him that he had but a single opportunity to make his move. Goku. Even Dandy and Mr. Popo could not suppress their gasps, their concern palpable. Vegeta gritted his teeth, unable to intervene, his gaze fixed intently upon the scene. His heart was fraught with both fury at Kakarot's recklessness and an undeniable desire to witness the power of the god of destruction firsthand. Chapter 72, Super Saiyan 4 vs. Beerus. Thank you so much. A serious expression adorned Goku's face, fully aware of the terror that lay before him, devoid of any intention to test the waters. He let out a powerful roar, and golden energy erupted skyward, his hair transforming into a golden hue, standing upright. Super Saiyan. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His aura surged to unprecedented heights, lightning crackling within the golden flames, his hair elongating further. Super Saiyan 2. However, Beerus merely boredly cleaned his ears. Gritting his teeth, Goku propelled his power to an even greater extreme. His body swelled slightly under the immense energy strain, golden eyebrows vanished, brow bones protruded, and his aura became wildly potent. Super Saiyan 3. Suddenly, a golden wave of energy exploded from Goku's entire being, his short black hair lengthening drastically, fluffing out into a mane, while golden fur stood erect across his body. His red pupils ignited with a fervent zeal for battle. The form of Super Saiyan 4 fully unfurling. Then, the golden aura surrounding Goku surged dramatically, the once golden fur now shimmering with iridescent hues. Crimson patterns seeping from the roots of his black mane. The outline of Super Saiyan 4 remained intact, yet each muscle line burst forth with an overwhelming energy that transcended limits. Super Saiyan 4 limit break. A formidable energy storm swept through the entire temple, scattering even the distant sea of clouds. This was a terrifying power capable of shaking the very foundations of Earth. Oh, it can transform further? Now that's intriguing. Beerus finally lifted his eyelids slightly, though his gaze remained akin to one observing a trivial performance. This is my current limit. Brace yourself, Lord Beerus. Super Saiyan 4 Goku concentrated all his strength into his right fist, transforming into a blinding flash of gold that tore through space, hurtling towards the nonchalant Beerus, who remained with his hands behind his back, seemingly indifferent. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Beerus merely watched with mild interest, until Goku's fist was mere moments from connecting with his body. Then he moved. No one could discern the nature of his motion. It seemed almost casual as he simply lifted a finger. In the next moment, time appeared to stand still. Wukong's fist, imbued with the full power of Super Saiyan 3, possessed the capacity to obliterate entire star systems. It was effortlessly halted by Beerus with what appeared to be a slender finger. There was no explosion, no shockwave. All the force seemed to vanish into the abyss, leaving no trace behind. The expression on Wukong's face froze instantaneously, his pupils constricting in sheer astonishment. He felt as though all his strength had not struck flesh and blood, but rather an unfathomable and indestructible cosmic barrier. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta's energy surged explosively, and in the next moment, golden fur erupted wildly from his neck. Unlike Wukong's fluffy mane, Vegeta's fur grew sharply, each strand clinging closely to the contours of his muscles. Resembling steel needles coated in gold, spreading from his shoulders down to his forearms and enveloping his thighs along the waistline. Even his tightly clenched fists sprouted fine golden fuzz, tautening slightly with the pressure of his knuckles. His short black hair stood erect, the tips shimmering with a cold, golden glow, beneath the tousled strands on his forehead. His once deep violet pupils were entirely stained crimson, lacking Wukong's fervor, instead radiating a chilling battle intent and a fervent obsession with strength. This was the culmination of the Saiyan Prince's ascendance to Super Saiyan 4, with every inch of his transformation exuding an inviolable pride. Chapter 73, Utter Defeat. Subsequently, Vegeta exchanged glances with Wukong, and they instantaneously teleported into the air. The crimson and golden flames in their palms intertwined, forming a spiraling beam of light. The pinnacle of energy erupted from both Wukong and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan 4 forms, merging Vegeta's ultimate flash with Wukong's Kamehameha, coalescing into a dual-colored energy column powerful enough to rend the clouds, hurtling towards Beerus. Should this attack connect, even the god of destruction would have to respond with utmost seriousness. Wukong roared, channeling all his energy, while Vegeta's red pupils brimmed with an unyielding ferocity, his golden fur trembling slightly from the energy overload. At last, Beerus abandoned his nonchalant posture, raising a hand to brush past his garment. A faint purple aura of destruction swirling around him. Finally, a semblance of genuine power has emerged. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly teleported in front of the energy column, gently pressing down with his palm. There was no earth-shattering collision. Instead, the dual-colored energy beam seemed to be devoured by an invisible black hole, instantaneously dissipating within the inky energy of destruction in his palm. Wukong and Vegeta's pupils constricted, and before they could adjust their stances, Beerus appeared behind Vegeta, lightly elbowing his back. With a muffled sound, Vegeta expelled a breath of stale air, the aura of his Super Saiyan 4 form dimming drastically. He plummeted like a severed kite, crashing into the ground and creating a crater several meters deep. Vegeta! Wukong shouted in fury as he lunged toward Beerus, his Super Saiyan 4 claws slicing through the air toward his adversary's throat. Beerus sidestepped effortlessly, the destructive energy grazing Wukong's arm, instantly scorching his golden fur to a charred black. In the next moment, Beerus seized Wukong's wrist and hurled him into the sky, teleporting above him and delivering a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. Wukong's cries echoed throughout the realm of the god of destruction, the energy within him bursting forth like a flood. The brilliance of his Super Saiyan 4 form flickering uncertainly before ultimately fading into a golden light as he reverted to his normal state, crashing down to the ground. Vegeta struggled to rise from the pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he still attempted to gather his energy. However, he was firmly suppressed by Beerus's gaze, which bore down upon him with the weight of a god surveying mere ants, rendering him unable to move even a fingertip. Enough, Beerus declared, brushing the dust from his sleeves. His amber eyes swept over the fallen Goku and Vegeta. Your potential is commendable, but you remain light years away from the realm of the Destroyer Gods. Goku lay on the ground, his chest heaving violently, yet suddenly broke into a grin. Wow, you're so strong. Lord Beerus, next time, I will definitely defeat you. Upon hearing this, Vegeta spat bloodied saliva in defiance, yet he refrained from retorting deep down. He understood that this crushing defeat stemmed from an insurmountable disparity in power. Whis floated over with a gentle smile, waving his hand to create a pale blue protective barrier. Lord Beerus, they have given their all. Perhaps in the next training session, you may witness something more intriguing? Beerus cast a fleeting glance at the two before turning towards the Destroyer's palace. One can only hope. Otherwise, this slumber will be far from restful. Whis timely waved his staff, enveloping the two in a soft glow that steadied their near-collapsed bodies, though their injuries remained grave. Beerus surveyed the fallen warriors, stifling a lengthy yawn. It seemed that the entertaining spectacle would have to wait. Whis, these two presumptuous wild monkeys are entrusted to your careful tutelage. Chapter 74, Whis's Special Training. With that, he made no further delay, vanishing in a flash. Whis approached the incapacitated Goku and Vegeta, observing the flickering embers of defiance and astonishment in their eyes. Now, you both should possess a nascent understanding of the divine realm, correct? Then let our training commence from scratch. Whis's words carried an enigmatic allure, calming the restless spirits of Goku and Vegeta. He did not impose a thousandfold gravity as the Kai did, nor did he conjure any tangible adversaries. He merely paused, gently tapping his staff. In an instant, the environment remained unchanged, yet Goku and Vegeta's perceptions were utterly transformed. What they beheld was no longer barren rocks and starlit skies, but a myriad of flowing, intertwining lines and points. Energy ceased to be an intangible flame. It morphed into streams or storms with distinct forms and hues. The structure of space resembled a transparent honeycomb, while the passage of time appeared as a visible hourglass. They could even hear the deep hum of the very rules of the Destroyer realm, a cold, grand, and undeniable rhythm. This is Goku's eyes widened as he endeavored to comprehend this deluge of information, his mind swirling in confusion. The manifestation of rules. Whis gently elucidated, your previous battles were merely crude collisions of energy. Now, I wish for you to perceive energy and comprehend the rules. Strength is not merely a matter of magnitude. Rather, it is about the appropriateness of power. He pointed at Vegeta. Vegeta, attempting to confront Lord Beerus' destructive energy with your ultimate flash is akin to trying to breach a steel dam with a mere stream of water. Now, can you perceive the frail nodes within your energy flow, as well as the most unstable, rule-based fissures in the opponent's energy structure that are most prone to instigating a chain collapse? Vegeta's crimson pupils contracted sharply as he fixated intently on the direction indicated by Whis. Amidst the originally unified, pitch-black realm symbolizing destructive energy, he indeed discerned some exceedingly delicate, web-like cracks that flickered in and out of existence. These were ephemeral flaws born from the very rules governing the flow of energy. Then there is you, Goku. Whis turned to Goku, remarking that your Kamehameha seeks the utmost in both concentration and explosion, yet it is excessively rigid. Can you perceive the optimal compression ratio of energy prior to its eruption? Can you discern how to guide it to conform to spatial rules during the release, thereby minimizing unnecessary dissipation and even leveraging the environment? Goku focused his mind, observing the faint energy flow within him. Within his field of vision, the gathering of energy no longer appeared as a vague mass. Instead, he could see countless minuscule energy particles colliding and merging. He vaguely sensed that by applying a subtle rotational force at a specific point, he could stabilize the structure of the energy, enhancing its penetrative power upon release. The first stage, static observation. Whis' voice served as guidance, requiring no exertion of power, only the engagement of their hearts and minds to observe, memorize, and comprehend. Chapter 75. The correct use of power. This presented an unprecedented challenge for the two warriors, accustomed to memorizing through their bodies and comprehending through combat. Vegeta furrowed his brow, attempting to calculate and analyze the trajectories of those rules with his astute mind, while Goku appeared more attuned to feeling, instinctively striving to capture the profound rhythm. Time passed within the depths of their intense focus. Sweat streamed down their foreheads, not from physical exhaustion, but from the fatigue of heightened mental concentration. The second stage, dynamic simulation. With a tap of Whis' staff, the surrounding scenery transformed, as if they were immersed in a replay of their recent battle with Beerus. Albeit everything was slowed and dissected. The seemingly effortless manner in which Beerus dismantled their combined energy attack unfolded before them like the most intricate of mechanical blueprints. Observe, Lord Beerus did not merely counter with greater energy. He simply identified the critical fulcrum within your energy structure, and with a gentle touch, the entire framework collapsed. Whis instructed, now within your minds, simulate this process. Do not use energy. Rather, reconstruct and deconstruct it through your understanding. Vegeta closed his eyes, replaying that humiliating moment countless times in his mind. He ceased to feel anger and instead began to calmly analyze the flow of Beerus' energy, searching for that so-called fulcrum. Gradually, it seemed he grasped a thread of understanding. Goku, on the other hand, was more direct. He even gestured in the void, imagining how his energy could flow and transform to evade that fatal touch. The third stage, the clash of wills. As Whis' voice faded, both Goku and Vegeta simultaneously sensed an intangible will descending upon them. It was neither a Kamehameha wave nor a physical assault, but rather a pure sensation of oppression grounded in an understanding of the rules. It was as if countless invisible threads ensnared them, seeking to bind their movements and dismantle their structural strength. With the knowledge they had just acquired, they constructed defenses within their minds, searching for pathways to counterattack. Whis' voice remained calm and unwavering. This was far more perilous than actual combat. Vegeta grunted softly, layering energy barriers in accordance with the rules, endeavoring to deflect and disperse that oppressive force. Meanwhile, Goku became ethereal, as if his consciousness melded with the surrounding principles, rendering the sense of oppression akin to being mired in a quagmire, devoid of leverage, yet poised to retaliate from an unforeseen angle. This was a contest of pure realms, a battle of understanding the essence of energy and the application of rules. Time became indistinct as the intangible pressure receded like a tide. Goku and Vegeta gasped for breath, nearly exhausted, their faces pale, yet their eyes shone with extraordinary brilliance. Though their bodies remained grievously wounded, on a spiritual level, they seemed to have undergone a profound transformation. Their perception of power had irrevocably changed. Very well, Whis nodded in satisfaction. The preliminary understanding of the rules and mental application has been achieved. This is infinitely more significant than mere accumulation of strength. When your bodies have healed and you can integrate this comprehension into actual combat, a true qualitative change will occur. He waved his hand, dissolving the mysterious realm of rules, restoring the God of Destruction's domain to its original state. Rest now. Remember this sensation. Whis smiled. Next time, when Lord Beerus awakens, he may find two monkeys who understand slightly better how to wield power, rather than merely squander it. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock and enlightenment in the other's eyes. Starting from zero did not mean simply retraining their energy, but rather embarking on a more arduous yet expansive journey toward the realm of divinity from a cognitive perspective. Chapter 76, Sparring. Whis' training methods utterly transformed Goku and Vegeta's understanding of becoming stronger. There were no sweat-drenched burdens, no earth-shattering clashes, only silent observation, endless deduction, and perilous mental defenses. Under Whis' divine nurturing, their bodies slowly healed, while their spirits and wills underwent a thorough metamorphosis. Days later, when the first hint of an unusual aura disrupted the tranquility of the God of Destruction's palace, Beerus stirred slightly in his throne. Outside the palace, on the desolate plain, Goku and Vegeta stood facing each other, still marked by unhealed wounds, yet their demeanor was strikingly different from mere days prior. They radiated no explosive aura. Their energy was reined in to the utmost, as if they had merged with the very fabric of the God of Destruction's realm, almost imperceptible without careful perception. Let us begin, Kakarot. Vegeta spoke first, his tone calm yet imbued with a metallic hardness. He raised his hand, palm upward, in a sphere of highly compressed, dark golden energy silently materialized. This is not merely a simple prototype of the ultimate flash. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the energy sphere reveals countless fine strands of energy flowing in a complex pattern, weaving together to form an exceedingly stable yet explosively dynamic structure. With no energy leaking out, all destructive force firmly contained within, Goku grinned, his gaze clear and focused. His hands were not clasped together, but casually rested at his sides. Yet the surrounding space began to subtly distort, as if innumerable invisible currents of air were swirling around him in resonance. This time, I shall not act recklessly as I did before. Without a shout or any forewarning, the dark golden energy sphere in Vegeta's hands abruptly vanished, only to reappear before Goku in the next moment. Not striking in a straight line, but rather following an eerie arc that circumvented Goku's most robust mental defenses, aiming directly at a seemingly insignificant connection point within his energy flow. This was the initial application of his understanding of energy rules, derived from static observation and dynamic simulation, seeking weaknesses and delivering precise strikes. However, just as the energy sphere was about to hit that connection point, Goku's figure seemed to transform into a blurred phantom, not evading through speed, but resonating in a marvelous harmony with the currents of energy and the spatial rules surrounding him, causing an imperceptibly slight deviation in the spatial structure at the critical moment. The dark golden energy sphere grazed the hem of his garment, crashing into the ground in the distance. There was no deafening explosion, only a low, muffled thud, leaving behind an extraordinarily deep, mirror-smooth pit in the earth. With all energy perfectly constrained, exerted within the smallest possible range. Well dodged, Vegeta mused, his eyes narrowing, undeterred. He swept his palms, unleashing dozens of smaller, faster energy blasts that seemed to possess a life of their own, converging upon Goku from all directions, each targeting the fleeting gaps in his fluctuating energy flow. This resembled a precision sniping test, demanding keen insight and anticipation of the microscopic structure of energy. Goku, like a lone boat amidst a tempest, swayed in a seemingly chaotic yet rhythmically natural manner, flickering. He did not absorb any blows directly, always managing to guide his energy or the spatial rules around him with minimal movement, allowing those lethal energy blasts to just barely graze past him. His approach leaned towards the embryonic form of ultimate freedom, relying on his body's instinctive perception of danger and its integration with the environment to respond. Chapter 77, Domain of the Gods. In that moment, countless dark golden streams of light chased after a silvery phantom, colliding silently yet perilously. There were no dazzling explosions, no rampant energy storms. All power was contained within an exceedingly small range, showcasing a combat style that exemplified an almost artistic mastery over energy and rules. Oh, at the entrance of the Destroyer's palace, Beerus had somehow appeared, arms crossed, his previously lazy demeanor replaced by a genuine sense of surprise. These two wild monkeys are rather interesting now. He could discern that the total energy expended by Wukong and Vegeta was far inferior to their full-powered outburst in the Super Saiyan 4 form. However, the efficiency and threat level of their combat had ascended to an entirely new echelon. They no longer charged mindlessly at one another, but began to engage like true warriors of the divine realm, contemplating, calculating, and employing strategy. In the arena, Vegeta, having found no success in his relentless assault, was struck by a fleeting look of resolve. He ceased his unending barrage of energy blasts, retracting his aura once more, as the dark golden energy within him was compressed fervently, not to seek greater power, but to forge a core that was more perfect and stable. His aura shifted dramatically, becoming exceptionally solid, as if he had transformed into an unyielding fortress, steadfast amidst the ever-changing external chaos. This was a sign of his progression towards the divine realm. Wukong also sensed Vegeta's transformation. He halted his evasive maneuvers, allowing his ethereal aura to begin coalescing. His gaze sharpened with singular focus, as a silver-white aura enveloped his form. No longer merely evading, he began to actively perceive the rhythm within Vegeta's impeccable defense, searching for the singular, subtle fluctuation that might exist, one that even Vegeta himself may not have noticed. This was the threshold to deeper mastery of the ultimate essence. The auras of the two warriors silently escalated, colliding in a fierce clash of wills. Though they had yet to engage physically, the mental confrontation had already reached a boiling point. The surrounding space began to emit a faint, unbearable hum, as if it could not withstand the tension of their rule-based confrontation. Enough! The timely voice of Whis resonated, soothing the agitated energies and space like a gentle spring. He appeared between the two, a look of approval gracing his features. Outstanding! In merely a few days, you have begun to grasp the art of observation, comprehension, and application of rules. This is far more challenging than simply elevating your energy levels, yet infinitely more crucial. Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously retracted their auras. Though still fatigued, their eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. They sensed that a new door had swung open before them. Beerus sauntered over, his amber eyes surveying the two, a slight arc of a smile gracing his lips. At last, there is something to behold, he remarked lazily, though his tone lacked the previous disdain. However, do not bask in triumph too soon. This is merely the beginning. You have yet to even graze the surface of true destruction godhood. He turned to Whis. Is it not time to take them to that place? Whis smiled and nodded. Indeed, it is the perfect moment, Lord Beerus. Upon hearing this, Wukong and Vegeta felt a shiver of anticipation and wariness simultaneously. That place? It sounded as though the next phase of their training would be more arduous, yet bring them closer to the core of the divine realm they yearned to touch. Chapter 78, The Corridor of the Source of Laws. Whis' staff radiated a gentle glow once more, this time not altering their perceptions, but directly affecting the very fabric of space. The surrounding scenery rippled like a reflection in water, becoming indistinct, and in the next moment, Wukong and Vegeta discovered they were no longer amidst the desolate plains. They found themselves in a realm that defied precise verbal description. Beneath their feet lay not solid ground, but a flowing river of light, interwoven with countless intricate runes and energy veins. Above them, there was no sky, only an ever-changing tapestry of geometric shapes and swirling colors. As if the very laws of the universe's inception were being vividly enacted in this space. The air was thick with an overwhelming energy, not gentle, but infused with the tumultuous essence of creation and destruction, colliding, obliterating, and then being reborn. This was the corridor of the source of laws, where Whis' voice echoed in this peculiar expanse, ethereal and distant, representing the fundamental codes that underlie the operational principles of the universe as we know it. Here, time was not linear, space was not constant, and causality could be distorted. Beside them stood Beerus, arms crossed, seemingly accustomed to this environment, though his gaze held a newfound intensity, devoid of its previous languor. Training here was perilous. A single misstep could lead not merely to injury, but to assimilation by some fundamental law or banishment into the chaotic currents of time and space. He issued a warning, his tone tinged with anticipation, eager to witness how these two Saiyans would respond. Goku and Vegeta felt an unprecedented pressure, not merely on an energetic level, but a cognitive shock as well. The lessons they had previously learned about observation, comprehension, and application of rules seemed trivial in this context, for the rules themselves were in constant flux, conflict, and reorganization. In the first stage, Whis' voice drew them back from their astonishment, helping them adapt to the chaos. No sooner had he spoken than the once relatively orderly river of light erupted into turmoil. Countless fragments of rules swept towards them like snowflakes in a tempest, each containing a uniquely potent law of power. In some areas, gravity surged to unimaginable heights, while in others, the flow of time accelerated or decelerated abruptly. Certain regions experienced a complete severance of energy transfer, and some even birthed devastating torrents of chaotic energy. This was no longer about adapting to a singular rule. Rather, it was a matter of instantaneously identifying and adjusting oneself amidst a cacophony of conflicting rules, seeking the slender thread of survival. Goku let out a cry as his body contorted under the pull of multiple rules. Instinctively, he entered the ethereal state he had previously mastered, attempting to merge with the chaos. Yet the tumultuous rules made this integration exceedingly difficult. He was like a leaf in a storm, passively tossed by the torrent of rules, colliding and teetering on the brink of disaster. Vegeta fenced assimilarli dire predicament. His attempts to construct an absolute defense were riddled with flaws under the onslaught of countless rules. Just as he stabilized against the distorted gravity, the accelerated time disrupted his rhythm, followed by rifts in space that sliced through his defenses. He grunted in frustration, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet the fire of determination in his eyes burned ever brighter. He ceased his pursuit of a flawless overall defense, instead concentrating his will to the utmost, deftly identifying the few threats most perilous to him amidst the myriad of rule fragments, executing instantaneous, extreme maneuvers for defense and redirection. Chapter 79, The Ultimate Trial. This was a supreme test of spirit, will, and computational prowess. In the second phase, Whis' voice served as a guiding beacon, seeking order amidst chaos. With his words, ephemeral yet relatively stable nodes of law began to emerge from the tempest of disorder. These nodes, akin to the tranquility found at the eye of storm, harbored a singular and pristine essence of regulatory power. Capture them, comprehend them, and momentarily wield them, Whis instructed. Goku, amidst his tumultuous motions, astutely sensed a spatial stability node radiating a gentle silver glow. He endured his discomfort, extending his consciousness like tendrils towards that node, attempting to resonate with it. Initially, the endeavor proved exceedingly arduous. His thoughts were repeatedly thwarted by the surrounding chaos. Yet, through an innate affinity for energy in the environment, he ultimately managed to touch and temporarily stabilize the node during a fleeting fluctuation of the rules. In an instant, a small area around him solidified, allowing him a moment to breathe. Meanwhile, Vegeta had fixated on a dark red energy condensation node. His approach was far more forceful, as he unleashed his highly concentrated willpower to assault the node like a battering ram, forcibly deconstructing its structure, then imitating and mastering it. Although the process was brutal and immensely taxing, he successfully appropriated the node's regulatory power in short span, exponentially increasing the speed and potency of his subsequent energy attacks. The two began to navigate this tumultuous sea of laws, struggling, learning, and evolving. No longer merely passive recipients, they embarked on an active hunt for beneficial law nodes, utilizing them to combat other chaotic regulations, and even experimenting with transient combinations of different node powers. This arduous journey drained their mental fortitude at a pace surpassing any prior training. Protected by Whis, their bodies remained intact, yet the fatigue of their spirits surged like relentless tides. Beerus observed the transformation of the two, from their initial disarray to gradually establishing a foothold in the chaos. Even clumsily wielding the rules, a flicker of acknowledgement gleamed in his eyes. In the third phase, Whis' voice resonated once more, imbued with gravity, confronting the essence itself. The staff radiated with brilliance, as a flowing river of light converged with the geometric vortex above, ultimately coalescing into a colossal, continuously rotating gateway composed of myriad regulatory symbols. "Cross through it," Whis proclaimed, "and you shall confront the projection of the source of laws. There exist no concrete rules, only pure possibilities and the power of definition. What you grasp and how long you endure is entirely up to you. Remember, within that realm, your thoughts will possess the true power to shape reality. Yet you shall also bear the equivalent backlash." Goku and Vegeta beheld the portal, seemingly infused with the universe's ultimate mysteries, feeling the resonance of its soul-stirring yet ardently desirable essence. They inhaled deeply, suppressing all fatigue and fear, their eyes ignited solely with flames of determination and exploration. Without hesitation, they stepped forward, resolutely crossing the threshold of the rule-structured gateway, their figures instantaneously engulfed by boundless radiance. Whis and Beerus remained outside the portal. What a chaotic being! Beerus scoffed, yet his gaze remained fixated on that door. Only such a creature might truly touch the essence of divinity. Whis' smile held a profound meaning. "Let us await. Lord Beerus, perhaps they will indeed bring forth miracles beyond our own foresight. The trial of the source of laws has officially commenced. Goku and Vegeta are about to face the ultimate test that transcends the comprehension of rules, delving directly into the very essence of power." Chapter 80. The Birth of the Super Saiyan God. Just as Goku and Vegeta were harnessing their newly acquired divine power, preparing to confront Beerus' trial, an unexpected transformation occurred. The power within them, stemming from the core of the laws, resonated with an ancient heritage deep within their Saiyan bloodline, creating an unprecedented harmony. This resonance did not arise from anger or obsession, but rather from the awakening of a higher existential significance. Suddenly, the silvery aura surrounding Goku began to fluctuate violently, not in chaos, but as if responding to an unseen summons. He felt shackles within him shattering as a warm, vast, life-filled red energy surged forth from the depths of every single cell. This was not the method learned through the dragon's wishes, nor the transformation into a Super Saiyan God that required the energy of 5 Saiyans. This was a unique awakening belonging solely to him, Son Goku. After undergoing the baptism of the source of laws and integrating the essence of the ultimate freedom into his bloodline, awakened a higher level of divine power from within. What is this? Goku gazed in astonishment at his own hands as the silvery glow intertwined and merged with the sacred crimson flames. His short black hair, seemingly untouched by wind, transformed into a fiery crimson hue, while his eyebrows took on a similar shade. The depth of silver in his eyes did not fade. Rather, it appeared even more mysterious and majestic against the backdrop of red. His aura became immensely sacred and expansive, transcending mere strength to embody a divinity that embraced all existence and coexisted with the universe. The red streams of light danced within the crimson flames, rendering his very being both real and ethereal, present yet omnipresent. This was the Super Saiyan God, a perfect amalgamation of the ethereal heart and the divine blood of the Saiyan. Almost simultaneously, Vegeta also felt the boiling of his bloodline. From the absolute well that formed his dark purple aura, a fierce red light suddenly erupted. It was as if, within the frigid realm of absolute order, the indomitable spirit of battle was ignited. His path was one of dominion, of conquest. Yet at this moment, this will of conquest awakened the most ancient and purest divine power within the bloodline of the Saiyan Prince. This power acknowledged his pride, validated his undeniable self, and elevated him to the realm of the divine. This is power, Vegeta roared, as the deep dark purple aura not only resisted being consumed by the red but instead, like the foundation of a throne, protected the soaring crimson flames. His ebony locks transformed into a vivid crimson, the hairstyle exuding a fierceness that complemented the chilling authority in his gaze, intensified by the scarlet hue. The dark purple realm of his self-ultimate domain remained intact, merging seamlessly with the aura of the Super Saiyan God, culminating in a singular and extraordinary form. Within his domain, the sacred and destructive forces achieved a peculiar equilibrium and unity. The two figures hovered in the air, the crimson divine flames illuminating the desolate sky of the god of destruction's realm, intertwining silver brilliance and deep purple in unique patterns, emanating a majestic aura that transcended any of their previous forms, marking their true entry into the divine realm. Beerus observed the transformed duo before him, the languor that had perpetually graced his features evaporating entirely, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness tinged with a hint of exhilaration. Oh, not only have you begun to harness divine power, but you have also awakened the divine realm deep within your blood, merging it with your own insights? Beerus flexed his wrist, the purple aura of destruction around him igniting like a blazing flame, signaling that the warm-up was drawing to a close. Let me savor this moment. You too, in the realm of the Super Saiyan God. Chapter 81, The Clash of Gods. Whis stood at a distance, his smile radiant. One astonishing development. It appears that the experiences at the source of laws have not only bestowed upon them an understanding of the rules, but have also acted as a catalyst, igniting the dormant divine blood within them. Lord Beerus, you may indeed have found worthy opponents this time. Goku clenched his crimson fist, entwined with silver light. Feeling an inexhaustible power that resonated with the cosmos, a pure and excited smile breaking across his face. Lord Beerus, we should be able to entertain you now. Meanwhile, Vegeta raised his hand, the intertwining energies of dark purple and crimson coalescing in his palm, radiating an unsettling pulsation. A new round of battle was imminent, and this time, it would be a genuine clash of gods. As the battle commenced, the crimson and dark purple divine flames clashed violently with the profound purple energy of destruction, unleashing dazzling and lethal energy nebulas in the eternally barren realm of the god of destruction. Goku's Super Saiyan God state rendered him ghostly. His form flickered unpredictably through space, not merely relying on speed, but rather becoming an integral part of the flow of space itself. Beerus's seemingly inevitable strikes were deftly evaded at the last moment, the terrifying destructive force often reduced to futilely tearing through the remnants of his afterimages. Occasionally, Goku's counterattacks were exceptionally exquisite, skillfully guiding the turbulent energy generated by Beerus' assaults, blending it with his crimson divine power to create a bizarre vortex of energy that spiraled back towards Beerus. Though it failed to inflict tangible harm, it compelled the god of destruction to divert his attention momentarily. This is getting interesting. A flicker of surprise crossed Beerus's eyes. Goku's combat style indeed brought him a refreshing change. Meanwhile, Vegeta's Super Saiyan God embodied an entirely different approach. He was as unyielding as a rock, yet as ferocious as a raging monarch. Though his realm of intertwined dark purple and crimson could not entirely withstand the might of Beerus, it managed to forcibly redefine the rules within a limited scope, temporarily deflecting and diminishing the oncoming destructive energy. His attacks were nothing short of tyrannical. Each strike was infused with his entire will and divine power, eschewing the pursuit of vast energy diffusion in favor of compressing his devastating force to the utmost, forming piercing energy spikes that sought to breach Beerus's defenses. On one occasion, he even seized upon a minute opening in Beerus's guard, delivering a hand strike imbued with a negating intent that nearly struck Beerus's shoulder armor, although it was ultimately repelled by a greater divine force. It left behind a faint energy scorch mark. Just a mere wild monkey, Beerus mused, licking his lips, excitement growing in his gaze. Vegeta's crude, yet pure desire for destruction, manifested through his absolute self-will in defiance of divine authority, was something he found worthy of admiration. For a fleeting moment, the battlefield indeed presented the illusion of reciprocity. The two newly ascended Super Saiyan gods, empowered by their unique realms and recently awakened divine abilities, found themselves locked in a fierce struggle with the god of destruction, who was merely utilizing a fraction of his power, the sound of their clash resonating through the heavens. Yet this balance was as fragile as glass. Let the games cease, Beerus proclaimed in an unwavering tone, yet the purple divine flames enveloping him seemed to surge in density by several magnitudes in an instant. This was not merely a surge in total energy, but rather a transformation in its essence, becoming more refined, more absolute. Chapter 82, Utter Defeat. He still had yet to exert more than 50% of his power, yet the manner in which he wielded it had transformed. As Goku attempted to evade like a flowing stream once more, Beerus nonchalantly raised his hand and gently grasped at the space before him. Crack! The very space Goku relied upon for his evasion, resonating in harmony with him, appeared to be instantaneously crushed by an invisible force. The rules of space were forcibly rewritten. becoming as solid as iron. Goku's freedom was abruptly stripped away, his body coming to an abrupt halt as if ensnared in an invisible mire. What? Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Beerus's fist had silently imprinted itself against his chest. GUH. A mouthful of divine blood erupted from Goku, the crimson aura flickering violently, nearly dissipating. He was sent flying like a marionette with severed strings, bouncing several times before finally coming to a halt, unable to rise for a moment. Almost simultaneously, Vegeta gathered all his divine energy, launching a supreme strike. The dark purple and crimson energy coalesced into a piercing spear of light aimed directly at Beerus's face. Beerus did not even assume a defensive posture, merely casting a casual glance at the spear of light. The attack, containing Vegeta's entire will and divine power, faltered as it approached within a foot of Beerus, as if it had encountered an invisible wall. Its speed diminished abruptly. Its structure began to disintegrate autonomously, ultimately melting away like snow under the sun, vanishing without a trace, failing to even stir a ripple. Your negation is insufficient to interfere with my existence. Beerus's voice resonated like the final judgment. He stepped forward, his figure seemingly transcending the constraints of time and space, appearing directly before Vegeta, who was shaken to the core by the shattering of his ultimate technique. There were no extravagant moves, merely a simple knife hand strike, lightly landing on the side of Vegeta's neck. In an instant, Vegeta's pupils dilated, and the dark purplish-red aura surrounding him shattered like glass, the divine energy extinguished, plunging his consciousness into darkness as he collapsed, stripped of all combat prowess. In the blink of an eye, the tide had turned, from what appeared to be a battle of equals to an overwhelming, indisputable domination. Beerus stood unmoved, his breath undisturbed. He glanced at the fallen Vegeta and then at Goku, who struggled yet failed to rise, and slowly withdrew his divine power. Do you understand? His voice echoed across the silent ruins. The touch of divinity merely grants you a ticket to the arena. However, the depth of your accumulated divine power and your understanding of authority will determine how far you can traverse this path. Was quietly materialized in the arena, casting a gentle glow of healing light as he spoke softly, do not be disheartened. To have compelled Lord Beerus to take your power seriously at the very moment of your initial awakening is already a marvel. The forthcoming journey lies in how you can continuously solidify and expand this essence until you can truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Goku lay on the ground, absorbing Whis' words, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Vegeta nearby, his fists clenched tightly, though tinged with defeat. His eyes reflected a resolute desire and clarity for the path ahead. Beerus yawned, a languid demeanor returning to his face. Yet a subtle glimmer of anticipation flickered in the depths of his gaze. It seemed that upon awakening next time, he might witness something far more intriguing. Just as Whis began to heal Goku and Vegeta's injuries, Beerus prepared to return to his palace to continue his interrupted nap when Whis suddenly furrowed his brow, a rapid glow emanating from the tip of his staff. Whis murmured, his eyes piercing through countless barriers of space, focusing on the distant edge of Universe 7. Lord Beerus, it seems there are intriguing, or perhaps troublesome, developments occurring on Earth. Simultaneously, Goku, having regained a flicker of consciousness, felt a sharp alarm from an advanced communicator in his arms. A virtual screen flickered to life, revealing Bulma's anxious, even terrified visage. Goku, Vegeta, where are you? Respond quickly. The backdrop was the laboratory in West City, with faint sounds of explosions and screams echoing from outside. Be Bulma? Goku gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to prop himself up. What is happening? Chapter 83. The emergence of the three-star dragon. It's the Dragon Balls. The three-star dragon has appeared. It's even more powerful than the evil dragons that came before. Trunks and Gohan have already rushed over, but they're no match for it. It's draining the life energy of the Earth. If this continues, the entire planet will be drained dry. The scene shifts to reveal the grim reality of a certain place on Earth. The sky is shrouded in ominous crimson hues, the ground is cracked, and the vegetation is withered. A colossal dragon-like creature, cloaked in dark, metallic scales and adorned with three fearsome tails, hovers ominously in the air. Embedded in its chest are three Dragon Balls that pulsate with a sinister black light. It has unleashed a massive vortex of energy, greedily consuming the life force of the Earth, akin to a black hole. Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks, and others exert themselves in a desperate attack. However, as their energy blasts approach the creature, they are effortlessly absorbed and dissipated by the vortex, failing to inflict any meaningful damage. What? Goku momentarily forgets his pain, his gaze sharpening with newfound intensity. Vegeta, revived by Whis' healing, hears the communications and witnesses the unfolding scene. His fists clench tightly, almost embedding his nails into his palms, especially as he sees Trunks being flung away by the residual energy of the creature's attack. Kakarot. Vegeta growls, struggling to rise. Yet the exhaustion of his body causes him to stagger. Beerus yawns, seemingly uninterested in the crisis plaguing Earth. Is it merely another trivial skirmish? Quite bothersome. Whis, however, smiles and remarks, Lord Beerus, this may indeed serve as an excellent opportunity to assess their training results. Furthermore, should the Earth be destroyed, your culinary supply could be jeopardized. Upon hearing this, Beerus's ears perk up, a flicker of conflict crossing his face before he dismissively waves his hand. All right, enough. Whis, swiftly send these troublesome fellows away. Don't let their noise disturb my slumber. Whis then turns to Goku and Vegeta, stating, it appears your holiday has come to an early conclusion. Remember, the enemy is a manifestation of the negative energy of the Dragon Balls. Conventional methods of attack may yield limited results. Attempt to employ the divine realm you have just comprehended. He taps his staff upon the ground, and a colossal, multicolored teleportation array envelopes Goku and Vegeta in an instant. Wait, our injuries. Goku begins, but is interrupted by a gentle, yet vast divine power surging into his body. Not only healing the wounds inflicted by Beerus, but seemingly stabilizing their recently awakened Super Saiyan God form. A parting gift, Whis' voice echoes within the array. In a flash of brilliance, Goku and Vegeta's figures vanish from the God of Destruction's realm. On Earth at the battlefield, the creature revels in the ecstasy of devouring life energy, disdainfully regarding the Z fighters below, who struggle like ants. Foolish mortals, your resistance is utterly futile. The energy of this planet shall ultimately become a part of me. Just as it prepares to unleash a more extensive consuming attack, the sky appears to tear open. Two crimson meteors, radiating an unparalleled divine aura and immense pressure, crash down, perfectly positioning themselves between the Z fighters and the creature. As the dust settles, Goku and Vegeta's silhouettes emerge. Their bodies were enveloped in a stable, crimson divine flame, with Goku's eyes shimmering with silver light, his aura ethereal and vast. Vegeta's gaze was icy, a dark violet field of willpower flickering ominously, exuding absolute authority. Their appearance instantly dispelled a portion of the ominous dark red sky, bestowing a glimmer of hope. Chapter 84. The Power of the Super Saiyan God. Daddy, Uncle Vegeta, Gohan exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy. The immense pupils of the three-star dragon narrowed slightly as it sensed a distinctly different power emanating from the two diminutive humans, one that instinctively triggered its wariness. Oh, have two slightly stronger bugs arrived? The three-star dragon chuckled deeply, yet it was certain that the outcome would remain unchanged. Goku cracked his neck, a unique blend of excitement and seriousness lighting up his face as he addressed the colossal creature. Hey, big guy, we shall bring your party to an end. Vegeta snorted dismissively, wasting no words as his crimson aura surged, propelling him forward. The three-star dragon contemptuously swung its massive tail, aiming to strike Vegeta with a force that threatened to tear through space itself. However, Vegeta stood his ground. His fist, imbued with divine energy, met the tail head-on. Boom! No longer did he feel the previous sense of helplessness. The fist, charged with divine power, collided solidly with the gargantuan tail, unleashing a tremendous burst of energy. The three-star dragon felt a sharp pain in its tailbone. The scales, capable of absorbing ordinary energy, proved significantly less effective against divine strength. Vegeta was knocked back a few steps, yet a proud smile graced his face. It's possible. This creature's absorption ability has limited effect against our divine power. What? The three-star dragon was taken aback. At that moment, Goku appeared like a specter at its flank, his palm radiating with crimson divine energy as he gently pressed it against the dragon's scales. Kamehameha Divine Strike, a concentrated energy wave, no longer blue but crimson, erupted at point-blank range. Ugh! The three-star dragon roared in agony. Its massive form staggered as the struck scales charred, the negative energy being overwhelmingly purified by the divine force. Damn it! What power is this? The three-star dragon exclaimed in shock and fury, its chest swirling with energy in a frantic attempt to absorb Goku's divine might. But the crimson energy clung like a parasite, resisting assimilation and continuously purifying its body instead. A power specifically designed to combat vile entities like you. Goku chuckled, disappearing once more, flanking the three-star dragon alongside Vegeta, launching a rapid assault. Crimson divine light flickered in the air. Each collision elicited pained roars from the three-star dragon, whose immense form and absorption capabilities appeared clumsy and awkward under the precise and powerful divine strikes from the two Super Saiyan gods. The Z fighters watched in astonishment. They had never witnessed Goku and Vegeta manifest such forms and powers, their divine and vast aura reminiscent of true deities descending upon them. Faced with the post-evolution three-star dragon, amidst the suffocating dark gravitational field and the destructive energy coalescing in its maw, the gravity of Goku and Vegeta's expressions transformed from concern to resolute determination. Vegeta, with a low growl, Wukong's originally dim crimson divine flame, suppressed by the force field, surged explosively as if infused with pure oxygen. The silvery, ethereal aura became increasingly profound, its core being the dark star nucleus. Breaking through the force field forcibly consumed immense energy. Instead, he would penetrate it using his realm. No need for your words. At nearly the same moment, Vegeta reacted. His body, bound by the dark force field, suddenly straightened. The dark purple glow of his self will intertwining with the crimson divine flame in an unprecedented manner, boiling with intensity. He ceased attempting to resist the gravitational pull with brute force. Instead, he concentrated all his will and divine energy inward, compressing and condensing it into an absolute point of self-existence. The existence of this prince is not something you can easily assimilate. Chapter 85. Annihilation of the Three-Star Dragon. The shift in their auras triggered a qualitative change. Wukong's figure grew increasingly blurred within the dark star's gravitational field. He no longer resisted the tearing force, but seemed to become one with the gravity itself, like a fish swimming upstream. Though still influenced by the environment, he was no longer entirely confined. Under immense pressure, his ultimate state of freedom advanced further, beginning to integrate and guide the very rules of this dark force field. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood resolute like an unyielding rock amidst the storm. No matter how the gravitational field tore at him, his sense of existence only intensified. His supreme self will even began to reverse erode the surrounding dark force field, expanding a small yet absolute domain of his own. The Vegeta principle. What? The three-star dragon sensed the change in the force field, and for the first time, a feeling of horror flickered in its cold pupils. It could no longer hesitate. The dark star annihilation wave, brimming with terrifying energy, had already formed, a black torrent capable of reducing continental plates to nothingness, roaring towards the two trapped in the force field. However, in the face of this destructive strike, Wukong moved. In a moment of imminent danger, his figure transcended conventional movement. It was as if he appeared directly from one point in space to another. Not teleportation, but rather his existence simultaneously occupying all positions along the path of the attack, choosing the one that would evade impact. The dark star annihilation wave pierced through his lingering shadow, leaving the distant skyline behind shrouded in void. Impossible, the three-star dragon gasped. Meanwhile, Vegeta did not evade at all. Facing the roaring black torrent, he proudly raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide. The dark purple and crimson divine energy coalesced before his palm into a barrier as thin as a cicada's wing, yet seemingly severing all laws. A diamond shield of absolute dominion. Boom! The dark star annihilation wave struck solidly against the barrier. Yet, contrary to expectations, the barrier did not shatter, nor did Vegeta get engulfed. The dark torrent, capable of annihilating everything, scattered explosively upon contact with the barrier, as if crashing against a reef. It did not dissipate nor absorb. Rather, its foundational existence was forcibly denied by the barrier imbued with Vegeta's ultimate self-will, refusing to accept. Have you had your fill of play? Vegeta's cold voice resonated as he slowly lowered his hand, causing the barrier to dissipate. His eyes, ablaze with crimson and dark violet radiance, fixed upon the incredulous Sanxing. Now it is our turn. In the next moment, Goku and Vegeta simultaneously vanished from their original positions, no longer employing evasive maneuvers. Goku materialized directly above the head of Sanxing, his right hand raised high, not in a fist, but with fingers poised like a blade, enveloped in a brilliant silver and scarlet divine glow, as if transformed into the sharpest entity in existence. Divine Handblade, Sever Source. The hand blade descended silently, not aimed at the body of Sanqing Long, but rather at the energy connection between its dark star core and its very essence. This strike embodied the profound insight into the essence of energy flow and its severance. Sanqing Long sensed the imminent threat, desperately mobilizing its power for defense. Yet, Goku's hand blade seemed to disregard its hurriedly constructed layers of dark energy defense, slicing with unparalleled precision through the invisible tether. Almost in the same millisecond, Vegeta appeared directly in front of Sanqing Long, his right fist drawn to his waist, transforming into a miniature, light-devouring dark crimson singularity, warping the surrounding space ever so slightly due to its presence. Ultimate Flash. He unleashed a punch, devoid of grandiose light beams, only a subtle, piercing dark red ray that penetrated the flickering, unstable dark star core, now severed from its connection. This strike represented the epitome of negation. As Vegeta condensed his will to destroy to its zenith, erasing existence itself, a sharp thud and a crack echoed simultaneously. Goku's hand blade severed the energy source, while Vegeta's singularity ray accurately struck the destabilized dark star core. The colossal dark star form of Sanqing Long froze abruptly, a clear crack quickly spreading across its forehead's dark star core, followed by an eruption of blinding pure white light from within the fissure. I am a master of negative energy. How could I? Sanqing Long emitted a final wail filled with resentment and disbelief as its body began to dissolve from the dark star core inward, melting away like ice and snow under sunlight, purifying into countless dancing specks of light. The suffocating gravitational field of the dark star collapsed instantly. The crimson hue in the sky faded completely, and warm sunlight flooded the earth once more. Though the battlefield was in disarray, the terrifying force that devoured life had vanished without a trace. Ultimately, Sanqing Long dissipated entirely, leaving behind 3 Dragon Balls, marred with cracks, their glow utterly dimmed, as if they could shatter at any moment, gently falling to the ground. Goku and Vegeta descended slowly, the scarlet divine flames upon them gradually subsiding. They gazed at the 3 Dragon Balls, breathing heavily. In this battle, they had finally resolved the crisis of Earth with the true power of their ascended divine realm, overwhelming in their might. The Z warriors erupted in jubilant cheers for their survival, flocking around them. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled at Vegeta. It seems Mr. Whis' training has indeed proven effective. Vegeta crossed his arms and huffed, maintaining his proud demeanor, yet a flicker of relief glimmered in his eyes. He gazed at the approaching Trunks and Bulma in the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After defeating the 3-star dragon, Earth was bestowed with a fleeting tranquility. Wukong relished the moments spent with his family, even finding time to mentor Goten and Trunks in their training, while Vegeta devoted most of his time in the gravity chamber, tirelessly consolidating and exploring the potential of his Super Saiyan God form, occasionally succumbing to Bulma's insistence to partake in family activities. The Z fighters also took their time to recuperate, mending the wounds inflicted by battle. However, this serenity was short-lived. On a night a few days later, an extraordinary phenomenon gripped the sky. Instead of the ominous crimson heralded by the 3-star dragon, 7 stars radiating an eerie luminescence abruptly manifested in the night sky, arranged in a spoon-like formation, their light overshadowing the genuine stars and casting a pallor over the land. Simultaneously, the Dragon Ball radar malfunctioned worldwide, and those who had previously made wishes upon the Dragon Balls felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety and trepidation. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Bulma stared at the completely garbled Dragon Ball radar screen, her complexion pale. Again, it's happening? This reaction is exponentially more intense than when the 3-star dragon appeared. And there are 7 signal sources. They seem to resonate with one another. At home, Wukong abruptly set down his utensils, rushing outside to solemnly gaze at the 7 bizarre stars. This energy was malevolent and astonishingly vast, far surpassing that of the 3-star dragon. Chapter 87. The final battle against the 7-star dragon. Meanwhile, in the gravity chamber, Vegeta halted his training, sensing the overwhelming wave of evil energy that enveloped the atmosphere. His brow furrowed. An incessant stream of insignificant pests. It seems we have encountered something formidable this time. No, 7 of them? Boom! Across the earth, 7 dark pillars of energy, infused with various negative attributes, shot skyward, piercing the heavens. Unlike the scattered power associated with the 3-star dragon, these 7 forces swiftly converged in the upper atmosphere, merging, a terrifying pressure far exceeding the three-star dragon's dark star form, surged forth like a tangible tsunami, sweeping across the planet. The oceans roared, the earth trembled, volcanoes became active, and extreme weather erupted simultaneously around the globe. The 7 malevolent stars in the sky blazed with brilliance, and ultimately, at the intersection of their radiance, a colossal figure slowly took shape. It was not a traditional dragon like the three-star dragon. Its form resembled a distorted giant composed of dark energy, enveloped in a mosaic of 7 colors, yet exuding a sinister aura, as if constructed from the crystallized essence of countless negative desires. 7 energy tendrils, resembling the lines of constellations, writhed and danced along its back, each connected to 7 swirling cores representing various negative attributes: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Upon its cranium, there were no distinct features, only a swirling mass of chaotic energy that reflected the myriad malevolences of the world. It merely existed there, and the power it emanated began to warp the surrounding reality. The city beneath it, the buildings, began to silently erode and crumble, the life force forcibly stripped away, transforming into streams of light that flowed into its chaotic form. Ordinary attacks could not even approach it, being disintegrated and absorbed by the naturally formed field of the 7 deadly sins surrounding it. This was vastly superior to the three-star dragon. It was not even in the same dimension. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. He sensed that even if he exerted every ounce of his strength, he could scarcely disturb it in the slightest. "Dad! Uncle Vegeta!" Gohan anxiously glanced at the two beside him. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, both recognizing the profound gravity reflected in each other's eyes. They could distinctly feel that the power level of this 7-star dragon had undoubtedly reached the realm of the divine, even surpassing that of the 3-star dragon they had previously faced. 7 cores, corresponding to 7 forms of negative energy. Goku clenched his fists, the crimson aura of divine energy rising uncontrollably. It seemed yet another arduous battle awaited them. However, a hint of almost arrogant curvature graced Vegeta's lips as the dark purple aura of willpower intertwined with the crimson divine flames. "Humph, just right. I shall use you to gauge how far this prince's power has truly grown. Kakarot, do not lag behind." "Hey, that's my line." Goku grinned, his fighting spirit surging. 2 beams of crimson divine light soared into the sky once more, akin to meteors piercing through the desolate night, resolutely charging towards the 7-star dragon, which embodied ultimate evil and chaos. The tendrils behind the 7-star dragon swayed like dancers of death, gluttony, lust. 3 tendrils simultaneously ignited with an eerie glow, its chaotic form resembling a black hole that absorbed all. "Feel the insatiable thirst." The gluttonous tendril pointed towards Goku. In an instant, Goku felt the crimson divine energy within him become restless, as if it had developed its own will, desperately seeking to escape his control and dissipate outward. More terrifying still was the energy that drifted around him, even the faint key of the Z-fighters in the distance, all being drawn uncontrollably towards the 7-star dragon. It sought not only to absorb energy, but also to strip its opponents of their control over their own power. Chapter 88. Narrow Victory. "My key." Goku strained to steady his mind, the silver light swirling rapidly as he attempted to regain control over the restless divine energy, but his movements grew increasingly stiff and sluggish. Meanwhile, the gluttonous tendril aimed at Vegeta, who had just leapt from the pit, ready to counterattack. Yet, he felt the dark purple and crimson flames enveloping him as though confronted by an invisible maw of gluttony, being violently torn apart and devoured. Any energy he released, be it offensive or defensive, was significantly weakened the moment it left his body, even becoming sustenance for the 7-star dragon. This was far more domineering than the absorption of the 3-star dragon. It was a ruthless and enforced plunder. "Damn it, even the energy of my attacks will be consumed." Vegeta was compelled to restrain his aura, severely limiting his offensive capabilities. The most insidious threat lay in the seductive glow of the lustful tendrils, which did not directly assault the body or energy, but penetrated the depths of the mind. Both Goku and Vegeta experienced a momentary daze as their innermost cherished and desired visions uncontrollably surfaced. The warm smiles of their family, the serene and peaceful earth, and the exhilarating battles against formidable foes. These beautiful memories and aspirations were twisted into temptations urging them to abandon their resistance and succumb to an illusory trap, relentlessly battering their fighting spirit. For a fleeting moment, the gaze of Bulma, Trunks, and Vegeta appeared hazy, causing a slight fluctuation in their absolute domain. Similarly, Goten, Gohan, and Goku exhibited minor lapses in their movements, their ethereal state nearly shattered. The seven deadly sins did not act in isolation. Instead, they intertwined and overlapped, forming a despairing composite suppression. Pride shattered willpower, sloth hindered action, envy fragmented strength, wrath annihilated the body, greed stripped away control, gluttony consumed energy, and lust beguiled the soul. Under the shadow of these seven realms, Goku and Vegeta found themselves ensnared in an inescapable web, possessing immense divine power, yet struggling to unleash it effectively, rendering the situation precarious. Ha ha ha! Do you see? This is the weakness of humanity, the shackles from which you cannot escape. The seven-star dragon let out a maniacal laugh, its chaotic arms lifting once more as the seven tendrils' brilliance reached its zenith, evidently preparing for a decisive strike. In complete surrender, become a part of me. The chaotic power of the seven sins united. A surge of chaotic energy capable of dimming galaxies and unraveling the very fabric of existence began to coalesce before the seven-star dragon's chest. An ultimate annihilation singularity compressed from all worldly negative emotions and energies. However, in this absolute adversity, Goku and Vegeta's eyes suddenly locked onto one another. Vegeta, Goku shouted with fervor, do you remember what Lord Beerus said? The accumulation of quantity and the depth of power. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply as images of Beerus overpowering them flashed through his mind. Not merely a disparity in strength, but a chasm in understanding the essence of power itself. Silence. Kakarot, this prince's path is mine to tread. Vegeta roared like a beast, no longer attempting to combat the seven deadly sins. Instead, he fervently compressed and concentrated all his spirit, will, pride, and that instinctual desire to protect his family, collapsing his dark purple self-mastery realm inward, ultimately coalescing into a minuscule yet radiant core of self at the position of his heart, a beacon of indomitable light. Amidst the myriad sins of the outside world, I remain steadfast. In this moment of ultimate self, he transformed into the most formidable fortress. Chapter 89. The Resonance of the Divine. Almost simultaneously, Goku also closed his eyes, completely relinquishing resistance against all external disturbances, even abandoning the thought of actively directing his focus. He immersed himself entirely in the resonant void that harmonizes with all existence, ceasing to focus on actions, but rather on becoming. A flowing energy, a quivering space, an integral part of the very rules governing the seven deadly sins' power. His breath became almost imperceptible, his form seemingly on the verge of dissolving into the cosmos, merging with the vast chaotic energy field. This was an adventure that pushed the essence of freedom to deeper realms, an integration of the Tao. The chaotic power condensed by the seven-star dragon was on the verge of eruption. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta moved. Armed with the absolute mental defense granted by his core self, he temporarily became immune to the spiritual disruptions of pride and lust, disregarding the greedy pull towards power. He compressed all the divine energy he could muster, untouched by gluttony, into his fingertips in an unprecedented manner. It was no longer an energy impact, but a singular, exquisite dark red starburst representing the negation and destruction of the very essence, his ultimate self's annihilation. He ceased to attack the body of the seven-star dragon, instead directing this starburst towards the central node where the energy of its seven tendrils flowed. He aimed to forcibly disrupt the coordination of the seven deadly sins' power. Meanwhile, Goku, in a state of Tao integration, clearly perceived within the chaotic energy structure a fleeting moment of purification arising from the subtle discord of the seven deadly sins. In the instant before the energy erupted, his figure appeared before the cataclysmic singularity like an apparition, hands clasped together, radiating an extraordinarily pure, gentle yet resolute crimson divine light, the resonance of the ultimate freedom. He did not strike. Rather, he transformed himself into a catalyst, infusing the chaotic essence with the rhythms of harmony and the laws of life through that moment of purification. With a thunderous roar, the chaotic power erupted. Yet, the anticipated scene of total consumption did not fully materialize. Vegeta's ultimate annihilation struck the energy core successfully, although it did not completely shatter it. It caused a momentary catastrophic disruption in the coordination of the seven deadly sins' power. Goku's divine resonance acted like a droplet of water introduced in a boiling oil. not quelling the explosion, but triggering a chain reaction. Inside the destructive, chaotic energy, violent self-conflict and cancellation transpired, with the sacred purification power and the malevolent chaotic force mutually annihilating each other, ultimately diminishing the explosive might. The shockwave from the explosion still hurled Goku and Vegeta violently away, blood gushing from their wounds, their divine aura nearly extinguished, crashing heavily to the ground, gravely injured. Yet, they held on. They were not obliterated in a single blow. The seven-star dragon in the sky trembled, its chaotic visage revealing for the first time a semblance of uncertainty. The light of its 7 tendrils noticeably dimmed, evidently affected by the prior disturbance. Unexpectedly, the voice of the seven-star dragon lost some of its absolute control. Amidst the swirling dust, Goku and Vegeta struggled to rise. Though disheveled, their eyes shone with a terrifying brightness. They had found a method and glimpsed a sliver of dawn in their battle against this formidable foe. It appears that the 7 powers are not without flaws. Goku gasped, a grin spreading across his face. As long as we can identify its weaknesses, no enemy is insurmountable. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His fighting spirit rekindled. Chapter 90, Vegeta's New Skill. As the dust had yet to settle, Goku and Vegeta surged forward like 2 arrows loosed from a bow, charging once more at the 7-star dragon. Their speed might have been slightly diminished by their injuries. Yet the determination in their eyes and the clarity of their strategies soared to new heights. They could not allow it to utilize multiple abilities simultaneously. Goku shouted as he dashed forward. His fusion state had not entirely dissipated, but had instead become more intricate. He no longer attempted to merge with the entirety of the 7 deadly sins power field. Instead, he focused his perception akin to a finely tuned radar, meticulously scanning the subtle rhythm and switching intervals of the energy flowing through the 7 tentacles behind the 7-star dragon. Vegeta, I'll disrupt its energy coordination. You launched the main assault. That suits me perfectly. Vegeta roared in response. His concentrated core of self burned like an unquenchable flame, granting him an absolute barrier against mental disturbances. He poured all his strength, all his fury, and all his pride into the forthcoming attack. The dark purple and crimson divine energy ceased to seek vastness and instead compressed, coalescing with unprecedented efficiency into 2 blades that seemed capable of severing causality itself. The 7-star dragon, evidently aware of the imminent threat, saw its tentacles flickering rapidly, attempting once more to weave the despairing net of the 7 deadly sins. The pressure of pride descended first, seeking to crush Vegeta once again. Using the same tactic a second time is futile. Vegeta bellowed, maintaining his speed as his core radiated resolute light, rendering the mental pressure insignificant. The realm of sloth then enveloped Goku, attempting to draw him back into the quagmire of lethargy. Goku's form became elusive within the domain. He no longer resisted the sensation of sluggishness, but instead flowed with its rhythm, akin to a fish gliding through water. Although his trajectory was erratic, he always managed to evade the most lethal obstacles at crucial moments. His fusion allowed him to anticipate and utilize the minute fluctuations created during the transitions of the 7 deadly sins power. The tentacle of envy ignited, attempting to replicate Vegeta's power once more. Vegeta was already prepared. At the moment envy was unleashed, he abruptly detached a portion of his highly compressed, unstable divine energy, setting a trap akin to a bomb that surged towards the replicated shadow. Boom! The duplicate had barely formed before being engulfed by this preset self-destructing energy, obliterating it. The shockwave of wrath followed in swift succession. This time, Goku did not evade. His hands traced profound patterns in front of his chest, intertwining silver light and crimson divine radiance into a continually rotating vortex of energy, effortlessly redirecting the energy of ultimate intent. The destructive energy of wrath, upon contacting the vortex, was surprisingly guided, grazing past both warriors by mere inches before crashing into a distant, desolate peak, vaporizing it instantly. The powers of greed and gluttony acted simultaneously, attempting to strip away control and devour energy. Now, Goku's eyes blazed with silver light. He astutely discerned the fleeting overload turbulence inevitably generated by the 7-star dragon when simultaneously wielding multiple powers. In that ephemeral moment, the synergy of the 7 deadly sins force fields plummeted to its nadir. Vegeta, its core. Without further ado, Vegeta surged to the pinnacle of his speed. transforming into a dark crimson flash that rent the fabric of space, aimed directly at the very center of the seven-star dragon's chaotic form. The epicenter of the energy converging from its 7 tendrils. His arms, akin to twin blades of destruction, crossed and slashed forth, unleashing his ultimate technique, the dual star shatter. This strike encapsulated his utmost negation of will, a severance of existence itself. The seven-star dragon emitted a furious roar, hastily summoning all its strength to coalesce a formidable 7-colored chaotic shield before it. The clash reverberated with a piercing sound of energy tearing apart. Vegeta's twin blade struck fiercely against the shield, locked in a stalemate. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, once more plowing the earth. Chapter 91. The battle concludes. Kakarot. Vegeta bellowed, channeling all his power into his blades, steadfastly holding the shield in place, creating the last and only opportunity for Goku. At that precise moment, Goku's figure transcended the confines of space, materializing above the unprotected back of the seven-star dragon. He raised his hands high, with all the silver radiance and crimson divine power coalescing in an unprecedented manner, compressing not into a Kamehameha wave, but forming within his palms a minuscule source of purification, seemingly embodying the rhythmic pulse of the universe itself. This source of purification was the ultimate manifestation of his comprehension of life, harmony, and evolution under the state of fusion. Seven-star dragon, your very existence is a disruption of balance. Goku's voice resonated with ethereal authority, returned to the void. The ultimate divine purification. He forcefully pressed downward, driving the source of purification directly into the core node of the seven-star dragon's back, where the energy of its 7 tendrils flowed. A hum resonated. There was no explosion, only an endless, pure, gentle yet irresistible white radiance that erupted from that node, illuminating the entire realm as if a supernova had been born. No! The seven-star dragon emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Its chaotic form writhed violently within the pure white light, dissolving, while the 7 tendrils, like snow exposed to the sun, shattered and dissipated inch by inch. The 7 energy cores representing original sin dimmed and shattered one after another. The white light persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. Exhausted, Goku and Vegeta plummeted from the air, kneeling on one knee, gasping heavily, their divine aura nearly imperceptible. Yet, as they lifted their gazes towards the now tranquil sky, relief and victory illuminated their faces. Earth had once again been rescued from the clutches of ultimate evil. The Z-Warriors fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into thunderous cheers. This victory was hard-won, more so than any before, as Wukong gazed at Vegeta, who appeared equally fatigued yet possessed an illuminating gaze. He extended his fist. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance in his direction, emitted a soft grunt, yet gradually raised his own fist to meet Wukong's in a gentle collision. No words were necessary. Everything was communicated in the silence. After the harrowing battle against the seven-star dragon, their comprehension and application of divine power had undoubtedly ascended to an entirely new echelon. The path ahead, though destined to present even greater challenges, now held no fear for them. Following their triumph over the seven-star dragon, Earth enjoyed a brief respite. While Wukong and Vegeta recuperated, they did not cease their training. The confrontation with the seven-star dragon had imparted a profound realization. Merely grasping the rudimentary aspects of Super Saiyan God power was far from sufficient. They required a deeper breakthrough to fully harness that sacred strength and elevate it to greater heights. Weeks later, in the realm of the destroyers, Whis elegantly savored a pudding brought from Earth, observing Wukong and Vegeta training in the distant wasteland, nodding slightly. It seemed that their encounter with the seven-star dragon had proven immensely beneficial. In the arena, Wukong and Vegeta's figures intertwined at high speed. The crimson divine light, no longer merely a simple aura, but rather an intrinsic extension of their beings, flowing more naturally with reduced consumption and heightened potency. Compared to before, their presence exuded less of the rawness felt upon awakening, and more of a harmonious depth. Chapter 92. The Emergence of the Four-Star Dragon. Just as the two prepared to engage once more to test their newfound strength, Whis abruptly lifted his gaze, his attention drawn to the distant seventh universe. Oh, it appears the guests from Earth continued to arrive one after another. Almost simultaneously with Whis' words, Wukong and Vegeta sharply sensed an extraordinarily unique presence. one even more concerning than that of the seven-star dragon, erupting in the direction of Earth. On Earth, the recently rebuilt city was once again shrouded in panic. The sky had not turned dark or ominous. Instead, it displayed an eerie, perfectly balanced shade of gray. The wind ceased, the clouds stood still, and even sound seemed to be erased by a certain force, plunging the entire world into a suffocating silence. In the very space where the seven-star dragon had vanished, a new dragon-shaped creature quietly emerged. It did not possess the grotesqueness of a three-star dragon, nor the chaos of the seven-star dragon. Its form was elongated and graceful, entirely enveloped in silver-gray scales that resembled intricate machinery. It had four long tails, reminiscent of balanced wings, gently swaying behind it. Most striking was the four-star Dragon Ball, slowly rotating at its chest, emanating a cold, rational brilliance. Its gaze held no brutality, no madness, only an absolute calm that surveyed all life and pierced through all truths. This was the four-star dragon, an embodiment of balance and order, an evil dragon, or rather, a power of balance distorted to its utmost extremes. It paid no heed to the terrified crowd below or the vigilant Z-fighters. Its focus was singular, fixated on the two entities radiating the most potent divine energy. This being felt distinctly different from its predecessors. Vic felt a chill, a sense of powerlessness when confronted with an adversary of absolute rationality, flawless in its execution. Its presence was peculiar, seemingly devoid of any weaknesses, yet paradoxically brimming with vulnerabilities. Gohan, too, found the situation exceedingly challenging. At that moment, two deep crimson streaks tore through the gray sky, heralding the sudden arrival of Goku and Vegeta, who positioned themselves before the four-star dragon. The icy gaze of the four-star dragon swept over them, and the four-star Dragon Ball on its chest flickered ominously, activating the domain of absolute balance. Faced with the four-star dragon's uncanny domain of absolute balance, Goku and Vegeta found themselves embroiled in an unprecedented struggle. Their powers were forcibly constrained to a singular level, rendering any attempts to transcend their limits as futile as a stone sinking into the abyss. The four-star dragon's cold, precise, and unwavering balance strikes surged towards them like an unrelenting tide, with each collision causing their vitality to surge and their divine aura to dim further. How infuriating! I can't unleash my full strength. Vegeta roared, shattering a gray energy beam with a punch, only to be staggered back by another attack, striking from the side. His self-determined will sought to negate this balance rule, but that rule was as steadfast as the fundamental laws of the universe, difficult to shake in the short term. Its domain solidified the surrounding rules, making it challenging for Goku to fully integrate his own freedom, and his situation was equally dire. Relying on his exceptional agility and foresight, he dodged lethal attacks time and again. Yet unable to manifest his true power, he felt as though he were fighting with his hands and feet bound. An overwhelming sense of frustration enveloping him. Occasionally, when he found the chance to close the distance, his strikes against the four-star dragon's silvery scales were dissipated by an invisible force of balance, failing to inflict any meaningful damage. Chapter 93. Super Saiyan God, Second Stage. Breakthrough in the Divine Realm. The four-star dragon operated like the most precise killing machine, executing its eradication orders with chilling detachment. The four stabilizing tails behind it maintained the domain, while the four-star Dragon Ball on its chest calmly analyzed battlefield data, continuously adjusting its attack patterns and frequencies. It required neither anger nor strategy, only absolute calculation and execution. Boom! Goku was struck in the chest by a sudden balance blow, spitting out divine blood as he was sent flying. Crash! Vegeta attempted to force his way through the limitations of the domain, but was repelled by an even greater force of balance, dropping to one knee, gasping for breath. The Z-warriors watched in anxious despair, powerless to intervene. In such a realm of combat, they lacked even the qualifications to participate. On the battlefield, Goku observed the four-star dragon slowly raising its claws once more, coalescing gray energy, and glanced at Vegeta, who was gritting his teeth to hold on. Flickering images of his battle with Beerus flashed in his mind, along with insights gained in the corridors of the Source of Laws and Whis' teachings on quality and quantity. Balance, balance. Goku murmured softly, the initial restlessness in his eyes gradually giving way to a deeper understanding. Could absolute balance itself be a form of stagnation? He recalled the birth of the universe, the evolution of life, the growth of power. Everything stemmed from imbalance, from the explosion of a singularity, from a yearning to transcend boundaries. If everything were to remain in absolute equilibrium, it would yield a profound silence, devoid of any future. I have come to understand. As Goku's gaze suddenly transformed into a realm of unparalleled clarity, revealing a breadth of insight born from the comprehension of a certain essence. Your equilibrium merely confines the existing forces. Yet, true power lies in creation, in evolution, in shattering the shackles, and advancing towards the unknown possibilities. He no longer endeavored to resist that realm of balance, nor did he hastily seek to enhance his current divine abilities. He completely relinquished his mind, allowing his consciousness to delve into the deepest depths of that crimson divine energy, striving to touch the essence of evolution that originates from the Saiyan bloodline, yet transcends into the divine realm. Kakarot, Vegeta seemed to sense something, abruptly glancing at Goku. The crimson divine flames surrounding Goku no longer remained restrained. Instead, they surged forth in an unprecedented manner, igniting with fervor. The red hue began to metamorphose, transforming into a more profound and resplendent shade of crimson. The color of his hair deepened, as if it contained the luminosity of countless stars. A force that was not merely potent, but imbued with vitality, breakthrough, and infinite possibilities erupted from within him, akin to the very first light of the universe. Thunderous roars echoed, the solidified realm of absolute balance, under the impact of this resplendent divine energy representing evolution and breakthrough. Cracked with a sound akin to ice under the weight of a boulder, the equilibrium of the realm was forcibly shattered, and the oppressive power of the rules began to wane and disintegrate. Super Saiyan God, second tier, divine realm breakthrough. Goku hovered in midair, surrounded by a luminous crimson divine light that flowed like celestial bodies, majestic and vast. He gently clenched his fist, sensing within him a new power that seemed limitless, brimming with creativity and possibilities. Is this the power that arises after breaking the balance? Goku gazed at his hand and spoke softly. The cold pupils of the four-star dragon flickered violently with data streams for the first time. Error. Error. Target energy level surpasses the balance threshold. Unable to analyze. Unable to comprehend. Threat level incalculable. It frantically activated the four-star Dragon Ball, attempting to re-stabilize the balance realm, but that resplendent crimson divine energy blazed forth like an inferno, incinerating the barrier of rules it had constructed. Your balance ends here. Goku's gaze turned towards the four-star dragon, calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Chapter 94. Crushing the four-star dragon. He moved. No afterimages, no sound. It was as if he merely willed it, and he appeared before the four-star dragon. The four-star dragon reacted swiftly, its four balancing tail wings resembling spears, piercing towards Goku with the power to rend space. Simultaneously, the four-star Dragon Ball on its chest unleashed the mightiest light of balance, striving for a final resistance. However, Goku simply extended a finger. At his fingertip, a flicker of crimson light shimmered. Ding! A soft sound echoed, akin to a jade bead falling onto a platter. The four-pointed edges of the tail wing, upon making contact with the resplendent crimson light, appeared as if they had encountered their nemesis. All strength was instantaneously deconstructed and purified, leading to a collapse at the structural level, dissipating into the most fundamental particles of energy. The light that sought to stabilize the domain was silently obliterated by the divine crimson force, akin to sunlight melting away snow. Impossible. The four-star dragon emitted an incredulous mechanical screech. Wukong gently touched the spinning four-star Dragon Ball upon its chest. Crack! A subtle fissure appeared on the Dragon Ball. Immediately, countless streams of crimson light erupted from the crack. Balance signifies an end. The voice of the four-star dragon resonated with a final sense of bewilderment and confusion. Its silver-gray body began to disintegrate from within the Dragon Ball, utterly dismantled and purified by the crimson power of evolution, transforming into a myriad of twinkling lights before finally vanishing completely. The suffocating grayness of the sky dissipated, and warm sunlight once again poured down. Wukong gradually descended, the crimson divine light surrounding him receding, restoring his usual appearance. Yet a profound aura reminiscent of the starry sky lingered about him. Vegeta watched this scene, his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxing. He let out a snort, yet within the depths of his gaze flickered a complex light, shock, defiance, and more significantly, an ignited and fervent fighting spirit. Kakarot, you have taken the lead once more, but it will not last long. Vegeta silently vowed. The Z fighters erupted in cheers anew. This time a jubilant celebration of survival and astonishment at Wukong's newfound power. Wukong smiled at Vegeta, remarking, "It seems the road ahead is still long." Vegeta turned his head, huffing, "Do not get too smug. The breakthrough of this prince is just within reach." With the crisis on Earth averted once more, the rivalry and growth between Wukong and Vegeta embarked upon an entirely new and broader stage. The Divine Realm breakthrough was merely a beginning. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, the sky suddenly resonated with a profound hum. A lamentation, indescribable by sound yet directly affecting the essence of the soul, reverberated across the earth and spread into the far reaches of the cosmos. This time, the sky did not turn dark or gray, but instead lost all color. Not merely black and white, but everything manifested in a despairing hue, as if the very concept of existence were being stripped away into an abyss of nothingness. Wind, sound, energy, light, everything seemed to lose its inherent attributes, drifting towards utter void. In the very space where the four-star dragon had vanished, an extreme black began to emerge. It was not black in color, but rather the embodiment of nothingness. It expanded rapidly, ultimately coalescing into a dragon-like monstrosity, not vast in size, but evoking tremors of dread and annihilation in the souls of all who beheld it. Its form resembled a flowing shadow, devoid of distinct scales, menacing claws, or even a fixed shape, as if it could dissolve into the surrounding void at any moment. Only at its chest, a slowly pulsating sphere, akin to a single Dragon Ball, serves as a testament to its existence amidst the vast void of the universe. Chapter 95. The Emergence of the One-Star Dragon. It is the ultimate and most formidable malevolent dragon, the One-Star Dragon, embodying the ultimate evil of nothingness and return. It emits no sound, yet its will to obliterate existence resonates distinctly within the consciousness of every sentient being. All originates from nothing, returns to nothing, and the struggle is in vain. It does not even cast a glance at the poised Goku and Vegeta. Instead, it silently hovers as the space, energy, and laws surrounding it fade away into the primordial void. The joyous moment of victory for Goku and Vegeta is abruptly replaced by an unprecedented gravity. They perceive with clarity that the power level of this one-star dragon is entirely unlike any adversary they have encountered before. It delves into concepts far deeper than mere rules, touching on the essence of existence and nothingness. Vegeta and Goku take a deep breath, their crimson divine aura igniting once more, attempting to resist the encroaching sensation of void, only to discover that their divine power, upon contact with that realm, tends toward assimilation, returning to nothingness. Analysis. New energy reaction, threat level, exceedingly high. Execute. Ultimate purification. Return to nothingness. The one-star dragon slowly turns towards the two, and the void within its chest suddenly intensifies its pull. An irresistible force, intent on drawing all existence back into the void, bears down upon Goku and Vegeta. The crimson and dark crimson divine light enveloping them begins to visibly dim and thin. Even their very bodies feel a profound sense of detachment. This is dire. If this continues, we, along with this space, will. Goku senses a long-forgotten helplessness. Yet, the power of the one-star dragon appears inexhaustible, the realm of nothingness steadily expanding, just having achieved a breakthrough into a new domain. Goku has yet to fully acclimate to his own power, only to face this unprecedented ultimate trial concerning existence itself. Confronted with the one-star dragon's nullifying force, Goku, having recently transcended his limits, pours every ounce of his strength into a crimson divine domain, akin to the creation light of the universe's dawn, fiercely resisting the lament of annihilation. Where the crimson light reaches, the stripped colors and attributes momentarily restore, and the expansion of nothingness is tenuously held at bay. However, the one-star dragon's power seems boundless, its chest's void-like Dragon Ball continuously emanating a terrifying gravitational force, intent on drawing everything back into the void. Although Goku's crimson divine power is formidable, it is being persistently consumed and assimilated, the domain's range gradually compressing. Beads of sweat form on his forehead, and his breathing grows labored. Kakarot. Vegeta watches Goku, who is struggling to endure, feeling his own dark crimson divine power severely depleting within that realm of nothingness. And an intense sense of unwillingness and rage ignites within him. His ultimate pursuit is domination and conclusion, yet at this moment, he is on the brink of losing his very existence. The path of this prince cannot be severed. Vegeta roared within, recalling his countless competitions with Goku. The memories of Bulma and Trunks, and the pride he held as the prince of the Saiyans, alongside the innumerable times he had risen from the brink of despair. I, Vegeta, am destined to stand at the pinnacle. How could I be consumed by this void that lacks even existence? Chapter 96. Vegeta's Ascension to Super Saiyan God, Second Stage. The intensity of his emotions stirred the deepest resonance of his bloodline and divine power. His dark crimson energy no longer merely expressed the will of annihilation outwardly, but began to compress, condense, and metamorphose inwardly to an extreme degree. A profound and terrifying dark red energy erupted from within Vegeta, far deeper and more restrained than before. Its hue was as profound as congealed blood, resembling the core of a supernova on the verge of explosion. The energy enveloping him transformed from flowing flames into a tangible dark red, crystal-like existence, draping over his form and forming a battle armor outline that exuded both a sense of power and the beauty of destruction. His hair shimmered with a pure dark red, and the will in his eyes blazed like burning dark red flames. An aura of absolute dominion and the end of all things, mingled with Vegeta's indomitable pride, surged forth. This power forcibly expanded a domain of undeniable annihilation that belonged solely to him, Vegeta, within the realm of the void. Vegeta's Super Saiyan God, Second Stage, had awakened. One Star Dragon. Vegeta's voice echoed like a proclamation from the abyss, filled with icy malice and unwavering confidence. Your void shall be brought to an end by this prince's annihilation. He stepped forward, and the dark red, crystalline domain of annihilation collided violently with the void of One Star Dragon, producing a thunderous roar as if two worlds were crashing together. The encroachment of the void was forcibly repelled. What? The previously unperturbed One Star Dragon experienced its first tremor of unexpected disturbance within its formless consciousness. A new form of existence emerged, disrupting the process of return. Vegeta, you have succeeded. Goku felt a release of pressure and looked in astonishment at his transformed companion. Enough chatter, Kakarot. Cooperate with me. Vegeta did not look back, his dark red pupils fixated firmly on One Star Dragon, whose core was that Dragon Ball. Use your evolutionary power to interfere with it. I will deliver the final blow. Understood. Goku grasped the meaning, and the resplendent crimson divine light surged once more. No longer was it a mere resistance. It transformed into countless vibrant and potential-filled strands of light, like agile tendrils, entwining around the Dragon Ball's vulnerable core. These strands were not attacks, but continuously injected changes and growth into the Dragon Ball, a non-void concept, attempting to dismantle the absolute void from within. In futile struggle, One Star Dragon attempted to summon the power of the void to obliterate these strands, but Goku's evolutionary power was remarkably tenacious. It seemed to possess life, constantly adapting and changing, entangling the Dragon Ball with unyielding determination, causing its operation to become sluggish and chaotic. Now is the moment. Vegeta moved. He transformed entirely into a dark red meteor that pierced the void, his right fist drawn to his waist. The dark red, crystal-like power of annihilation was compressed in an unprecedented manner, causing the very fabric of space around his fist to shatter under the weight of this ultimate will of termination, revealing the chaotic emptiness beyond. Behold, this is my answer, Vegeta, transcending all limits. Vegeta's roar resonated through the heavens and the earth, his ultimate technique, the Annihilation Star Breaker. With a single punch unleashed, there was no sound, no explosion of light, only a straight, dark red trajectory that seemed to pierce through both existence and non-existence. This blow encapsulated Vegeta's profound understanding of annihilation, representing the ultimate negation of existence itself, wherever it passed. Even the void was forcefully redefined as a state of termination. Chapter 97. The Resurrection of One Star Dragon. For the first time, the formless body of One Star Dragon twisted violently, sensing a fatal threat. It frantically summoned all its power, attempting to drag Vegeta and his punch into the abyss of nothingness. However, under the interference of Goku's evolved power, a critical gap appeared in its defenses. With a precise strike, the dark red trajectory struck the pulsating flaw in the Dragon Ball. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Then came the sound of cracking, as fine fractures emerged from within the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball, representing ultimate nothingness, was now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, dark red annihilation energy bursting forth from the fissures. No, it cannot be. The formless consciousness of One Star Dragon emitted its final, bewildered waves. Why is nothingness being terminated? Its body began to shatter like a broken mirror. and the realm of nothingness that enveloped the world collapsed and dissipated. Colors, sounds, energies, everything belonging to existence returned. Ultimately, in a silent flicker, one-star dragon completely vanished, leaving behind a Dragon Ball, cracked and devoid of light, plummeting from the sky. Goku and Vegeta descended slowly, breathing heavily, the rosy and dark red divine auras around them gradually subsiding. They exchanged glances, recognizing the exhaustion in each other's eyes, as well as the relief and camaraderie that came from overcoming a formidable foe together. Finally resolved, Vegeta crossed his arms, attempting to maintain his usual pride. Yet the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his true feelings. Hee, Vegeta, that move you just executed was truly remarkable, Goku exclaimed with genuine admiration. With the disappearance of one-star dragon, the crisis of evil dragons on Earth seemed to finally reach its conclusion. The negative energy accumulated from the excessive use of the Dragon Balls appeared to have been thoroughly purified in this instance. However, in an unnoticed corner, a few scattered Dragon Balls, cracked and broken, harbored within their depths an exceedingly faint and distinctly different energy fluctuation that flickered and vanished. Just as the Z fighters on Earth believed everything had finally come to an end and were preparing to celebrate this hard-won peace, an unexpected change abruptly occurred. The 7 Dragon Balls, once scattered across the Earth and rendered utterly dim, suddenly erupted with a heart-stopping, inky radiance from within their cracks. This light was not the malevolent energy of the evil dragon, but rather a deeper, more ancient essence, as if it emanated from the primordial darkness that existed before the birth of the universe itself. 7 pillars of obsidian light, disregarding the constraints of spatial distance, converged instantaneously at a singular point, the location of the recently fallen one-star Dragon Ball. What is happening? Goku and Vegeta sensed the abrupt transformation simultaneously, their gazes snapping to the center where the light converged. There, the one-star Dragon Ball, which should have shattered, began to mend its surface fissures at a visibly rapid pace, its hue shifting from a fiery orange to an abyssal black. It ceased its descent, instead levitating in mid-air, spinning wildly, while emanating a gravitational force far more terrifying and despair-inducing than before. A roar, reminiscent of the end of all things, reverberated throughout the cosmos. The obsidian Dragon Ball expanded violently, morphing until it reformed into the body of a one-star dragon. However, this time, it was no longer an intangible shadow. It materialized into a fearsome entity, its body cloaked in dark crystalline scales, elongated and more colossal, with the terrifying one-star Dragon Ball embedded in its chest. Behind it, 6 shadows representing the powers of the other 6 Dragon Balls flowed like a cape, bestowing it with an even more formidable and terrifying strength. Chapter 98. The Birth of the Super One-Star Dragon. The Super One-Star Dragon, having consumed the primordial powers of all Dragon Balls, embodies the ultimate evil, amalgamating 7 negative concepts and the primordial darkness. Foolish beings, your struggles have only facilitated my perfect form, intoned the Super One-Star Dragon, its voice deep and grand, imbued with a disdainful indifference akin to looking down upon ants. Now, let all things succumb to eternal silence. It merely opened its vast maw, unleashing a breath of darkness infused with the essence of void, 7 deadly sins, and other horrific attributes, surging toward Goku and Vegeta like a torrent of annihilation. Wherever it passed, it did not merely obliterate. It eradicated space, time, energy, matter, and even the very fabric of possibility, reducing them to the most primal void. Not good. Goku and Vegeta's expressions shifted dramatically as they unleashed their most potent rosy and dark red divine energies. Boom! Their divine forces collided violently with the inky breath, resulting in an indescribable and terrifying shockwave. Yet, after just a few seconds of stalemate, the rosy and dark red divine lights began to flicker and dissipate. The power of the Super One-Star Dragon exceeded their wildest imaginations. Ugh, damn it! Goku and Vegeta cried out in unison as they were struck by the residual force of the breath, blood gushing forth as they were sent hurtling like 2 meteors, crashing through several mountains before finally coming to a halt, gravely injured, struggling to maintain their Super Saiyan forms. The disparity was insurmountable, even with their combined breakthroughs. Facing the Super One-Star Dragon, which had absorbed the essence of all Dragon Balls, felt as futile as a firefly against the radiant moon. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, from a distance. Son Gohan witnessed the unfolding scene, his eyes burning with intensity. Clenching his fists, he felt the overwhelming disparity in power. A surge of profound resentment and responsibility swelling within him. He could no longer remain a mere spectator. Turning to his side, he gazed at Piccolo with unwavering determination, proclaiming, "I too must grow stronger. I cannot stand idly by and watch as the earth faces annihilation." Piccolo, observing the familiar warrior's flame rekindling in Gohan's eyes, nodded gravely. "I understand your feelings, Gohan. However, the enemy we face now exceeds our current capabilities." At that moment, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, enveloping the severely injured Goku and Vegeta, while also encasing the resolute Son Gohan. The elegant and serene voice of Whis resonated in their minds. "It appears the warriors of Earth are in quite a predicament. Though Lord Beerus finds the commotion bothersome, he would prefer not to see his banquet vanish. So, would you three be interested in visiting the realm of destruction? Of course. The tuition this time may be rather steep." In an instant, Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan vanished from Earth. As the multicolored beam whisked the three away, the Super One-Star Dragon sensed the transcendent aura. It did not intervene, for it was powerless to do so. Its core logic revolved around reveling in revenge and destruction, rather than mere annihilation. Casting a glance at the Z fighters below, the Super One-Star Dragon felt a sense of boredom and turned to depart. It did not immediately obliterate the Earth. Instead, it harnessed dark energy to coalesce a massive seed of despair, composed of negative energy above the planet. This dark celestial body slowly rotated, beginning to siphon the Earth's life force and forming a negative energy field that enveloped the globe. Ants relish this. This seed of despair will drain the Earth's vitality within a week. Go tell Son Goku that I await him here, to witness the demise of his homeland alongside his newly acquired power. Chapter 99. Training Gohan in the Realm of Destruction. Whis observed the incapacitated Goku and Vegeta, both gravely injured, alongside the resolute Son Gohan, whose eyes sparkled with determination. With a gentle wave of his staff, a soothing divine power began to mend Goku and Vegeta's wounds. The Super One-Star Dragon, having fused all the negative essence of the Dragon Balls and even evoked a hint of primordial darkness, is indeed a formidable adversary, Whis remarked. At your current state, having just breached the second tier, it is certainly challenging to contend with. Whis then turned his gaze towards Son Gohan. And you, Gohan? You must be aware that the training here may prove to be more arduous and perilous than any trials you have previously encountered. Taking a deep breath, Gohan stepped forward and bowed deeply, affirming, "Yes, Mr. Whis, I am fully aware. I have made my decision. I refuse to be powerless in critical moments any longer. To protect the Earth and everyone I care for, I need strength." Gazing into Gohan's eyes, which shimmered with a blend of scholarly wisdom and the steadfast resolve of a warrior, Whis revealed a knowing smile. How intriguing. The dormant potential has been reignited, often leading to an even more resplendent brilliance. Very well. Under these circumstances, I shall make an exception and instruct all three of you simultaneously. With a gentle tap of his staff, it seemed as though the very laws of the God of Destruction realm had shifted. Thus, let the new training commence. First and foremost, you must learn how to not merely adapt to the encroaching divine aura, but to plunder and assimilate it. A far more potent and aggressive divine essence permeated the air, akin to countless tiny needles piercing the bodies and souls of the three. Goku, Vegeta, and the newly joined Gohan found themselves in the God of Destruction realm, embarking on an even harsher, yet transcendent journey of cultivation. To combat the formidable Super One-Star Dragon and safeguard all that they hold dear, they must surpass their own limits. The aggressive divine aura that was guided was like an invisible purgatorial fire, scorching and testing every inch of their skin, every single cell, and even the depths of their souls. This was not merely adaptation. It was an imperative to reverse the oppressive force of the divine realm and harness its power for themselves. Goku and Vegeta, drawing upon the foundation of their Super Saiyan God second stage, struggled to channel their divine energy, attempting to siphon the surrounding divine essence. Though the process was excruciating, the path was relatively clear. In contrast, Gohan faced an even greater challenge. He had not embarked on the Super Saiyan path of his father and Uncle Vegeta. Instead, within him lay an enigmatic power, awakened by the old Kaioshin, unique to him. This power emphasized the complete release of potential and absolute mental tranquility, starkly different from the transformations of Saiyans that rely on emotional triggers. At this moment, in the elevated divine energy environment of the God of Destruction realm, his already released potential felt as though it had been cast into a furnace, initiating a new and profound process of tempering and metamorphosis. Ugh, Gohan grunted, dropping to one knee. The encroachment of the divine essence exceeded his wildest imaginings, and the aura of his mysterious state trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. Yet he clenched his teeth, visions of Uncle Piccolo's teachings, Mother's expectations, the innocent smile of Pan, and the helplessness he felt when Earth faced annihilation flooded his mind. Chapter 100, Second Stage of the Mysterious State, Divine Arrival. I cannot retreat any longer. He ceased attempting to withstand the divine essence's encroachment with the power of the mysterious state and made a bold decision to completely relinquish his defenses. He guided the once calm flow of his mysterious power, no longer forming a protective aura, but rather, like a sponge absorbing water, actively engaged with and embraced the raging divine essence. This was an immensely perilous endeavor, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. A moment's carelessness could lead to total assimilation and disintegration by the divine essence. Gohan, Goku exclaimed, sensing his son's reckless actions. Fool, are you seeking death? Vegeta furrowed his brow in concern. However, Gohan's gaze was resolutely steadfast. His scholarly mind, characterized by calm analysis, harmoniously fused with the indomitable spirit of a warrior, precisely regulating the ratio and frequency of his own power's interaction with the divine aura. He no longer regarded the divine essence as an adversary, but rather as a superior form of energy, utilizing his inherent potential as a foundation to analyze, comprehend, and ultimately integrate. The excruciating pain threatened to rend his consciousness asunder, and delicate fissures began to appear on the surface of his body, reminiscent of exquisite porcelain on the verge of shattering. Yet, his aura was undergoing a profound transformation. From the initially gentle white flames, there erupted a fierce golden lightning. This was not the golden hue of a Super Saiyan, but something more pure and tempestuous, as if it contained the formidable power of the universe's primordial thunder. With a thunderous roar, a massive pillar of golden lightning erupted from within Gohan, piercing through the vibrant skies of the God of Destruction's realm. His surrounding white flames transformed entirely into a lustrous platinum hue, while countless furious golden lightning bolts entwined around him, dancing and shrieking as if they were sentient beings. His hair remained black, yet the tips shimmered with a flowing platinum radiance, and his eyes transformed into a calm, yet majestic golden hue. A vast, ancient aura, seemingly derived from the primal forces of life itself, swept forth. This level of power reached an equivalent height to that of a Super Saiyan god. Yet its nature was more reserved, deeper, brimming with infinite possibilities and explosive potential. Mystical State, Level 2, Divine Presence. Also known as the Lightning Mystical State. Gohan slowly levitated, his platinum flames and golden lightning oscillating with grace. He felt an unprecedented power within him, one of complete mastery, akin to an extension of his own limbs, distinctly different from any form he had previously experienced. Is this truly my power now? Gohan gazed at his hands, golden lightning dancing at his fingertips. Whis observed Gohan's completed breakthrough, a glimmer of genuine astonishment and admiration flashing in his eyes. Truly remarkable adaptability and development. Rather than following the traditional emotional transformation of the Saiyans, you have forcibly merged your potential with the divine environment, forging a path uniquely your own. Gohan, you indeed possess extraordinary potential that surpasses your father's. Goku's eyes widened, followed by an incredibly radiant and proud smile. Amazing. Gohan, you did it. Vegeta snorted dismissively. Yet there was an unusual glint of acknowledgement in his gaze. Humph. Finally, you have not squandered that so-called potential of yours. Gohan's pioneering breakthrough undeniably infused the team with immense confidence. He proved that one could reach the realm of divinity without relying on the path of the Super Saiyan god. Well done. Whis clapped his hands, drawing the trio's attention back. Now that Gohan has discovered his path, the forthcoming training will be more specific. What you will confront is no longer the unconscious divine aura, but rather the tangible shadow of rules. With a gentle tap of his scepter, the environment surrounding the three transformed once more. Countless shadowy monsters, forged from pure rules and endowed with various bizarre abilities, emerged from the void, unleashing silent roars as they charged towards them. Chapter 101 continued to intensify training. In the ensuing 2 days, the realm of destruction became a true crucible of trials. Under the relentless assault of the shadowy manifestations of rules conjured by Whis, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan underwent unimaginable trials. These shadow creatures were not tangible entities. Rather, they were constructs of pure law, some capable of distorting space, others able to accelerate or decelerate time, some capable of disassembling energy, and others attacking consciousness directly. Gohan, utilizing his newly acquired lightning mystical state, showcased remarkable adaptability and a formidable blend of offense and defense. The platinum-hued aura and golden lightning not only provided him with exceptional defensive and offensive prowess, but also heightened his sensitivity to the fluctuations of the rules. He often discerned the attack patterns and weaknesses of the shadow monsters ahead of time, delivering precise and effective strikes to dismantle them, thus providing steadfast support for his team. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, under even greater pressure, ventured deeper along their respective paths. Goku's fusion and evolution. Goku was no longer content with merely merging with rules or guiding energy. He began to explore a deeper level of synchronous resonance. Confronted by a composite shadow of rules capable of manipulating gravity, electromagnetic forces, and weak nuclear forces simultaneously, he chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he completely emptied himself, allowing his divine power frequency to resonate with the intricate laws themselves. Initially, this proved immensely challenging. His divine energy was repeatedly disrupted by the chaotic rules, and he suffered backlash. Yet, drawing upon the ethereal essence of his ultimate state and his profound understanding of evolution, he tenaciously adjusted and adapted. Gradually, it seemed he was no longer merely a user or integrator of rules. He briefly became one with the very essence of the rules. In that fleeting moment of becoming the rule, the formidable composite shadow disintegrated on its own, its fragments of law being absorbed by his crimson divine power, understood, and transformed into a part of his strength. This marked a profound deepening of his breakthrough in the divine realm as he began to digest the rules, converting them into sustenance for his evolution. He sensed, faintly, that beyond the Super Saiyan God, there lay an even more vast and liberated realm, perhaps one where he could become the source or definer of all rules. Vegeta's denial and terminus. Vegeta's path was far more domineering and direct. The shadow he faced often represented absolute defense or indestructibility, embodying the concept of an unbreakable fortress. His awakened divine power of termination, imbued with a dark, radiant red will of ultimate denial, confronted the hardest of shields. Time and again, his terminus crumbling star fist struck against these shadows of absolute defense, only to create ripples without shattering them completely. Frustration and anger threatened to consume him. This prince must deny everything, including this so-called absolute. In his fury, Vegeta compressed all his willpower to its utmost limit. He no longer merely denied the existence of his adversary. He began to challenge the foundational concepts that constituted that existence. When he confronted the shadow of an eternal, unyielding rule once more, he refrained from attacking its form. Instead, he concentrated the radiant crimson power of annihilation into a singular point, directly striking at the very core of the rigid laws. With his will, he forcefully declared to the universe that this law ought not to exist. Chapter 102. The final battle with the Super One-Star Dragon. This was an act bordering on paradox, a challenge to the fundamental logic of the cosmos. The process was fraught with peril, as his spirit and divine power endured immense backlash. Yet, amid repeated failures and assaults, he sensed a minuscule crack in the seemingly unbreakable concept of rigidity. Though he was not yet capable of wholly negating it, this undoubtedly proved that his path was correct. His annihilation would ultimately bring an end to everything, including concepts themselves. What he had touched was a force of erasure more primordial than mere destruction. 2 days flew by in extreme focus and arduous training. When Whis waved his hand to disperse all shadows of the rules, Goku and Vegeta, though still weary, bore eyes that were strikingly different from 2 days prior. It was a gaze imbued with determination and yearning. Having glimpsed a higher peak and discovered a path to ascend it, the resplendent crimson divine power swirling around Goku flowed with greater naturalness and harmony, as if brimming with boundless possibilities for evolution. Vegeta's dark, radiant divine power grew more restrained and profound, its ultimate will to negate seemingly capable of freezing souls. They both sensed that the boundary of Super Saiyan God was tantalizingly close, with the veil leading to a new realm appearing ready to shatter at a mere touch. Whis regarded the three with satisfaction. Commendable progress. Gohan has stabilized his new realm, and you too. He cast his gaze over Goku and Vegeta, stand on the threshold. However, True breakthroughs often require an opportunity. Perhaps a genuinely fierce battle of equal strength is the final catalyst you need. His gaze seemed to pierce through space, witnessing the Super One-Star Dragon wreaking havoc on Earth. Are you ready? It is time to return and test the fruits of your training over these past 2 days. Let that amalgamation of darkness serve as the stepping stone to your new domain. Goku clenched his fists, his fighting spirit surging. I can hardly wait. Vegeta's lips curled into a cold smile, just in time to celebrate this prince's rebirth with its demise. Gohan's eyes were resolute, his platinum aura subtly concealed. This time, we will surely prevail. 3 powerful auras soared into the sky, imbued with newfound strength and resolve. Prepare to return to Earth and confront the ultimate evil in a climactic showdown. A kaleidoscope of light descended upon Earth once more, heralding the arrival of 3 warriors, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, whose presence now resonated differently. They stood upon the ravaged Earth, their gazes sharply fixed upon the Super One-Star Dragon in the sky, exuding an aura of despair. However, merely 2 days had passed, and the dragon's power had magnified several times beyond what it had been when they departed. Its pitch-black crystalline scales appeared even more profound, while the dragon orb on its chest resembled a genuine miniature black hole, incessantly siphoning the vital energy and light from Earth and even more distant realms. The space surrounding it continuously warped and collapsed, transforming into absolute nothingness, with its very existence hastening the demise of this celestial domain. Oh, have you returned, insects? The Super One-Star Dragon spoke indifferently, its voice imbued with the frigid chill of the cosmic winter. Alas, your struggles are utterly meaningless against my ever-growing power. In the past 2 days, I have devoured the life essence of 3 neighboring planets. What? Gohan's expression shifted as he sensed the unfathomable darkness emanating from his opponent. Akin to an abyss. Enough chatter. Only through combat can one truly understand. Vegeta roared, unleashing the dark, radiant energy of his ultimate form, transforming into a meteor as he charged towards the Super One-Star Dragon. Ultimate Collapse Fist. Chapter 103, Beyond the Super Saiyan God. The Super One-Star Dragon did not even move, merely raising a claw covered in obsidian scales. Before its palm, a thin veil, akin to an absolute barrier of nothingness that could erase even the concept of attack, instantly materialized. Boom! Vegeta's fist, capable of shattering stars, struck fiercely against the void barrier, only to stir a faint ripple. That ultimate will of negation could not penetrate this more primordial emptiness. How is this possible? Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. Magic flash, thunder. Gohan followed closely, his platinum energy wave entwined with devastating golden lightning, striking from the side towards the Super One-Star Dragon. This attack contained all the power of his lightning-infused state, potent enough to purify ordinary evil. One of the shadowy cloaks behind the Super One-Star Dragon fluttered gently, and Gohan's immense energy surge was effortlessly consumed, vanishing without a trace, not even stirring a single ripple. Too weak. The Super One-Star Dragon coldly assessed, and with a mere gesture of its other claw towards Vegeta, it commanded. Crack! The dark, radiant energy field enveloping Vegeta shattered like glass, and he himself was struck with tremendous force, spitting blood as he was hurled back, crashing violently to the ground. Uncle Vegeta! Gohan exclaimed in shock. Damn it! Goku instantly appeared above the Super One-Star Dragon, his rosy divine power surging to its peak. Palms pressed together as a column of rosy energy, infused with the will of evolution and defiance of rules, cascaded downward, breaking through the Kamehameha. This strike represented the pinnacle of Goku's current abilities. The Super One-Star Dragon finally regarded him with slight attention. The black hole dragon orb on its chest flickered with a ghostly light, and a thread-like, yet deeper black ray shot forth, colliding with Goku's Kamehameha. Hiss! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the painful sound of erosion. Goku's rosy energy wave was visibly disassembled, devoured, and returned to nothingness at a discernible speed by that black ray. No matter how Goku exerted his divine power, he could not halt this trend of defeat. Kakarot! Vegeta, just emerging from the pit, was filled with rage. Father! Gohan, striving to assist, was abruptly repelled by the void waves unleashed by the Super One-Star Dragon. It was the end. The pitch-black ray of the Super One-Star Dragon utterly overwhelmed Goku's Kamehameha, threatening to erase him along with the surrounding space. A desperate situation, a complete and utter deadlock. Whis' voice echoed in Goku's mind, True breakthroughs often require a catalyst. Perhaps a genuinely fierce battle, evenly matched, is the final catalyst you need. An equal contest, a life-and-death struggle. Goku gazed at the all-consuming black ray, feeling the boiling yet futile crimson divine energy within him, then glanced at the severely wounded Vegeta and the struggling Gohan. A wave of intense unwillingness surged within him, tempered by an unparalleled calmness. The very reason he traversed to this timeline was to avoid repeating past mistakes. Wasn't the adversary before him precisely the opponent he had longed to defeat? I cannot fall now. In that fleeting moment of life and death, Goku relinquished all thought, technique, and distractions. He poured his entire spirit, will, and the purest love for battle and transcendence into the depths of that crimson divine energy. What he sought was not to integrate with the rules, nor to resonate in harmony, but to transcend, to surpass all that exists, to break the limits of Super Saiyan God. Chapter 104, Ultra Blue. A wave of indescribable, terrifying energy erupted from within Goku. The crimson divine light reached a critical point, undergoing a complete transformation. The profound crimson rapidly faded, replaced by an incredibly pure and tranquil azure hue, imbued with world-shattering power. This blue was akin to the deepest cosmic starry sky, like eternal ice frozen in time. The aura surrounding him was no longer a burning flame, but transformed into a flowing halo of liquid energy in a brilliant blue. His hair changed from red to the hue of sapphire, and his pupils became a calm and majestic ice blue, an overwhelming divine might, far surpassing the second tier of Super Saiyan God, surged across the entire earth, even shaking the distant realm of Beerus, the god of destruction, transcending Super Saiyan God. This was known as Ultra Blue. What is this power? For the first time, a wave of shock rippled through the previously indifferent consciousness of the Super One-Star Dragon. It sensed a monumental shift in the energy level and transformation of this Saiyan before it. Goku slowly raised his head. His ice-blue pupils reflected no emotion, only absolute calm and control. He gazed at the imminent pitch-black ray and simply extended a finger. A flicker of azure light glimmered at his fingertip. The black ray, capable of erasing the powers of a Super Saiyan God at the second tier, upon contact with the azure light, froze silently as if meeting its nemesis, then shattered, dispersing into the most basic energy particles. Now, Goku's voice resonated with a serene yet supreme authority throughout the silent world. It is my turn. The Super One-Star Dragon has encountered its most formidable adversary since its inception. The true battle of the gods has only just begun. Ultra Blue Goku, merely standing there, emanates an azure divine aura that causes the encroaching void around him to dissipate rapidly, as if snow confronted by the blazing sun. This is not mere resistance, but a natural supremacy of higher dimensional power over lower dimensional laws, purifying and enveloping them. The Super One-Star Dragon sensed an unprecedented threat. For the first time, its form, composed of primordial darkness, emitted a low, anxious growl. It withheld nothing, as its shadowy cloak, representing 7 negative concepts, billowed forth, while the black hole Dragon Ball on its chest spun frantically, converting all absorbed energy into ultimate destructive force. The original Darkness Annihilation Cannon unleashed a torrent of pitch-black energy, wide enough to consume mountains and containing the essence of returning all to the void, surging towards Ultra Blue Goku like a cosmic deluge breaking its banks. This strike could effortlessly obliterate a galaxy. In the face of this cataclysmic assault, Ultra Blue Goku's gaze remained as tranquil as a frozen lake. He made no defensive or evasive gestures, simply raising his right hand slowly, finger splayed, aimed at the roaring dark torrent. A thin, ethereal barrier, seemingly composed of countless intricate blue lattices, silently materialized before his palm. This barrier appeared fragile, yet exuded an aura of absolute order and the essence of existence. The pitch-black original Darkness Annihilation Cannon collided fiercely with the azure barrier. The anticipated violent clash did not occur. The terrifying energy torrent, capable of annihilating galaxies, upon contact with the blue barrier, seemed to strike an indomitable cosmic bulwark. All impact and destructive energy were silently absorbed, disassembled, and reconstituted by the barrier. The Super One-Star Dragon stared in disbelief as its ultimate strike, infused with the essence of countless life forces and dark power, not only failed to cause any damage upon touching the barrier, but was instead transformed into the purest form of attribute-less energy, flowing gently like a placid stream, merging into the azure halo surrounding Ultra Blue Goku, becoming part of his power, an absolute domination. a fundamental disparity in levels of strength. No, this cannot be. The Super One-Star Dragon roared in disbelief. I am the embodiment of the void. How could I be overcome by the power of existence? Before its words faded, Ultra Blue Goku's figure appeared before it like a specter, with no spatial distortion or trace of speed, as if he were always meant to be there. The Super One-Star Dragon reacted swiftly. Its four massive tails, covered in dark crystalline scales, lashed out like venomous whips from four cunning angles towards Goku. Each strike contained the power to decompose matter and erase concepts. Yet, Goku merely lifted his left hand casually, his fingers brushing lightly over the tips of the four colossal tails, as if strumming the strings of a harp. Ding, 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 ding. The four distinct sounds rang out like the delicate shattering of glass. Those four colossal tails, potent enough to obliterate stars and imbued with the essence of annihilation, began to fragment from their tips the moment they made contact with Wukong's finger. This was not merely a physical destruction. Rather, it was the dark concept that constituted their existence being directly purified and negated by a higher realm of azure divinity. The shattered fragments transformed into pure points of light, dissipating into the void. Aya! The Super One-Star Dragon emitted a wretched howl of agony, its severed tail spewing forth not blood, but the chaotic release of dark energy. It had succumbed to utter madness, the black hole Dragon Ball in its chest swelling uncontrollably, attempting to engulf Super Blue Wukong along with his space, seeking to assimilate them into nothingness. A futile endeavor. Wukong finally spoke, his voice cold and indifferent. His right fist clenched tightly, and the azure divine light compressed inward in an unprecedented manner, becoming so brilliant that it resembled a miniature blue star held within his grasp. He did not employ the name of any technique. Instead, with simple resolve, he directed a singular punch toward the frenzied, spinning black hole Dragon Ball. This punch, though seemingly slow, transcended the confines of time and space. It bore no flamboyance, yet encapsulated absolute mastery over the laws of existence. This punch was the embodiment of the perfect fusion of divine power, realm, and will, a true judgment from a deity upon the blasphemer. With a soft sound akin to a bursting bubble, the fist met the black hole Dragon Ball. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar. The all-consuming black hole Dragon Ball, representing ultimate void, vanished silently before the super blue fist, akin to a fragile soap bubble, dissipating without a trace. All the dark essence it had condensed within, all the energies it had devoured, and all concepts of nothingness were utterly obliterated beneath this punch. No, the Super One-Star Dragon let out its final cry, filled with despair and confusion, as its massive, pitch-black form began to disintegrate from the Dragon Ball in its chest, igniting like a sheet of paper, swiftly turning to ash and ultimately vanishing without a trace in the fabric of existence. Chapter 106, Vegeta's Resolve. The sky returned to azure. Sunlight once again bathed the earth. Though the landscape bore scars, the suffocating sense of void and despair had completely dissipated. Super Blue Wukong gradually relaxed his fist, the surrounding azure divine light retracting. He reverted to his normal state, gently landing on the ground, gazing at the now tranquil world before him, exhaling deeply. Vegeta and Gohan approached, looking at Wukong with complex expressions. Vegeta snorted, turning away, yet his clenched fist betrayed his inner turmoil. Gohan, on the other hand, wore a face full of admiration and longing. Father, is this the power that transcends the Super Saiyan God? Wukong scratched his head, reverting to his familiar, somewhat naive smile. Hee, it seems so. However, it feels like there is still a long road ahead. The crisis on Earth was ultimately resolved under the absolute power of Wukong entering the Super Blue Realm. After this battle, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan clearly perceived a broader path ahead of them. Their adventures and growth are far from over. The restoration of Earth is steadily progressing, thanks to the technology of the Capsule Corporation and the efforts of the Z-Fighters. Although their home is gradually recovering, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan are acutely aware that their confrontation with the Super Shenron revealed the gap between them and the true top-tier warriors. Particularly for Vegeta, witnessing Goku break through to Super Saiyan Blue first ignited an unparalleled sense of rivalry and determination within him. A few days later, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis elegantly savored a new flavor of pudding, his gaze sweeping over the three, lingering momentarily on Vegeta's taut expression. It seems that your last experience has yielded significant insights, albeit with considerable stimulation, he remarked with a subtle smile, especially directed at you, Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms defiantly. Whatever Kakarot can accomplish, this prince can achieve as well. Even surpass him. Such fighting spirit was noted. Placing his pudding down and lightly tapping his staff on the ground. Well then, as is customary, let us begin with adaptation. However, this time, the water will be a tad warmer. No sooner had he spoken, a more ferocious and pure divine aura surged forth like a tsunami from all directions. This time, the aura not only carried a formidable energy pressure, but also bore a questioning nature that directly challenged their souls and wills. It was as if countless voices whispered, questioning their chosen paths and shaking the foundations of their beliefs. Gohan let out a muffled groan, instantly entering his lightning mystic state, where platinum flames intertwined with golden lightning to form a robust defense. His advantage, honed by the Kaioshin, and his resolute mindset began to manifest. Despite the immense pressure, he managed to stabilize himself and attempt to analyze and comprehend this probing divine essence. Goku, on the other hand, transformed directly into Super Saiyan Blue, a cerulean halo of divine light flowing effortlessly around him, isolating the probing power of the laws. His mastery over divine energy reached new heights in this form. He focused on feeling and adapting to this heightened intensity while striving to optimize his energy utilization further. As for Vegeta, he bore the greatest burden, maintaining his dark radiance form. The ultimate denial of will clashed violently with the probing of the laws. Countless questioning voices echoed in his mind. Is your path correct? Can your ultimate and truly conclude everything? Why are you always one step behind? Chapter 107, Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue. Shut up. Vegeta roared internally, the dark red flames of his aura burning fiercely as he fought against the mental onslaught. However, his divine energy was depleting rapidly, and his body began to tremble slightly. He fixed his gaze on the steadily breathing Goku in the distance, that sense of defiance transforming into the most fervent fuel. My path as a prince is mine to determine. My ultimate end will surely surpass all. He infused all his pride, resilience, and the hidden love and protective instincts for his family into that dark red divine power, no longer merely denying the rules and doubts of the outside world. He began to reject his own limits, negate the invisible barriers that hinder his progress. Whis' voice resonated in his mind like a chime at dusk, timely reminding him, Vegeta, at times, excessive denial may become the very shackles that bind you. Strive to comprehend it, and then dominate it. Comprehend? Dominate? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. His entire journey had revolved around conquest and negation. He had never contemplated understanding and dominion. In that fleeting moment of introspection, the force of the law's interrogation found an opening and surged with greater vigor against his will. The excruciating pain nearly plunged him into unconsciousness. Yet, amidst this profound agony and chaos, the image of Bulma's smile and Trunks' resolute gaze flashed through his mind, alongside memories of battles fought with Kakarot. These were the truths he could neither deny nor needed to deny. I understand. A glimmer of enlightenment shone in Vegeta's eyes. My ultimate fate is not to annihilate everything, but to safeguard that which I hold dear. It is to utterly eradicate all that threatens their existence. In that moment, his will underwent a metamorphosis. The dark, radiant power no longer signified mere destructive fury. It now embodied a reserved, absolute intent of control. He began to probe the flow of divine energy around him, not to merge, but to command it with his own will. With a resonant hum, a terrifying wave of energy, akin to Goku's breakthrough, yet distinctly different, erupted violently from within Vegeta. The dark, radiant light seemed to plunge into an absolute zero realm, commencing an extreme compression and transformation. The crimson hue swiftly faded, replaced by a profound, icy blue that seemed to encompass the ultimate silence of the cosmos. This blue was unlike Goku's cerulean sky. It resembled the obscurity beneath the fathomless depths of the ocean, imbued with an overwhelming heaviness and oppressive aura. The aura surrounding him solidified into a deep blue halo, flowing languidly like liquid metal, while his hair transformed into a pale blue and his irises became a frosty blue akin to ice gems. Within them burned an indomitable flame of pride, a magnificent power, radiating absolute dominion, and an aura of finality, erupted fiercely, contesting Goku's ultra-blue divine might. Beyond the realm of Super Saiyan God, Vegeta, ultra-blue. Vegeta reveled in the unprecedented strength coursing through him, erupting into a triumphant and prideful laughter. At last, this prince has reached this pinnacle. Kakarot, Do you see? This is my power. Chapter 108. The Arrival of Golden Frieza. Goku gazed at the newly ascended Vegeta, devoid of any jealousy, only pure combat spirit and joy. Incredible, Vegeta. Now we can truly have a good fight. Gohan sighed in relief, genuinely happy for Uncle Vegeta. Whis nodded with satisfaction. Very well, very well. Though the paths differ. You both have reached the same realm through your own will and understanding. With that, his staff shimmered once more, signaling the commencement of practical training. Allow me to introduce you to this newfound power. As Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan engage in a grueling battle against the god of destruction and the shadow of order, gradually unraveling the secrets of the ultra-blue power, a terrifying aura, infused with profound resentment and unprecedented strength, is tearing through the cosmos at an astonishing velocity. Hurtling towards Earth, in the seventh universe, within an unnamed star domain, the haunting laughter of Frieza, now more twisted yet unmistakably iconic, reverberates within his drifting spacecraft. Filled with an indelible hatred and the ecstatic anticipation of newfound power, Goku, Vegeta, and those accursed Saiyans. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall soon be avenged with your blood and the obliteration of your planet. He recalls every agonizing moment spent struggling at the edge of hell, remembering the cryptic whispers that revealed to him the means to harness potential through extreme pain and resentment. The price he paid was the near-torn shreds of his very soul, enduring torment far worse than death. After months of unaccustomed training, he finally ascends to a greater level. Behold, Golden Frieza has arrived. As the radiance fades, Frieza's new form emerges proudly in the void. His once pure white exoskeleton transforms into a majestic yet frigid golden hue. His physique elongated and smooth, brimming with explosive power. The purple accents darken to an abyssal hue, creating a stark and sinister contrast against the gold. The crown atop his head and the spikes at the tip of his tail also gleam with a brilliant gold, emanating an oppressive imperial aura. Most unsettling are his crimson eyes, ablaze with the flames of vengeance and unwavering confidence. He lightly flexes his fingers, feeling the tempestuous and terrifying power coursing through him, far surpassing that of his final form. A sinister yet satisfied grin creeps across his lips. Without the slightest hesitation, he transforms into a golden meteor, streaking through the starry expanse at a speed that defies the laws of physics, propelled by boundless hatred and a will to destroy. Heading directly towards Earth, the planet he loathes with every fiber of his being. On Earth in West City, the wounds from the recent battle against the Super One-Star Dragon have yet to fully heal. As Bulma presides over a meeting regarding the progress of urban reconstruction at Capsule Corporation, suddenly, the piercing wail of the global alarm system erupts with a highest-level warning. Warning! Warning! An immeasurable surge of high-energy response is approaching Earth at faster-than-light speed. Energy levels surpassing any historical data have been detected. Target locked above West City. The conference room plunges into an eerie silence, swiftly engulfed by panic. Frightened, people rush to the windows, witnessing the once clear sky seemingly torn apart by an invisible hand. A golden star of calamity abruptly halts above West City in a manner that defies all known physical laws. A pressure more terrifying than any adversary before bears down like a tangible mountain, causing the very air of the city to feel as though it has solidified. What is that? Is it Frieza's army? This aura. It is utterly terrifying, even more malevolent than the previous dragon, Trunks remarked. Frieza floated elegantly in midair, surveying the panicking crowd below, resembling ants in their frenzy, a cruel and delighted smile gracing his face. Chapter 109. Gohan's Resolve. This energy, is it Frieza? Goku abruptly broke away from his clash with the shadow of the rules, disbelief etched upon his features. This fiend has resurrected again. Moreover, this energy feels peculiar, more perilous than before. Vegeta halted his movements, his brow furrowed. He sensed that this energy embodied not merely formidable strength, but an obsessive madness willing to go to any lengths. This persistent pest is his aim this time to obliterate Earth in retaliation against us. Whis calmly nodded, gently tapping his staff upon the ground, revealing an image of Earth's periphery, where a colossal spherical spaceship was breaching the atmosphere. The arrogant and vengeful figure of Golden Frieza distinctly visible. It appears our cafeteria has encountered a minor inconvenience. Whis smiled, noting that while training is indeed vital, protecting what is precious is also a warrior's duty. Shall we return to assess the situation? Without a trace of hesitation, Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance. instantly reaching a consensus. Of course, we must return. Goku clenched his fists, the azure energy flickering slightly. Oomph. This will serve as a perfect opportunity to test my newly mastered power. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's lips. A prismatic beam descended once more, enveloping Goku, Vegeta, and a now significantly more powerful Gohan, who had been diligently training beside them. In a flash of brilliance, the three vanished from the realm of the gods of destruction. Earth above West City. Golden Frieza hovered in the sky, reveling in the terrified screams of the humans below, poised to issue a command for destruction. Suddenly, three figures plummeted like shooting stars, firmly positioning themselves before him. It was the returning Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Have you finally arrived? Accursed Saiyans. Frieza's eyes brimmed with hatred upon seeing Goku and Vegeta. This time, I have acquired even greater power, and I shall obliterate you along with this wretched planet. Frieza, a calm yet resolute voice interrupted him. Gohan stepped forward, shielding the poised Goku and Vegeta. His gaze sharp as a blade, his energy steadily rising, no longer the vulnerable child in need of protection, but a formidable scholar warrior. Father, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan did not turn. His focus unwaveringly locked on Frieza. This battle, allow me to handle it. What? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Gohan, do not overreach. This creature's energy is highly unusual. Goku too was taken aback, yet sensed an unfamiliar determination radiating from his son. Gohan inhaled deeply, explaining, I can feel it. Frieza's power has indeed intensified, brimming with hatred and destruction. However, precisely because of this, I must step forward. His voice grew ever more steady. In the realm of destruction, although I have not directly attained the divine level like my father and Uncle Vegeta, I have discovered my own path. I have combined the latent powers bestowed upon me by the Elder Kaioshin with the mastery of energy guided by Whis' principles. My strength is more focused on the will to protect and a pure, explosive force. He gazed at Frieza, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Frieza embodies the epitome of malice and annihilation. If I cannot defeat him alone, how shall I confront the potentially more terrifying foes that may arise in the future? Foes more formidable than the Super One-Star Dragon? I must use this battle to validate my path, to prove myself, and to demonstrate to everyone. Chapter 110. The Mysterious Gohan 2 versus Golden Frieza. These words resonated with gravity, moving both Goku and Vegeta. They could sense that Gohan was no longer the child needing their protection. He had matured into a warrior with unwavering conviction and formidable power. A smile of relief spread across Goku's face as he patted Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta, let Gohan give it a try. We shall see just how much he has grown. Vegeta crossed his arms, letting out a scoff, tacitly agreeing. He too wished to witness how far this son, who had once surpassed them, had progressed. Gohan, is he not the little brat who wet himself in fear at my hands on Namek? Frieza, recalling the past, let out a more derisive laugh. What a truly touching growth. But to think you could impede me with that grotesque form is utterly laughable. Frieza was incensed by this scene, feeling belittled by the notion of a child being sent to confront him. The golden aura erupted once more from Frieza, but this time, it was tinged with an ominous dark red hue, his presence becoming increasingly violent and unstable. Gohan calmly regarded Frieza as a powerful energy, distinct from both Super Saiyan and Divine Essence, began to swirl around him, deep and introspective. His hair stood on end without the wind, and his gaze became intensely focused. Come on, Frieza. This time, your opponent is me. Gohan's eyes were as tranquil as water, sharply contrasting with Frieza's distorted visage born of rage. The energy enveloping him was neither the blazing gold nor the icy blue of Super Saiyan, but a profound silvery halo, imbued with the essence of the cosmos, flickering with subtle, arc-like crimson glimmers. This was his new form, the second stage of Mystic Gohan, a harmonious blend of his mysterious potential and the refined control over energy he had grasped in the realm of destruction. Showmanship, Frieza shrieked, suddenly vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared above Gohan. His claws, wrapped in dark red and golden energy, descended with an overwhelming force meant to rend space itself. However, Gohan's movements appeared slow, yet were executed with perfect timing, allowing him to slightly sidestep. Frieza's claws grazed perilously close to his clothing, unleashing chaotic energy that carved deep chasms into the earth below, yet failing to touch Gohan in the slightest. What? Frieza's pupils constricted, swift and powerful. Gohan assessed with an air of calmness, as though dissecting an academic subject. However, Frieza, Your movements are riddled with unnecessary outbursts and superfluous rage. While your energy is formidable, it is scattered and lacks focus. Before he finished speaking, Gohan's right hand, fingers poised like a blade, concentrated a silvery energy at his fingertips. With a seemingly casual gesture, he directed it not towards Frieza's body, but towards a critical node in the flow of his energy. A soft, muffled sound echoed as the tumultuous energy coalescing around Frieza's right arm abruptly dissipated like a punctured balloon, causing his entire offensive momentum to falter, accompanied by a tingling sensation in his arm. How is this possible? Frieza exclaimed, both astonished and enraged, as he swiftly retreated, incredulously examining his arm. He could not fathom how his opponent, who had not exhibited overwhelming energy levels, could so effortlessly dismantle his assault. In the distance, Vegeta observed with a flicker of surprise. Oh, he can actually perceive the nodes of energy flow? This kid has certainly not been idle in the realm of the destroyers. Chapter 111. The Emergence of Black Goku. Goku grinned widely. Gohan's fighting style is increasingly reminiscent of Piccolo's, eerily composed. Frieza was thoroughly incensed now. He ceased to hold back. With a fierce clap of his hands, dark crimson and golden energy surged violently, coalescing into a burgeoning sphere that radiated an aura of annihilation, its power evidently surpassing any of his prior attacks. You damn brat! I shall make you vanish along with this land. Death Ball, the colossal energy sphere, howling with destruction, hurtled towards Gohan, faced with a strike capable of sinking continents. Gohan inhaled deeply, finally choosing not merely to evade or puncture. He traced a perfect circle with his arms before him, and a vast, slowly rotating vortex of silvery energy materialized. Your strength stems from hatred and destruction. My power exists to protect. With fervor, he thrust his palms forward. Divine retribution. A beam of concentrated silvery light, not seeking mere size, but absolute piercing force and purifying effect, erupted from the vortex's center. It lacked the ostentation of Frieza's energy sphere, yet penetrated the enormous death ball effortlessly, akin to a hot knife through butter. The energy sphere faltered midair, then, triggered from within, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The sky appeared to rupture, unleashing a terrifying energy storm. Frieza was hurled backward by the shockwave of the explosion, charred and disheveled. Just as he regained his footing, a silvery figure, resembling a specter, pierced through the smoke of the blast and materialized before him. It was Gohan. His gaze remained serene. Yet the silvery energy atop his right fist had reached its zenith, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. It is over, Frieza. He unleashed a punch, simple yet seemingly imbued with the power of the star's birth and demise. No! Frieza could only let out a desperate scream before being struck with a powerful fist squarely in the chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed painfully. His golden form plummeted like a meteor, crashing deep into the earth, sending dust and debris spiraling into the air. The golden aura surrounding him extinguished in an instant, and the ominous crimson energy dissipated without a trace, leaving him utterly drained, devoid of any combat power. Gohan slowly descended from the sky, his silvery aura retracting. He adjusted his glasses, his breath steady, as if he had merely completed a routine exercise. He gazed down at the barely conscious Frieza in the crater and calmly remarked, "Your strength is born from hatred and destruction. Frieza, you shall never comprehend how the resolve to protect can empower a person." Gohan, Goku exclaimed, proudly patting his son's shoulder. Although Vegeta remained silent, a subtle acknowledgement flickered in his gaze towards Gohan. However, Gohan understood that Frieza had yet to stabilize in this form. He had not fully mastered it. As time progressed, Frieza's strength waned. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Goku and the others to defeat him. Yet, Gohan regarded this as an opportunity to test the mysterious second-tier power. He resolved to grow stronger, determined to protect everyone. Son Gohan, once a prodigious youth, now proclaimed his return and growth to the universe in his own way. No longer reliant on explosive anger, he stood among the ranks of the elite through calm wisdom, unwavering conviction, and honed strength. The Earth had gained another reliable guardian. Just as Goku celebrated this heartwarming moment with a pat on Gohan's shoulder, and Vegeta exhibited rare approval, an entirely different yet equally unsettling wave abruptly tore through the peaceful atmosphere. It was not merely an aura, but rather a lamentation of time and space. Everyone looked up in alarm as, in one corner of the sky, a rift appeared, twisting and shimmering ominously with purplish-black lightning, resembling shattered glass. A potent pressure, infused with extreme malevolence and a familiar essence, began to emanate from the rift. What is this sensation? Gohan's previously calm aura surged once more, his brow furrowing as he sensed a profoundly evil presence. Yet there was something intertwined within it, a Saiyans essence. Vegeta's voice turned icy, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Fixating on the rift, Goku's smile vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He felt an energy that was both familiar and grotesquely distorted, a sensation more bizarre and unsettling than any adversary he had ever faced. A mocking, malicious laughter echoed from the rift. Soon after, a figure emerged from the void. He bore the same short hair as Goku, clad in a similar black bodysuit and gray armor, draped in a sleeveless black robe. Most astonishingly, his visage mirrored that of Son Goku perfectly. In those eyes, there was neither clarity nor candor, only an endless arrogance, cruelty, and a blatant disregard for life. Another eye? Goku was momentarily taken aback. The Dark Goku of the future, or rather Zamasu, elegantly raised his hand, admiring his own palm, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. It seems I have arrived at a rather intriguing juncture in time. Feeling the presence of countless humans on the planet below, their lives as insignificant as maggots, was truly delightful. His gaze swept over the poised Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, ultimately settling on Goku. However, what truly piques my interest is you, Son Goku. The smile on Dark Goku's face turned dangerously aggressive. The opportunity to personally extinguish the original version of himself was the perfect offering for a human eradication plan. You bastard! What are you? Vegeta bellowed, his super blue aura beginning to surge. He could not tolerate someone bearing the face of his most despised rival, Kakarot. Me? Dark Goku chuckled lightly, suddenly exploding with rage, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a pinkish hue. The pink aura blazed like fire, exuding a divine essence that rivaled Super Blue. It was laden with blasphemy and foreboding. I am the savior, upholding justice and divine will, here to execute the final judgment on filthy humans. As for this body, it is merely a somewhat special vessel necessary for realizing a grand ideal. He extended a finger, disdainfully pointing at the gathered crowd. And you shall be the first remnants of the old era to be purged before the birth of the new world. Stop spewing nonsense. Goku's expression darkened, his super blue aura erupting thunderously. No matter who you are, I will never forgive you for committing evil while wearing my face. Oh, Dark Goku tilted his head, the smile unwavering. Then let us see what you're made of, original me. Experience the despair of being surpassed and annihilated by yourself. Chapter 112, Trunks arrives. The pink divine aura clashed violently with the azure divine aura in the air, as if the sky had been torn into two colors. Fresh from his battle with Frieza, a new, more bizarre and formidable foe from the future, Dark Goku, had descended. A brutal battle concerning time, identity, and the survival of humanity was about to unfold. Gohan clenched his fists, sensing the twisted and formidable power of Dark Goku, his momentary relaxation from defeating Frieza vanishing instantly. He understood that the true test was only just beginning. Meanwhile, Vegeta had firmly locked his sights on this blasphemer bearing Kakarot's visage, his eyes ablaze with a fury greater than when facing Frieza. Super Blue Goku's heavy fist, enveloped in azure energy, struck Dark Goku's face solidly, distorting his once sinister smile. The pink aura flickering violently. Gah! Dark Goku spat out blood infused with divine light, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into several massive meteors floating in the orbit of an unnamed planet. Impossible. We are both of divine caliber. Black Goku steadied himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief and fury. He sensed that his opponent's energy level was not significantly higher than his own. Yet the purity of their combat prowess, the steadfastness of their will, and the efficiency of their energy manipulation far surpassed his own. The azure aura, dense as if it were tangible, caused his rosy flames to dissipate with each clash. Goku hovered in the void, his blue pupils calmly locking onto his adversary. Your power is steeped in hatred and distortion. Such a heart cannot unleash the true might of its realm. In an instant, he flashed beside Black Goku, delivering a swift hand strike imbued with the force to rend space itself. Just as Goku's hand struck down, a peculiar and ancient wave emanated from Black Goku's nearly shattered fingers. The archaic time-space ring, without any command from its master, erupted into a brilliant emerald glow. This radiance carried the power of rules transcending the current temporal and spatial dimensions, forming a green halo that enveloped Black Goku in an instant. What? Goku was taken aback, sensing a formidable force related to the rules of time forcefully intervening. The emerald halo suddenly constricted, and the next moment, it vanished along with the gravely injured Black Goku, leaving only the faint residual wave of the time-space ring and the shattered surroundings as proof of the recent events. Ultra Blue Goku's aura gradually subsided as he floated in the silent starry sky, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the spot where Black Goku had disappeared. Just as everyone was still in shock, unable to comprehend the situation, a strange sound resonated from the sky once more. However, this time, it was not the explosion of malicious energy, but a familiar temporal wave imbued with a sense of solemnity and urgency. A stable blue time-space rift unfolded in the air, from which a small time capsule struggled to emerge, its surface marred by scars and charred remnants, trailing black smoke as it spiraled towards the ground. That is, the time capsule. Goku recognized the familiar technological artifact at once, a foreboding feeling rising within him. The capsule's door burst open, and a figure staggered out. He possessed distinctive light purple hair, donned a tattered blue jacket, and wore an expression mingled with exhaustion, sorrow, and a flicker of hope upon seeing the crowd. It was Trunks from the future. Trunks! Gohan exclaimed in surprise, but he quickly noticed Trunks' disheveled state and grave expression, causing his heart to sink. Trunks' gaze rapidly scanned the group, and upon seeing Goku, Vegeta, and the noticeably stronger Gohan, a glimmer of relief flashed in his eyes, only to be eclipsed by deeper anxiety. He hurriedly stepped forward, his tone urgent and heavy. "Uncle Goku, Dad, Gohan, it's so good to see you." But there is no time for pleasantries. He took a deep breath, as if to suppress the fear within, and uttered the nightmarish name. "I escaped." Black Goku, bearing an identical visage to that of Mr. Goku, harbors an intense loathing for humanity. In his realm, he has nearly obliterated all of humankind. My mother and I are on the verge of succumbing to despair. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Vegeta stepped forward, gripping his son's shoulder as he demanded, "Explain yourself. What is the origin of this Black Goku? How is it that he bears the same face as Kakarot?" Trunks shook his head in anguish. "We do not fully comprehend." He appeared abruptly, his power astonishingly immense, wielding a pinkish aura reminiscent of Uncle Goku's Super Saiyan God, yet imbued with a more malevolent and twisted essence, and far more formidable. He incessantly speaks of the Zero Plan for humanity, declaring his intent to eradicate all human life in the name of a so-called justice. He cast a fearful and bewildered glance at Goku. The most terrifying aspect is that he seems to possess a peculiar fixation on you, Uncle Goku. He has been searching for you, or rather, a more powerful version of himself. He has already come, Goku stated solemnly. "What?" Trunks gasped, his eyes widening in shock. "I just fought him, and though he was gravely injured, a rift in time and space opened and whisked him away." Goku gestured towards the residual energy surges and the havoc strewn across the ground, his tone tinged with regret, as if he had failed to completely vanquish his opponent. "Gravely injured?" Trunks instinctively echoed the term, his mind momentarily blank as if struck by a lightning bolt. The astonishment on his face swiftly faded, replaced by a near-dazed confusion. He was aware of Goku's strength, yet he had not anticipated it to be this overwhelming. His gaze fixated on Goku, lips quivering slightly. "Gravely injured? You mean to say you managed to inflict such harm upon him?" Trunks' voice turned exceedingly faint. In his world, Black Goku was the harbinger of ultimate despair. He had witnessed countless comrades fall like blades of grass before that pink demon, powerless to inflict even the slightest injury, no matter their efforts or struggles. The power of Black Goku seemed inexhaustible, his cruelty and indifference etched deeply into Trunks' very soul, like an eternal nightmare. The overwhelming influx of information left Trunks momentarily unable to process reality. He glanced at Goku, whose serene demeanor bore an undercurrent of regret, then at his father, who, though silent, exuded an air of undeniable authority, and finally at Gohan, whose profound aura clearly indicated newfound strength. A surge of unprecedented elation and sorrow threatened to engulf him. Chapter 113, Departure. Vegeta observed his son's disconcerted state, his brow furrowing in deeper concern. He could empathize with the despair Trunks had experienced in the future. He scoffed softly, turning his head away, yet his tightly clenched fist relaxed slightly. Gohan approached, gently placing a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder, speaking with warmth and conviction. "It is true, Trunks. Both Dad and we have grown stronger. Though that Black Goku is formidable, he is not invincible." Trunks nodded vigorously, inhaling deeply several times in an effort to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. The confusion and despair in his eyes gradually gave way to a rekindled fighting spirit. He gazed at Goku, his eyes brimming with an unprecedented trust and reverence. Taking another deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice, though the haunting terror remained difficult to mask entirely. In our era, approximately a year prior, calamity struck without warning. His gaze turned towards the horizon, as if he could once again glimpse that desolate sky. The first to emerge was the being who called himself Zamasu, a Kai with green skin and earrings, who proclaimed humanity to be a malignancy upon a universe that must be eradicated entirely. He was formidable, yet at that time, we could still muster our strength to contend with him. But soon, a far more terrifying entity appeared, Black Goku. Trunks' voice grew somber. He possessed the visage of Uncle Goku, yet exuded an entirely different malevolent aura. His power was unfathomable. He wielded a rose-hued energy that bore resemblance to Super Saiyan God, yet was far more ferocious and destructive, as if it were a profanation of divine power. He looked at Goku, his eyes filled with confusion and dread. The most incomprehensible aspect of his abilities was that he seemed invincible, no matter the severity of the injuries we inflicted upon him. Even piercing his heart or shattering his skull, he would rapidly regenerate in an alarmingly brief period, as if he possessed an immortal body. Furthermore, his strength grew with each resurrection, akin to a being that learned and evolved continuously through battle. An immortal being? Growing stronger with each fight? Vegeta furrowed his brow. This sounded like a nightmarish adversary. Indeed, Trunks painfully nodded. Our most elite warriors fell one by one before him, and countless cities were reduced to ashes with a mere wave of his hand. He reveled in slaughter, referring to it as purification and the execution of justice. Clenching his fists, he continued. He and Zamasu had joined forces, leaving us with no chance of victory. They dubbed their scheme the Zero Plan for humanity, aiming to eradicate all humans across time and space. My mother surmised that they might have harnessed a wish-granting mechanism akin to the Dragon Balls, which allowed Black Goku to acquire Mr. Goku's body and immortal attributes, possibly even involving the Super Dragon Balls. Super Dragon Balls? Goku scratched his head, seemingly recalling something. The key to their time-traveling capabilities. Trunks raised his hand, pointing to his wrist, and then to the location where Black Goku had vanished, was an artifact known as the Time Ring. It was a treasure meant solely for the Kais, enabling unrestricted travel across various timelines. This explained how they could so precisely locate our world and now find themselves here. So, they're an immortal Kai, paired with a monster that occupies my body and grows ever stronger. Goku summarized, his expression grave. This was indeed the most bizarre and troublesome combination he had ever encountered. Trunks nodded emphatically, took a deep breath, and posed the most crucial question. Yes, then, Uncle Goku, how did you manage to inflict such severe injuries upon him just now? In my world, despite our utmost efforts, we are unable to inflict any genuine harm upon him. Upon hearing this inquiry, Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, their lips curling into confident smiles. Well, Goku scratched his head and replied with a grin, "It is because we have harnessed a distinct power." No sooner had he spoken than a profound and vast azure aura, seemingly infused with the primordial forces of the universe, began to rise from him without warning. His hair and brows transformed into a hue reminiscent of sapphire, while divine and majestic lightning danced around him. Super Saiyan Blue. Almost simultaneously, Vegeta let out a disdainful huff. Enveloped in an equally resplendent azure aura, standing shoulder to shoulder with Goku, emanating an equally formidable pressure. What is this? Trunks' pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, his mouth slightly agape, as he stood frozen in shock, akin to being struck by lightning. He could distinctly perceive that this azure energy level far surpassed any form he had ever known, even purer and more profound than the pink aura exhibited by Black Goku in his era. This represented a fundamental transcendence, a higher stage of Super Saiyan God. Trunks' voice trembled with overwhelming astonishment. In his despair-laden future, they had not even reached the level of Super Saiyan God, yet before him, Uncle Goku and his father had attained such a realm. Indeed, Vegeta crossed his arms, explaining with pride, "This is the Super Blue form, transcending Super Saiyan God. The immortality and adaptability of Black Goku are indeed troublesome, but before absolute power, they are not insurmountable. It was with this power that we severely injured him." Hope surged like a tumultuous tide. instantly inundating Trunks' heart. He had thought that immense sacrifices would be necessary to glimpse even a sliver of hope, yet unexpectedly, at this juncture in time, hope presented itself in such an astounding manner. However, we must not be careless. Gohan cautioned calmly. Trunks mentioned that Black Goku grows stronger with each battle. We must become even more powerful, ensuring that in our next encounter, we wield the absolute strength to decisively suppress or even annihilate him. Goku retracted his Super Blue form, his gaze sharp. Gohan is correct. We require intensive training. Vegeta, to the hyperbolic time chamber. Just as I wish. Vegeta readily concurred. Kakarot, this time I shall not lag behind you. Without delay, they set forth towards the sacred world of the Kais. With the assistance of Mr. Popo and Dend, Goku, Vegeta, and the determined Gohan re-entered that secluded training sanctum, the hyperbolic time chamber. Within that realm, enduring a long and arduous year, the trio relentlessly pushed their limits, leveraging the foundation of Super Blue and their competitive spirit. They fervently honed their control over the energy of the Super Blue form, enhancing their output efficiency and endurance through relentless training. Wukong and Vegeta have subtly grasped the deeper essence of the Super Blue form, an energy that is both more restrained and ferocious, as if it harbors explosive potential within the azure depths. This is the nascent embodiment of Super Blue's full power, although they have yet to fully master it. Their strength has undeniably surged once more, as the three emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber, imbued with an even more formidable aura. Trunks sensed the serene, yet terrifying power radiating from them, bolstering his confidence. Following Bulma's swift repairs and energy replenishment, the time capsule was prepared for departure. Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks resolutely stepped into the capsule. Coordinates set, they launched forth. With Trunks at the helm, the time capsule roared to life, transforming into a streak of light that plunged into the current of time, racing toward the future shrouded in despair. An epic battle, transcending time and space for the ultimate fate of humanity, was about to erupt in Trunks' world. Chapter 114, the second stage of Super Blue. The time capsule breached the barriers of time, re-emerging in that realm of despair. The sky remained a dismal yellow, smoke lingered in the air, yet this time, the malevolent aura permeating the atmosphere was heavier, more suffocating than before. As they stepped out of the capsule, a pinkish figure materialized atop the ruins like a specter. It was Black Goku. His aura was no longer merely pink. It was interwoven with ominous dark golden glimmers, his presence exponentially more formidable than ever. A twisted smile of madness and delight graced his face, as if he had just savored an exquisite delicacy. "Ah, we meet again, my dear original," he purred, his voice dripping with a magnetic allure that made one's teeth ache. "I must thank you for your hospitality last time. It allowed me to touch upon a new level of power while teetering on the brink of death." Vegeta's pupils constricted. This bastard has indeed grown stronger. Enough of this chatter. I shall annihilate you this time. Wukong's gaze sharpened, and the Super Blue aura erupted instantaneously, as he and Vegeta charged at Black Goku like twin blue comets. Gohan and Trunks stood vigilant, locking onto any possible emergence of Zamasu. The battle erupted in an instant. The upgraded Black Goku seemed to dance effortlessly amidst the onslaught from Wukong and Vegeta. His speed was swifter, his strength greater. The razor-sharp energy blades of his dark, golden-tinged aura sliced through the Super Blue defense with ease. Too slow, too weak, Black Goku cackled, darting like lightning, engaging both Wukong and Vegeta in a simultaneous clash. Boom! Boom! With two resounding thuds, Wukong and Vegeta were both repelled several paces back, their arms tingling with shock. "How is this possible?" Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. He felt his enhanced power was still inadequate before his opponent. "Hee, do you perceive the disparity?" Black Goku licked his lips. "This is the strength derived from incessantly teetering on the edge of death and continuously evolving. Your methodical training seems utterly laughable in the face of my perfect evolution." His assault grew increasingly fierce, the rosy energy blasts pouring down like a torrential rain, forcing Goku and Vegeta to defend with all their might, perilously teetering on the brink. The ultra-blue power, in this moment before Black Goku, appeared to falter. Kakarot, Vegeta, Gohan, witnessing the dire situation, sought to assist, but was abruptly halted by an unexpected barrier of green divine energy. Zamasu finally made his appearance, obstructing him with a facade of feigned compassion. How infuriating! Goku gritted his teeth, pushing Ultra Blue to its utmost limit, the azure flames blazing fiercely, yet still failing to breach Black Goku's oppressive force. The opponent's regenerative capabilities seem to have grown even more formidable, with any inflicted damage healing almost instantaneously. What is the matter? Is this your limit? Black Goku, effortlessly countering their attacks, taunted with venomous words. How disappointing, son Goku. Do you know? In the timeline where I killed you, your son Gohan and your wife Chi-Chi were there. Your son, I crushed his bones inch by inch before his mother's eyes, and he died clinging to the belief that you would avenge him. How utterly foolish. Goku's breath quickened, the blue flames fluctuating violently. And your wife? Black Goku seemed to relish the memory, pathetically weak yet fiercely protective like a hen over her chicks. I forced her to witness her own body disintegrate into ashes amidst excruciating pain. Her desperate wails still echo in my ears. Shut your mouth. Goku roared through clenched teeth, his eyes bloodshot, as visions of his family's tragic demise intertwined with Black Goku's malicious taunts, like the most violent virus assaulting his sanity. An overwhelming fury, heart-wrenching anguish, and a cataclysmic murderous intent surged within him, akin to a volcano suppressed for millennia, now wildly accumulating, compressing, and transforming. Aya! He unleashed a scream that seemed to tear at the very fabric of his soul. The once azure flames deepened at a visible pace, transitioning from azure to cerulean, then to an abyssal dark blue. The volume of the flames appeared to shrink, yet they became more solid, the edges crackling with lightning that transformed from bright blue to a more ferocious, oppressive dark blue thunder. A terrifying power, far surpassing ordinary ultra blue, even causing the previously arrogant Black Goku to feel a chill of dread, erupted from Goku like the primordial explosion at the dawn of the universe. The ground beneath him disintegrated, reduced to dust, forming a vast chasm. At full power, Super Saiyan Blue, spurred by the ultimate provocation of his family's humiliation, Goku's deepest protective instincts and fury finally shattered their last restraints. His hair and brows transformed to a profound dark blue, his gaze icy as ancient glaciers, burning with a fire capable of incinerating all. He fixed his glare on Black Goku, his voice resonating as if from the depths of the underworld, each word imbued with a chilling murderous intent. You touch my family, and you court death. The smile on Black Goku's face froze completely, replaced by an expression of disbelief and fear. From this deep blue aura, he sensed a genuine and lethal threat. You, how could you? In an instant, Goku's figure vanished, only to reappear before Black Goku. The dark blue fist, seemingly slow, bore the weight of an entire galaxy, disregarding both space and time, and struck down with tremendous force. Blood for blood. In a moment of panic, Black Goku gathered all his strength to block with his arms. A thunderous crash erupted, far more ominous than any previous collision. With a sickening crack, Black Goku's arms twisted at an unnatural angle, the terrifying force penetrating his defenses and crashing into his chest. He violently spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his insides, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, tearing through the air and crashing into distant mountain ranges, flying an unknown distance. He struggled to harness his immortal body for healing, but was horrified to find dark blue energy coiling around his wounds, akin to a malignant curse, viciously destroying his vitality, rendering his recovery painfully slow. Deep blue Goku hovered in the air, the dark blue flames swirling around him like tangible waves of wrath. His cold gaze was locked onto the struggling Black Goku amid the ruins of the distant mountains, devoid of any pity, only imbued with chilling judgment. Black Goku laboriously crawled from the rubble, attempting to summon divine power to mend his nearly annihilated arms and chest. Yet, the dark blue energy entwined around his wounds acted like the most insidious of curses, obstinately thwarting his regeneration. The agony and the debilitating sensation of power loss contorted his face, reminiscent of Goku's, twisted with anger and fear. Chapter 115. Fuse Zamasu. Damn it, he roared, his pink aura attempting to retaliate, but upon touching the deep blue energy field, it melted away like snow. This is impossible. I am the more perfect being. I have endured countless deaths and rebirths. I should transcend all. He glanced to the side, where Zamasu was engaged in fierce combat with Gohan and Trunks. Just then, Zamasu was struck by Gohan's Kamehameha, creating a bottomless pit at his location. Yet from within the depths of the pit, Zamasu erupted in maniacal laughter. Foolish. Do you think this can defeat a god? You are so naive. Allow me to show you the true might of a god. He raised his hands abruptly, and a bizarre wave of divine energy radiated outwards. Simultaneously, the pink aura of Black Goku, struggling to reorganize, seemed to respond to a summons, rushing towards Zamasu like weary birds returning to their nest. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. They witnessed the energies of Zamasu and Black Goku beginning to fuse. A suffocating, overwhelming aura, far surpassing any previous presence, swept across the entire future world like a tempest. This is bad. They are about to merge. Trunks turned pale, having never witnessed such a phenomenon. As the radiance dissipated, a brand new fusion warrior, embodying the green skin of Zamasu and the pink hair of Black Goku, descended with an aura of malevolence that was beyond description. The fused Zamasu had arrived. Suspended in the air, he seemed to represent the very end of the universe. Gazing down upon Goku and the others with absolute arrogance and a will to obliterate all humans, be utterly annihilated before the true incarnation of divinity. The fused Zamasu hovered, his chaotic and distorted energy resembling a tangible storm cloud that shrouded the shattered future. His mere existence caused the fabric of space to tremble and the laws of nature to lament. Despair. Wail. This was the consequence of challenging the majesty of the divine. With a maniacal laugh, the fused Zamasu casually waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of twisted energy, a blend of pink and emerald, cascading towards the group like a celestial deluge. Be careful. Deep Blue Goku immediately positioned himself at the forefront, thrusting his palms forward to unleash a dark blue Kamehameha wave, clashing fiercely against the oncoming assault. The two forces, capable of annihilating galaxies, collided mid-air, generating shockwaves that plowed the earth down several meters. Gritting his teeth, Goku felt the ground beneath him crumble as he was gradually forced back. Kakarot. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan blue state, maximizing his power and launching his ultimate flash to join the fray. Gohan's special beam cannon and Trunks' full force slash arrived simultaneously. Together, the four managed to barely negate the twisted energy torrent, yet each one was left breathless, clearly drained from the effort. Futile struggles. The fused Zamasu flickered and appeared behind Vegeta like a specter, delivering a punch enveloped in chaotic energy. Poof! Vegeta barely had time to turn and defend himself before being struck viciously in the back, his Super Saiyan blue form instantly shattering, blood erupting as he was sent flying. Father! Trunks' eyes widened in anguish. Vegeta! Goku roared, unleashing a surge of deep blue energy as he closed the distance, his dark blue fist crashing towards the fused Zamasu like a tempest. However, the speed and might of the fused Zamasu transcended comprehension. He effortlessly blocked and dodged Goku's relentless onslaught, with even his occasional counterattacks causing Goku's blood to surge and his deep blue aura to fluctuate violently. Too slow, too weak. With a kick that struck Goku's abdomen, the fused Zamasu sent him hurtling like a cannonball into the distant earth, raising a cloud of dust. The immortal and indestructible perfect God is beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Gohan and Trunks fought desperately, yet they could not breach his defenses, instead being sent sprawling by the energy he carelessly released. The situation took a dire turn. The fused Zamasu had attained a level of power that instilled despair, far exceeding anyone's expectations. Amidst the dust, Goku struggled to rise, his deep blue aura already dimming. Vegeta, clutching his chest, managed to return to Goku's side with great difficulty. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the gravity and a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. Kakarot. There's only one way left, Vegeta stated solemnly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He referred to the fusion or Patera earrings. This is currently the only method they can conceive to counter this overwhelming force. Goku instantly comprehended his meaning and nodded emphatically. All right. The two quickly distanced themselves, preparing to execute their fusion dance. Oh, do you intend to harness power through such a ludicrous ritual? The fused Zamasu observed with keen interest, refraining from interference, a mocking smile adorning his face. Before a true deity, any petty trickery is in vain. However, just as Goku and Vegeta were about to synchronize their movements, a strange glimmer flickered in Zamasu's eyes. He abruptly raised his hand, and an invisible, soul-targeting pressure descended with terrifying force. The realm of the divine trembled the very essence of their souls. Buzz! Goku and Vegeta felt as though their brains were pierced by a million needles simultaneously. Their consciousness blanked out, and the energy they had just summoned dissipated instantaneously, their fusion dance forcefully interrupted. Both groaned in unison, kneeling on one knee, their heads pounding. Hee hee. Fusion? Before God, your souls cannot even synchronize. The fused Zamasu laughed triumphantly, relishing their despair. Do you see? This is the absolute chasm that separates us. Their final hope appeared to have been extinguished. The path of fusion was sealed, plunging everyone into genuine despair. Zamasu reveled in their hopelessness, beginning to gather an even more colossal mass of chaotic energy, preparing to deliver the final blow that would eradicate these defiant insects along with this very space-time. It is over, mere insects. Return to the void along with this wretched world. The enormous sphere of chaotic energy, capable of reshaping the very laws of existence, formed in his grasp, the aura of destruction causing the entire planet to tremble. Goku and the others struggled to rise, but felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Was there truly no escape? At this critical juncture, a voice resonated within Goku's heart. Whis. Through the connection across time and space, a crucial hint was conveyed. Meanwhile, Trunks, sprawled on the ground, gazed at the ravaged remnants of his home, watched his loved ones fighting with all their might, and listened to Zamasu's blasphemous tirades against life. An indescribable sorrow, fury, and a resolve to protect surged within him, culminating in a profound transformation. The blood of both Saiyans and Earthlings coursed through him, along with all the hopes and wishes born from traversing time, igniting within him at that moment. Chapter 116, The Tournament of Power. His body began to emanate a radiance distinct from Ki. It was the light of hope, the prayers of countless departed souls, the indomitable will of future humanity, materialized through him. Dad, Uncle Goku, Brother Gohan. Trunks struggled to rise, raising his arms high, that warm and steadfast light of hope forming a bridge connecting Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. We cannot give up. For all worlds. For the future. Trunks shouted hoarsely, as Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan felt the light and were transmitted by Trunks. They were infused with newfound strength. It was not merely an enhancement of Ki, but a resonance and elevation of their very souls. Indeed, how could we falter here? Goku bellowed, the deep blue aura igniting once more, now interwoven with a glimmer of pure white reminiscent of a ray of hope. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta straightened his posture, his ultra-blue aura undergoing a transformation, embodying a newfound weight of guardianship. For everyone, Gohan's godly Kamehameha shimmered with an even more resplendent, sacred silver light. The trio merged their powers with the hope radiated by Trunks, creating an unprecedented torrent of vibrant energy that encapsulated human emotion, Saiyan spirit, and divine will. This is our belief. The four roared in unison, launching this confluence of faith-laden energy towards the impending sphere of annihilation conjured by fused Zamasu. Light of hope versus chaotic oblivion. Two energies, representing starkly contrasting concepts, collided ferociously. Rather than an explosion, a fierce mutual annihilation and erosion commenced. No, impossible. How could the humble emotions of humanity contend against the will of the divine? Fused Zamasu shrieked in terror, sensing the foundations of his supposed invincibility quaking and fracturing under the onslaught of the multicolored radiance brimming with limitless potential and hope. For the possibilities of humanity are indeed infinite. Goku roared, infusing every ounce of his will into the fray. The kaleidoscopic light overwhelmed the chaotic energy, engulfing the terrified, fused Zamasu. As the brilliance subsided, the figure of fused Zamasu vanished, along with his indomitable concept, entirely purified and obliterated by the torrent of hope and will. The sky of the future world began to shed its murky hue as a long-lost, pristine sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading upon this war-torn earth. The battle had finally come to a close. It was not merely through brute force, but through the undying hope that resides in the hearts of all benevolent beings. The azure sky of the future world gradually regained its clarity, the sunlight warmly blanketing the land. The survivors emerged from their shelters, savoring this long-awaited peace. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks stood amidst the remnants of their fierce battle. Though weary, their eyes sparkled with the dawn of victory. It is over, Trunks mused, watching as the light of hope slowly dissipated in his hands. Tears welling up once more, but this time, they were tears of joy. Ah, thanks to you, Trunks. Goku patted his shoulder, his smile radiant. You have shown us that beyond mere power, there exists an even greater strength. Merely a stroke of luck. Vegeta crossed his arms, yet his gaze lacked its usual arrogance, now tinged with a hint of acknowledgement. Nevertheless, to unleash such power in the face of despair, you have indeed grown, Trunks. However, the elation of victory was not to endure for long. Upon returning to their original timeline and reuniting with Bulma, Piccolo, and the others, recounting the harrowing adventures of their journey into the future, an undeniable dilemma loomed before them all. Even though he ultimately triumphed over Zamasu with the light of hope, Beerus calmly assessed, it is undeniable that in terms of sheer power, the fused Zamasu has already surpassed our current limits. Had it not been for Trunks triggering a miracle, the outcome might have been dire. Whis elegantly sampled the delicacies of Earth and interjected at the opportune moment. Indeed, the Zamasu incident serves as a mere prelude. The cosmos is rife with unimaginable forces and concepts, relying solely on the traditional combat methods of the Saiyans, and the existing realm of the gods is utterly insufficient. Furthermore, he paused, glancing at Goku and Vegeta. You must have sensed it as well. When you invoked the light of hope, your ki underwent a subtle transformation. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yes, it feels as though our ki has become more responsive, or perhaps more attuned to my thoughts. Goku scratched his head in an attempt to articulate. It is the resonance between will and energy reaching a higher echelon. Vegeta articulated more precisely. That brilliance acted as a prologue, allowing us a glimpse into the path of thoroughly integrating our beliefs into our power. Precisely. We set down his cup thus. In preparation for potentially more formidable adversaries than Zamasu in the future, you must engage in a more systematic and profound training regimen. The realm of destruction remains the optimal choice. Lord Beerus seems to have taken a slight interest in your recent performance. Consequently, after a brief respite, Goku and Vegeta once again followed Whis to the realm of destruction, embarking on a new round of even more rigorous training. This time, their aim was no longer merely to enhance their ki or master a particular form, but to delve deeper into the essence of ultra instinct and self-actualization, striving to harmoniously fuse will, emotion, and divine power, while exploring the resonance they inadvertently touched upon during the battle with Zamasu. The days of training were monotonous and arduous. Under Whis' guidance, Goku no longer solely pursued automatic physical responses, but sought to transform ultra instinct into a state of mind, seamlessly integrating divine power with his instinctual combat abilities and protective heart. Vegeta, on the other hand, focused intently on unearthing the principles of destruction embedded within the ultimate annihilation, endeavoring to infuse the Saiyan pride and protective conviction into that profound destructive force, affecting subtle changes. Just as the two were deeply immersed in their training, a message from the king of all shattered the tranquility of the realm of destruction like a boulder cast into a serene lake. A tournament of power. Beerus leapt from his chair in shock, fully awake. Indeed, Whis affirmed, the king of all finds the universe rather excessive and somewhat tedious. Hence, he has decided to host a chaotic battle tournament involving 8 universes, with a scale of 80 participants. The universe that loses will be erased by the king of all. This revelation fell upon everyone like a cold shower, instilling immense pressure. This was no longer a matter of individual or planetary survival, but rather the fate of countless lives across the entire universe. Chapter 117, Gohan's mysterious third stage form. 80 participants in chaos. Vegeta snorted coldly, yet his gaze was remarkably solemn. It sounded incredibly intriguing. Goku instantly ignited with fighting spirit, but soon adopted a serious demeanor, understanding that the fate of the universe was at stake. This was no trivial matter. Before long, the task of assembling the 7th Universe's competition team commenced with great urgency. As the unequivocal mainstays, Goku and Vegeta naturally became the core of the team. They would utilize the fruits of their training in the realm of destruction, as well as the invaluable experiences gained from the battle against Zamasu, to select and train their teammates. For Goku and Vegeta, the tournament of power transcended mere combat against formidable foes. It became the ultimate trial to test their cultivation and safeguard their home. Armed with a glimmer of hope born from despair and the new powers honed through rigorous training, they, alongside the warriors of the 7th universe, ventured onto the fiercely brutal arena that determined the fate of countless universes. The preparations for the 7th universe's training proceeded fervently under the guidance of Whis and the supervision of Beerus. Within the gravity chamber, amidst the peculiar environment of the realm of destruction, the warriors relentlessly squeezed their potential to the limit. The progress of Goku and Vegeta was evident. Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct became more refined, with his silver-haired form maintaining its duration significantly longer, at times. He could even incorporate a hint of the premonition of movement while in his Super Blue state. Vegeta's self-mastery of Ultra Instinct deepened as well, with the dark purple hue of his destructive energy intensifying within the deep blue aura, and the finality inherent in his attacks growing ever more formidable. However, the greatest surprise came from Gohan. Under Piccolo's nearly rigorous guidance, and propelled by his unwavering conviction to protect all, Gohan entered a profound state of meditation once more. He reflected upon the resonance of hope from future Trunks, the words of the Elder Kai when unlocking his potential, and the path he had always pursued, one that diverged from his father S and Uncle Vegeta S. It was not merely the joy of combat, but rather a journey to gain strength for the purpose of protection, a synthesis of wisdom and power. My strength is not to surpass anyone, but to safeguard all who need protection, Gohan proclaimed within his heart, and the long-dormant mysterious power was rekindled. Yet this time, it was not a simple explosion of energy. Boom! A presence far more profound and restrained than any mystical form radiated from Gohan, enveloping him at its center. The silver light shimmering around him transformed from blinding arcs into a gentle glow that flowed like water, seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom and potential. His hair remained black, yet the tips were adorned with a flowing, star-like silver halo, and his pupils morphed into a pure silver hue, revealing a depth that penetrated the essence of existence. His aura did not exude the absolute oppressive force characteristic of Super Blue or Ultra Instinct. Rather, it conveyed a sense of harmony and vastness, as if connecting with the latent possibilities of the entire universe. This was precisely what the Elder Kai had once prophesied, the final stage of potential development, a mysterious transcendence. What is this? Weiss displayed a hint of surprise, pondering whether the combination of the potential derived from the god of destruction and his own human capabilities has led to the emergence of a unique divine path. Intriguing. Beerus narrowed his eyes, remarking, this lad has finally made use of his extraordinary talent. Gohan slowly opened his silvery eyes, sensing the new power coursing through him. In this form, he felt his perception magnified infinitely, allowing him to not only sense the flow of energy with clarity, but also to faintly discern the intentions and rules embedded within it. His strength, speed, and reflexes had undergone a qualitative leap, and more significantly, his efficiency in utilizing energy had reached an astonishing realm, as if every ounce of ki could yield 12-fold results. Gohan, how do you feel? Piccolo asked, suppressing his excitement and inquiring in a solemn tone. Uncle Piccolo, I feel excellent, Gohan replied, clenching his fist, with silvery brilliance swirling at his fingertips. He could almost perceive the trajectory of his power and better comprehend the realm pursued by his father and Uncle Vegeta. This was not merely an enhancement of strength. It resembled a deeper understanding of existence itself. To test his newfound form, Gohan engaged in brief sparring matches with Goku and Vegeta. In the face of Goku's swift and rhythmically flowing attacks, Gohan's mysterious transcendent form displayed remarkable insight and adaptability. He often managed to evade critical strikes with minimal movements, precisely identifying the subtle gaps in Goku's rhythm caused by his form transitions to counterattack. The refinement of his power was such that it could momentarily disrupt Goku's Ultra Instinct defense. Conversely, his sparring with Vegeta showcased a different finesse. Vegeta's ferocious strikes, steeped in destructive principles, would invariably be deflected by the flowing silver light surrounding Gohan in an unusual manner, dissipating some of their might, as if the power itself had been understood and redirected. Gohan's counterattacks bore a penetrating quality, able to pierce through Vegeta's formidable aura and reach his core. Impressive form. Vegeta conceded inwardly, despite his outward denial. He could not help but acknowledge the peculiar and formidable state that Gohan had attained, a distinctly different kind of strength. Ha, Gohan! This form of yours is incredible. It feels even more elusive than my Ultra Instinct. Goku generously praised him. Gohan's breakthrough undoubtedly infused the 7th Universe's team with renewed vigor. His mysterious transcendent form, embodying immense combat prowess, extraordinary insight, and efficient energy utilization, would play a crucial role on the battlefield of the Tournament of Power, where strategy and strength must coexist in a complex and ever-changing environment. The 10-member team from the 7th Universe had finally readied themselves, refined in stature, to confront the impending battle for the survival of the universe. Armed with newfound power and unwavering conviction, they awaited the moment the Tournament of Power would commence. Meanwhile, as Gohan successfully transcended to this remarkable form, igniting immense hope for the seventh universe, Vegeta felt his own pride and fighting spirit reignited within. Vegeta gazed into the distance, fixated on Gohan's figure, which shimmered with a celestial radiance. His fists instinctively clenched. It was not jealousy that stirred within him, but rather a fierce pride befitting a Saiyan prince and an indomitable competitive spirit that surged within him like molten lava. How absurd! The path of this prince could not possibly end here. Chapter 118, Vegeta's second stage of Ultra Blue. Without uttering a word, he turned and strode towards the most chaotic and tumultuous realm of energy within the God of Destruction's domain. This area was rife with untamed fragments of destructive energy and warped temporal forces, where even ordinary deities risked their demise upon approach. It appeared that Vegeta was quite stimulated indeed. Whis observed Vegeta's resolute silhouette with a smile. Let him make his commotion. Beerus yawned, recognizing that this stubbornness could sometimes yield extraordinary results. Vegeta sat cross-legged at the center of the energy maelstrom, allowing the forces capable of tearing stars asunder to assault his body and spirit. He was not merely enduring agony. Rather, he was fervently extracting every ounce of potential from the deep blue aura within him amidst the extreme conditions, seeking the profound truth of his ultimate self. Destruction and termination were not the culmination of power. Vegeta roared internally, his mind flooded with memories of battles fought over the years, from Frieza to Cell, from Majin Buu to Zamasu, and countless confrontations with Kakarot. What this prince sought was transcendence, an absolute power that reigned supreme over all. It was a testament to protect Bulma and Trunks with pride. Moreover, it was for the unwavering spirit of the Saiyan race. A tremendous force erupted from Vegeta, one far more ferocious and profound than the deep blue energy itself. This energy transcended the form of mere aura, resembling boiling, liquid blue lava that enveloped his being. His muscles slightly swelled, veins protruded from his skin like coiling dragons, shimmering with a blue luminescence. His hair retained its azure hue, but became more rigid, standing upright like crystalline flames, while his pupils transformed into a sharper, brilliant blue, as if stars were cycling through destruction and rebirth within them. Second stage of Ultra Blue. This was the culmination of Vegeta's essence of destruction fused forcefully with the pure pride and fighting spirit inherent in his Saiyan bloodline, achieving a new form beyond his limits. In this state, his pure strength, defensive capabilities, and energy output experienced explosive growth, with his tumultuous energy waves even temporarily suppressing the surrounding chaotic energy currents. Oh my, what a straightforward yet effective method of breakthrough, Whis commented, noting how the primal force of his essence was merged with his physical form in such a brute manner, significantly enhancing his fundamental abilities. While it lacked a certain finesse, it undeniably represented a monumental leap in absolute power. Beerus widened his eyes. Tisuke, this fellow always finds a way to grow stronger through reckless means. Vegeta reveled in the terrifying power coursing through him, one that felt capable of shattering stars with a single blow. A smirk of arrogance curling at the corners of his lips. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze piercing like lightning, directed towards Gohan, who had just concluded his sparring session. Gohan, let us test your new form against me. Sensing Vegeta's unabashed, primal aura akin to a ferocious beast, Gohan's silver pupils flickered with a hint of seriousness, yet his spirit brimmed with eager combativeness. Very well, Uncle Vegeta. The two instantly faced off in the training arena. On one side stood the ethereal, harmonious energy of a mysterious transcendence, shimmering with silver luminescence. On the other, the ferocious, turbulent energy of the Super Saiyan Blue's second level, ablaze with blue light. Prepare yourself. Final flash. Vegeta roared, thrusting his hands forward. This time, the final flash transformed from a crude torrent of energy into a highly compressed, deep blue beam, seemingly bubbling with liquid energy within, emanating a terrifying force capable of obliteration, hurtling towards Gohan, not daring to be negligent. Gohan's silver aura surged instantaneously as he clasped his hands before his chest, unleashing an energy wave imbued with boundless wisdom and potential, shimmering with prismatic glimmers. His signature move, the God Impact Cannon. With a ferocious blast, the two drastically different, yet equally formidable energies collided with immense force. No flamboyant techniques were employed, only the purest clash of strength and will. The deep blue beam of destruction and the kaleidoscopic wave of wisdom eroded and annihilated each other, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that enveloped the entire training ground. The earth cracked, space warped, and even Goku, watching from a distance, had to erect a protective barrier to withstand the residual energy. The energy confrontation persisted for several seconds, and ultimately, when both energies reached a critical threshold, a resounding explosion érupted. The blinding brilliance caused everyone to momentarily lose their sight. As the radiance dissipated, Vegeta and Gohan remained in place, their auras slightly disordered, yet evidently unscathed. A draw, Goku exclaimed excitedly. This is wonderful. Vegeta, you become incredibly strong. Barely sufficient, Vegeta replied, concealing his aura. Though he did not voice it, he acknowledged Gohan's current prowess within. Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue second level had attained a new zenith in absolute power, while Gohan's mysterious transcendence excelled in energy efficiency and insight. Both had reached the pinnacle in their respective domains, rendering their overall strengths remarkably comparable. Thus, the core combat prowess of Universe 7 experienced an unprecedented enhancement. Goku, who mastered Ultra Instinct, Vegeta, who transcended to the second level of Super Saiyan Blue, and Gohan, who achieved the final phase of mysterious transcendence. These three formidable forces formed the most solid foundation for Universe 7 in the impending tournament of power. Armed with this newfound strength and confidence, they were poised to step onto the stage that would determine the fate of the universe. As the monumental clash between Vegeta and Gohan subsided, and the crowd's attention was captivated by the draw, none noticed Goku, observing from the sidelines, his eyes glinting with contemplative brilliance, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, the kind of excitement known only to himself. Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue second level is truly overwhelming, and Gohan's new form is so ingenious, absolutely splendid. Everyone has become so powerful. Within Wukong, the fervent fire of combativeness and the instinctive pursuit of greater strength were thoroughly ignited. Unlike Vegeta, who chose to confront the chaotic energy head-on, or Gohan, who delved into profound meditation, he quietly retreated to the farthest corner of the training grounds, arms crossed, gently closing his eyes. His consciousness plunged into the vast expanse of the azure sea of energy within him. He was already well acquainted with the ultra-blue power and had begun to grasp the realm of utter freedom. Yet, at this moment, his pursuit was neither a transformation of form nor a deepening of freedom, but rather an aspiration to propel the ultra-blue form itself to a theoretical pinnacle that even Whis had not explicitly indicated. Was the divine power of Ultra Blue truly confined to such limits? Wukong pondered within, recalling how Vegeta had forcibly amplified its quantity, but what of its quality? Whis had once remarked that energy requires control and understanding. He reminisced about the resonance brought forth by Trunks' Light of Hope during their battle with the fused Zamasu. The insights imparted by Whis regarding the essence of energy and the flow of the universe during his training in the God of Destruction realm, and the countless moments in battle where he had felt the instantaneous enlightenment of condensing energy to a singular point before unleashing it. Chapter 119. The participants of the Tournament of Power. To achieve the ultimate compression of divine energy, it was not a matter of outward explosion, but inward condensation, allowing every strand of energy to reach its utmost limit. The ultra-blue energy within Wukong began to operate in an unprecedented manner. No longer did it surge tumultuously. Instead, it collapsed fiercely towards the very core of the energy sea, akin to rivers converging into the ocean, condensing. This process was exceedingly perilous, akin to creating an energy singularity within himself. A moment's negligence could lead to uncontrollable energy with dire consequences. Yet Wukong, with his innate sensitivity to energy and the subtle guidance of his nascent state of tranquility, managed to stabilize this tumultuous process. In the outside world, Whis seemed to sense something, slightly tilting his head towards Wukong's direction, a flicker of surprise and admiration crossing his eyes. Oh, he has chosen this path. What a bold endeavor. Beerus yawned, muttering, that guy never plays by the rules. Suddenly, the once resplendent azure aura surrounding Wukong rapidly dimmed at a visible pace, retracting until it vanished entirely. He stood there, seemingly transformed into an ordinary person devoid of any energy, his hair, blue hue subdued to a nearly deep blue-black. Dad's energy has vanished? Gohan was the first to notice the anomaly, turning in astonishment. What's Kakarot up to? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Yet in the next moment, there was no cataclysmic eruption of energy, no dazzling brilliance radiating forth. Wukong slowly opened his eyes. His pupils transformed into two unfathomable pools of deep blue, as if they contained the entire cosmos. An indescribable chill, seemingly capable of freezing all things, yet brimming with infinite vitality, began to quietly emanate from him. The space around him distorted slightly, as if unable to bear his presence in that moment. This is precisely the ultimate form achieved by compressing and refining the power of Ultra Blue to its zenith, returning to simplicity, Ultra Blue extremity. In this moment, Wukong raised his hand, sensing within him a power as tranquil as a cosmic singularity, yet brimming with infinite potential. The quantity of his power had not increased, but its weight had intensified, each fragment of strength seemingly possessing mass. He casually thrust his fist forward, with a soft whoosh, devoid of energy waves or sonic booms. The space before his fist split as if it were fragile glass, revealing a slender, indelible black crack that would never heal. This was the sheer density of pure energy exerting direct pressure on the fabric of reality. Whis gently applauded, exclaiming, "Splendid. By suppressing the vitality of divine energy to its lowest, you have elevated its density and mass to the theoretical limit of your current form. This is not an increase in quantity, but a qualitative leap. Congratulations, Wukong. You have touched the pinnacle of the Ultra Blue state." Vegeta and Gohan gazed at Wukong in astonishment, particularly Vegeta, who sensed that although Wukong's energy fluctuations had subdued to near nothingness, the latent destructive force contained within had reached an unfathomable level, following a distinctly different yet equally lofty path from his own Ultra Blue second stage. "Ah, it seems I have succeeded," Wukong said, ruffling his hair and restoring his customary smile, though his cerulean eyes still reflected his uniqueness. "Let us call this form Ultra Blue extremity. I feel as though I could fight for an eternity without fatigue." As the tournament of strength approached, the selection process for the seventh universe was also imminent. Within the Temple of the God of Destruction, a discussion regarding candidates was underway. 10 individuals. We must select the 10 that best represent the might of the seventh universe. Beerus fretted, scratching his head, fully aware that a losing universe could face annihilation at the hands of the Omni King. There could be no room for carelessness. Whis elegantly flipped through a tablet-like device displaying data on all potential powerhouses of the seventh universe. We shall filter based on overall strength, potential, special abilities, and adaptability to the tournament rules. Core members: Son Goku, Ultra Blue Extremity, Mastery of Ultra Instinct, Absolute Trump Card. Vegeta, Ultra Blue Second Stage, Self-Mastery of Ultra Instinct, Embodiment of Power and Technique. Son Gohan, Mysterious Transcendence, Perfect Amalgamation of Wisdom and Strength, Tactical Core. Key members: Piccolo, the most distinguished warrior from Namek. Possessing formidable regenerative capabilities and tactical acumen, his synergy with Gohan is seamless. His inclusion is beyond dispute. Majin Buu, with an almost immortal physique, formidable magical prowess, and boundless stamina, he is a tremendous disruptor on the battlefield. While sometimes unreliable, his strategic value cannot be overlooked. Controversial selections and final decisions. The allocation of the next slots sparked further discussion. Androids 17 and 18. Whis noted with their infinite energy reserves. They hold a significant advantage in prolonged battles. Exceptional in combat prowess and possessing remarkable resistance to energy attacks. Beerus. Indeed, those two perpetual energy beings are quite impressive. They will do. Master Roshi. Goku. I believe Master Mateto is also a worthy contender. His experience is invaluable, and he wields the Mafuba. Vegeta. Huh, that old man. Kakarot, have you lost your mind? Whis. Although Master Roshi's energy may not be formidable, his martial arts expertise and understanding of Ki are indeed unique in certain respects, potentially yielding extraordinary results. Krillin. Goku. Krillin is my dearest friend, and he is exceptionally intelligent. Vegeta. That bald fool's fighting power is negligible. Beerus. What we require are fighters. Gohan. Uncle Krillin's Kienzin and tactical acumen could prove advantageous in team battles. The fierce competition for the final spot. The last seat is contested between Lepin and Mr. Satan. Wait, Lord Beerus. I think I have someone in mind. Goku stroked his chin, his eyes shimmering with eager anticipation. Who? Beerus inquired impatiently. Goku grinned slyly, revealing a mischievous smile. Frieza. What? Kakarot. Are you insane? Vegeta was the first to roar in outrage. Allowing that scoundrel to join? He would undoubtedly ambush us from behind. Chapter 120. The last member, Frieza. Goku. Is this proposal not overly reckless? Even number 17 expressed doubts. Dad, Frieza. Gohan's face mirrored concern. Beerus was livid, nearly leaping in fury. Absolutely not. As long as that fiend doesn't ambush us, we cannot allow him to compete. In the face of such vehement opposition, Goku remained resolute. Listen to me. We are merely one spot short, and an additional powerful ally would enhance our chances. Moreover, Frieza's golden form should be more stable now. He then turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, weren't you once a villain as well? And now you fight alongside us? That's different. Vegeta's face flushed with anger. Ha, I think it's worth a shot. Goku chuckled. At worst, I'll just fight him again to make him comply. Ultimately, due to Goku's relentless insistence and Whis' subtle suggestion that he might introduce unforeseen variables, Beerus begrudgingly consented to grant Frieza a chance to interview. In the ominous depths of hell, Frieza sat upon his throne of magma and bones, relishing a moment of tranquility amidst eternal torment. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar and loathsome aura rapidly approaching. A cold glint flashed in Frieza's golden eyes. That presence, Son Goku. The space warped, and Son Goku's figure materialized directly before Frieza's throne, still wearing that infuriatingly cheerful grin. Frieza, long time no see. Son Wukong. The voice of Frieza was cold and piercing, as golden flames began to envelop him. How dare you appear before me? Are you tired of living? Excellent. Let me avenge my previous defeats. In an instant, he transformed into his golden Frieza state, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the entire realm of hell. However, in the face of Frieza's overwhelming presence, Wukong merely stood there with ease, not even transforming into a Super Saiyan. He tilted his head slightly, sensing Frieza's aura. Ah, indeed, this golden form is more stable and significantly stronger. Frieza furrowed his brow, realizing something peculiar about Son Wukong's state. He felt no formidable energy emanating from him. Yet there was an unfathomable sense of danger, akin to a bottomless abyss beneath a tranquil sea. Stop your theatrics, Frieza declared, unwilling to waste further words. In a flash, he lunged forward, his claws, infused with destructive energy, aimed directly at Wukong's throat. Death beam. A low, sinister laughter suddenly erupted from Frieza. How amusing, truly amusing. Son Wukong, are you requesting my assistance? Asking a defeated foe to save your universe? Sort of, Wukong admitted candidly. Besides, there will be super warriors from 7 other universes at the tournament. Perhaps there are even beings stronger than I. Wouldn't you want to meet them? This statement struck at Frieza's competitive spirit. Stronger than Son Wukong? It piqued his immense interest. And what would be the cost? Frieza resumed his elegant seated posture. Why should I, the Emperor of the Universe, assist you? If you help us win, I will ask Mr. Whis and Lord Beerus to revive you. What do you think? Wukong proposed, laying his cards on the table. Revival. The mere mention of these words struck Frieza like a hammer to the heart. He had long suffered the endless torments of hell. Returning to the universe was his most fervent desire. Frieza fell silent for a moment, a signature smile of cruelty and cunning spreading across his face. It's a deal, Son Wukong. I shall participate in this so-called tournament of power. However, do not expect me to cooperate fully with you. I will act in my own interests. As long as victory belongs to Universe 7, our deal is fulfilled, correct? Absolutely. Wukong readily agreed. Then it's settled. With Frieza's agreement, Wukong felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. Yet he sensed that despite Frieza's strength, his aura seemed to have reached a plateau. He scratched his face, as if suddenly recalling something. By the way, Frieza, your current golden form is indeed impressive, but I believe you could advance even further. Just as Frieza was about to mock Wukong's naivety, his expression sharpened at the mention of those words, his tail instinctively twitching. Oh, what do you mean, Son Wukong? Wukong waved his hand, enthusiastically suggesting, the tournament of power is about to begin, and time is short. However, we have a place called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, where a day inside equates to only an hour outside. We could train for several hours. Perhaps you will discover the key to your breakthrough. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber? Frieza narrowed his eyes, having heard of certain characteristics of the Dragon Balls from Namek. His wariness towards such a magical object or place that involved time made it feel like a trap. Goku remarked, I have no reason to deceive you. With my current strength, I could easily defeat you. Though reluctant to admit it, Goku spoke the truth. Son Goku, I shall trust you this once. Let me see if this hyperbolic time chamber is indeed as wondrous as you claim. Lead the way. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, an expanse of pure white stretched infinitely. The heavy atmospheric pressure and peculiar environment caused Frieza to furrow his brow momentarily, but he quickly acclimatized. We only have a few hours. Let us make the most of it. After Goku spoke, he unleashed a powerful aura, entering the Super Saiyan blue state, serving as Frieza's training partner and benchmark. Frieza, without further ado, let out a low growl, and an intense golden light burst forth from his body, transforming him into his golden Frieza form. Boom! 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 The two engaged in fierce combat within this strange space, exchanging energy blasts and physical blows. However, unlike the deadly skirmishes on Namek and Earth, this felt more like an extreme training session. Goku continuously guided, stimulated, and even pointed out the stagnation in Frieza's energy flow with his words. Chapter 121. The perfect form of Golden Frieza. Initially, Frieza retained his customary arrogance, but soon, through practical combat and a profound awareness of his own strength, he clearly identified the source of that awkwardness and the uncontrollable loss of power. The might of his golden form surged like a raging torrent. His previous method of control was akin to forcefully damming a river rather than channeling its flow. Not enough, this is still insufficient. Frieza murmured amidst repeated clashes, his golden aura fluctuating violently. It needed to be more stable, more contained, allowing the power to flow as naturally as breath. He recalled Goku's Super Saiyan blue state, where the aura was extraordinarily refined, with energy scarcely leaking. A realization began to dawn within him. Compress, control, perfect. Suddenly, after a full-force exchange of blows with Goku, Frieza leveraged the impact to retreat, hovering in midair. He closed his eyes, and the wild, radiant golden aura surrounding him began to visibly retract and collapse inward. Oh, here it comes. Goku sensed the change in Frieza's aura, immediately halting his movements, watching with a mix of tension and anticipation. The previously dazzling golden light gradually transformed into a profound shade, shifting from glaring bright gold to a deeper, more intrinsic dark gold. The golden hue on Frieza's body became purer, as if the metal itself were glowing, the lines more fluid, and the contours of his muscles subtly adjusted, appearing more harmonious and perfect. The earlier uncontrollable surge of energy had vanished, replaced by an unfathomable, contained, terrifying pressure. Moments later, Frieza slowly opened his eyes, his purple irises glimmering with a cold yet confident light. He gazed at his dark golden palm, feeling the immense power within him, as vast as a cosmic sea, yet as precise as a well-trained limb. He gently clenched his fist, and the surrounding space seemed to tremble in response. The energy consumption dramatically decreased, stability improved exponentially, and his power surpassed that of his previous golden form. Ha ha ha! Frieza released a laugh that was more exhilarating and commanding than before. He had succeeded. This was the true perfection of gold, transcending the limits of limits. The flawless form of Golden Frieza. Goku, sensing the unfathomable energy emanating from his opponent, smiled. Frieza had finally surpassed himself. With this, the odds of victory for our seventh universe had greatly increased. Frieza elegantly descended to the ground, the power of his perfected form in perfect control, with not a single excess of energy spilling forth. He gazed at Goku, his smile both dangerous and alluring. Son Goku, I must thank you. Not only did you grant me the chance to be resurrected, but you also helped me reach this exquisite state. Now, I eagerly anticipate the so-called tournament of power. I only hope that the other universe's warriors do not disappoint me too greatly. With their training complete, the two departed from the hyperbolic time chamber. Only moments remained until the commencement of the tournament of power. Armed with newfound strength, Frieza would introduce an utterly unpredictable variable to this multiversal clash. The ultimate 10th member of the 7th universe, Frieza, had forcefully joined the team in this exceedingly unstable manner. Would the stage of the tournament of power become even more tumultuous and fraught with peril due to the inclusion of this unpredictable factor? In the realm of the Omni King, within the void, the vast inverted pyramid arena loomed, akin to a coliseum suspended in eternal nothingness, bearing the weight of the existence of 8 universes. 80 warriors, their auras ranging from ferocious to restrained, from enigmatic to divine, converge here like 80 stars on the verge of collision. In the 7th universe's camp, a deep, dark golden hue stood apart from the surrounding clamor. Perfectly poised in his flawless form, Frieza held his arms crossed, his tail elegantly swaying. The cold smirk that looked down upon all never fading. His presence was almost deathly silent, a stark contrast to the fiery presence of Vegeta and the eager Goku beside him. This was not weakness, but an absolute mastery that perfectly contained destructive energy within, akin to a flawlessly polished black diamond, radiating the potential to tear apart everything. "Hey, Kakarot," Vegeta remarked, his brow furrowed, as the Saiyan Prince's battle instincts went into overdrive. "That guy feels entirely different now." The restrained pressure he emanated was far more unsettling than the flamboyance of his previous golden form. Goku grinned, excitement igniting within his eyes. He had discovered his own path. On the other side, Sun Wukong adjusted his goggles, his sharp gaze scanning the formidable warriors of other universes. The power of his mysterious form flowed steadily within him. Majin Buu, with a curious demeanor, licked his lollipop, his innocent exterior concealing unfathomable chaotic power. Piccolo remained calm as a mountain, his wisdom and battle experience making him the most reliable tactical core of the team. Androids 17 and 18 wore expressions of stoicism, their infinite energy cores operating steadily, prepared for a protracted battle. The Earth warriors, including Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Master Roshi, though slightly weakened in energy, radiated determination and resilience in their eyes. Ding! The bell announcing the end and beginning of fate shattered the last remnants of tranquility. 80 powerful auras erupted like a volcanic explosion, intertwining energy flames creating a chaotic spectrum. Shouts, explosions, and collisions merged into a symphony of destruction. The tournament of power had commenced. As the melee began, the crowd surged like a tidal wave. A warrior from Universe 2, clad in a combat suit reminiscent of the Saiyans, but with a wilder style, adorned with blood-red markings, charged forth like a ferocious tiger towards the 7th Universe's camp. His name was Kabinsai, the strongest bloodthirsty Saiyan of Universe 2, renowned for his ferocity and bloodlust in battle. Soft-shelled shrimp of Universe 7, come and taste the blood of a true warrior. Kabinsai cackled as he hurled a punch towards the seemingly delicate Sun Wukong. Wukong's eyes narrowed, and, as he sidestepped, his right hand formed a knife-like shape, enveloped in highly concentrated energy, precisely targeting Kabinsai's wrist. Bang! Their energy clashed, causing both to retreat half a step. "Oh, this is interesting." Kabinsai licked his lips, blood markings glowing faintly as his aura surged, but it was still insufficient. Blood rage erupted. His muscles bulged. Red flames as thick as blood surged forth, his speed and power skyrocketing as he transformed into a crimson afterimage, launching a barrage of fists and kicks towards Wukong. Wukong remained composed, fully mobilizing the power of his mysterious form. He did not engage in a sheer contest of strength with his opponent, but instead danced around with exquisite footwork and combat wisdom far surpassing Kabinsai's. Like a stormy seabird, he deftly evaded the most ferocious attacks and awaited his moment to counterstrike. Chapter 122. The Tournament of Power begins. "Your attacks are wild, yet lack control," Wukong calmly assessed, delivering a precise energy blast to Kabinsai's elbow, causing him to miss his punch and stagger. "Brat, spare me your lectures," Kabinsai roared, bringing his hands together as a dark red energy sphere, constantly twisting and absorbing surrounding light, rapidly formed. Blood devour, star explosion. That energy sphere carried an ominous pull, as if it could consume even space itself. Wukong took a deep breath, a look of resolve flashing in his eyes. He chose not to counter the wave, but instead gathered all his energy into his palms, advancing rather than retreating, willingly meeting that dark red energy sphere. "Fool, you seek your own destruction," Kabinsai rejoiced. In the split second before contact, Wukong slammed his palms against either side of the energy sphere, not meeting it head-on, but skillfully guiding and decomposing its structure with a clever vibration frequency. A miraculous explosion of light erupted. Gohan uttered a low growl as a brilliant white light erupted from his palm, not a cataclysmic explosion, but rather an ultimate purification and dispelling force. The white light, akin to a sharp blade, pierced the core of the dark red energy sphere, forcibly neutralizing and dissipating its fury and chaos. "What? My blood devour?" Carbonser stood in stunned disbelief. In that fleeting moment, when his energy was shattered and his spirit lost, Gohan sprang into action. His form flickered like lightning as he swiftly closed the distance, delivering an uppercut infused with all his strength and concentration, striking Carbonser squarely on the jaw. Ugh! The excruciating pain sent Carbonser momentarily airborne. Gohan pursued, his fingers interlocked and clenched into a hammer, wielding a tremendous force that crashed heavily into Carbonser's back. "Down you go!" Boom! Carbonser plummeted like a meteor, his body rebounding off the edge of the arena before finally collapsing helplessly into the abyss. Gohan descended slowly, his breath slightly labored. Yet his gaze remained sharp. He cast a glance towards the direction where Carbonser had vanished, murmuring, "The power of the Saiyans should not exist solely for destruction." This battle showcased Son Gohan's unique style as a scholarly warrior, mastering and overcoming pure bloodline fury with intellect and skill. Meanwhile, the battlefield of Majin Buu was rife with absurdity and intrigue. He faced a group of warriors from the Third Universe, adept in high technology and mechanical fusion. These warriors endeavored to restrain Buu using energy nets, binding beams, and gravitational fields, yet Buu merely found it amusing. He giggled, ticklish, when the energy net enveloped him. His body oozed through the mesh like clay. When struck by the binding beam, he elongated and twisted like a pretzel to escape, under the pressure of the gravitational field. He sprawled on the ground like a pancake, then wriggled forward. Target's physical characteristics cannot be locked. Switching to energy absorption mode, the mechanical warriors altered their strategy, firing rays capable of siphoning life energy. When struck by the rays, Buu's body deflated slightly, but he scratched his head, burped, and the sunken area swelled back up, assimilating the absorbed energy into chocolate, which he stuffed into his mouth. The taste was peculiar, he pouted. A colossal fused robot swung a gigantic blade capable of cleaving planets towards Buu. Unfazed, Buu allowed the immense blade to slice him in two from head to toe. Just when his adversaries thought they had succeeded, the two halves of his body writhed like a viscous liquid, instantly transforming into two smaller versions of Buu, who then clung to the robot's arms, one on each side. Cloning technique. How delightful. The two Buus exerted their strength, astonishingly tearing the massive robot's arm clean off. They then fused back together, wielding the mechanical arm like a club, giggling as they chased after the other warriors from the Third Universe. The most ludicrous moment came when a warrior released an illusionary wave designed to instill inner fear, attempting to shatter Buu on a psychological level. Buu gazed at the apparition of a warrior he had transformed into candy, blinked, and then, drooling, lunged forward. Candy. It's candy. The illusion shattered in an instant. Buu's intellect is so simplistic that he appears virtually immune to psychological assaults. His combat style lacks any discernible strategy, yet it is terrifyingly effective. Armed with boundless regeneration, transformation, energy absorption, and assimilation, along with a physique that defies the laws of physics, he resembles a walking weapon of causality, wreaking havoc upon the front lines of the Third Universe. Ultimately, his amusement waned, and his form swelled into the colossal Mr. Buu, who then opened his exaggerated maw, generating a powerful suction that drew several panicked warriors of the Third Universe, along with their mechanical creations, into his belly, where they were temporarily stored. Satisfied, he patted his belly and declared himself full, ready for a brief slumber. In a startling turn of events, he leaped off the arena and nestled among the audience to sleep, causing the absorbed warriors to be deemed eliminated as well. Witnessing this, Beerus seethed with rage, contemplating delivering a beating to Buu, though later reflecting that several from the Third Universe had been eliminated was somewhat acceptable. Buu's combat, rather than being a mere battle, resembled a chaotic yet joyful game exclusive to him, simultaneously clearing a multitude of minor threats for the Seventh Universe and providing an unexpected strategic buffer. Just as Gohan and Buu showcased their respective abilities, Frieza's hunt commenced. His target was clear: the elite monsters whose power was formidable and posed a threat to the core members of the Seventh Universe. An invisible assassin master from the Fourth Universe, equipped with near-perfect stealth and spatial traversing abilities, had quietly eliminated several formidable opponents from other universes. He had locked his sights on the meditative Krillin. At the moment his dagger was about to pierce Krillin's heart, a dark golden hand silently rested upon his shoulder. "Sir, it seems you are quite adept at hiding." Frieza's cold voice resonated like a death knell. The assassin master was struck with terror, attempting to teleport away, only to discover that the space around him had been solidified by an invisible force. Frieza did not even cast a glance in his direction. He merely exerted a slight pressure with his fingers. Crack! The assassin master's scapula, along with his energy core, was instantaneously crushed, leaving no time for a scream before he dissipated into specks of light. Frieza elegantly flicked his hand as if brushing off dust. His hunt was both graceful and efficient, no longer relying on overwhelming energy, but instead condensing his power to its utmost precision. The death beams that erupted from his fingertips were as fine as a hair, yet swifter than thought, accurately eliminating distant targets. The destructive star debris he unleashed was no longer a torrential downpour of energy, but rather dozens of dark golden orbs that autonomously tracked their prey. Imbued with terrifying penetrating power, akin to a swarm of sentient bees simultaneously assaulting multiple foes. His tail transformed into an enigmatic weapon, at times lashing out like a steel whip to shatter defenses, and at others coiling like a serpent to restrain opponents' movements. A warrior from the Sixth Universe, renowned for his defensive capabilities and clad in rock armor as hard as a stellar core, roared as he charged towards Frieza. Frieza simply observed his approach until the warrior's colossal fist was nearly upon him, at which point he slowly raised his right index finger, concentrating an exquisite dark golden light at its tip. The Emperor's Piercing Wave. Chapter 123, Vegeta's Ultra Blue Limit. A slender yet piercing ray effortlessly penetrated the fist, arm, and chest plate of the giant rock warrior, ultimately emerging from his back, leaving a smooth hole in its wake. The momentum of the giant rock warrior came to an abrupt halt as he incredulously gazed down at the small opening in his chest. His massive form crashed to the ground, and Frieza seized the opportunity to unleash an energy wave, sending him tumbling off the stage. Defense? In the face of absolute mass and penetrating power, it was utterly meaningless, Frieza remarked coolly. His presence was akin to an efficient janitor on the battlefield, clearing numerous obstacles for Universe 7 with minimal energy expenditure. His precision and ruthlessness drew the attention of all the Supreme Kais and gods of destruction in attendance. The battle intensified as powerful individuals began to collide. After Universe 11's proud team captain, Jiren, was held at bay by Goku, the vice-captain Toppo, a moving fortress of justice, targeted Vegeta. Evil Saiyan, accept the judgment of justice. Toppo roared, as waves of golden energy surged towards Vegeta like a tsunami. Justice? Merely an excuse for the weak. Vegeta retorted defiantly, his deep blue aura soaring high, clashing violently with Toppo's golden flames and unleashing astounding ripples of energy. Both were power-type warriors, their combat styles brutal and direct, each punch striking with the force of colliding stars, sending shockwaves that force surrounding fighters to retreat. Fist of Justice. Ultimate Flash. The enormous golden fist collided with the azure energy torrent, annihilating each other, resulting in a stalemate. Is that all the strength you possess? Toppo transformed into his god of destruction form. Vegeta, do not think you can win. For the survival of Universe 11, I must abandon justice. Vegeta replied, abandon justice? Huh. Just moments ago, you were espousing justice, and now you would forsake your principles for power? Is this the pride you speak of? Toppo retorted, you do not understand. This is the power of a god of destruction, the only way to safeguard the universe. Vegeta countered, safeguard? Power gained through the betrayal of one's beliefs hardly qualifies as protection. Enough of your chatter. Receive my attack, destruction impact. Before his words had faded, Toppo lunged toward Vegeta with the swiftness of instant transmission, unleashing a force of destruction aimed at his chest. Vegeta's pupils constricted, and instinctively, he crossed his arms to block. Yet, as his palms made contact with the energy, it felt as though he had struck a searing iron pillar, the dark purple energy exploding instantly, coursing through his arms and tearing a gap in his golden aura. Ugh! Vegeta grunted, a sharp crack resonating from his arm as he was propelled away, crashing heavily against the energy barrier at the edge of the arena. The barrier rippled in response, and he slid to the ground, kneeling on one knee, a metallic taste flooding his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining his damaged battle suit. Toppo mocked, what's wrong? Can your belief's power not withstand a single blow of destruction? Vegeta coughed, is this all you can muster? And yet you dare to call yourself a god of destruction? Vegeta gritted his teeth, enduring the pure energy of destruction that made his Saiyan cells tremble. Yet he, Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans, would never succumb. He recalled Bulma, Trunks, the countless days and nights spent in the gravity chamber, and his unwavering determination to surpass Goku. How could I, Vegeta, ever be defeated by someone like you? Fury and pride ignited within him, and the deep blue aura began to surge violently, its hue deepening as it transformed into a more profound and solid state. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from Vegeta, as the aura surrounding him no longer merely erupted but began to implode and condense, as though he were compressing an ocean into a single body. The blue radiance intensified, ultimately morphing into an almost black indigo shade. The height of the aura diminished, yet its density and oppressive force surged exponentially. The arcs of electricity that danced across his body ceased their chaotic flickering, instead coiling around him like a docile dragon. Super Saiyan Blue, the third level of Ultra Instinct. Vegeta felt the torrent of terrifying energy within him, completely under his control, his gaze as cold as steel. Tobro, I shall shatter your destructive power. He moved. His speed increased several-fold, leaving only an indigo afterimage in his wake. Tobro could scarcely perceive his motion before Vegeta appeared before him, delivering a simple yet devastating punch that struck his abdomen with tremendous force. With a sickening thud, Tobro's solid abdominal muscles caved in, his eyes bulging in shock as a spray of energy, saliva, erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. His once proud defenses crumbled before Vegeta's concentrated strike. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta's hands remained clasped at his waist, forming a highly compressed indigo energy sphere, no larger than his fist, yet radiating the vibrations of annihilation. He unleashed it. This time, the Ultimate Flash was not a broad beam of light, but a finely honed energy ray that pierced through Tobro's shoulder. No, it can't be. Tobro gazed in disbelief at his immobile shoulder, filled with shock and resentment. Taking advantage of the moment, Vegeta followed up with a punch that sent Tobro hurtling off the stage. The blue aura continued to burn steadily as he clenched his fists. He, Vegeta, had finally once again ascended to a new pinnacle through his pride and resolve. As the battle progressed, Krillin fought alongside Android 18, their teamwork eliminating several foes. However, when faced with the combined magical attack Meteor of Love from 3 warriors of the second universe, Krillin selflessly charged into the densest area of the assault to protect Android 18. Although he managed to sever several meteors with his Keyblade, he ultimately exhausted himself and was struck by a pink energy blast, disintegrating into light. Enraged, Android 18 unleashed her full power, sending the 3 warriors plummeting off the stage in vengeance for Krillin. Yet the sorrow in her eyes was unmistakable. The arena continued to shrink, the pace of eliminations accelerating. The harsh reality began to unfold. After a fierce battle with a warrior from the 4th universe, renowned for his mastery of clones, Tianjin Fan forcibly breached his opponent's true form with a new energy attack. However, due to excessive energy consumption, he fell prey to a long-watching warrior from the 6th universe, who launched a surprise attack from behind, delivering a heavy blow that sent him staggering off the platform. In his final moments, he cast a glance at the arena, his eyes filled with resentment and regret. Chapter 124. Goku's domination of the proud warrior team members on the stage of the Tournament of Power. The fierce battle raged on. The energy ripples from the chaotic melee continued to expand, while in one corner of the arena, a contest of speed and strength, skill and wildness was unfolding. 2 members of the proud warrior team from the 11th universe, the ferocious Casserole and the lightning-fast Hispo, had set their sights on the 7th universe's Sun Wukong as their mutual target. Casserole, with a physique reminiscent of a colossal ape, initiated the assault with a thunderous roar, his massive fist cutting through the air like a battering ram, aimed directly at Wukong. His attack was devoid of any embellishment, purely a testament to raw physical power and unrestrained ferocity. Wukong, sensing the impending danger, swiftly transformed into his Super Saiyan God state. Cloaked in deep crimson energy, he crossed his arms and braced himself against Casserole's earth-shattering punch. The impact was explosive, sending shockwaves across the arena floor, cracking it beneath his feet. Although the tremendous force caused him to sink slightly, a smile of exhilaration graced his lips. Such formidable power. But the onslaught was far from over. Casserole roared, unleashing a barrage of punches, each strike capable of shattering stars. Simultaneously, a silver-gray light flickered around Wukong, revealing Tispo. He had pushed his speed to the utmost limit, moving so swiftly that he appeared as nothing but a blur. Rather than confronting Wukong head-on, he opted to exploit his extraordinary speed, launching surprise attacks from every conceivable angle. His sharp hand strikes aimed at Wukong's vital points, while his fierce kicks targeted his joints, each assault as swift and lethal as a striking serpent. Wukong found himself on the defensive. He had to focus intently on withstanding Casserole's overwhelming onslaught while simultaneously contending with Tispo's relentless, high-speed ambushes. Despite his balanced power and speed in his Super Saiyan God form, he felt increasingly strained against this extreme combination of might and agility. In a moment of negligence, Tispo's toe struck Wukong's ribs with lightning speed. Though not particularly powerful, the strike possessed exceptional penetrating force, causing Wukong to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Casserole landed a heavy uppercut squarely on his chin. Ugh! Wukong groaned, his body propelled upward, the crimson energy around him flickering violently. Success! A glint of triumph flashed in Tispo's eyes as he accelerated once more, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, while Wukong hung suspended in midair, rigid and vulnerable. However, just as Tispo's attack was about to connect, Wukong's gaze sharpened with newfound intensity. It seemed that remaining stationary was no longer viable. The deep crimson energy surrounding him suddenly retracted, transforming into a deep, profound blue at a visibly rapid pace, its essence becoming more solid and concentrated. The once violently erupting flames began to flow slowly, resembling liquid and exuding a more terrifying pressure. The full power of Super Saiyan Blue. What? This attack from Tispo collided with the protective aura surrounding Goku's new form, feeling akin to striking an invisible iron wall, the recoil rendering his arm numb. Goku forcibly twisted his body in mid-air, his gaze instantly locking onto Tispo, who was momentarily halted in astonishment. Your speed is impressive. Goku's voice carried a steady tone. Yet it was not beyond capture. He moved. The deep blue figure blurred instantaneously, shifting from the previous energy-explosive linear velocity to a more sophisticated blend of instantaneous movement techniques and predictions of airflow. Tispo's proud speed, under Goku's acute perception and reaction, was no longer unattainable. He could clearly see Tispo's trajectory. Here, Goku preemptively threw a punch to the left. Boom! It was as though Tispo had collided with the strike himself. His chest absorbed the force of the blow, halting his rapid movement. Disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? He can keep up with my speed. Don't underestimate him. Kazarar roared, charging again with colossal fists akin to falling meteors. Yet this time, Goku did not evade. He inhaled deeply, the deep blue aura coalescing around his right fist, meeting Kazarar's massive punch with one of his own. Boom! The sound resonated like two planets colliding. This time, the outcome was starkly different. Kazarar's invincible might was forcefully halted by Goku's concentrated punch, which had reached its pinnacle of power. Moreover, a more domineering and penetrating force surged through Kazarar's arm, causing excruciating pain and numbness. His enormous frame staggering backward for the first time. Your strength it cannot be. Kazarar's eyes widened, unable to accept this reality. The situation had shifted in an instant. In his third-tier Super Blue state, Goku completely dominated both Kazarar and Tispo in terms of absolute power and reaction speed. No longer on the defensive, he took the initiative. His figure darted like a specter between the two. Against Kazarar, he employed more refined, penetrating energy blasts and strikes, dismantling his ferocious onslaught time and again, forcing him into retreat, clear impressions and burns beginning to mar his solid muscles. In confronting Tispo, he utilized superior predictive skills and instantaneous movement, consistently appearing in Tispo's path and disrupting his rhythm with the simplest yet most effective attacks. Tispo's speed advantage vanished, becoming an easy target for Goku amidst his rapid movements, which made direction changes arduous. Damn it, the proud team cannot lose. Tispo roared defiantly, pushing his speed to the limit, transforming into a true beam of light, darting towards Goku from all directions. Futile. Wukong spoke calmly, even closing his eyes, relying solely on his breath and instinctive bodily awareness. At the moment when Tispo's attack approached, his body would subtly shift with minimal and precise movements, allowing every assault to narrowly miss its mark. It was over. Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a deep blue aura that erupted forth, a powerful energy field radiating from him like an invisible mire, instantly slowing Tispo's speed. What? Unable to move? Tispo, in terror, realized his actions had become exceedingly sluggish. In an instant, Wukong appeared before him, delivering a gentle strike to his neck with the edge of his hand. Tispo's vision darkened, consciousness fading as his body slumped down, effortlessly sent beyond the ring's boundary by Wukong's casual gesture. Having disposed of Tispo, Wukong turned his gaze toward the sole remaining opponent, Kaeslar. Kaeslar, witnessing the vast and profound aura of Wukong alongside the easily defeated Tispo, felt a flicker of fear in his eyes, overshadowed by a surge of enraged fury. Roaring like a beast, he further flexed his muscles, pushing his strength to its utmost limit as he launched a final, reckless charge. Wukong observed him, slowly raising his hand as a deep blue energy compressed in his palm, transforming into a fist-sized orb that radiated the vibrations of celestial destruction. Kamehameha, the deep blue beam, no longer a mere torrent, but a concentrated energy ray swiftly pierced through Cassler's shoulder, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. The momentum of Cassler's advance was abruptly halted. He glanced at his shoulder, then at Wukong, before succumbing to immense pain and crashing to the ground. Wukong, witnessing this, released an energy blast from the ring. The battle concluded. Wukong slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, the deep blue aura surrounding him gradually receding. With absolute power, he had flawlessly overpowered the combination of strength and speed from Universe 11, once again showcasing the astonishing potential and growth of the Saiyans from Universe 7 to all spectators. Chapter 125, Gohan vs. Hit. The chaotic battle continued, with Master Roshi leveraging his extensive experience and unique techniques, such as the Mafuba, to repeatedly avert crises, even managing to seal a formidable opponent at one point. However, when confronted by a mere ripple of energy unleashed by Jiren, the insurmountable disparity in power proved unbridgeable, sending him and his companion, Yamcha, hurtling out of the arena. Piccolo exhibited remarkable tactical acumen during the fray, coordinating and rescuing allies ensnared in perilous situations. He engaged in a battle of wits and strength against the Namekian Sanel and Purina from Universe 6, ultimately employing superior combat experience and cunning tactics. He cornered the pair into a dire predicament, eliminating them with an expanded special beam cannon. Yet, he too faced significant exhaustion, and when he subsequently confronted the high-speed attacks of Tispo from Universe 11, despite his valiant resistance, he succumbed to the overwhelming speed disparity. After battling fiercely against the warriors of Universe 2, including the formidable Ribrian and her companions, Gohan, having awakened a mysterious and powerful form, swiftly eliminated them. Before he could even catch his breath, an icy, bone-chilling aura of murderous intent locked onto him. Before him stood the legendary assassin from Universe 6, Hit, silent and stoic. He seemed to exist in a realm detached from the surrounding fervor of battle, creating an absolute domain of death. The fight was imminent. Gohan understood the terror of his opponent and dared not hold back. With a fierce shout, his aura surged once more, intertwining silver light with crackling arcs of electricity. This marked a higher stage he had achieved by merging the latent powers developed by Uncle Piccolo with his own Saiyan heritage, which could be referred to as the third stage of the mysterious form. The potent energy caused the very space around him to begin to warp. Here it comes. Gohan's pupils constricted as Hit's figure vanished without warning. In a flash, Hit reappeared at Gohan's side, delivering a hand strike imbued with the power to freeze time. To an onlooker, this blow seemed almost indefensible. However, having entered the third stage, Gohan's perception had reached its zenith. Although he could not entirely escape the 2-second time freeze, his body, equipped with unparalleled reflexes and instinctual energy, managed to evade slightly. Swish! The hand strike grazed Gohan's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Gohan broke out in a cold sweat, yet his heart raced with exhilaration. He had avoided it, though barely. His movements were not entirely imperceptible. For the first time, a faint ripple of surprise crossed Hit's otherwise impassive face. Had his time skip been seen through? What followed was an exquisite contest of speed and anticipation. Hit relentlessly executed his time skips, launching a barrage of attacks frozen in the moment, like a tempest unleashed. His punches, kicks, and hand strikes all aimed at Gohan's vital points, but at the last moment, due to the rules prohibiting fatal blows, he redirected his force to other areas. Gohan's adaptation. As he maximized his energy in the third stage of the mysterious form, his body seemed to possess a will of its own, continuously adapting to the rhythm of Hit's time skips under extreme pressure. From initially struggling to dodge, he evolved to the point where he could use his arms to block and even launch counterattacks. "I have begun to adapt to your time skips," Gohan shouted, seizing an opportunity during Hit's offensive. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending a wave of energy surging toward Hit. Hit's eyes narrowed as he activated his time skip once more, effortlessly dodging the energy wave and instantaneously appearing behind Gohan. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, Gohan unexpectedly spun around. Grasping its wrist with the other hand, he had been poised to unleash. "What?" Gasps echoed throughout the arena. "I anticipated your anticipation," Gohan panted, yet his gaze was sharp and resolute. "I have nearly deciphered your movement pattern." Hit gazed at the captured wrist, and after a moment of silence, finally spoke. "Remarkable. You were the first to adapt to my instant transmission during combat." This was a battle that transcended mere speed, an ultimate contest of prediction and counter-prediction. No longer holding back, Hit wielded his instant transmission to its fullest extent, while Gohan, utilizing his astounding combat talent and composed intellect, repeatedly navigated through perilous situations. The two clashed from the center of the arena to its edge, their movements so swift that only afterimages remained, the sound of their energy strikes echoing incessantly. Seizing an opportunity, Gohan unleashed a powerful energy wave, prompting Hit to immediately employ his instant transmission to evade. However, this time, Gohan's prediction reached its zenith. He did not target the position Hit had just occupied, but rather aimed at an area that appeared vacant. Bang! Hit's figure coincidentally materialized there, as if colliding with the energy wave, and was struck fiercely, his body uncontrollably flying backward to the very edge of the arena. Yet, the King of Assassins would not easily concede defeat. In that fleeting moment of being tipped backward and on the verge of falling, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Hit's eyes. "Let us walk this path together," he uttered coldly. He activated his instant transmission again, but this time, the intent was not to attack, but to ensnare. A distorted, semi-transparent energy cage rapidly formed, enveloping both Gohan, who had just expended too much energy, and himself. This was the instant transmission cage. Gohan sensed the flow of time around him becoming unusually viscous, rendering movement exceedingly difficult. This cage, composed of frozen time, enveloped the two as they plummeted into the void outside the arena. Gohan struggled fiercely, attempting to shatter the cage, but Hit's power steadfastly maintained it. During their descent, the two exchanged glances through the distorted temporal field, devoid of hatred, only mutual recognition of a formidable opponent. In the next moment, the effect of instant transmission was lifted. The referee's voice resounded throughout the arena. Hit of the 6th universe, Gohan of the 7th universe, have simultaneously fallen from the arena, eliminated. With Gohan's elimination, the warriors of the 7th universe dwindled in number as they fought valiantly, the scene growing increasingly grim. As the number of fighters on the arena dwindled to less than 20, Jiren of the 11th universe finally opened his eyes for meditation. His calm gaze swept across the battlefield, bringing forth a palpable sense of despair. He moved. With a simple step forward, the space seemed to contract beneath his feet, and he instantly appeared before number 17, who was engaged in combat with another member of the Pride Troopers. Number 17 reacted swiftly, immediately activating his strongest protective shield. Jiren merely delivered a casual punch. Crack! The shield shattered like thin ice, and number 17 was sent flying by the force of the punch, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed heavily into the distance, temporarily losing his combat ability. Number 18, enraged, charged forward, launching a series of energy blasts. Jiren neither dodged nor evaded. The energy blast struck him as if they had hit a stone wall, creating not even a ripple. With a casual wave of his hand, number 18 was sent soaring out of the arena like a kite severed from its string. Jiren, Vegeta, having just transcended his limits, radiated a brilliant indigo aura, embodying the pride of a prince as he charged towards Jiren. "Your power has indeed increased," Jiren remarked with an unperturbed tone. In the face of Vegeta's tempestuous onslaught, he merely stood with one hand behind his back, effortlessly deflecting every attack with a single hand, either blocking or swatting them away. Damn it! Final flash. Vegeta unleashed his ultimate power, a concentrated indigo beam hurtling towards Jiren. This time, Jiren extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and astonishingly seized the condensed ray. The energy clashed violently in his grasp, yet could not advance an inch. "I'll return this to you." Jiren exerted a slight force, pushing the final flash back along its original path, amplifying its power. Vegeta's pupils constricted. He braced himself with all his might, but was still propelled backward by his own technique, his indigo aura in disarray and sustaining significant injury. Vegeta. Goku instantly appeared behind Jiren, unleashing the same super blue ultimate power with a punch aimed at Jiren's back. Jiren, seemingly aware of the attack from behind, turned and countered with a palm strike. The collision of fist and palm produced a thunderous shockwave, far exceeding previous ones. Goku grunted, being thrust back several meters. His arm numbed, his face registering shock. Despite employing super blue ultimate power on par with Vegeta's, he found himself at a disadvantage in this direct confrontation. Chapter 126. The Three Strongest Warriors of Universe 7 versus Jiren. Jiren stood immobile, not a hair out of place, as the arena beneath him began to show faint cracks. "Is this all you are capable of?" For the first time, he articulated words laden with unmistakable meaning, a palpable sense of disappointment. Goku and Vegeta stood side by side once more, exchanging glances that revealed the gravity and resolve in each other's eyes. Alone, they had no hope of victory. It seems we must temporarily join forces, Kakarot. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Let us do this together. Goku nodded. The two unleashed their Super Blue ultimate powers once again, flanking Jiren to launch a combined assault. Goku took the lead, utilizing the first form of Ultra Instinct to evade Jiren's counterattacks, while Vegeta sought out vulnerabilities to unleash lethal energy strikes. However, Jiren's strength appeared boundless. He remained composed, skillfully deflecting their attacks, while also exploiting openings to retaliate, pushing the two warriors into peril once more. It seems these two Saiyan gentlemen have encountered quite the predicament. Frieza's voice, laced with mockery, pierced the air. Unbeknownst to them, he had already dealt with the surrounding minions and hovered nearby, his dark golden form shimmering amidst the energy tempest. Frieza, spare us your taunts, Vegeta bellowed. I merely wish to ensure that the fruits of victory are not monopolized by that monster. Frieza sneered, yet he acted without hesitation. He instantly joined the fray, his dark golden figure striking with uncanny precision from the most opportunistic angles. His death beams and destruction spheres no longer aimed for a single fatal blow, but instead functioned like venomous wasps, incessantly disturbing Jiren's visual and auditory senses, targeting the nodes of his energy flow, significantly hampering Jiren's movements. 3 against 1. The three most formidable warriors of the 7th universe unite for the first time. Goku's direct confrontations and exquisite evasions, Vegeta's ferocious output and destructive energy, and Frieza's precise disruptions and lethal ambushes. Though their coordination is not flawless, occasionally obstructing one another, the three distinct yet equally potent forces intertwine, momentarily curbing Jiren's unparalleled momentum. The radiant clash of energy resembles the eruption of a supernova, continuously illuminating the arena. The shockwaves surge higher and higher, as if the entire void trembles in response. In the viewing seats, the gods hold their breath. Beerus, nervously gripping the armrest, reveals an exhilarated smile. Under the onslaught of the trio, Jiren finally ceases to fight with one hand. He unleashes both fists, amplifying his speed and strength, sending Goku and Vegeta hurtling back once more. Yet Frieza's insidious death beam always finds its mark, striking at his vital points precisely when Jiren's old strength wanes and new power has yet to manifest, compelling him to divide his focus in defense. Annoying insect. For the first time, Jiren exhibits a hint of impatience. His gaze locks on a Frieza as he throws a punch through the air. A massive energy, akin to an invisible hammer, swiftly traverses the space. Frieza's dark golden pupils constrict sharply, elevating his perfect form's defenses to the utmost, crossing his arms to block. Boom! It resonates like the toll of a great bell. Frieza is violently propelled by the terrifying force of that punch, his dark golden form tracing a long arc through the air before crashing into a distant pillar of the arena, cracks spreading from the impact. A trickle of purple blood escapes the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating injury. Frieza! Goku exclaims in alarm. Indeed a monster. Struggling to rise. Frieza wipes away the blood, his gaze growing colder, yet he thinks it will take a millennium more to defeat this king. After prolonged skirmishes, even forced into a slightly precarious position by the trio's combined efforts, Jiren's expression finally turns serious. The calm aura, once as tranquil as a lake, begins to boil like water in a tempest. Is this all the power you possess? His deep voice resonates as the crimson aura surrounding him ignites violently, expanding. His muscles swell further, the fabric of his battle attire unable to withstand this surge, ripping apart with a sound of tearing, revealing beneath it a bronze physique, forged like steel, brimming with explosive energy. The crimson flames no longer merely encircle him, but flow across his surface like a living entity, as if cloaking him in a coat of energy armor. Jiren's ultimate form, liberated from all power constraints. The oppressive force escalates several levels in an instant. Merely standing there, the aura he emanates instills a sense of unfathomable power in Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza from afar. Is this his true strength? Beads of cold sweat trickle down Vegeta's forehead. Incredible. Goku's eyes ignite with an even fiercer fighting spirit. Frieza's countenance grows exceedingly grave, as he senses a pressure akin to that of a god of destruction. Jiren moves, no longer the seemingly slow pace from before, but genuine, instantaneous movement. He appears before Goku in an instant, throwing a punch. Too fast. Wukong scarcely had the opportunity to execute a flawless evasive maneuver, resorting instead to a desperate block with his arms. Boom! He He was struck, as if by the main cannon of an interstellar battleship. The radiant aura of his ultra-blue form dissipated instantaneously, and he was sent hurtling backward like a meteor, spewing forth a copious amount of blood before crashing heavily to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Kakarot, Vegeta bellowed, charging towards Jiren, his indigo aura ignited to its utmost intensity. Jiren did not even glance back. With a swift counterpunch, he obliterated the devastating torrent of indigo energy that threatened to annihilate entire galaxies. The shockwave from the explosion hurled Vegeta away, leaving him gravely injured on ground. Frieza attempted a sneak attack from behind, unleashing his dark destruction beam with full force. Jiren, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, subtly inclined his body, allowing the concentrated ray to narrowly graze his shoulder, igniting sparks in its wake. He then turned, delivering a crushing palm strike from afar. A deafening hum resonated as an immense, invisible pressure descended from above, pinning Frieza firmly against the surface of the arena. The dark golden figure groaned under the unbearable strain, fissures spreading across the arena floor beneath him. Struggling proved futile. He was ensnared like an insect encased in amber, utterly immobile. In the blink of an eye, the three strongest warriors of Universe 7 were vanquished. Despair, akin to a frigid abyss, engulfed the hearts of all Universe 7 spectators. Rise, Son Goku. Just as Goku's consciousness began to wane, the familiar, ethereal voice of Whis echoed in his ears. Power is not everything. Forget your thoughts and allow your body to respond naturally. Goku lay prostrate on the ground, pain surging throughout his being, with Jiren's unparalleled figure looming like a nightmare. Yet, Whis's reminder and fragmented memories of past training converged at this moment. He let go of techniques, outcomes, and fears, surrendering entirely to his body's instincts. With great effort, he lifted his head, gazing at Jiren, who approached with a destructive aura that felt almost tangible. Jiren raised his hand, crimson energy beginning to coalesce, poised to deliver the final blow. At that critical juncture, Goku closed his eyes. A dormant, shackled force within him seemed to shatter completely at that moment. An unprecedented, ethereal, and sacred energy began to emanate from within him. Chapter 127, The Ultimate Freedom Technique. A silvery aura surrounded him, reminiscent of a nascent star, naturally manifesting and swirling. His hair transformed into a pristine silver from the roots, and his pupils glimmered silver, devoid of any emotion. He rose slowly, his movements fluid and unencumbered. Jiren unleashed his lethal energy blast, imbued with the power to obliterate all. Goku did not even glance. He merely tilted his body slightly, allowing the energy blast to narrowly pass by him, detonating against a distant barrier and causing a violent explosion. He opened his silver eyes, calmly fixing his gaze upon Jiren. The ultimate freedom technique had arrived. What is this? For the first time, Jiren displayed a look of astonishment. He sensed that Goku's aura had entirely transformed. It was no longer the previous violence and intensity, but instead a harmonious resonance with the cosmic rhythm, embodying an ethereal vastness. Goku was in motion. Without a trace, without a sound, it was as if he was always meant to be there. In an instant, he appeared before Jiren, unleashing a powerful punch. Jiren braced himself with all his might. Bang! Amidst the thunderous clash, Jiren's seemingly indomitable body was, for the first time, pushed back. The excruciating pain radiating from his arm left him in disbelief. Impossible! Jiren roared, a deep crimson aura erupting as his speed and strength surged to their utmost limits, launching a tempestuous counterattack. However, in the state of ultra instinct, Goku's body seemed to possess an independent consciousness, effortlessly evading or blocking each of Jiren's attacks with flawless precision. Every strike from Jiren met with empty air. Goku's counterattacks flowed like mercury, unyielding and omnipresent. Each punch, each kick was imbued with penetrating power, striking with uncanny accuracy at the most vulnerable points in Jiren's energy flow. The silver figure and the deep crimson form danced rapidly across the arena, the sounds of their collisions echoing incessantly. Yet this time, it was Jiren who continuously fell victim, retreating step by step. His defenses appeared riddled with holes in the face of the near precognitive assaults from Ultra Instinct. In the viewing area, all the deities, including the gods of destruction and angels, stood in shock. Whis is that Ultra Instinct Goku? Beerus stammered. Whis confirmed, indeed, Lord Beerus. The mere mortal has truly reached this realm, leaving the other gods of destruction aghast. This is a technique belonging to the divine domain, now exhibited by a mere mortal. Jiren found himself embroiled in an unprecedented struggle. His power remained formidable, yet he could not land a single effective blow on his opponent. His defenses were still robust, but the silver figure relentlessly found weaknesses to penetrate. I cannot lose. Jiren's pride and obsession were ignited. Channeling all his remaining strength into a singular point, he unleashed his final and mightiest desperate strike. A torrent of deep crimson energy surged forth, embodying all his will, hurtling towards Goku. Goku's silver pupils reflected neither joy nor sorrow as he slowly brought his hands together in front of his chest, the silver aura coalescing into a seemingly minuscule orb, yet one that contained the essence of cosmic creation and destruction, the spirit bomb of Ultra Instinct. He gently propelled it forward. The silver energy sphere collided with the deep crimson torrent. There was no explosion, only the ultimate annihilation. The silver radiance, akin to the primordial light that purifies all, slowly yet inexorably disintegrated the deep crimson flow, consuming it until it was ultimately branded upon Jiren's chest. Jiren stood frozen, the light in his eyes swiftly dimming. He gazed at Goku, ultimately revealing a complex expression of relief intertwined with melancholy. Is this the power of belief? His body gradually fell backward, plummeting beyond the arena. The strongest adversary had finally been vanquished. Almost at the moment of Jiren's defeat, the silver aura enveloping Goku receded like a tide, his hair returning to black. As he fell to one knee, breathlessly gasping, his body feeling as though it were falling apart. The burden of the Ultra Instinct was immense, and he had reached his limit. At that moment, on the arena, aside from Goku, only the severely injured Vegeta, the struggling Frieza, and the seemingly awakened number 17, who had evaded the final onslaught, remained. Universe 11 was entirely eliminated. Universe 7 emerged victorious. The radiant light of the Super Dragon Balls illuminated all universes, reviving those that had been erased along with their warriors. Frieza, due to your commendable performance in the Tournament of Power, Lord Beerus has deemed it fit to reward you. Whis proclaimed. With a gentle tap of his staff, the halo above Frieza's head dissipated, and he was resurrected. Frieza, displaying little reaction, calmly stated, "This king merely fulfills his obligations. It is a matter of mutual benefit." He turned towards Goku and Vegeta, his purple pupils shimmering ominously. "Goku, Vegeta, you are fortunate this time. Next, I shall ensure you experience true despair through my genuine strength." Without a hint of nostalgia, he boarded his spaceship and departed. Goku gazed in the direction of his departure, a wry smile escaping his lips. As expected, he remains unchanged. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, but refrained from retorting. He looked at Goku, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of unwillingness and a hint of acknowledgement. This time, Goku had truly stepped forward. Goku made a wish to resurrect all the erased universes. The Tournament of Power concluded, and Universe 7 was spared. Through this brutally intense battle that transcended limits, each individual emerged with newfound enlightenment and growth. Gohan's wisdom, Vegeta's mastery, Frieza's perfection, and Goku's Ultra Instinct. These elements had elevated the power of Universe 7 to an entirely new echelon. Yet, with the ascent of their powers, future challenges would inevitably follow. A new chapter of the universe had begun. Months after the Tournament of Power, Earth basked in a long-awaited tranquility. Goku farmed on Mount Payos. Vegeta relentlessly trained in the gravity chamber to catch up with the realm of Ultra Instinct, while Frieza managed his new empire in distant star systems. However, this peace was abruptly shattered by a familiar, yet more acute and twisted malevolence. Above West City, the sky fractured like glass. A gaping rift in space-time opened, from which not the familiar peach hue emerged, but a more profound and ominous crimson aura. A figure slowly stepped forth, clad in black Kaioshin attire, bearing an appearance identical to Goku's. Yet within those eyes resided a cruelty deeper than the abyss and an unadulterated desire for destruction. Yet, this incarnation was unlike any previous. As the crimson aura enveloping him was no longer merely eerie, it possessed a terrifying quality that seemed capable of eroding reality and distorting rules. This was a new realm he had attained by further excavating Zamasu's immortality and the potential of the Saiyans, the Super Saiyan Crimson. Chapter 128. The three strongest of Universe 7 unite once again. Ha! Black Goku spread his arms wide, savoring the essence of this new world, eliciting a delightful shudder. What sweet terror, what vibrant vitality. In this temporal realm, a world steeped in sin, lies the most fitting stage for the culmination of my humanity's zero plan. Especially, I sense you, another version of myself. Whoosh, whoosh. Wukong and Vegeta materialize before him, their expressions grave beyond measure. Black Wukong, how could you? Wukong could distinctly perceive that the aura of this adversary far surpassed any he had previously encountered, including the one he had painstakingly defeated alongside future Trunks. Impossible. You should have been. Vegeta gritted his teeth, the indigo aura of super blue instinct instinctively erupting, starkly contrasting with the crimson flame, yet subtly suppressed in intensity. Eliminated? Oh, are you referring to that future version of me? Black Wukong elegantly brushed his crimson locks, a wicked smile upon his lips. Regrettably, I do not hail from the future you are acquainted with. I originate from an earlier past, having inadvertently glimpsed this timeline brimming with potential before becoming thoroughly familiar with this divine vessel and commencing the true purification. It appears that in this world, I have flourished quite splendidly. His gaze fixated on Wukong, filled with avarice and possessiveness. Your body, your strength, all that you are, shall become the final piece of my perfection. The battle escalated in an instant. Black Wukong's form flickered, appearing before Vegeta as if teleporting, his fist enveloped in crimson flames seemingly unleashed with casual intent. Do not underestimate me. Vegeta roared, the indigo flames burning at their zenith, as he launched a full-force punch. Boom! The thunderous collision of their fists reverberated through the skies. Yet the outcome was chilling. A distinct sound of bone fracturing echoed from Vegeta's fist. He was struck as though by a celestial body, spewing forth a torrent of blood, hurtling away like a meteor, crashing through several floating mountains before barely coming to a halt, the indigo flames flickering dimly. With but a single blow, Vegeta, who had transcended to super blue instinct, lay grievously wounded and defeated. Vegeta! Wukong's eyes widened in fury, instantaneously entering super blue instinct, the azure flames surging forth with resolute might towards Black Wukong. Oh, are you enraged? Excellent. Let me witness your power. Black Wukong stood unwavering, the crimson flames undulating like a living entity, forming an invisible barrier. Wukong's fist struck the barrier, a force potent enough to shatter stars, merely stirring ripples of crimson, akin to a stone cast into the ocean. Too weak. Is this your utmost effort? Black Wukong shook his head in disappointment, casually swiping his hand. The crimson energy lashed out like a whip, moving faster than perception. Thwack! Wukong's combat suit tore open instantly, revealing a deep gash that exposed bone, as he too was violently sent flying, nearly dispersing super blue instinct. The disparity in power was overwhelming. This crimson entity, surpassing the realm of super blue, had strength that transcended it, perhaps even brushing against the threshold of some divine domain. Ha ha! Such a delightful expression of despair. As Black Goku reveled in the defeat of Goku and Vegeta, poised to deliver the final blow, a cold and commanding voice echoed through the air. Which mongrel dares to run rampant in my domain? A golden radiance flashed as Frieza gracefully hovered midair, his perfected form exhibiting an even greater strength than before. Oh, another intriguing individual. Your presence is quite unique, imbued with a profound sense of control and a desire for destruction that resonates with us. Black Goku regarded Frieza with keen interest. Similar? Do not dare compare me to a wretched creature like you. Frieza sneered, his purple irises glimmering with murderous intent. Disturbing my tranquility comes at a price. As his words lingered, the atmosphere suddenly thickened, as if light itself were being devoured. Frieza's silhouette floated effortlessly, his golden aura surging like boiling magma, accompanied by a sharp hissing sound. His once cold eyes now sparkled with blinding golden light, and the air around him spiraled into energy rings, lifting debris and dust skyward. The contours of his muscles were accentuated by the radiance, golden scales appearing as if coated in burning metal, each breath causing the space around him to tremble. A deep, reverberating laughter intertwined with the roar of energy, heralding the awakening of a true predator, Golden Frieza, the ultimate form. Suddenly, Frieza vanished. In the next instant, he materialized behind Black Goku, his dark golden tail piercing through the fabric of space like a war spear aimed at his heart. Black Goku's magenta aura instinctively formed a vortex to deflect the attack. However, the concentrated power within Frieza's tail forcibly pierced through the protective flames. Black Goku slightly sidestepped, feeling the tail graze his side. igniting a trail of magenta sparks and a faint sting. Impressive penetrative power. He licked his lips, his gaze turning dangerously sharp. Is that all you have? He seized Frieza's tail, which was still extended, the magenta flames coiling around it like a relentless plague, attempting to corrode Frieza's defenses. Frieza's expression shifted slightly, the dark golden energy erupting as he thrust Black Goku's hand away, rapidly retracting his tail, which bore traces of corrosion. Your energy contained another's aura? Frieza's eyes grew colder still. This is the manifestation of divine will, purifying all that is unclean. Black Goku spread his arms wide, as countless magenta energy crystals coalesced around him, resembling a starry sky, a calamity of meteor showers. The crystals, seemingly alive, shot toward Frieza from all directions. Not only swift, but also with unpredictable trajectories, imbued with that peculiar corrosive quality. Frieza danced his hands, unleashing a deluge of golden destructive shards that clashed against the magenta crystals in midair, leading to an explosion of annihilation. The sky became awash with dark gold and magenta light, the sound of explosions echoing continuously. The two figures engaged in rapid motion, relentlessly clashing in the air. Frieza's power is refined, precise, and efficient, with each strike aimed directly at the vital points, while Black Goku's strength is wild, enigmatic, and corrosive, accompanied by astonishing regenerative abilities. In an instant, they engage in a fierce battle, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Kakarot, can you still move? Vegeta struggles to return to the battlefield. Despite his severe injuries, the pride of the prince forbids him from retreating. Goku forcefully suppresses his wounds, reigniting the aura of Ultra Instinct. The three warriors exchange a glance, reaching an unspoken consensus. They must unite. In this moment, no one stands a chance against Black Goku alone. Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza, the three strongest warriors of Universe 7, join forces once more. Goku uses instant transmission to distract the enemy. Vegeta unleashes a powerful final flash, while Frieza employs death beams and martial prowess for precise strikes and control. Their coordination, honed through the tournament of power, is now more harmonious than ever. Yet, the terrifying strength of Black Goku in his rose form is overwhelming. His rose-hued aura boasts incredible defensive capabilities and ferocious offensive power, while its eerie corrosive nature rapidly depletes the trio's energy, leaving their bodies marred by tainted wounds. Even more alarming, Zamasu's immortality seems to have grown stronger with this transformation. No matter how many blows he endures, he swiftly recuperates within the flow of his rose aura. Useless, useless, useless. Black Goku cackles, enduring a powerful strike from Vegeta that pierces his chest, yet the wound heals instantaneously as the rose aura undulates. He retaliates with a punch that sends Vegeta flying once more. I am eternal. I am immortal. I am the god of the new world. He conjures a colossal rose-colored energy sword, cleaving through space and forcing Goku and Frieza to retreat simultaneously. At this rate, Goku gasped for breath. The brilliance of Ultra Instinct is wavering. His regenerative prowess is too formidable. Unless he can be utterly obliterated in an instant, Vegeta kneels on the ground, his indigo aura flickering unpredictably. Frieza, though still maintaining his elegance, bears multiple signs of corrosion on his dark golden body. His aura no longer as steady as it once was. He coldly remarks, his recovery is far too rapid. It is indeed impossible to vanquish this monster. Chapter 129. Fused Zamasu. Just as the three find themselves in dire straits, Black Goku gathers his ultimate finishing move, prepared to purify the earth along with them. Goku closes his eyes. The sensation of resonating with the universe during the tournament of power, Whis' teachings, and fragments of enlightenment from the brink of death flash through his mind. Discarding forms and notions of victory and defeat, he surrenders entirely to his body's instincts, synchronizing with the rhythm of all existence. The boundaries within him are shattered once more. A silvery aura emerges, like the dawn's first light, emanating from within. Soon, more and more silver radiance envelopes him. His hair transforms from the roots, swiftly becoming a sacred silver, and his pupils turn into pure, unblemished silver. The ethereal, vast essence of the Ultra Instinct surges forth, instantly dissipating the oppressive aura of Black Goku. What? His presence. The manic grin on Black Goku's face abruptly froze, transforming into an expression of profound astonishment and a barely detectable hint of dread. You have indeed breached the realm of the divine. Goku opened his silver-hued eyes, radiating an undeniable authority. He made his move. Without a sound or warning, it was as though he melded into the very fabric of space itself, instantaneously materializing before Black Goku. In a fit of rage, Black Goku unleashed a torrent of magenta energy, the ultimate dark Kamehameha surging forth with unparalleled ferocity. Yet, in the face of the Ultra Instinct, all tangible assaults appeared clumsy and sluggish. Goku merely tilted his body slightly, and the devastating tide passed by him with mere millimeters to spare. His silver hand, akin to penetrating a delicate veil, effortlessly pierced through Black Goku's fierce magenta aura, gently resting upon his chest. The touch of the silver hand upon his chest did not evoke the anticipated excruciating pain, but rather a far more terrifying sensation: the dissolution of existence itself. Black Goku, in horror, realized that his immortal body, forged by the hands of God, was beginning to disintegrate at its fundamental particle level under the radiance of that silver light, akin to snow melting beneath the sun. No, this cannot be. I am a god. I am eternal. Black Goku let out a mournful roar, his magenta aura surging wildly, attempting to resist the omnipresent purifying force. Yet it was all in vain. The Ultra Instinct invoked the very primal rhythms of the universe, inherently counteracting the incomplete godly form that Zama's possessed through theft and distortion. Just as Black Goku's form was on the brink of complete annihilation, a flicker of insane determination flashed in his eyes. He summoned his final ounce of strength to crush a rune hidden deep within his earring, a symbol of his special connection with Zama's. Zama's, in the name of the divine, resonate. In the distant realm of the supreme Kai, the apprentice Kai Zama's suddenly widened his eyes, sensing the desperate call of his other self on the verge of destruction, as well as the shared, almost obsessive belief in the zero plan against humanity. Another me? Without the slightest hesitation, Zama's faint yet pure divine power resonated with the remnants of Black Goku's magenta energy. A dazzling pink beam descended from the heavens, enveloping the fading Black Goku, while another beam from the supreme Kai realm also crossed the boundary, where the two beams converged. An incomprehensible phenomenon unfolded. The remnants of Black Goku's body and consciousness began a forced amalgamation with the Zamas that had crossed over. Guided by the laws of the Patera earrings and their shared convictions, an overwhelming eruption of radiant magenta light ensued, temporarily dispelling the brilliance of Goku's silver aura. A presence emerged, far more potent and whole than Black Goku before, imbued with a divine essence laced with a deeper malevolence, sweeping forth like a tempest. As the light dissipated, a completely new figure hovered in the air. He retained the fundamental silhouette of Wukong, yet his complexion bore an unhealthy pallor of grayish-white. His forehead was adorned with hair reminiscent of a horse's mane, and on his ears dangled Patera earrings. Surrounding him was a profound, dense, dark rose-red aura, akin to liquid gemstones. His visage exhibited an air of absolute indifference and cruelty, as if he looked down upon all creation as mere fodder. The fusion Zamasu was born. He chuckled darkly, a laugh more maniacal than that of Black Goku. This was it. This was the true visage of divinity, a complete divine form, a full measure of divine power, and an absolute authority to judge the insignificant. Son Wukong, I thank you for facilitating this perfect step. Wukong's silver eyes flickered slightly. He sensed that the foe before him was utterly transformed. It was not merely a surge in power, but a qualitative shift towards completeness. The previous imperfection in Black Goku's immortality had vanished, and now Fusion Zamasu's divine body seemed perfectly crafted, his immortality deeply entrenched, intertwined with some negative law of the universe. Foolish mortals, tremble before true divine might. Fusion Zamasu raised a hand, the dark rose-red energy converging in his palm, transforming from a mere energy wave into countless holy chains entwined with black lightning. These chains appeared to possess a life of their own, traversing space to ensnare Wukong from all directions, imbued with formidable sealing and purifying powers, subtly interfering with Wukong's synchronization with the cosmic rhythm. Wukong evaded with the Ultra Instinct technique, his movements fluid, yet those chains seemed to anticipate his every action, continually tightening the encirclement, forcing him into an ever-shrinking space. Kakarot, Vegeta, having regained a modicum of strength, felt his heart sink at this sight. He sensed that even with Wukong wielding Ultra Instinct, facing this complete divine entity had plunged him into a harrowing struggle. The adversary's power tier, immortality, and that bizarre divine technique were exceedingly formidable. This cannot continue. Vegeta clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. He gazed at the silvery figure above, one he despised intensely. Yet perhaps it was the only glimmer of hope that emerged in his mind. Kakarot. Vegeta roared at the sky. Stop trying to bear this alone. This fiend cannot be vanquished through solitary effort. Wukong dodged a few chains, glancing at Vegeta, instantly grasping his intent. Vegeta wished to fuse? What was he hesitating for? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Was he to stand idly by as this counterfeit deity wreaked havoc? This is a tactic, a temporary one. Wukong knew in his heart that he was no match for Fusion Zamasu. Chapter 130. The Fusion Warrior Vegeta. They raised their arms simultaneously, showcasing the patera earrings adorning their fingers. What a humiliating experience, Vegeta scoffed. Two beams of light, one silver-white and the other indigo, converged in the air. The patera earrings radiated a dazzling brilliance, forcibly drawing their bodies and consciousness together, merging them into one, more radiant and harmonious than the birth of the fused Zamasu. A brilliance erupted, as if imbued with infinite possibilities. A colossal pressure, surpassing all present auras, enveloped the heavens and the earth, combining ethereal grace with arrogant might. From this luminous display emerged a brand new warrior, clad in a unique suit of black adorned with orange edges. His physique was both balanced and robust, his handsome features exuding a hint of rebellious pride, with a lock of hair dancing softly in the breeze. He gently flexed his wrist, feeling the unprecedented surge of power within him, a confident and formidable smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Vegeto. The manic laughter that had danced upon Zamasu's face vanished for the first time, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a hint of disbelief. Fusion? And this sensation Vegeto granted him no time for contemplation. He vanished in an instant, reappearing before the fused Zamasu, his speed transcending the limits of perception. Your divine drama must come to an end. With these unremarkable words, Vegeto unleashed a punch. There was no cataclysmic force, yet it contained the precision of ultra instinct and the sheer destructive power of Vegeta's peak strength. The fused Zamasu hastily conjured a dark, rose-hued shield. Crack! The shield shattered like paper. Vegeto's fist landed squarely upon his face. The fused Zamasu was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a supernova, his form twisting through the air, tracing a long trajectory before crashing fiercely into the distant ground, raising a plume of dust 1,000 meters high. An absolute obliteration. Merging Goku's ultra instinct with Vegeta's Super Saiyan blue, Vegeto's strength had reached an astonishing zenith. Even the fully realized Zamasu seemed pathetically fragile before him. The divine calamity triggered by temporal chaos had finally encountered its ultimate adjudicator. The climactic confrontation between Vegeto and the fused Zamasu was merely at its inception. Amidst the swirling dust, the figure of the fused Zamasu ascended, his grayish-white visage marked by fury and malice. Vegeto's recent blow not only shattered his defenses, but also rattled the arrogance he had just established as a perfect deity. The dark rose-hued flames burned fiercely, akin to boiling blood, mending the cracks upon his face. Unforgivable, blasphemer. Zamasu extended his arms, and the negativity of the entire planet seemed to converge upon him, staining the sky a foreboding dark red. Behold the true power of a deity. Divine domain, purification of evil. With a hum, a vast dark red domain suddenly unfolded, centered around him and encompassing the entire battlefield. Within this domain, gravity became chaotic and space warped. Countless spikes, chains, and twisted human phantoms, formed from the gathered negative energy, surged toward Vegeto like a tidal wave. This was not merely a physical assault, but a bizarre force that directly eroded the soul, amplifying the shadows lurking within the heart. Faced with the overwhelming domain of the divine, Vegeta merely let out a subtle hum, his handsome visage betraying no hint of tension. Instead, a glimmer of intrigue danced upon his features. A domain? Merely a facade. He did not assume any overt defensive posture. Instead, the harmonious radiance of silver and indigo surrounding him flickered faintly. In the next moment, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. All energy attacks and corporeal manifestations within a certain proximity to his being, whether spikes or chains, dissolved silently upon contact with that ethereal aura. Akin to snowflakes surrendering to a blazing inferno, disintegrating utterly. The mastery of his transcendent state allowed every cell in his body to autonomously respond to crises, rendering him invulnerable to all forms of assault. What? Zamasu's pupils constricted sharply. Could it be that his divine domain was impotent against him? Was the power of the divine so diminutive? Vegeta's voice abruptly resonated in Zamasu's ear, as if he had effortlessly pierced through layers of obstruction to stand before him. If this were truly the case, it was profoundly disappointing. With a swift and direct hand strike, imbued with the force to rend stars, he aimed for Zamasu's neck. In a state of shock, Zamasu crossed his arms in a defensive stance, his dark rose-colored divine energy coalescing into a tangible shield. Crack! Boom! The shield shattered once more, and Zamasu was violently thrust into the earth, creating a massive crater. This time, Vegeta afforded him no respite, his form shadowing Zamasu's descent as he plummeted into the abyss of the crater. Vegeta's fists transformed into a tempest of silver and blue, striking Zamasu with a velocity surpassing that of light. Each blow landed precisely on the critical nodes of the divine energy coursing through Zamasu's body, every strike resonating with the penetrating force of his transcendent mastery and the explosive power of Super Saiyan Blue. No, impossible. My divine form. Zamasu was rendered utterly defenseless, his so-called perfect immortality fracturing extensively, his ashen skin cracking to reveal the dark crimson energy beneath, the rate of regeneration failing to keep pace with the relentless destruction. Immortal? Even amidst his frenzied assault, Vegeta maintained an elegant mockery, perceiving Zamasu merely as a resilient punching bag, as long as the rate of destruction outstripped the rate of recovery. The notion of immortality became nothing more than a farce. With a sudden uppercut, he propelled Zamasu from the depths of the crater into the skies above. Following this, Vegeta clasped his hands at his waist. Radiant silver-blue light began to coalesce. Ultimate Kamehameha. However, this Kamehameha was radically distinct from Goku's. It not only encompassed the most potent and indomitable destructive energy, but also bore a peculiar wave of laws that seemed to command the disintegration of all things, returning them to the void. This was a qualitative transformation born from Goku's understanding of the essence of energy and Vegeta's grasp of the concept of destruction. Let end. Ultimate Kamehameha. A colossal pillar of silver-blue light surged into the heavens, striking Zamasu, who was still in midair attempting to reconstitute his form. No! Zamasu roared in despair, consolidating all of his dark crimson divine power into a colossal wall inscribed with enigmatic runes, striving to withstand the impending force. Chapter 131. Annihilating the fusion of Zamasu. There was no stalemate, no explosion. The moment the silver-blue beam made contact with the divine wall, which embodied Zamasu's every hope, it began to disintegrate and dissipate as if encountering its nemesis. The beam surged forward with unrelenting momentum, completely engulfing Zamasu. In the piercing shrieks that resonated with profound agony, Zamasu's divine form began to crumble and dissolve at the molecular level. The dark crimson flames were purified and dispersed by the silver-blue radiance, and his distorted soul let out its final wails amid the brilliance. Yet, just as his divine essence was on the brink of total obliteration, an unexpected transformation occurred. Zamasu's fervent obsession with the Zero Plan, combined with the residual fusion laws of the Patera earrings and the incomplete God of Destruction's essence he had usurped, produced an unforeseen resonance. His waning energy and fragments of his soul did not vanish entirely. Instead, they were forcibly attracted, compressed, and fused with the vast negative energy he had unleashed, enveloping the planet. I am justice. I am a law. The remnants of Zamasu's spiritual resonance echoed like a curse throughout the cosmos, reconstructing this realm with divine conviction, divine assimilation. The entire earth, nay, the entire space cloaked in dark crimson, began to tremble violently. The ground, the sky, the clouds, and even the air, every material and energy, started to be tainted by that ominous dark crimson hue. Zamasu relinquished his individual form, spreading his remaining consciousness and divinity like a virus, commencing a forced fusion with the entire planet, the entirety of space. The sky transformed into his visage, the earth became his torso, the mountains his skeletal structure, and the rivers his flowing malice. A colossal entity, formed from the very planet itself, was taking shape in Zamasu. This existence was even more formidable than his individual form. He became the environment, and the environment became him. To destroy his body was tantamount to annihilating the entire planet, eradicating this space. Do you see it, insects? The entire universe thundered, reverberating with Zama's frenzied and distorted voice. I have become one with this world. I am this realm. To destroy me is to obliterate everything. How can you contend with an entire world? Ah, Vegeta hovered in midair, gazing at the horrifying transformation of the world, his brow furrowing slightly. He could sense that although Zama's individual consciousness was scattered and diminished, his existence had become more entrenched, intertwined with the very foundation of the planet. Conventional attacks, no matter how potent, would indeed entail the destruction of this world. What an abominable obsession, Vegeta muttered, shaking his head with a hint of disdain. For such a ludicrous ideal, one would forsake their very self and become this grotesque monstrosity. Give it up, Vegeta! Zama's maniacal laughter echoed through the heavens. You cannot kill me, unless you obliterate this planet, annihilate this space. Yet, in doing so, everything you cherish and seek to protect shall cease to exist. In the distance, Gohan, Trunks, and others witnessing the scene felt the overwhelming malevolence while merging with the world, their faces painted with despair. This transcended the realm of mere power, presenting an insurmountable dilemma. However, the gravity etched upon Vegeta's face gradually transformed into clarity, followed by an air of absolute confidence, as if he were gazing down upon mere insects. Do you truly believe that merging with the world secures your invincibility? Vegeta slowly raised his right hand, the silvery blue aura beginning to retract, not in diminishment, but in extreme compression, coalescing into a minuscule yet supremely radiant point of silver light at his fingertips, seemingly encapsulating the essence of the universe's birth and demise. The space surrounding that light began to warp and tremble. You have misjudged a crucial detail, Zamasu. Vegeta's voice was calm, yet imbued with a power that pierced through deception. What you have merged with is but a single planet, a limited domain. True power, he asserted, as the silvery light at his fingertip surged in intensity, resembling a diminutive supernova, is sufficient to define existence itself. Before his words could fully dissipate, Vegeta's figure surged into motion. He did not strike at any specific aspect of Zamasu, the embodiment of heaven and earth. Rather, he transformed into a silvery stream of light, traversing the tainted crimson expanse with unparalleled speed, cutting through the air. As his fingertip grazed the sky, the tainted heavens appeared as though erased by an eraser, revealing their original azure hue. His form glided over the land, the dark red soil swiftly fading, returning to its true earthy essence. Where he passed, Zamasu's entangled consciousness and energy, suffocating all existence, were obliterated by the most primal purifying force, as if darkness were vanquished by sunlight itself. This was not destruction, but restoration, forcibly realigning the distorted laws of existence. No, this cannot be. My divinity, my existence, is being stripped away. The air reverberated with Zamasu's terror-laden screams. He sensed his connection to the world being severed by a force of a higher, more primal nature, purifying him. What Vegeta unleashed was the culmination of the perfect harmony of the ultimate technique and Vegeta's understanding of the essence of destruction, manifesting not merely as annihilation, but as an absolute correction of aberrant existence. Ultimately, all the silvery streams converged into a singular point, revealing Vegeta's form anew. He hovered at the center of what was once a battlefield, the radiant silvery light at his fingertip having vanished. The world returned to tranquility. The dark crimson realm evaporated entirely. The sky was a brilliant blue, and although the earth bore scars, it no longer reeked of Zamasu's repugnant essence. All traces of malevolent divine energy were thoroughly purified and eradicated, leaving no remnants behind. Zamasu's frantic voice had long since dissipated into the wind, silenced forever. All evidence of his existence was expunged from this realm by Vegeta's absolute power. As Vegeta gradually descended to the ground, the fusion was undone. Goku and Vegeta separated, both half kneeling on the ground, panting from exhaustion. Yet their gazes were fixed upon a clear sky, fully aware that this arduous battle had truly come to an end. Is it over? Really over? Trunks murmured, as if struggling to believe it. Ah, Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a weary yet relieved smile. This time, it was genuinely resolved. Vegeta snorted derisively, forcing himself to stand upright. That time-wasting fool has finally ceased. The deity born of obsession ultimately succumbed to a more potent force, dissolving along with its fixation into nothingness. Chapter 132, The Onslaught of Super Androids. With the threat of Zamasu entirely eradicated, the seventh universe entered a fleeting period of peace. However, in the shadowy recesses of the cosmos, some unknown forces never ceased their pursuit and coveting of power. The legacy left by Dr. Gero extended far beyond the androids 17 and 18 on Earth. Throughout his extensive research career, his mad concepts and unfinished prototype data were covertly hidden across the universe in secret bases or entrusted to certain collaborators, serving as contingencies or bargaining chips. Among these, a backup containing the initial designs and core data for Super Androids 13, 14, and 15 fell into the hands of a cosmic pirate group known as the Black Star Syndicate. The leader of this group, the Collector Galama, was a mad scientist with a pathological obsession for collecting and augmenting powerful warriors, whose name struck fear throughout the cosmic black market. Galama was not content with Dr. Gero's original designs. He utilized the vast resources of his group and cutting-edge technology acquired through plunder, combining rare materials gathered from various corners of the universe to conduct years of intensive modifications and enhancements on the three android prototypes. When the energy waves from the divine battle against Zamasu reverberated through the cosmos, Galama keenly detected the divine essence contained within. He took the risk of dispatching agents at great expense to collect the minuscule remnants of energy dust left after the battle. Though it paled in comparison to the divine fragments obtained by Dr. Masijin, this residue was sufficient for him to finalize his masterpiece. Within the mobile fortress laboratory of the Black Star Syndicate, hidden in the depths of an asteroid belt, three uniquely designed androids emanating powerful energy fluctuations stood silently within their incubation tanks. Super Android 13, towering and robust, bald with deep blue skin, clad in a tight black combat suit with heavy shoulder armor. He was endowed with the characteristic of absolute power, housing an ultra-large high-compression energy core, combined with the genes of an ancient giant race, achieving an unimaginable level of raw strength and defense. Super Android 14, lean and agile, with short silver hair and a stern visage, donned a white combat suit with red trim. He was bestowed with extraordinary speed and energy manipulation abilities, with his reaction time and energy output efficiency optimized to their utmost limits, excelling in the use of various high-penetration energy attacks. Super Android No. 15. His physique is relatively well-proportioned, with green skin, adorned with a combat helmet reminiscent of a jester's cap, and clad in a loose purple battle robe. He possesses special abilities along with tactical analysis traits, capable of disrupting energy flows, creating illusions, and even briefly predicting the movements of his opponents, making him a formidable auxiliary and control-type warrior. Galama infused the collected remnants of divine battle energy into the cores of the three. Although he failed to replicate the divine core akin to number 12, he significantly enhanced their energy thresholds and resistance to higher energy. Perfect. My masterpiece is finally complete. Galama gazed at the data of his three creations on the monitor, filled with ecstatic delight. With Dr. Gero's framework, combined with my technology and a touch of divine dust, each of them possesses the strength to contend individually against Son Goku or Vegeta. Are the warriors of the seventh universe ready to become my new collectibles? Let's embark. On Earth at the Bowsy Mountain, Goku, who was relishing a tranquil lunch at home, and Vegeta, training in the gravity chamber of West City, simultaneously lifted their heads, their expressions suddenly changing. Three powerful, cold, and aggressive auras appeared unexpectedly at the periphery of Earth, rapidly piercing through the atmosphere. These three auras are formidable. Moreover, they feel somewhat like androids, yet distinctly different. Goku instantly set down his bowl and chopsticks, his demeanor growing grave. Incessant nuisances. Vegeta concluded his training, wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze sharp. Kakarot, you sensed it too, didn't you? This time, they're not mere trifles. Without further ado, the two transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the source of the incoming auras, arriving at a desolate rocky wasteland. Upon their descent, number 13, number 14, and No. 15 stood in a line, having waited for some time. Galama hovered nearby in midair, observing them with keen interest, as if admiring his soon-to-be captured prey. Son Goku, Vegeta. Galama's voice resonated through the loudspeakers. I have long admired your names. I am a collector, Galama. These three are my most prized collectibles, Super Androids number 13, number 14, and number 15. Today, you will either willingly become my collection, or after being dismantled by them, I shall collect you. Collection? Do you think this is merely gathering figurines? Vegeta scoffed, his blue aura erupting violently as he entered Super Saiyan blue form. It seems that unless I utterly crush you metal clods, I shall not attain peace. Goku also took a deep breath, entering Super Blue state, readying himself. Although I do not know where you hail from, since your intentions are malevolent, we shall have to engage in combat. Target confirmed. Combat mode activated. A deep voice from number 13 resonated as he stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble. No. 14's figure blurred, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, number 15 emitted an eerie laugh, his hands beginning to gather a swirling green energy. Vegeta, be cautious. Goku cautioned, sensing that the aura of the three adversaries was peculiar, as if they possessed a deeper understanding of their prowess. No need for your warnings. Vegeta retorted with a roar, charging towards the largest of them, the formidable android 13. I'll handle this behemoth. The blue-hued fist of Vegeta collided violently with a massive fist enveloped in deep blue energy from 13. The resultant shockwave erupted in a circular explosion. Vegeta's expression shifted. He felt as though his fist had struck an immovable alloy mountain. Android 13 remained steadfast, countering with a powerful punch that sent Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan Blue state, sliding backwards. Could it be that he matched the power of Super Saiyan Blue? Vegeta found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Goku faced a sudden onslaught from Android 14. A silver-red streak of light, moving at a velocity too swift for the naked eye to perceive, circled behind him. A crimson energy cone forming at its tip aimed directly at Goku's back. By sheer instinct, Goku narrowly avoided the attack, the energy cone grazing his shoulder and vaporizing a distant hill. How astonishingly fast! Goku marveled internally. Android 15, not engaging directly, waved his hands, causing a green energy field to expand. Goku and Vegeta immediately sensed a change. The energy flow around them became sluggish, and the operational efficiency of their Super Saiyan Blue auras significantly diminished, as if they were ensnared in an invisible quagmire. An energy suppression field? Goku attempted to elevate his aura, but found it considerably more challenging than usual. Not only that, Android 15 chuckled menacingly, his eyes flickering with data. I can foresee your next moves. Just as Goku prepared to utilize instant transmission, Android 14 seemed to possess foresight, preemptively appearing at his intended location, ready to strike with a fierce kick. Bang! Goku barely managed to block, yet was still sent reeling. Vegeta was equally beleaguered. The overwhelming power of Android 13 dominated him, each exchange leaving his arms numb, while the interference from Android 15's field prevented him from unleashing his full potential. The stealthy assaults from Android 14 were nearly impossible to anticipate. These three super androids not only boasted formidable individual strength, rivaling or even surpassing that of typical Super Saiyan Blue, but their synergy was impeccable. The combination of power, speed, and unique abilities produced a terrifying effect. 111-3. Goku and Vegeta found themselves in a grueling battle. Their Super Saiyan Blue flames appeared somewhat beleaguered under targeted attacks and field disruptions. Galama observed from above, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Do you see? This is the perfect team I meticulously crafted. The pinnacle of strength in Universe 7 is merely this. The situation was dire for Goku and Vegeta. Confronted by these three complementary beings, each capable of resisting Super Saiyan Blue, they faced an unprecedented challenge. Should they consider fusion, or seek alternative strategies? A far more arduous battle was merely beginning. Chapter 133. Surpassing Super Saiyan Blue. Initially mastering destruction energy, Vegeta was once again sent flying by a powerful punch from number 13, carving a deep trench into the ground. The azure aura surrounding him flickered violently, and the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth increased. He knelt on the ground, gasping heavily, as humiliation and fury surged within him like molten lava. How infuriating! These wretched metal beings. He gazed at the relentlessly advancing number 13, and in the distance he saw Goku, similarly beleaguered by the relentless assaults of number 14 and the peculiar disruptions caused by number 15. An unprecedented rage began to rise within him. He, Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, had been cornered by mere creations. How is this possible? Is this all you can do? The low, mocking voice of number 13 echoed. Casting a fast shadow over Vegeta. With a sudden, fierce resolve, Vegeta lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with an almost frenzied fire. What a joke! The dignity of this prince cannot be trampled upon by you scrap metal. A vision flashed through his mind of Beerus, whose nonchalant demeanor belied a destructive power of the utmost magnitude. He recalled the chilling, absolute authority he had felt at the brink of oblivion, an energy capable of erasing everything. I am not begging for power, Vegeta growled, as the once brilliant azure aura around him began to undergo a strange transformation. Sinister, profound purple energy, like a serpent, slithered from the core of his aura, entwining around his body. With a resounding explosion, a terrifying aura, filled with pure destructive intent, erupted. Starkly contrasting the azure blue, Vegeta's hair retained its blue hue, yet the tips were tinged with an eerie shade of purple. The aura surrounding him morphed into a mesmerizing blend of blue and purple, with pulsating arcs of violet electricity dancing within. His gaze turned icy, filled with indifference towards existence and a yearning for annihilation. He transcended the limits of the super blue form, beginning to master the energy of destruction. Was that aura? The smile on Guldo's face froze as he sensed a profoundly different power emanating from Vegeta, one that sent shivers through his very soul. Destruction. Vegeta raised his hand, condensing a dark purple energy sphere that pulsated with the essence of finality. He coldly regarded number 13, declaring, "You shall serve as my test." With a casual flick, he hurled the dark purple energy sphere. The sphere moved with a deliberate pace, yet number 13 felt an invisible force locking onto him. As if the surrounding space had solidified, he roared in defiance, channeling all his energy into his arms and crossing them in defense. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The moment the dark purple energy sphere made contact with his arms, his alloy limbs, capable of withstanding the super blue's might, along with their intricate internal energy circuits, began to dissolve silently from the atomic level, as if erased by an eraser. No, this cannot be. Number 13 watched in horror as his arms, and then his torso, rapidly transformed into particles of nothingness. His massive form was entirely obliterated within mere moments by that seemingly inconspicuous dark purple energy, leaving not a trace of dust behind. One strike, just a single strike. The formidable artificial being, comparable in power to Super Blue, was utterly annihilated. This spectacle left the entire arena in stunned silence. On the 14th and 15th, the actions of the entities exhibited a conspicuous stagnation. Their computational cores seemed incapable of processing the phenomena that transcended comprehension. Vegeta, alongside Goku, gazed in astonishment at their companion, whose aura had undergone a dramatic transformation, emanating a destructive force that sent a shiver down Goku's spine. Kakarot, do not lose focus. Despite the tumult in his own energy due to the recent strike, Vegeta's gaze was imbued with an even greater coldness and haughtiness. There are still 2 left. However, 14 and 15 swiftly recovered from their shock. Target Vegeta. Energy properties have mutated. Priority, neutralize. 15 shouted. 14, focus all efforts on obstructing Goku. We cannot allow them to unite. In an instant, 14's form became a blur, manifesting as countless afterimages that ensnared Goku with an increasingly frenzied assault, rendering his escape impossible. Meanwhile, 15 concentrated all of his green energy field toward Vegeta, simultaneously waving his hands to conjure a multitude of distorted illusions and mental shocks, aiming to disrupt Vegeta's control over the perilous destructive energy. Vegeta grunted, having just begun to grasp the volatile destructive energy under 15's relentless interference. The blue-purple flames surrounding him surged violently, and the cataclysmic power seemed on the verge of backlash. He attempted to consolidate the destructive energy to strike at 15, yet the mental disruption made it arduous to lock onto a target. Damn it, just a little more. Vegeta's temples throbbed as he resisted the mental assault and energy suppression. Just at that critical juncture, a transformation unfolded. The sky darkened suddenly, a cold, malevolent, and immensely vast golden aura enveloping the battlefield, as if a monarch had descended. How delightful! A familiar yet loathsome voice echoed. Goku, Vegeta, it appears you have encountered quite the predicament. There, Frieza gracefully hovered in the sky, maintaining his ultimate form as Golden Frieza, yet his aura had become more solid, stable, and bore an ominous pressure reminiscent of Vegeta's. Frieza! Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison, taken aback. What are you doing here? Goku inquired, all the while fending off 14's assaults. Ha ha ha. Upon sensing such intriguing energy fluctuations, how could I possibly miss this? Your disheveled state brings me great amusement. Frieza's gaze swept over 14 and 15 before finally landing on the beleaguered Vegeta, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. To allow these inconsequential metal nuisances to wreak havoc in my chosen playground is utterly displeasing. Frieza slowly raised a finger, condensing a highly compressed golden energy imbued with destructive fluctuations at its tip. Consider this a favor returned and a chance to stretch my limbs. Death Beam Barrage. Countless slender, yet lethal golden beams shot forth with the precision of a raging tempest, targeting the 15 who was wholeheartedly preoccupied with obstructing Vegeta. These beams possess an astonishing velocity, and their energy is remarkably concentrated, managing to penetrate the green force field of number 15 to a certain extent. Caught off guard, number 15, despite his desperate attempts to evade and defend, was struck by several beams, causing his body to erupt in electric sparks, emitting cries of agony. While the interference with Vegeta diminished significantly, "You!" number 15 exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury. "Umph, don't waste words, you insignificant creature." Frieza elegantly retracted his finger, turning his gaze toward the now less pressured Vegeta. "Vegeta, it seems you have acquired an intriguing power, though it appears you are still somewhat unpracticed. Do you require this king's assistance in eliminating these bothersome pests?" Seizing the moment of reduced interference, Vegeta forcibly stabilized the tumultuous, destructive energy within him, letting out a cold snort. "Mind your own business, Frieza. However, I shall take care of this illusion-casting little green imp." His eyes gleamed with violet energy, locking onto the now exposed number 15 after the interference had lifted. Chapter 134, A Decisive Strike. Meanwhile, Frieza's attention shifted to number 14, who was engaged in fierce combat with Goku, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Very well, I shall personally crush this swift little rodent." The tide of battle shifted in an instant. With his nascent destructive energy, Vegeta faced number 15, who had lost his ability to interfere and was adept in support and control. The ultimate form of Golden Frieza confronted the speedster, number 14, and Goku finally found a moment to breathe, while remaining vigilant of the observing Galama above. What was once a one-sided battle had now become a perplexing contest due to Vegeta's sudden breakthrough and Frieza's unexpected intervention. The three top warriors from Universe 7 would engage in a final showdown against the remaining two super androids. With the pressure significantly reduced, Vegeta's eyes glimmered with a cold violet light, firmly locking onto the panicked number 15. Although the blue-purple aura surrounding him no longer fluctuated violently, the underlying, chilling waves of destruction became even more concentrated. "Little green imp, your tricks end here." Vegeta's voice was devoid of emotion as he slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed. Dark purple destructive energy swirling around his fingertips like a living entity, pulsating. Number 15, forcing himself to remain calm, shouted sharply, "Don't get cocky. Your power is unstable. In the face of my myriad illusions, you won't even be able to touch me." He waved his hands rapidly, unleashing green energy like splattered ink, instantly creating hundreds, if not thousands, of number 15's illusions across the barren landscape, each vividly alive, radiating similar energy waves, and simultaneously emitting piercing cackles as they charged toward Vegeta from all directions. Boring. Vegeta didn't even glance at the illusions. His gaze remained fixed on a seemingly empty direction. Destructive energy seeks the essence of existence, rather than the illusions of sight. Your ability to disrupt the flow of energy is utterly meaningless in the face of absolute annihilation. He flicked the dark purple energy at his fingertips, which quietly sank into the void like an ink drop falling onto the surface of water. Ugh! In the distance, behind what appeared to be an ordinary stone, the true form of number 15 suddenly materialized, clutching its chest where a fist-sized void was rapidly expanding. The edges of the void did not shatter. Instead, matter transformed directly into the most fundamental particles, dissipating into nothingness. Its illusion vanished like a burst bubble, leaving no trace. How could this be? Number 15 gazed at its dissolving body, its electronic eyes filled with an incredulous terror. "Your energy field stands out to me like a lighthouse in the night," Vegeta declared coldly. "In the realm of destruction, all disguises are in vain. Annihilate." With those words, the void in number 15's chest accelerated its expansion, swiftly consuming its entire being. It couldn't even emit a final scream before its body was reduced to nothingness with a faint sound reminiscent of collapsing grains of sand, leaving not a single remnant of data behind. Vegeta exhaled slightly, beads of sweat trickling from his brow. The initial mastery of destructive energy imposed a tremendous burden on both mind and body, and prolonged use left him feeling distinctly fatigued. Nevertheless, he straightened his spine, gazing proudly towards another battlefield. Meanwhile, The clash between Frieza and number 14 unfolded in a different manner. Number 14 maximized its speed, transforming into a silver-red lightning bolt that the naked eye could hardly perceive, darting around Frieza, flickering and searching for openings to strike. Its fingertips relentlessly unleashed crimson energy cones of high penetration, striking Frieza from various cunning angles like a tempest. Ah, the speed is indeed commendable. Frieza hovered in place, making no effort to move, merely tilting his head gracefully, shifting his body, or casually raising a finger, effortlessly evading the lightning-fast energy cones by mere fractions or precisely detonating them with tiny golden energy spheres formed at his fingertips. However, little mouse, Frieza's smile grew increasingly cruel. This alone cannot amuse this king. Frustrated by the stalemate, number 14's system deduced that close combat might present an opportunity. In an instant, it appeared behind Frieza, its hand slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed at Frieza's neck. Too slow. Frieza did not even turn around. His tail lashed out like a golden viper, swiftly ensnaring number 14's wrist with unerring precision. Following this, Frieza pivoted his body, utilizing the force of his tail to swing number 14 like a wrecking ball, crashing it into the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Frieza cackled maniacally, repeatedly slamming number 14 against the rocky terrain, each impact causing tremors that left massive craters in their wake. Number 14's battle attire tore apart, its metallic skeleton groaning under the strain. How does it feel? Frieza held the battered number 14 before him, relishing the shock and fear reflected in its eyes. Did you think mere speed would suffice? In the face of absolute power and perfect defense, your speed is utterly meaningless. In the eyes of number 14, data streams flickered wildly as he endeavored to analyze Frieza's vulnerabilities. Yet, Frieza's golden ultimate form exuded a harmonious aura, leaving scarcely any openings. It appears that this is the extent of your capabilities. Frieza, having lost patience for games, raised his other hand, gathering a highly compressed orb of golden energy pulsating with destructive waves, the Death Star. Well then, farewell, little mouse. Just as Frieza was about to press the energy sphere against number 14's chest, a glimmer of resolve flashed in number 14's eyes. The core within his chest suddenly surged into overdrive, erupting in a blinding silver-red glow. Self-destruction protocol initiated. Maximum energy output. Mutual annihilation. Attempting self-destruction? Frieza's eyes glinted with scorn. Before me, you lack even the power to choose your manner of death. He tightened his tail around number 14, unleashing a terrifying force that instantaneously constricted. Simultaneously, the energy of the Death Star was forcibly driven into number 14's overloading core. Under the immense pressure of these two forces, number 14's core was unable to complete its self-destruction. With a dull thud, reminiscent of metal being crushed, it was utterly deformed and shattered. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, his body sagging helplessly, reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal. Frieza disdainfully discarded number 14's remnants as if they were refuse, elegantly adjusting an imaginary bow tie. So easily vanquished. Chapter 135, Defeating Galama. In the air, Galama observed in horror as his prize trio of super androids was obliterated in a matter of moments. The color drained from his face, replaced by intense rage and a hint of frenzied despair. No, my collectibles. My masterpieces. He howled, his eyes blazing red as he gazed down at the three on the ground. You dare to do this? Unforgivable. He abruptly pressed a hidden controller on his wrist. You have forced my hand. Let you and this planet be buried alongside my collectibles. Galama screamed hysterically, initiating the final protocol, the Star Destroyer self-destruction sequence. The energy core was overloading. In 1 minute, this mobile fortress, along with its antimatter engine, would explode, obliterating this entire star system. Wailing alarms echoed across the desert, and in the distance, the mobile fortress hidden within the asteroid belt began to emit ominous and increasingly potent energy fluctuations, akin to a supernova on the brink of eruption. What? Goku's expression shifted alarmingly. This madman. Has cornered himself. Although Frieza continued to smile, a shadow of seriousness crossed his gaze. The explosion from the overloaded antimatter engine was something even he dared not withstand. Vegeta, struggling against fatigue, attempted to amass destructive energy to remotely annihilate the fortress. But the distance was too great, and his condition hindered precise control. Time's running out. Less than a minute. Goku exclaimed anxiously. Instant transmission might save Vegeta and Frieza. But what of Earth? What are the other lives in this star system? In this moment of impending crisis, a verdant energy arrow, akin to a bolt transcending the very fabric of space, shot forth from the heavens, striking the control device upon Gula's wrist with pinpoint accuracy, obliterating it instantaneously. Following this, a radiant pink energy shield enveloped the imminent explosion of the mobile fortress, encasing it entirely like a colossal bubble. Who is meddling with us? Gula's heart raced with both astonishment and fury. The onlookers gazed upwards, beholding Piccolo and Tien Shin Han suspended mid-air, alongside Krillin and Gohan. Goku, Vegeta. We sensed the immense energy fluctuations here and rushed over. Krillin exclaimed. This shield should temporarily suppress the explosion, but it won't last long. Piccolo intoned gravely, his muscular arms straining as he struggled to maintain the formidable barrier. Dad, we can only hold it for a maximum of 3 minutes, Gohan declared, activating his mysterious third stage state in an instant. Tien's forehead pulsed with veins, his third eye shimmering with light as they assisted Piccolo in stabilizing the energy structure. 3 minutes is ample time. Goku's eyes gleamed with determination as he turned to Vegeta and Frieza. We must eradicate that fiend and the fortress's core before then. Humph! As if I needed your instruction. Vegeta gritted his teeth, forcing his stamina to its limits, his azure-purple aura flaring once more. Oh, is this the final act? Very well. This king shall reluctantly make a move, Frieza remarked, coalescing his golden aura. Seeing his last resort thwarted, Gula descended into utter madness. You will all perish, he bellowed, pressing the final button on his battle suit. Instantly, his combat attire overloaded. An overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his body as he transformed himself into a final biological weapon. His physique swelled, muscles bulging, skin turning a dark crimson, and his aura surged wildly, reaching an astonishing height that even surpassed his previous form. 13. I will hold him off. You must destroy the fortress's core, Goku decisively declared, a silvery aura enveloping him once more, signaling his mastery of Ultra Instinct. He became a streak of silver light, charging towards the rampaging Gula. The silver fists collided violently with the dark crimson claws, each clash unleashing ripples of energy. In his Ultra Instinct state, Goku moved with fluid grace, expertly evading Gula's frenzied and formidable strikes, while perpetually seeking opportunities to counterattack. However, Gula's current power and defense were equally formidable, making it difficult for Goku to achieve a decisive blow. Vegeta, Frieza, the core is in your hands, Goku shouted amidst the fierce battle. Vegeta and Frieza exchanged glances, each detecting mutual disdain in the other's eyes, yet the pressing situation left little room for hesitation. A temporary alliance, Frieza. Oh, just don't hinder me. The two transformed into streaks of purple and gold, racing at breakneck speed towards the mobile fortress cocooned in the pink shield. Inside the fortress, the self-destruct sequence, having been forcefully interrupted yet partially activated, spiraled into chaos. Energy circuits in disarray, explosions and electric arcs erupting everywhere. The two individuals, guided by the direction of the most potent energy source, forged their way through numerous obstacles, arriving at the deepest recesses of the fortress before a colossal, unstable antimatter reactor pulsating with destructive energy. This is it. Vegeta felt the terrifying energy capable of annihilating stars, his expression grave. Let us attack together. We must obliterate it in one strike. Frieza, too, abandoned his mockery and concentrated all his power. Vegeta summoned the remaining destructive energy within him, dark purple light coalescing between his hands into a swirling energy sphere that devoured light, warping the surrounding space. Frieza elevated the power of his ultimate golden form to its zenith, raising his hands high as a radiant golden energy sphere, akin to a miniature star, rapidly took shape. Embodying ultimate destructive force, Supernova, Emperor's Edition, Ultimate Destruction, Supernova, Unleash. The purple and gold attacks, differing in nature, yet equally embodying the essence of annihilation, surged toward the unstable antimatter core. There was no sound, only blinding light and obliteration. The erasing properties of the destructive energy intertwined with the explosive characteristics of the supernova, generating an unimaginable chain reaction. Under the impact of these two forces, the antimatter core bypassed the explosion process entirely and was utterly disassembled at the level of existence, annihilated. The massive mobile fortress trembled violently, all internal energy fluctuations immediately quelled, and the harrowing premonition of destruction dissipated. Outside, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan Krillin, and Gohan sensed the lifting of pressure as the energy source within the pink shield vanished. The two exhaled in relief, gradually retracting their protective barrier. On the barren expanse, Goku's battle with the enraged Galama was drawing to a close. With the threat of the fortress's explosion eliminated, he could focus more intently on the fight. In the state of Ultra Instinct, he gradually mastered the rhythm of combat. It's over. Goku's silver-white eyes locked onto a flaw in Galama's defense. A hand strike imbued with all his power pierced through, striking directly at his energy core. Galama's inflated form swiftly deflated, reverting to its original state. The madness in his eyes fading to despair and unwillingness, before he helplessly plummeted to the ground, losing consciousness. Goku released the Ultra Instinct, landing back on ground. Breathing heavily, Vegeta and Frieza also returned from the wreckage of the fortress, both appearing greatly exhausted, especially Vegeta, whose complexion had paled. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and the others descended as well. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the destroyed remains of 3 androids and the unconscious Galama, they all breathed a sigh of relief. This time, it was truly thanks to everyone, Goku sincerely remarked. Vegeta snorted, avoiding Frieza's gaze, and said to Goku, "Kakarot, don't forget, I took down 2 of them." Frieza elegantly chuckled. Ho ho ho, it seems that the 7th universe occasionally hosts some amusing entertainments. However, should the next opponent be of this caliber, it would greatly disappoint this king. He cast a meaningful glance at Wukong and Vegeta, slowly ascending into the air. Well then, farewell, my friends. I look forward to our next meeting, hoping you shall bring me even greater surprises, he proclaimed before transforming into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. After Frieza's departure, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Vegeta, that form you just exhibited? Wukong inquired with curiosity. I merely brushed against the threshold of a higher realm of power, Vegeta replied, though weary, his tone tinged with pride. The destructive energy is far from the end. Honestly, everyone has grown so formidable, Krillin remarked, scratching his bald head. We must strive even harder. Gohan clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. The crisis this time was navigated with relative ease, thanks to Vegeta's breakthrough, Frieza's unexpected assistance, and the concerted efforts of all. However, in the shadows of the universe, it seemed new threats were perpetually brewing. The path of the Saiyans toward greater strength was far from over. Chapter 136, Broly. Just as peace was restored on Earth, and the Z-Warriors took a few days to recuperate, a piercing alarm suddenly erupted from Bulma's laboratory at the Capsule Corporation in West City. The central screen flickered with unstable energy signals, originating from the Kuiper Belt at the edge of the solar system. What is happening? Wukong exclaimed as he instantaneously transported to the lab. An extraordinarily high-energy entity was approaching Earth at an astonishing speed. Bulma's fingers danced across the control panel, her face paling. This energy reading is absolutely insane. It's more massive than the combined forces we faced before from Guldo and the androids, and it radiates primal ferocity. Wukong sensed that familiar, yet unfamiliar violent aura. His pupils suddenly constricting. Could it be Broly? It turned out that days prior, when Guldo's mobile fortress activated the Star Destroyer protocol, the overload of the antimatter engine unleashed a catastrophic energy wave capable of obliterating star systems. Yet, the sheer destructive and despair-laden energy released by the Guldo fortress allowed Broly to sense Goku's presence. Thus, like a bait, this energy fluctuation ignited his uncontrollable rage. In a state of unconsciousness, driven by instinct, he followed this energy all the way to Earth. On Earth, in the frigid northern tundra, a green meteor, enveloped in unparalleled momentum, crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. The shock wave instantaneously tore through millennia-old glaciers, creating a massive impact crater. Amidst the swirling dust, Broly's colossal figure slowly rose. His gaze was bewildered, breaths heavy, as green flames of energy blazed uncontrollably, exuding an overwhelming pressure that sent tremors through the strongest beings on the planet. In an instant, Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo arrived at the scene, feeling Broly's aura, which was even more terrifying and unstable than during the battle on planet Vampa. Their expressions turned grave. It's really him, and it feels worse than before, Wukong uttered solemnly. Kakarot, this is all you're doing. He has lost control again. Vegeta gritted his teeth, yet deep within his gaze lay an unmistakable trepidation towards the ever-increasing power of Broly. "Father, Uncle Vegeta, let us unite." Gohan instantaneously entered his enigmatic third transformation, a formidable silver aura soaring into the heavens. Piccolo discarded his cape and scarf, assuming a combat stance. Be wary. His energy is chaotic, driven solely by a primal desire for destruction. With a primal roar, Broly unleashed a beastly cry, his gaze fixated on Goku ahead. Hatred and rage ignited once more. The battle erupted in an instant. Broly moved. His colossal form exhibited a terrifying speed that belied its size, appearing before Goku in the blink of an eye, delivering a thunderous punch. It felt as though space itself was being compressed by the force of that blow. Hey! Goku had anticipated this, instantly transitioning into the Super Saiyan blue state. His azure form flowing like water as he deftly evaded the punch, simultaneously striking towards Broly's neck with a knife hand. However, Broly's defense was astonishing. With his muscles taut, Goku's attack barely registered. Vegeta charged in from the side, enveloped in a deep blue aura, delivering a heavy knee strike to Broly's ribs. Evil flash. Piccolo thrust his hands forward, unleashing a massive energy wave that struck Broly's back. Kamehameha. Gohan did not hesitate to unleash his full power, a colossal blue beam engulfing Broly. Boom! The violent explosion flattened the ice field once more. Yet, amidst the smoke, the green aura did not wane. Instead, it surged like flames doused in gasoline, rapidly transforming into golden hair. Ugh! Broly withstood all assaults, his body adapting and growing stronger under the onslaught. His muscles expanded further, golden lightning flickering within the green aura as his power soared once again, his hair turning emerald. He seized Vegeta's incoming fist with one hand, while the other clenched into a fist, poised to deliver a blow of annihilation. Vegeta. Goku instantaneously teleported between them, crossing his arms to absorb the strike. Thud! Goku was sent flying, his arms numb. Broly dismissed Vegeta with a flick, bringing his palms together as a colossal, unstable green energy sphere began to coalesce. Now, transcending a simple energy wave, it was a miniature, volatile nova. This is bad. He intends to obliterate the Earth. Piccolo shouted. Stop him. Gohan recklessly charged forward, hands releasing energy in an attempt to counteract. But Broly's power escalated too swiftly. The green nova expanded rapidly, teetering on the brink of chaos. In that critical moment, a mocking voice echoed. This unruly wild monkey is a nuisance wherever it goes. A golden figure abruptly materialized above Broly. Frieza. Clearly, Broly's unabashedly ferocious presence upon Earth had piqued his interest. Frieza. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Though reluctant to collaborate with such inferior beings, Frieza gazed coldly at Broly, who was below, gathering destructive energy. However, allowing this madman to obliterate Earth was not part of his grand design. Before his words could fully escape, Frieza flicked his hands, unleashing a barrage of deadly golden beams that rained down upon Broly, striking precisely at the critical nodes and joints where his energy was coalescing. While these attacks did not inflict severe wounds, they successfully disrupted Broly's stellar formation. Now was the moment. Piccolo seized the opportunity, extending his arms like resilient rubber to ensnare Broly's limbs and body with unyielding grip. Gohan shouted, Father, Uncle Vegeta, deliver the final blow. Channeling his energy with all his might, Gohan joined forces with Piccolo to temporarily restrain Broly's movements. Vegeta and Goku exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, or even together as three, they found it challenging to fully subdue this monster, who grew stronger with every battle. They needed to unite their powers. Goku's azure aura intensified in purity, while Vegeta's deep blue flames shimmered with hints of destructive purple light. Kamehameha. Final flash. A silver beam, embodying the harmonious force of ultimate mastery, intertwined with a blue-purple beam, representing the power of annihilation. Rather than repelling each other, they fused under the guidance of Gohan and Piccolo's silver energy, creating an unprecedented amalgamation, a colossal, solid, tricolored spiral of energy containing myriad forces. This torrent of energy crashed forcefully upon the temporarily restrained Broly. The earth trembled with a resounding roar as the blinding light consumed everything, illuminating the entire Arctic Ocean. The immense shockwave rattled the continental shelf. As the brilliance faded, Broly's massive form lay at the center of a deep crater, his once tumultuous green aura finally dissipating, reverting him to a normal state, unconscious. The visible scars upon his surface began to heal at a perceptible pace, testament to his indomitable vitality. Silence enveloped the battlefield, broken only by the heavy breaths of the assembled warriors. Frieza descended slowly, surveying the unconscious Broly before glancing at the weary Goku and Vegeta. Emitting his signature laughter. Ho ho ho, it seems the pests of Universe 7 are multiplying. However, witnessing a cornered beast struggle can be quite entertaining. With that, he vanished in a flash of golden light. Goku, reverting to his normal form, collapsed onto the ground, exhaling, finally it's over. Vegeta knelt on one knee, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Broly, his expression complex. The power possessed by this fellow warrior of his race still left him in awe. We must contact Whis and Lord Beerus as soon as possible, Piccolo said, his demeanor serious. Only they can ensure Broly is properly contained and managed. Once again, the Earth has weathered a crisis through the combined efforts of the Z-Warriors, including the unexpected assistance of Frieza. However, the arrival of Broly signifies that the latent powers within the universe far exceed our imagination. In the face of potentially stronger challenges that may arise in the future, Goku, Vegeta, and all the Z-Warriors must continue their training. Chapter 137. The Inclusion of Broly. Goku and the others transported the unconscious Broly to the realm of the Destroyer via instant transmission. The serene and tranquil atmosphere, reminiscent of a divine sanctuary at the pinnacle of the cosmos, was subtly disturbed by the wild aura emanating from Broly, even in his unconscious state. Akin to a slumbering volcano, Beerus was reclining on a soft cushion, relishing the delectable pudding prepared by Whis. Upon sensing their arrival, particularly the presence of Broly, he lazily opened one eye, revealing a flicker of discontent. Goku, Vegeta, what troublesome creature have you brought to my realm? Beerus's voice dripped with dissatisfaction. This presence is so bothersome that it has rendered my pudding tasteless. Whis elegantly glided over, lightly tapping his staff as he curiously examined Broly on the ground. Oh my, is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Truly, a chaotic yet immensely potent energy. Goku hastily recounted the events from the assault by Cooler to Broly's uncontrolled energy fluctuations that led him to Earth. So Whis, Lord Beerus, Goku implored earnestly. Broly's nature is not malevolent. He simply cannot control his power. If this continues, he poses a danger to others and to himself. He pleaded, please, train him to harness his strength. Though Vegeta remained silent, he tacitly agreed with Goku's request, fully aware that allowing Broly to spiral out of control would inevitably lead to disaster. Beerus yawned, his expression one of disdain. What nuisance! I have to worry about a few Saiyans to this extent? Whis, however, smiled as he gently tapped Broly's forehead with his staff. Indeed, you possess a most extraordinary constitution. Anger serves as fuel, causing your power to swell infinitely, yet your consciousness fails to keep pace with this burgeoning strength, ultimately succumbing to instinct. A most intriguing subject for study. At that moment, Broly let out a low growl and slowly regained consciousness. His eyes initially reflected confusion, but upon seeing Goku, the familiar anger began to coalesce within him, as if the green flames of rage were poised to ignite anew. Be still, Whis uttered softly, his voice imbued with an enigmatic charm, enveloping Broly in a gentle yet irresistible force that forcibly quelled the anger and energy that had just begun to rise. Broly stared at Whis in astonishment, feeling for the first time how powerless his strength was before another, as if tumultuous waves had crashed against an invisible dam. Indeed, you are in need of guidance, Whis remarked with a smile. Here, you may unleash your power without fear of destruction. However, the first lesson is not how to grow stronger, but rather how to find tranquility within your heart. The training methods employed by Whis starkly contrast with those used for Goku and Vegeta. 1. Extreme environmental training. Whis first transported Broly to the realm of the God of Destruction, where he encountered various extreme environments, ferocious energy flows, ever-changing gravitational fields, and mind-eroding illusion corridors. The objective was not for him to withstand the power with sheer force, but rather to learn to maintain a semblance of clarity amidst overwhelming stimuli, enabling him to perceive the interplay between his emotions and energy. 2. Emotional training. Whis conjured illusions of Goku that incessantly provoked and attacked Broly. When Broly succumbed to rage, Whis would gently tap him with his staff, unleashing a wave of soothing energy that instantly extinguished his fury, allowing him to experience the transition from the peak of anger to absolute tranquility. See, he would say, anger is merely an emotion. You can choose to be consumed by it or observe it before letting it go. 3. Subtle control of power. Whis encouraged Broly to attempt condensing the smallest energy sphere, rather than unleashing cataclysmic explosions. This proved exceedingly challenging for Broly, accustomed as he was to grand displays of power. He often lost control, unleashing torrents of green energy into the sky. Whis tirelessly guided him, helping him to sense the most minute flows and outputs of energy within his body. Destruction is effortless. True power lies in creation and control. This arduous process saw Broly lose control time and again, with his green aura surging violently, each instance deftly subdued by Whis, who remained patient in his guidance. Goku and Vegeta occasionally lingered to observe, even serving as sparring partners under Whis' prescribed rules, engaging in battles with the increasingly controlled Broly. They were astonished to witness Broly's remarkable rate of progress. Although the pace of his power growth had moderated, his mastery over that power was accelerating rapidly. No longer did he rely solely on reckless roars and brute force. He began to grasp the nuances of evasion, blocking, and even executing skillful combinations. The once chaotic green aura, though still potent, was now refined and profound. Months later, on the training grounds of the God of Destruction, Broly faced off against Goku. His movements remained forceful and commanding. Yet his gaze had transformed from sheer madness to one imbued with focus and calm. He could withstand Goku's Kamehameha wave, and at critical moments, he could retract his fist just before striking a fatal blow. "Stop!" Whis' voice rang out, prompting both to separate immediately. Broly's aura gradually receded, and he turned to Whis, his eyes reflecting a blend of inquiry and respect. "Well done, Broly," Whis remarked with satisfaction. "You have begun to learn how to coexist with your power rather than be enslaved by it. Only now do you truly grasp the legendary potential of a Super Saiyan." Lowering his gaze to his hands, Broly felt the ferocious beast within him still present, yet he now held the reins firmly in his grasp. Clumsily, he spoke in the still-developing universal language, "Thank you, Whis." At some point, Beerus had also appeared beside them, taking a bite of an apple and mumbling, "Finally. It's not so noisy. All right, let's hasten to remove this giant. He has indulged himself excessively here." Laughter erupted among the crowd, even the corners of Vegeta's mouth curving into a barely perceptible smile. Goku excitedly leaped in front of Broly, extending his hand. "Broly, what do you say? Would you like to train with us from now on? There are plenty of delicious foods on Earth, and even more formidable opponents to spar with." Broly gazed at Goku's sincere smile, and then glanced at Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo beside him. Once, he had only known his father and Chi-Lai. Now, he felt an entirely new emotion, companionship. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his large hand and grasped Goku's, nodding vigorously. Thus, the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, officially joined Goku's team. He returned to Earth, settling in a secluded valley near Satan City, often training alongside Goku and the others, gradually attempting to integrate into earthly life. Chapter 138. The Message of the Seed of Origins. Broly's adaptation to life on Earth was not instantaneous. Accustomed to the wilderness and silence, the clamor of Satan City remained somewhat jarring to him. Fortunately, he had built a simple dwelling in the outskirts of the city, sharing life with his companion Chi-Lai. Goku, Vegeta, and the others frequently visited him for training, and Gohan would occasionally bring his textbooks, revising his studies while keeping him company, endeavoring to teach him more about earthly knowledge. Peaceful days passed in this manner for several weeks, until one day, a sense of urgency echoed in the minds of Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo simultaneously. "Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, this is grave news." The voice of King Kai was devoid of its usual calmness, filled with alarm. Goku, who was enjoying a meal on Bun's Mountain, immediately set down his chopsticks and focused intently. "King Kai, what is the matter?" "It concerns the seed of origins and the ancient seals." King Kai's voice trembled. "I just received fragmented messages from a very ancient star domain while patrolling the galactic borders. Legend has it that at the dawn of the universe, there were scattered seeds imbued with the most primal and pure life energy." As King Kai recounted with a trembling voice, a long-buried cosmic secret began to unveil itself. The origin of the seed of origins, in a time long before the current cosmic structure was established, shrouded in the distant and elusive era known as the primordial chaos period. The laws were not yet firmly established, and energy and matter were caught in a fierce cycle of creation and destruction. During this process, some crystalline forms containing the most fundamental and immense life energy scattered like seeds throughout the nascent universe. These were known as the seeds of origins. These seeds were not tangible plants, but were instead highly concentrated, nearly conceptual sources of life. They possessed near-infinite potential. If their energy could be released steadily, they could nourish vast star domains, fostering incredibly prosperous civilizations and life forms, potentially giving rise to beings that could stand shoulder to shoulder with deities. Theoretically, they could even realize miracles on a cosmic scale. Let us delve into a comprehensive elucidation of this sudden cosmic crisis, the primordial seed and the ancient seals, and unveil the lurking horrors that rival or even surpass the terrors of the demon realm. Yet, the pinnacle of existence invites the zenith of annihilation. The pure life energy emanating from the primordial seed ignites like a beacon in the dark, drawing forth from the shadowy recesses of the universe the terrifying entities that dwell within the interstices of dimensions, the void devourers. These beings do not conform to the conventional definition of life. Rather, they manifest as a personification of cosmic laws, representing the antithesis of existence, whose purpose is to consume all energy, matter, and even the fabric of time and space itself. They possess no fixed form, resembling distorted shadows, leaving in their wake an absolute void where all things dissolve into nothingness. Among the most formidable of these void devourers, the ancient deities designated a faction as the Oblivion Shadows. In a bid to thwart the Oblivion Shadows from harnessing the energy of the primordial seed to augment their power and ultimately engulf the entire universe, the ancient gods made a harrowing decision. Unable to annihilate the primordial seed entirely, they opted for its sealing. With immense divine might, they constructed a powerful multi-layered seal around the primordial seed, effectively concealing its energy fluctuations and traces of existence, thereby rendering it imperceptible to the void devourers. One such primordial seed was ensconced within a concealed dimensional node near the Adratath star system. As eons passed and deities transitioned, the chronicles of the primordial seed and the Oblivion Shadows faded into nebulous legend. Even the current Kaioshin and Destroyer gods may be unaware of the intricacies surrounding them. However, no seal, no matter how robust, can withstand the ravages of time, perhaps due to the periodic fluctuations of cosmic energy or unforeseen disturbances. Cracks began to manifest in the ancient seal surrounding the Adratath star system. The immense and pure life energy of the primordial seed began to leak forth, akin to a punctured balloon, slowly and inexorably escaping. 1. Energy attraction. As the North Kaioshin aptly noted, this leaking energy acts as a lighthouse in the darkness, not only alluring those power-hungry beings throughout the cosmos, but, more alarmingly, it may very well reawaken the void devourers, who are acutely sensitive to life, energy, and wander the shadowy fringes of the universe. Should they locate and consume the primordial seed, their power would expand to unfathomable proportions, rendering even the destroyer gods incapable of confronting them alone. 2. Energy containment failure. The sheer magnitude of energy inherent in the primordial seed, if unbound by the seals, could give rise to exceedingly dreadful phenomena at the points of leakage. It might instantaneously transform a star region into a purgatory brimming with chaotic life energy, distorting all matter into incomprehensible monstrosities, or, due to the excessive energy mass, could trigger a widespread collapse of spatial structures, resulting in an ever-expanding void that devours all. In essence, as Goku summarized, his expression graver than ever, we must not only prevent malevolent forces from seizing the seed, but also contend with the potential emergence of monstrous entities intent on obliterating everything, all while devising a means to seal the breach in the seal. Indeed, Goku, the voice of the North Kai, was filled with urgency, and time was of the essence. The fissures in the seal were widening, and the intensity of the leaking energy was escalating by the moment. It was imperative to hasten to the planet Adrath, to locate the core of the seal and restore it before the situation spiraled beyond redemption. Otherwise, the seventh universe, and indeed all neighboring universes, could be confronted with a cataclysm. Chapter 139. Departure to Adrath. This threat surpassed any adversary encountered previously. It was not the manifestation of a specific formidable entity, but rather a lingering peril from the dawn of the universe, encompassing a fundamental conflict between life and void. Goku, Vegeta, and the possibly ensnared Frieza would face a race against time, engaging in a true existential battle against the unknown terrors lurking in the cosmic shadows. One of the threats was said to be situated near an ancient star system known as Adrath. Adrath? Goku was taken aback. Was that not the planet where I learned instant transmission? Indeed. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The North Kai spoke hastily, explaining that to contain the immense energy of the primordial seed and prevent its chaotic growth or malevolent exploitation, ancient deities had established formidable seals around it. Yet just moments ago, I sensed that the seal had become loosened. Vegeta interjected telepathically, his tone grave. What happens if the seal is compromised? The worst-case scenario is that the energy of the primordial seed could erupt completely, its vast life energy birthing unimaginable monstrosities or directly triggering a spatial collapse that could engulf entire star systems. More alarmingly, this pure energy fluctuation, akin to a beacon in the dark, would attract powerful beings from across the universe vying for dominance. The ensuing chaos and warfare would likely engulf a substantial portion of the cosmos. It is essential that someone ventures to the Adrat star system to ascertain the truth behind the loosening of the seal and, before the situation becomes irretrievable, re-establish its stability. Or, at the very least, ensure that the primordial seed does not fall into the hands of nefarious individuals. This task, I fear, can only be entrusted to you. The news spread swiftly. At the Capsule Corporation, Bulma began urgently retrofitting a large spacecraft, enabling it to undertake long-distance jumps, while ensuring it was equipped with ample supplies and training facilities. This mission sounded perilous, yet it also presented a splendid opportunity for adventure. Goku eagerly rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement for the quest ahead. Kakarot, you fool. All you ever think about is adventure. Vegeta crossed his arms, yet his gaze remained sharp. The primordial seed, containing the universe's original life energy, it certainly piqued his curiosity. Piccolo analyzed the situation. Unknown conditions prevail, and adversaries may emerge from all corners of the cosmos. We require a competent team. The number should be limited, yet sufficiently powerful. Ultimately, after deliberation, the expedition team was determined. Goku, the indisputable main force and the assurance of instant transmission. Vegeta, an equally formidable force, possessing extensive experience in cosmic survival. Gohan, a vital combatant whose scholarly mind may prove crucial in analyzing ancient civilizations and seals. Bick, the tactical brain and wise steward of the team. The Namekian sensitivity to nature and magic may provide insight into the seal. Broly, the newly recruited ultimate weapon. This mission is fraught with unknown battles, presenting an opportune moment to test his training achievements and truly integrate him into the team. With Whis' foundational training, everyone believes he has master control over his own power. I will go as well. An unexpected voice rang out. The group turned around to find Frieza, having appeared on the Capsule Corporation's rooftop, wearing that signature duplicitous smile. Frieza? What brings you here again? Krillin stepped back, visibly anxious. Ho ho ho, how could such an intriguing affair be complete without me? Lord Frieza? Frieza elegantly toyed with his fingers. The initial seed sounds like something of considerable value. Besides, if you Saiyans were to botch it up and obliterate the universe, wouldn't that be a predicament for me as well? Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, both recognizing the wariness and resignation in each other's eyes. Frieza's intentions were anything but innocent, yet it was undeniable that his formidable strength would be a significant asset in the face of imminent danger. Moreover, given his nature, even if they were to refuse him, he would likely insist on accompanying them, complicating matters further. Suit yourself, Frieza, Vegeta replied coldly, but should you dare to meddle behind our backs, I shall be the first to deal with you. Oh, vota terrifying threat Vegeta. Thus, an expedition team was formed, comprised of former enemies, rivals, and allies, boasting unprecedented strength, yet entangled in delicate relations. Days later, the colossal spaceship capsule soared into the sky at Bulma's farewell, slicing through Earth's horizon and venturing into the vast, uncharted depths of space, with the distant Ardrat star system as their goal, alongside the initial seed that governs the fate of the universe. Within the vessel, Goku gazed out at the dazzling starry river with anticipation, while Vegeta closed his eyes to meditate, regulating his breath. Gohan and Bick were poring over the ancient star charts transmitted by King Kai of the North, and Broly sat quietly in a corner, feeling the vibrations of the spaceship, his eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity about the unknown. Meanwhile, Frieza reclined alone in the luxurious cabin, swirling his wine glass, his eyes glinting with calculations and greed. A few days later, they arrived at the planet Ardrat, and the sight before them drew gasps even from the battle-hardened. The once familiar and serene Ardrat now lay utterly distorted, The starry backdrop presented a sickly, ever-shifting shade of purplish red, as if the universe itself were groaning in agony. In the distance, the area where the Ardrat star resided was enveloped by a massive, pulsating vortex of dark green energy. The eye of a storm formed by the leaking energy of the initial seed and the shattered seal. Even more chilling, within the space surrounding the storm's eye, lurked indescribable shadows. They lacked a fixed form, at times dissipating like smoke, at others coalescing into twisted, multi-limbed silhouettes. Wherever they passed, even starlight was completely devoured, leaving only an absolute trail of darkness. The harbingers of the obliterating shadows. They have been lured by the leaked life energy, akin to sharks sensing blood, instinctively crashing against and gnawing at the fragile boundary of the seal. Is that the void devourer? Vegeta felt an instinctual discomfort, a force that negated existence itself. This is dire. They're already attacking the seal. Goku sensed that with each impact from those shadowy apparitions, the turbulence of the storms intensified further. Chapter 140, The Restorer. The capsule corp ship forcefully penetrated the chaotic energy currents at the periphery of the Adralat star system, the hull groaning under the unbearable strain. As they drew closer to the colossal dark green vortex, a maddening whisper grew increasingly clear, not through sound, but as a corrosive noise directly eroding consciousness. Maintain your focus. Piccolo barked, his formidable mental energy forming a barrier to protect everyone aboard. This whisper amplifies inner negativity. Sweat beaded on Gohan's forehead as he sensed a barely perceptible despair budding in his heart, quickly suppressed by his resolute will. Broly let out a low growl, his emerald aura instinctively flaring, isolating the intangible corrosive force. He seemed to possess an innate resistance to such direct mental assaults. Frieza's brow furrowed slightly, his distaste for the environment evident. Humph, what a repugnant place. We cannot advance any further. Gohan, piloting the ship, observed the frantically fluctuating data on the screen. The energy currents and spatial folds ahead were too powerful. The ship would disintegrate. Then we shall disembark here, Vegeta declared without hesitation, striding towards the airlock. Wait, Vegeta, let's strategize. Piccolo attempted to intervene. There's no time for planning. Kakarot, we're going. Vegeta offered no room for negotiation, his indigo aura erupting as he smashed through the airlock. Soaring towards the storms, I like a shooting star. Hey, wait for me, Goku exclaimed, his azure aura swirling as he entered the state of Ultra Instinct, deftly dodging the dense energy fragments and following closely behind. These two battle maniacs. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Gohan, Broly will follow, forming a triangular formation to clear those shadowy apparitions and ease their burden. Frieza, this king has no interest in playing janitor. Frieza elegantly adjusted his collar. I shall engage with those rather intriguing behemoths. His gaze locked on his several particularly massive and solid shadowy entities as his golden aura flickered, and he burst from the ship. With no other choice, Piccolo, Gohan, and Broly formed a triangular formation, charging towards the swarming smaller apparitions that surged towards the storms like locusts. At the edge of the storm's eye, Goku and Vegeta converged. The environment here was even more treacherous. The violent life energy and the lifeless void energy clashed, creating innumerable energy whirlpools and spatial rifts. The roaming shadowy apparitions detected the approach of two vibrant life forms, instantly converging like piranhas drawn by the scent of blood. Get lost, Vegeta bellowed furiously, his hands slicing through the air in rapid succession, unleashing a torrent of deep blue energy blasts that tore through the encroaching shadowy figures like a hail of gunfire, scattering them into nothingness. Yet, as these apparitions disintegrated, they swiftly drew energy from the void surrounding them, reconstituting themselves as if they were inexhaustible. Vegeta, it seems we cannot vanquish them. Goku, employing the fluidity of Ultra Instinct, darted amidst the onslaught of shadows. Each silver-white strike of his fists and feet caused the dark figures to momentarily dissipate, but the result was no different from Vegeta's efforts. Their essence resided within that void. Unless the source was eradicated, these entities would continue to regenerate. Vegeta, too, discerned the crux of the matter. They must plunge into the eye of the storm. The core of the seal and the primordial seed lay within. Exchanging a resolute glance, the two warriors ceased their skirmish with the outer shadows and accelerated to their utmost limits, slicing through the encircling darkness like twin blades, plunging headlong into the heart of the ominous emerald storm. Upon entering the eye of the storm, the pressure intensified dramatically. It felt as if they had entered a separate, crumbling microcosm. Beneath their feet lay a shattered earth, reflecting distorted images like a fractured mirror, while above, dark green energy clouds churned violently, with countless pitch-black shadows flitting like phantoms through the clouds and ground, emitting a bone-chilling wail. At the center of this chaotic world stood an immense tree-like silhouette, vast beyond comprehension, its translucent form akin to jade, but marred by deep black fissures. This was the manifestation of the primordial seed. The tree's roots plunged deep into the foundation of space. Yet at that moment, they were being eroded and corrupted by a dense, black void energy. The branches and leaves of the colossal tree continuously shed vibrant green motes of light, striving to mend itself. Yet the pace of its restoration lagged far behind the rate of decay. Even more astonishing, beneath the giant tree, a human figure composed purely of void energy, twisting and elongating like a shadow, hovered ominously. It bore no discernible features, merely a vague outline. Yet all could sense its gaze fixed intently upon the intruding Goku and Vegeta. A surge of life, noise, and a chilling, hollow intent once more assailed the minds of the two warriors. "Are you the mastermind behind all this?" Goku demanded, adopting a fighting stance. "Mastermind? No. You may call me the nullifier, executing the ultimate balance of the universe. Life is an error, a cacophony, needing to be subdued." "Subdued? You mean annihilated?" Vegeta's aura ignited with even greater ferocity. How dare a being without form decide the value of life? Value? The nullifier uttered no more, raising its shadowy arm to point at the two. In an instant, the space surrounding them seemed to freeze, not from low temperature, but from the very concept of existence being forcibly suppressed. Their movements slowed to a crawl, and even their thoughts appeared to falter. Simultaneously, from the shattered ground, countless dark, void-like arms reached out to grasp at their ankles. "Damn it, I can't move." Goku felt the flow of ultra instinct severely disrupted. "Umph, such a trifling restraint." Vegeta roared, unleashing the tyrannical force of his ultimate self, forcibly shattering the grasp of the void's arm. Yet the oppressive stillness of space persisted. The Requiem's other hand swept forward, delivering a silent, transcendent slash of pure nothingness that cleaved through the heavens, erasing all in its path and leaving an eternal scar in its wake. This strike was inescapable, a blow that could only be met head-on. Kamehameha! Goku channeled his entire essence into his hands, a cerulean beam erupting forth to confront the slash of nothingness. Ultimate Flash! Vegeta, with no reservations, unleashed a torrent of indigo devastation simultaneously. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated within the eye of the storm, an unprecedented clash of life energy against the essence of the void. Light and darkness consumed one another, annihilating all. The shockwave of the explosion evaporated the surrounding shadowy remnants of oblivion, causing even the colossal phantom of the primordial tree to tremble violently.